Chapter 25. 5 years later. The lizard men of Falling had a saying. Cold was better. It was an idea Jas Darbin had come to embrace in the last 5 years. It had been his emotions that had led to trouble, that had brought him nothing but pain and loss. Now he had dealt with that problem, accepted the serenity and peace of the Jedi. There was no emotion, there was peace. There was no passion, there was serenity. Words to live by, words he had chosen to live by. He brought his tiny shuttle out of hyperspace, returning once again to PB 4416, the forest moon that had become the base of operations for the Cooper Halcyon organization. He transmitted his clearance code and waited for the response from the ground team. He sighed. Wake up down there already, he thought. I'm going to be late. He would need to speak with the ground team later, let them know such sloth was not acceptable. The organization needed to remain light on his feet. He would consider replacing those that did not shape up. There were always eager men and women ready to move up. No one was irreplaceable. Once he would have balked at such a thought, giving people chances, but now he knew better. It was simple when one evaluated the world with the ice-cold eye of serenity. The organization, like the Jedi, required someone with no attachments to remain strong. Jas Darbin had been a fool to ever doubt that. He brought the ship down through the atmosphere, checking his dress robes one last time. He didn't like changing in the cramped shuttle, but there was no reason to panic the new associates by turning up in Jedi garb. Order had to be maintained, and that was what Jas had come to bring to the group in the last 5 years. Order. The situation with Prin had taught him a valuable lesson. The Force was too strong an influence on a Jedi's life. He had been foolish to believe he ever had a chance at a normal life. A wife, children, a home, attachments that only caused pain. So he had let go of such wants, focused on training and on the needs of the Cooper Halcyon group. He remained Co-op's right hand, helped grow their rise. At the same time, he continued his duties as a Jedi agent, seeking out problems for the Order. He redirected what he could, reported what he must. The Jedi had won several victories because of him. And rivals to the organization had been neutralized. It was an agreeable arrangement for all. When the ship touched down, he rushed through his final checklist, finishing 12 minutes of work in 6. He had no time to waste. He was already behind schedule and on the verge of being late. He could not afford that. Not today. He had promised Rhonda. He drew on the Force and rushed past the ground team, a black blur no one noticed. Rarely did he use Jedi speed here, preferring to keep his two lives separate, but today was no ordinary day. This was a major event, another step forward. 8 of the 12 smaller groups that had operated near them for years were ready to sign on. This day needed to go perfectly. As he moved, he placed his earpiece in, direct link to base comms and security. Coop would be busy and would need Jas to keep an eye on things, make sure no messes grew. Jas could do that. He had done so for years. Coop trusted him to keep the world rotating. Although he was not happy with Jas's personal changes, he noticed them. Everyone noticed them. They simply did not say it to his face. You have changed, buddy, Co-op had told him once, and not for the better. Have I failed the group in any way? Jas had asked. We've become more profitable than ever since moving here. I thought you'd be pleased. Oh, I'm pleased. Your work as my second has been great. You're a boon to the organization. Jas had waited. But, Coop sighed. But the organization is the only thing you have now. It's not healthy. Work is fine, but what about your life, Jas? What are you doing that benefits you? Jas had shrugged. We have been busy. Between that and my work with the Order, there has been little time. That's not all. Coop looked at him sadly. You avoid the crew unless you're given instructions or criticism. You never talk unless it's duty. Those of us who have known you a long time see it. You aren't the same person. I don't know if it's the job or the Jedi stuff the little lady teaches you, but I barely recognize you. Jas had bowed respectfully. Your concern is unnecessary. Coop had squeezed his shoulder. I miss the passionate do-gooder who made trouble for the right reasons. Jazz had frowned internally. There was no passion. There was serenity. We were lucky, he said instead. What I'm doing now is safer. More certain. Coop sighed. Whatever you say. Jazz hurried through the corridors, listening to a sea of reports through his earpiece. The wedding had the entire base stirred up. He checked the chrono. He had just made it. Smiling was unnecessary. He did not need it personally, only as a tool. There was no emotion. There was peace. He reached the executive quarters, the suites reserved for higher-ups. He knocked. Rhonda, he called. It is time. Can you come in for a moment, Jazz? She called back. I'd like to talk to you. He sighed. What now? He opened the door. Rhonda Halcyon stood in front of the mirror in her silken white gown. Red hair braided. Eyes wet with emotion, a mix of fear, joy, nerves. Are you okay? He asked. Cold feet. No, she said softly. I just wanted to thank you for what you're doing today. It is no problem, he said, polite, distant. Once he would have reassured her. Now he didn't see the point. He offered her his hand and led her out. Gar stepped aside. Everyone understood how important this day was. Rhonda looked up at him worried. Are you okay? You seem distant. Jazz smiled for her sake. Vay and I were hunting the Sunset Collective, he explained. We arrived too late. Their leadership escaped. Their followers blew a food production center. No survivors. Oh, James. Unfortunate, he agreed. We found their base. They will contact me when she learns more. Rhonda frowned. So it was just another mischance. What else can I say? We got there too late. That's the Jedi talking, she said. I want to speak to Jazz Darbin. He frowned. Coop put her up to this. Coop asked you to speak to me? He's worried about you. Jazz lifted a finger to his earpiece, listening to updates. Can you take that thing out for 5 minutes? Rhonda asked. Someone must oversee things. Gillespie can handle it. Jazz did not disagree, but he preferred to remain hands-on. Rhonda watched him worried. I hoped you'd enjoy today. Talk to people. Relax. There are good folks here. Some of the ladies have asked about you. Jazz frowned. No thanks. He had learned that lesson. Only a fool makes the same mistake twice. I've been unlucky in love, he said carefully. I will not risk hurting anyone else. Rhonda squeezed his arm. You shouldn't give up. Jazz said nothing. He would not risk another person's pain. That life was gone. They entered the central chamber. Guests gathered. Coop was smiling broadly. Jazz whispered to Rhonda. Last chance to run. She giggled. Too late. He handed her to Co-op and took his place beside Tessa and Shusk. The ceremony began. Jazz listened. He smiled faintly. They deserved happiness. Something he would never have. Bitterness touched him. He breathed out. There was no emotion. There was peace. The wedding of Co-op and Rhonda was a party of some magnificence. Representatives from both the underworld and Jazz and Rhanda's more legitimate contacts had arrived to give their congratulations. Jazz Darbin moved among them, listening through his earpiece, watching with both eyes and the Force. He expected no trouble, but trouble rarely announced itself. The surviving members of the Titus group were still fighting over their dead master's scraps. Any one of them might have decided to take a shot at Co-op today. Security was tight, though. Burr had done a good job. The smuggler captains nodded to Jazz as he passed, recognizing his role and the quiet power he now represented. Of their legitimate contacts, Jazz saw only underlings. Senators and executives could not afford to be seen here. Not openly. Their assistants passed along well wishes and enjoyed the food and music played by Figgy's Bit Brothers. Jazz listened to a report about an unsecured packing crate. He waited until security cleared it. Only then did he allow himself a small breath of relief. He would have to speak with the unloaders later. Unsecured cargo was unacceptable. The underworld was fluxing again, violent, unpredictable. Carelessness killed. He moved toward the bar. A familiar presence caught his attention. He wasn't surprised. Of course she came. She was like a bad credit, always turning up. "Hello, Fallen Star," he said coolly, enjoying the festivities. Merrick's Fallen Star turned, smiling brightly, wide-eyed, unstable energy radiating off her. She hadn't dressed up. She still wore her leather coat, long red skirt, messy chopped hair. "Well, look at you," she purred, eyes sliding down his formal robes. "Don't you clean up nice?" Jazz resisted the urge to frown. He smelled cheap lum on her. Her emotions churned wildly beneath her skin. Once she could have been a fine Jedi. Now she was this. "It seems you're enjoying yourself," he observed. "I always do," she said. "Better than waiting for the dear council to tell me what to do." Jazz didn't comment. Fallen Star might have guessed about his mission, or simply didn't care. He offered a polite, cold smile. "Perhaps you'd like to lie down. You're unsteady." She laughed, shifting her stance to show one long leg. "How forward? I thought you didn't like me, and now you want to take me to bed." He sneered faintly. "I simply wish to keep you from embarrassing yourself and the Order." If she was insulted, she hid it well. She laughed again. "Wow, they really dug their claws into you. You sound just like them." She leaned in, her breath warm on his cheek. "My master was like that too, right up until she was killed. Killed by the same people we were trying to protect." She whispered. "They aren't worth it." He didn't answer. He knew who he was. He did not need validation from a drunken, fallen Padawan. She tottered away and almost fell. He caught her, guided her out of the chamber. He would not leave her to make a scene or pass out on the floor. He guided her to a guest room. He didn't look toward Co-op or Rhonda. They would know what he was doing. They also knew how he felt. He had not been pleased when they brought Fallen Star into the group, not only because she had been part of the group that hurt Prin, but because of what she represented, and because of what Co-op and Rhonda had likely used her for. He suspected, strongly. A year ago, Rhanda's father had died. After that, the house and garage was bombed. 12 dead. Titus had hated Co-op and Rhonda since Bantoon. Evidence pointed toward him. Jazz had not been there. He had been training with Vay, and so he had not been able to stop what happened next. Shortly after the explosion, Boss Titus died in a cantina, choked mid-meal. Medical droids found no obstruction. Rumor spread, poison. Blame fell on a local hut. But Jazz learned Phalanster had been on Ord Mantle at the same time. Coincidence? Perhaps. But she joined the base immediately afterward. Jazz suspected his friends had used her to take revenge. He had been disappointed. If Titus tried to kill Rhonda, he should have been brought to justice. Jazz could have contacted the Jedi. A legal solution existed. There was no need for Fallen Star to intervene if she did. He could never prove it, but the suspicion had created distance between the clan brothers. He had expected better from Co-op. Jazz laid Fallen Star on the bed. She wrapped her arms around him, giggling. "You want me?" she slurred. He shook his head. "I want to be out of here." She giggled harder, then collapsed. He removed her boots, got her comfortable. He sighed. Poor creature. If only the Force had been kinder. He stepped out quietly and closed the door. He had no desire to return to the celebration now. He wanted solitude. Meditation. 2 steps down the hall, his earpiece crackled. Private channel. He sighed. Yes, he thought. Another thing. Jazz, it's Figgy, the voice said. Come to comms. Please? Problem. Not sure. Can you come up? On my way. He took a deep breath. Cold was better. He repeated it as he walked. Cold was better. Technicians hurried around the comm room. Figgy sat at the console. What is it? Jazz asked. What have we got? A 1-person craft in orbit, Figgy said. It's been overhead for 6 hours. Jazz frowned. 6 hours. Yes? And you didn't think to tell anyone. It wasn't broadcasting. Too small to be a threat. Long-range scout, probably. Jazz glared. And I repeat, you didn't think to tell anyone. Figgy hissed annoyance. The base can't be seen through the trees. Magnetic field block scans. I figured. Jazz shook his head. If it was a scout, a larger ship might follow. They would need to prepare evacuation. He reached out through the force. Sense the ship. The pilot. The pilot sensed him in return. Recognition hit him instantly. Of course. Perfect. Hail them, Jazz ordered. Open the channel. No scrambler. Are you sure? Figgy asked. They may not. They know. Figgy opened the channel. Jazz spoke into the mic. This is Jazz Darbin to unidentified Republic vessel. We have you on sensors. Don't be shy, brother. Say hello. Static cracked. A familiar voice answered. Hello, Jazz. Wondered how long before you noticed me. Jazz tightened his jaw. There was no reason to wait. If you needed to speak with me, you could have gone through Master Veilo. Sadly, not Jedi business. Not directly. I have a proposition for your employer. May I have clearance to land? Jazz almost denied it. He did not want this man appearing at the base. Not today. He exhaled. I'm sending you landing coordinates. Go to Hillard Settlement. I'll meet you. Necessary. Necessary, Jazz said. Go to Hillard. As you wish, brother. May the Force be with you. The transmission ended. Jazz shut off the mic. Perfect timing, he thought sourly. Figgy tilted his head. So, another Jedi. Not just another Jedi. Jazz breathed in and out slowly. This was inevitable. This is my brother, he said finally. My twin brother. He clenched his jaw. Saidar Ben. There was no emotion. There was peace. But the words rang hollow. The settlement of Hillard lay quiet as Jazz descended the ramp of his small shuttle. Only a few lights glowed among the collection of prefab structures and wooden cottages. The air was cool, crisp, carrying the sense of forest and faint smoke from cooking fires. It felt distant from the noise of the wedding, distant from the underworld, distant from everything that mattered. He preferred it this way. Cold was better. He waited at the landing pad, arms folded, dress robes fluttering faintly in the breeze. He sensed the incoming ship before he saw it, its familiar imprint in the Force, steady, composed, irritatingly warm. Saidar Ben, his twin. The scout craft circled once, then lowered gently onto the pad. The engines whined down, and the ramp opened with a hiss of pressure release. His brother appeared at the top of the ramp, wearing light brown Jedi robes, cloak draped over one shoulder. His hair was shorter now, neater, and a streak of silver ran through one side, something new. Sai walked down with calm steps, the kind of calm that irritated Jazz more than any insult could. Jazz inclined his head a fraction. Brother. Sai smiled warmly. Brother. He stopped a few steps away. It's been too long. 5 years, Jazz said. We both know why. Sai nodded, expression softening. Venery told me you were doing well. That you found your place. I found my duty, Jazz corrected. Sai's eyes flickered slightly at the tone. So it seems. They stood in silence for a moment, the breeze shifting between them, carrying the smell of trees and dust. Jazz spoke first. You said this wasn't Jedi business. Then why are you here? Sai reached into his cloak and withdrew a datapad, handing it over. My presence isn't on behalf of the council, Sai said. I'm here representing a senator, a friend of the organization your employer is running. Jazz raised an eyebrow. A Republic official wants dealings with us. With co-op, Sai corrected. Your captain has connections in places he doesn't realize. Or maybe he does. I'm not certain. Jazz skimmed the datapad. Trade routes. Escort requests. Supply transfers. A contract proposal involving several safe but sensitive shipments. All legitimate. All profitable. All unusually clean for Republic politicians. And the senator, Jazz asked, is comfortable negotiating through smugglers. Sai held his gaze steadily. You and I both know the galaxy operates in gray zones. Some matters move faster when they move quietly. Jazz didn't like the implication. Not because he disagreed, but because Sai said it so casually. Sai's expression grew more serious. There's another reason I'm here. Jazz waited. The collective, Sai said quietly. The council is concerned. The Intelligence Bureau is concerned. And I'm concerned. Jazz exhaled slowly. They and I are already hunting them. I know. That's why I came. Sai stepped closer. You're in deeper than you think, Jazz. Jazz angled his head. I'm managing. Sai's voice softened. I can feel the distance in you. The discipline is impressive, yes, but something is missing. Jazz stiffened. There is nothing missing. Sai didn't back down. Twins rarely yielded to one another. You pushed everything out, Sai said, not accusing, just stating. I can feel the cold in you. This isn't serenity. Jazz's jaw tightened. There is no emotion. There is peace. That isn't peace, Sai replied gently. It's isolation. Jazz's fingers curled slightly at his sides. This conversation is over. It isn't, Sai said firmly. Not until I deliver the warning. Jazz, the collective isn't just dangerous. They're moving, expanding, and the council believes they're looking for something. Everyone is looking for something, Jazz countered. Not like this. Sai's eyes darkened. They've begun sending agents into old Sith worlds. Tombs. Ruins. Places we don't let Padawans near. Jazz's breath caught, but only for a moment. He forced calm. And you want what? Jazz asked. Help. I want you to be careful, Sai said quietly. That irritated Jazz more than anything. I don't need your protection. Sai's smile was sad. No, but you need someone to pull you back if you fall. I'm not falling. You're closer than you think. Silence stretched between them again. After a long moment, Jazz turned. Follow me. I'll take you to co-op. You can present your contract. Then you leave. Sai hesitated, but nodded. Very well. They walked side by side, strangers wearing the same face. Jazz did not look at his brother. He didn't have to. He could feel the warmth radiating off him. The warmth he had cut from himself. The warmth he no longer trusted. Cold was better. He repeated it silently. Cold was better. The walk back to the base was silent. They moved through the forest path, sidestepping lightly, quietly, as trained Jedi did. Jazz moved differently. Controlled. Efficient. Leaving no space for emotion, no room for warmth. When they reached the edge of the facility shield perimeter, guards straightened reflexively at the side of Jazz. Several glanced at Sai, unsure but alert. Guessed, Jazz said simply. That was all they needed. The guards stepped aside. Sai's eyes observed everything. The turrets hidden in the trees, the shield emitters layered with redundancies, the sensor drones gliding silently overhead. This place is well defended, Sai murmured. It needs to be, Jazz replied. The underworld is unsettled. And you? Sai asked. Are you unsettled too? Jazz didn't answer. It wasn't worth answering. They entered the central structure just as the reception was beginning to wind down. Music drifted softly through the hall, and laughter echoed faintly. Lights dimmed in warm tones. People were smiling, dancing, enjoying themselves. A place of warmth. A place that no longer belonged to Jazz. Rhonda saw them first. Her face lit up at the sight of Sai, then shifted into mild confusion, then recognition. Sai, she said, stepping forward. By the stars, Sai. You made it. Sai bowed politely. Congratulations, Rhonda. You look radiant. She laughed softly, genuine. As charming as ever. Coop will be thrilled to see you. She glanced at Jazz, subtle concern flickering in her expression, but she said nothing. She led Sai toward the private meeting room where Co-op was finishing a discussion with the small group of visiting captains. Coop turned and froze. His face broke into a huge grin. No way. Sai smiled. Hello, Gabe. The two men clasped wrists, hugged like old friends. How long has it been? Coop asked. Too long. Jazz watched them interact, Sai warm, bright, open. Coop energized, happy. He felt none of it. Coop finally turned to Jazz. You could have told me he was coming. It was unexpected, Jazz replied. Coop frowned slightly. Sai noticed. Always noticing. Well, Co-op said cheerfully, let's get business out of the way. Sai, Randa's father worked with the senator, or two. I'm guessing this is connected. Sai presented the datapad. Yes, a contract proposal. Legitimate goods. High security transport. They would prefer to work with someone reliable and discreet. Coop scanned it, eyebrows lifting. Looks clean. Profitable too. It is, Sai confirmed. But it also serves another purpose. The senator wants to secure certain supply lines before the wrong groups take interest. Wrong groups? Co-op repeated slowly. We talking collective wrong. Sai nodded. Jazz felt Co-op tense. We've been hearing more rumors, Co-op admitted. They're showing up in trade lanes we usually avoid, hitting smaller settlements. Testing boundaries, Sai said. Looking for leverage. Rhonda folded her arms, troubled. They've never aimed this close to the core before. They're expanding, Sai replied. And they're getting bolder. Coop exhaled sharply. So let me guess. You want Jazz to keep you informed? Sai shook his head. I already have Jedi intelligence. I'm here because Jazz is in a position to see things we can't. Jazz stiffened. Sai continued. And because I'm worried about him. Jazz's tone sharpened. That is not relevant. It is, Sai said quietly. You're walking deeper into danger, and you shut out everything. Coop glanced at Jazz, then Sai, sensing tension. Rhonda bit her lip. Sai took a slow breath. Brother, I'm not your enemy, and you're not one either. But you cannot fight the galaxy by amputating half your heart. Jazz's jaw clenched. There is no emotion. Sai stepped closer. James, that isn't peace. That's damage. Silence. Only the faint music from the wedding drifted in the background. Coop started to speak. Guys. What the common Jazz's ear crackled sharply. Jazz. Figgy's voice. Uneasy. Too uneasy. You need to get back to comms now. Jazz froze. Sai sensed it instantly. What is it? Figgy's voice strengthened, fear creeping in. We just intercepted something. From orbit. From a KDY relay satellite. Coop stiffened. Tell us. Figgy swallowed audibly. It's a bounty update. Jazz felt the force tighten around him. His voice was ice. On who? Figgy's voice trembled. Not you. Not this time. A beat. It's on Co-op. Silence fell like a blade. Sai's expression sharpened. Coop blinked, stunned. Rhonda gasped. Jazz exhaled slowly. Cold was better. He let the cold settle into him fully. Show me, he said. And the night shifted. Figgy waited at the console, hands shaking as lines of red-coded text scrolled across the screen. Jazz arrived first, Sai right behind him, Co-op and Rhonda moments later. The atmosphere in the comm room was heavy, too heavy. No chatter. No music bleeding in from the reception hall. Just silence. Figgy stepped aside. There, he whispered. On the screen? Republic Security Advisory, Kuwait Drive Yards. Bounty issued, target, Gabriel Cooper. Charges, collusion, material support, obstruction. Threat level, high. Authorized by Kuwait Board of Directors. Rhonda covered her mouth. Coop stared, disbelief draining into something darker. That's not possible, Co-op said. I've never set foot on Kuwait. They don't care, Sai said quietly. They only care that the investigation hasn't been closed. Someone convenient is required. Jazz didn't flinch. Of course. Of course this would happen today. He stepped forward, leaning closer to the screen. The timing is intentional, Jazz said. Someone leaked information. Someone wanted this displayed now on your wedding night. Randa's hands tightened into fists. Who would do that? Jazz didn't answer immediately. There were too many possibilities. Titus remnants. Rivals. Political enemies. The Sunset Collective. Some Republic official trying to appear proactive. A private enemy. Or, you think this is the collective, Co-op said? Jazz didn't deny it. Sai stepped forward, examining the metadata. The packet was routed through a KDY relay, but the originating signal, Sai frowned, has been masked. Too well. Jazz's tone remained level. They're trying to destabilize us, to weaken your position. If you fall, your organization collapses. You're a pillar, remove the pillar, the structure shakes. The truth settled in the room like smoke. Coop paced, rubbing the back of his neck. So what do we do? Hide. Run. Wait for a Republic strike team to drop out of hyperspace. No, Jazz said. Everyone looked at him. Jazz's voice was steady, calm, measured. They won't come here. Not yet. They don't know the base's location, and the relay message wasn't traced to us. But this is a warning. A polite one. The next won't be. Rhonda swallowed. So someone wants Co-op dead. Sai nodded. Or arrested. Either way, removed. Coop forced a laugh, brittle. Well, that's comforting. Jazz turned to him. You need to leave PB 4416 for a time. Rhonda spun toward him. What? No. This is our home. For now, Jazz replied. But we cannot risk the organization falling into chaos. We move you off-world until we know who issued this order and why. Sai crossed his arms. I agree. Coop stared at both of them. So that's it. I just run? You live, Jazz said flatly. Running is irrelevant. Your survival is not. Rhonda touched Co-op's arm. He's right. We have to think of the crew, the captains, everyone depending on us. Coop exhaled. Where do you want me to go, then? Jazz looked at Sai. Sai understood instantly. I can provide coordinates. A safe Republic world. Quiet. A place no one would think to look for a smuggler. Coop raised an eyebrow. Republic Sanctuary. Isn't that dangerous? It's effective, Jazz replied. And unexpected. Exactly why it will work. Coop's voice dropped low. Jazz, I'm not hiding forever. You won't, Jazz said. Only until I find who did this. So I looked at him sharply. You mean we? Jazz didn't respond. Sai's eyes narrowed, troubled. Figgy cleared his throat hesitantly. There's more. Jazz turned slowly. More. Figgy nodded and tapped another file. This second packet came in 5 minutes after the bounty notice. It's encrypted differently. Looks like it was piggybacked on the KDY feed. Origin? Jazz asked. Unknown, Figgy said. But the encryption style, you're not going to like this. He opened it. A sigil bloomed on the screen. A son of black flame. Jazz froze. Rhonda stepped back instinctively. Coop's face darkened. Sai inhaled sharply. The Sunset Collective, Jazz whispered. Under the sigil, a single line of text. To the Acolyte. We remember. We are not finished. Jazz felt the force constrict around him, cold, heavy, familiar. Sai put a hand on his shoulder. Jazz. But Jazz barely felt it. He stared at the sigil. Old ghosts. Old failures. Old blood. Coop's voice was low. What does that mean? Jazz exhaled slowly. There is no emotion. Sai cut him off sharply. Jazz. Jazz's jaw tightened. There is no emotion. Sai stepped closer. James. Jazz finished the mantra, voice like steel. There is peace. Sai closed his eyes, pain. Coop looked between them. What do we do now? Jazz straightened. And for the first time since the wedding began, the cold inside him cleared. Not warm. Not kind. Focused. Sharp. Purposeful. We hunt, Jazz said. And this time, we finish it. Chapter 26. The Proposition. The village of Hillard was the only real settlement on PB 4416. Village might have been too strong a word. A small spaceport that could handle 3 medium freighters, a single store, a med center, and a cantina. That was it. The people who lived here kept these places running, offering aid to the travelers who ended up this far from anything. The few who considered themselves native scratched out a living by trading with the smugglers and pirates who used the planet as a crossroads. PB 4416 had always been a haven for those who didn't want Republic eyes on them, a rough world that welcomed rougher people. Even during the age of expansion, the place had attracted little outside attention. The lumber industry was good, but the world sat too far from stable hyperspace lanes, and the magnetic fields and soil composition made transmissions unreliable. All of that made PB 4416, or PB as the locals said, perfect as a smuggler's nest. Cooper and Halcyon were far from the first to set up here, and wouldn't be the last. The hidden landing bays and storage buildings had already existed long before Gabe Cooper decided to move in. Why the earlier groups had vanished was anyone's guess. Beaten by rivals or crushed by law enforcement, no one knew and no one cared. The settlers had welcomed co-op with open arms. A large organized crew was better for them than smaller pirate packs that might raid instead of trade. Coop had spread credits freely, buying goodwill and securing his authority on the moon. One of his earliest moves had been rebuilding the cantina. Not repairing, rebuilding. He paid for the old structure to be torn down and replaced with something proper, a real spaceport hall, lively and clean by frontier standards. The first floor became a bar and gambling den. The second, a place for spacers' usual vices. The third, an office suite and apartment reserved for VIPs co-op wanted to impress but didn't trust enough to bring back to the true base. It was this apartment where Jazz brought his brother. Sidar Band's long-range scout ship had drawn stares when it landed. Republic markings always did that out here, and the tension only eased when the locals realized Jazz himself had escorted the pilot. Even then, he had spread some credits around. No need to let Sai's presence spark suspicion. Sai didn't seem to understand why people stared. He was here for business, wasn't he? Everyone came to PB 4416 for business. The speeder ride from the main base left Jazz conflicted. Years without seeing Sai, and now suddenly his brother was here. The old feelings were stirring, unwanted and inconvenient. He focused on the calm he'd spent 5 years mastering. Letting go had become second nature. Serenity came easier now. He held on to that. There was no emotion, there was peace. He was not about to let Sai ruin that. Shusk had come along as backup. The little Chandra fan had been fascinated when he learned Jazz had a twin. "Are you close?" he'd asked. "On my homeworld, family groups always are." "We haven't seen each other in almost 15 years, Jazz answered. "Last time we were together, the ship was exploding around us. He was reaching for me from an escape pod, telling me to hurry." The memory chilled him. He wasn't that 9-year-old boy anymore, but fear and anger from that day still tried to claw up from the past. He was my brother, he thought. We shared a womb. We came into this world together, bound through the Force. And then, Jazz's jaw tightened. He abandoned me. The thought slipped him before he could stop it. Years of hurt tried to surge forward, pressing against the walls he'd built. He forced it down. He had reached out through the Force too many times. Every attempt to sense their old bond had meant nothing but silence. Even now, Sai felt closed off, like a door slammed shut. As children, they'd been inseparable. Their thoughts had flowed between them like water. And now Sai felt like stone. He held that pain down. He wouldn't let it break the control he'd earned. When they reached Hillard, Sai stood waiting outside the spaceport, Jedi robes immaculate, a picture of composure. He looked every bit the perfect knight, calm, focused, self-assured. Their faces were identical, but the feeling Sai gave off was nothing like him. Jazz reached out through the Force. He sensed Sai's presence. Light, strong, and distant. Polite, but walled off. He didn't push. Questions burned in him anyway. Why didn't you reach out? Why didn't you answer? Why did you let me believe you were gone? But he swallowed them. Not here. Not now. There was business first. Sai smiled as Jazz stepped off the speeder. "Brother," he said with a polite bow. "It has been far too long." That's one way to put it, Jazz thought. Hello, Sai, he replied. You look well. The Force has been generous to me, his twin said warmly. My star has risen quickly. Many seek my counsel now. A flicker of envy ran through Jazz before he crushed it. This path was the one the Force had given him. He had work of equal importance. He reminded himself of that. He had to. Shusk hopped forward to offer a friendly greeting. Sai shook the paw but frowned faintly. Problem? Jazz asked. I sensed your displeasure. Nothing, Sai said. I simply expected your employer to greet me himself. This matter is not meant for underlings. Jazz's eyes narrowed. Underlings. Sai smiled as if it were harmless. No disrespect, brother. I meant only that my offer is important. I thought your captain would understand that a Jedi arrived to meet him personally. Captain Cooper and I are partners, Jazz answered coolly. I have full authority. Excellent. Sai clasped his hands. I'm certain we can find a mutually beneficial arrangement. And what is your current position, brother? Advisor. Major domo. Henchman. Each word was chosen to sting. Jazz shut it out. If you are trying to test my calm, save your effort. I have achieved serenity. Wonderful, Sai said with a bow. A rare honor indeed, learning under Veilo. She could have been Grandmaster if she'd chosen to lead instead of living in isolation. A shame she wastes her potential. Jazz inhaled. A battle of philosophies with Sai would solve nothing. He wanted to get this done. Shall we? Sai asked brightly. Time is of the essence. Jazz kept his tone flat. Let's go. He drove the speeder toward the cantina's top-floor apartment, doing everything he could to hold on to calm. There was no emotion. There was peace. This reunion was not going well, and the propositions I had come to offer had better be worth it. The holo shimmered as Co-op appeared, seated in the throne-like chair he used to impress new clients. When he saw Sai Darbin for the first time, he leaned back and let out a long whistle. Incredible, he murmured. Right, Rhonda? Rhonda Halcyon Cooper stepped into view, still in her wedding dress. It's like looking at Jazz in a mirror, isn't it? It was true enough physically, but standing next to Sai had already taught Jazz that their similarity ended at the surface. Sai radiated superiority, confidence that bordered on condescension, a sense of being above everything he surveyed. Jazz's 5 years of discipline were the only reason he had lasted this long beside him. Captain Cooper, at last, Sai said with a practiced bow. I am Sai Darbin of the Jedi Order. I come with an offer from the Senate of the Galactic Republic. An offer from the Senate, Coop said with amusement, and a Jedi errand boy to deliver it. Must be important. Jazz felt a brief ripple in the Force, Sai's irritation spiking, but the night masked it well. Coop had scored the first hit. Rhonda smiled politely. We apologize for not meeting you in person, Master Jedi. As you see, we have just been married. Blessings on your union, Sai answered graciously. May the Force watch over you both. Coop nodded. Jazz mentioned something about a proposition. Business? Yes. Right to the point. Excellent, Sai said. The Republic needs your help, Captain Cooper, and is willing to pay handsomely for it. Coop leaned in, interested. Then speak. Sai gave a slow nod, as if savoring the moment. Among my duties, I serve as a liaison between the Senate and the Order. A matter has arisen that could escalate into civil war on a Republic world. Your name came up as a potential solution. Civil war? Coop asked. And how does a humble trader like me factor into that? My intelligence suggests that you are already involved, Sai said. Already involved. Coop repeated. And how did that happen? Sai's expression brightened. The senator who approached me represents interest in the Afon system. You have dealings in that sector. You might be uniquely positioned to help. Jazz narrowed his eyes. Afon. A gas giant. No life. Barely charted hyperspace lanes. No senator. No population. The closest inhabited world. Coop met his gaze. Bantoon. Sai smiled smugly. Your insight serves you well, Captain. I come at the request of Queen Adira to Bantoon. She is facing rebellion. Nobles are banding together behind an alleged heir, a girl raised on Alderaan who claims to be the daughter of Queen Anar V. An imposter, of course. Jazz didn't blink. He remembered an 11-year-old girl shaken in an alley, her breath frosting in the cold. He remembered wrapping his jacket around her. He remembered Char Valentine kneeling beside her like a storm-forged statue. Val. Vess. His stomach tightened. Your friends in the Senate are having trouble with the little queen, Co-op said, crossing his arms. That's what this is about. The mining guild wants order restored. You're here about Bantoon. Sai nodded politely. The Republic cannot allow civil war. Bantoon is too important. Queen Adira seeks Jedi aid. The Order has answered. Bantoon has suffered much recently. A former guardswoman, a convicted thief and murderer, has taken this girl under her wing, trying to pass her off as an heir's lost daughter. Jazz's fingers curled at his side. A murderer. A thief. Val. His pulse thudded. Char Valentine is not a murderer. The words burst from him before he could stop them. His voice rang through the room. Sai watched him with calm amusement. It seems Master Vey has not yet taught you discipline, brother. A Jedi does not allow such outbursts. Jazz swallowed hard. He had failed the test. Again? He forced the anger down, buried it under layers of calm. Controlled breathing. Centering. You are right, brother, he said quietly. I must do better. So I turned back to Co-op as if nothing had happened. Queen Adira is willing to recognize the child as her niece if the girl submits. If she meets the queen, bows, and renounces all claim to the throne, the unrest will end. Many lives could be saved. Coop's voice grew sharp. And if the girl is the real heir? Irrelevant, Sai answered without hesitation. The Republic needs stability. Even if she survived, the greater good demands that her aunt continue ruling. Coop leaned forward. And what if Queen Adira orchestrated the deaths of her own sister's family? What if she murdered the queen and king for power? What then? We would investigate, Sai said calmly. And then bury the results, Co-op said with an icy smile. For the greater good. He shook his head. Jedi politics. Fascinating. Rhonda crossed her arms. I've never known a Jedi to lie. Could this guardswoman have deceived you, Jazz? Jazz's voice was flat. If you had met Vess, you wouldn't ask that question. Silence fell. Jazz inhaled. What are you offering, Sai? A simple mission, his brother said. Speak with House Rist on Alderaan. Convince the girl to accept the current order. If you succeed, the Republic will pay handsomely. He smiled. This benefits everyone. Jazz felt cold. Everyone except the rightful queen. Everyone except Vess. Everyone except Val, who had never asked for any of this. He said nothing. Not yet. Sai ended the transmission with a graceful bow, as if the matter were already settled. May the Force be with you. The holo flickered out. Jazz exhaled slowly. He felt Rhonda studying him, concerned. Are you okay, Jazz? He straightened his shoulders. I'm fine, Rhonda. Perfectly fine. She didn't look convinced, but she let it go. Coop leaned back, arms folded. Well, thoughts? Jazz looked between the two people he trusted most. What are we going to do about this? Coop shrugged lightly. Not much to do. We could use Republic credits. Contacts too. Jazz frowned. I meant, what are we going to do about Vess? Rhonda blinked. You really know her? The girl he was talking about. Coop nodded. Yeah, we're the ones who brought her off Bantoon. Back when she was just a kid. Jazz added quietly, and nearly killed by assassins on the way. Rhonda stared at them. So that's the Bantoon job. The one that made Tiantis furious. The one that got us ostracized, Co-op said. Jazz nodded. We saved a child and her bodyguard. That was our crime. Rhonda hesitated. But, is it possible Sai's right? Could the guardswoman have lied? Could the girl actually be an imposter? Jazz's voice sharpened. If you had met Vess, you wouldn't doubt her. He swallowed. He remembered the way she clung to his sleeve that first night. He remembered the tears on her face. He remembered Val's fierce devotion, even when she was breaking. Jazz pushed the memories aside. This isn't just politics. It's personal. And that was the truth he couldn't deny. He turned back to Co-op. I'm going to Alderaan tomorrow. If you could contact House Rist, let them know I'm coming. Coop crossed his arms. We're not getting involved, Jazz. Jazz froze. He hadn't expected that. Coop continued calmly. This isn't our fight. If we choose wrong, we anger the Rist. If we choose the other way, we anger the Republic. Either way, we lose. No profit. Jazz stared at him. So we abandon our friends. Coop sighed. Jazz, business comes first. Rhonda nodded reluctantly. They're right. We have a honeymoon coming, and House Risk can protect them better than we can. Jazz inhaled. Held it. Let it out. You're right. Both of you. Coop looked surprised. Rhonda tilted her head. You're agreeing. Jazz nodded slowly. You shouldn't interrupt your honeymoon. I'll handle business on my own. Business? Co-op repeated. What kind? Jazz shrugged. Just something I've been meaning to look into. The group can spare me for a few days. Coop frowned. That sounds like Alderaan. Rhonda smirked. It definitely sounds like Alderaan. Jazz didn't respond. He didn't deny it. And that was all the answer they needed. Coop groaned. You're not letting this go, are you? Jazz shook his head. I'm responsible Co-op. I started this when I pulled Vess out of that alley 7 years ago. I need to finish it. Coop sighed but smiled. Yeah, thought so. Rhonda stepped closer to the holo. We'll join you. Jazz blinked. I don't want to ruin your honeymoon. Rhonda laughed. Ruin it? Are you kidding? I want to meet Val. Coop nodded. We'll take the Folly. Leave first thing in the morning. Jazz hesitated. Val. The word stuck in his throat. Coop raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, what was that part about Miss Valentine being a murderer? Was that bomb propaganda or? Jazz hesitated. He remembered Val's trembling voice. He remembered her confession. He remembered wiping her tears away. He answered quietly. Her parents were master thieves. She followed in their footsteps. A job went wrong. People died. She paid for it. More than paid for it. He clenched his fists. They tortured her. Reprogrammed her. Treated her like a droid. You saw it? Back on the Folly. Whatever she was before, that woman is gone. The person she became, the person Vess loves, she earned that. Randa's face lit up suddenly. Wait. Miss Valentine. Val. That Val. Coop blinked. The Val. Rhonda grinned wildly. Oh my stars. You were in love with her. Coop choked. Jazz winced. Rhonda, I didn't realize my private life was a topic of discussion. Don't blame Co-op, she said quickly. I made him talk. I worry about you. And Val sounded like the first bright thing in your life. Jazz looked away. Bright things didn't last. He didn't say it aloud. He turned to Co-op. Contact the Rist. I'll make preparations. I'll leave early. Coop nodded. We'll follow tomorrow. Jazz inhaled deeply. For the first time in years, he felt something crack in the ice. Vess. Val. 7 years. He was going back. He didn't know what he would find. But he had to go. Because the Force had led him to them once. And he wasn't going to abandon them now. Preparations moved quickly after that. Rhonda signaled her ground team with the authority of someone who had been running half a garage by herself since she was 14. If the Folly hadn't been wedding ready before, it certainly would be now. Engineers, techs, and loaders scrambled about, fueled by the excitement of gossip and the presence of a Jedi Knight somewhere on the moon. Jazz didn't share in the excitement. He left the comm room and stepped into the night air outside the Hillard Cantina. The neon signs hummed above him, casting blue and violet light on the dusty street. Smugglers, miners, and wanderers moved between buildings, unaware that two governments and a forgotten princess were about to collide because of what happened in this quiet little settlement. Jazz closed his eyes. The Force flowed cool and steady through him. Cold is better. He repeated it like a mantra. He reminded himself of 5 years of discipline, 5 years of serenity, 5 years of ensuring that nothing, not love, not longing, not hope, could steer him from the path he'd chosen. And yet, for a moment, the memory of a young girl's trembling hand slipped past his defenses. The sound of her small voice, "Are you really a Jedi?" And Val's low whisper in the dark, "Don't leave us, Jazz." He shoved the memories away. Cold is better. He made his way to the speeder. Shusk was waiting, still buzzing with curiosity. "So that was your brother, huh?" Shusk asked. "You two are not very alike." Jazz took the pilot's seat without answering. Shusk climbed in beside him and strapped in. Still, must be strange, seeing him again after so long. Jazz kept his eyes ahead. He needed to bury every spike of emotion before they rooted. He had spent too long building walls to let one reunion tear them down. "We have business to finish at the base," was all he said. Shusk nodded, realizing the conversation was over. They returned to the main compound. Tex rushed to prep the folly. The wedding revelry had shifted into organized chaos. Smugglers, pilots, slicers, medics, everyone knew something significant was happening, even if they didn't know what. Figgy flagged Jazz down from the comm tower. "Everything good?" the Bith asked. "Fine," Jazz answered. Figgy tilted his head. "You sure? You look colder than usual." Jazz blinked once. "That's the goal?" Figgy made a soft, uneasy trill. He went inside. He ignored the lingering scent of lum and perfume in the corridor, the echo of fallen stars' earlier presence. He ignored the pit in his stomach that tightened each time he thought of Val. He ignored the ache in his chest when he pictured Vess grown older, wondering if she ever asked why he never visited. He went to his quarters. He sat on the floor, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. The galaxy narrowed to breath. Steady. Even. Controlled. He let the anger drain. He let the longing dissolve. He let the ache cool. He found the center. And in that stillness, a whisper of the future touched him, too faint to shape into images or words, but unmistakable. A crossroads. A return. A danger he had not yet named. He breathed out. The Force was moving. When he opened his eyes, he felt steady again. Cold again. Ready? He stood, checked his gear, and prepared for the journey. Tomorrow, he would return to Alderaan. Tomorrow, he would face Vess and Val again, whether the Force intended it or not. He left his quarters and looked toward the night sky above the treetops. Responsibility, he whispered. Duty, he corrected himself. He would go because he had to. Because 7 years ago a little girl had looked up at him with terrified eyes in an alley full of blood. And he had promised her she would be safe. He intended to keep that promise. No matter what the Republic, the Jedi Order, or even his own brother believed. He walked back into the noise of the base, expression calm as frost. The folly would launch at dawn. Alderaan awaited. And Jazz Darbin was done running from the past. Chapter 27. Good night. Jazz kept his voice low. Could you speak for the Council, Master? What is about to happen on Alderaan? It shouldn't stand. The hologram flickered. Vay was somewhere remote again, in one of her hermitages. The connection was rough, but the Folly's upgraded comm array kept the signal intact. Rhonda had pushed hard for those upgrades. The ship could now act as a command hub for the entire fleet. Jazz was grateful. It let him reach his teacher. He needed her. I will do as you ask, apprentice, Vaelo said, the shimmering image tilting his head, though I fear the Council will not listen. She sighed. In matters of state, the Council will almost always defer to the Republic. Politics are the domain of politicians. A Jedi should avoid them when possible. Jazz clenched his jaw. Avoid politics. He wanted to laugh. He'd watched Jedi influence leaders more times than he wanted to admit. Not Vay's way, never her way. But others. They bent minds with casual ease. And now, his brother might try the same on Vess. He imagined her sitting in a chair, signing away her birthright while Sai whispered in her mind. He pushed that thought away. He hated it. Master, the Order is acting without knowing the whole truth, Jazz said quietly. If they had been on Bantoon, if they had seen what I saw. Vay studied him through the flicker of the holo. So, you intend to go to Alderaan not to help your brother? I think Sai is mistaken, Jazz answered. There has to be another way. Some compromise. Something that helps the bond without stripping the child of her rights. He drew a breath, steady but heavy. Viseria Aistillo isn't a criminal. Her only fault was being born at the wrong moment. If her family was murdered, shouldn't we help her? Doesn't she deserve justice? Vay's face tightened. A throne that her aunt currently holds, she reminded him. And a throne she has used well. That doesn't erase how she took it. We have no proof that a murder occurred, Padawan. Only a theory. Jazz said nothing. Memory washed over him. Vess crying into Val's arms, clutching his coat, terrified and alone. If Anara V really had been murdered, did the Order not owe her daughter something? V's voice pulled him back. If this disagreement sparks civil war. This is more than disagreement, Jazz said. I've seen what Vess's enemies are willing to do. If cornered, they'll go further. He tried to steady himself. Tried to organize the swirl of anger and worry. As for civil war, isn't it the people's right to decide their future? If they want Viseria back, shouldn't the Jedi stay out of it? Our duty is to protect the Republic and its citizens. That includes Vess and Char. They've lived in exile for 7 years. Don't they have the right to live their own lives? And if people are willing to kill in the girl's name, should we not prevent needless bloodshed? Jazz bit down frustration. Why was this so simple for everyone else? Why was it always reduced to clean lines, clean answers? Vay watched him struggle. He could feel her watching. Does the Order support tyrants now? He asked. Do we reward murder if it benefits Republic interests? Do you have evidence she is a tyrant? He winced. He didn't. But he knew how Adira gained the throne. He knew the smell of blood on that story. He knew the look on Vess's face the night she realized her mother was gone. He swallowed. She deserves justice, Jazz said finally. At least that much. Vay's expression softened for only a moment before hardening again. You speak of justice. Good. But you have not answered my question. She leaned forward. Why must it be you who delivers it? Jazz frowned. I brought Vess and Char off Bantoon. I am responsible for what happens next. Are you? Vay asked quietly. The tone made him uneasy. She only used it when she believed he was blind to something important. A Jedi seeks justice, she continued, but justice does not always require you. You insist the Force demands this of you. Does it truly? Or are you running from something you refuse to face? He shifted. I have no emotions clouding my judgment, Master. There is no emotion, there is peace. Vay sighed. You recite the code, but you misunderstand it. Serenity is not the absence of emotion. It is the mastery of it. Emotion denied becomes apathy. And apathy is not peace. It is rot. He stiffened. Apathy. You were wounded deeply on Corellia, she said. What you experienced. What you lost. That wound never healed. You closed yourself off, sealed the pain, and called it serenity. That is not enlightenment. That is avoidance. He looked away. Old memories clawed at him. Prine's face. Blood on stone. A shattering scream. He shoved it down. I've done my duty, he insisted. To the Jedi. To the organization. That should be enough. Duty without compassion becomes cruelty, Vay answered. If you cannot feel, you will eventually despise those who do. And that path, my Padawan, you know where it leads. Jazz swallowed. She was right. He knew she was right. But knowing didn't make it easier. What must I do? Vay gave him the small half-smile that always meant she thought he already knew the answer. Choose to help your friends, she said. While on Alderaan, feel. Do not bury everything under duty. Trust your instincts. That terrified him more than any duel. I will try. Do, she said gently. Trying is hesitation. Do. Her image flickered, the signal weakening. One last thing. Her voice softened. Find the wound. Face it. You cannot heal what you refuse to touch. May the Force be with you. The hologram faded. Jazz sat alone. He exhaled slowly. He would follow her guidance. He owed her that. He owed the Force that. He stood and steadied himself. He would go to Alderaan. He would not fail Vess. Or Val. Or himself? Cold mountain air filled his lungs as he stepped down the ramp of the folly. Alderaan. It had been years since he'd last walked these paths. House Risk Fortress stood unchanged, stone towers, narrow windows, flags drifting in the wind. The Alderaan he built for centuries, not seasons. Nothing here ever rushed. Nothing here ever bent quickly. But the world was changing now. Viseria Istillo was no longer a hidden child. And the Republic had finally taken notice. Coop stood beside him. You okay, pal? You look tense. I'm fine, Jazz said. He scanned the estate, reaching with the Force, searching for a familiar heartbeat. Nothing yet, but he would know it when he felt it. They had expected to land on the main pads, but every pad around the estate was full. Guests, nobles, visitors. A gathering of some kind. So the folly had been diverted to the rear landing zone by the loading docks. Smugglers were used to back doors. No one complained. Jazz tugged his coat tighter around him, hiding the wrist sheath beneath the sleeve. Originally, he had planned to wear his Jedi robes, show House Risk that not all of the Order stood against Vess. Dorma Risk had shut that idea down immediately. Lady Rahanna is not fond of the Jedi, she had warned through the holo, voice low. It would be unwise to arrive dressed as one. Not today. So Jazz stood in his black shirt, Corellian blood stripes, and nerf hide coat. Civilian. Neutral. Acolyte, but not enemy. Coop rubbed his chin. I'm not pushing Vess to abdicate, Jazz said firmly. There has to be a compromise. Your brother won't like that. They shouldn't have involved us. He looked at Co-op. This might hurt business. Are you sure you want to walk this road with me? Coop shrugged. I don't like people threatening my friends. House Risk has treated us well. I'm not abandoning someone under their protection. That's bad business too. Jazz felt relief at that, quiet but real. Around them, the crew waited. Tessa, Figgy, Shusk. Burr, arms folded like a fortress. B-10, emitting a mournful hum. I don't understand why I'm here, the droid muttered. There is no cargo to move. Vess likes you, Co-op said. Try to be pleasant. I will attempt. Welcome. Jazz snorted. That would be new. The door to the estate opened. 4 Alderaan stepped out. A dark-haired man leading a strawberry blonde woman, Lord Arrow Risk and Lady Dorma Risk. Behind them, a stern woman in military garb, hair like arrows. This had to be Lady Rahanna Risk. And then, Jazz felt it. Before he saw her, a presence. Familiar. Sharp. Warm. A heartbeat he could have found across a battlefield. Char Valentine. She stepped out last, armored, armed, hair braided in the old Alderaan style. Her green eyes found his instantly. A small, wicked curl touched her mouth. Well, Val said. Look what the feelings dragged in. Coop barked a laugh. You definitely look the part of a security chief, he said, and smell like one too. And how does a security chief smell? Self-righteous and arrogant. A pause. Then she laughed and offered her hand. It's good to see you again, Captain Cooper. Welcome to Alderaan. Coop took her hand warmly. Introductions followed. Rhonda, Shusk, Tessa, Figgy, Burr. Even B-10 received a polite nod. Jazz hung back, letting the moment breathe. Then Val turned toward him. Her smile flickered, bright, then cold. She stepped back and bowed deeply. Sir Jazz, she said, welcome to Alderaan. He blinked. Formal. Rigid. Distant. Coop raised a brow. He gets a bow. I get a handshake. Really. Val didn't break form. Sir Jazz was knighted by the Queen during your previous visit, she said crisply. A Knight of Bantoon is a minor noble. Protocol requires respect. Jazz winced. He hadn't realized that his knighting meant that. Rhonda smirked. Should we call you your grace? Jazz. I'm not bowing to him, Burr added. Don't, Jazz muttered. No titles. No bowing. He turned to Val. Chief Valentine, just call me Jazz. As you wish, my lord. Jazz flinched. My lord. A bitter title in Jedi history. A title the Order associated with the path they feared most. Val didn't seem to notice. Or perhaps the system inside her didn't allow her to. Whatever connection they once had. Whatever they shared. She didn't show it. And that was painful. He swallowed it. So this is the Jedi. The voice came from the military woman, Rahana Rist. Hard eyes. Straight spine. No welcome in her tone. I'm not a full Jedi, Jazz said calmly. Only an acolyte. I'm here to offer aid. She snorted. I know what Jedi offer. House Rist needs none of it. We take care of our own. Rahana Dorma murmured gently. Vess may need these people. We cannot refuse help so quickly. Rahana didn't budge. The Jedi care for the Force, not people. You will see, Dorma. You will see. She turned sharply and strode back toward the door. Jazz watched her go with a neutral expression. Charming, he thought. Coop leaned closer to Dorma. Everything all right there? Dorma sighed. Years ago, a Jedi from House Organa crossed her badly. Since then, she has never trusted the Order. Maybe she has a point, Jazz said quietly. That earned him two surprised looks. Jazz stepped forward, voice steady. Vess may be in danger. I'm here to find a solution, both as a Jedi and as a friend. Dorma bowed her head. And House Rist welcomes the aid of a Knight of Bentoon. Jazz resisted the urge to wince again. Knight, noble. Titles he never sought and didn't want. They meant nothing to a Jedi. They meant even less to him now. Lord Arrow gestured toward the estate. Let's speak inside. These matters deserve better surroundings than a loading dock. Coop nodded and fell in step beside him. Their wives followed next. The rest of the crew moved behind them. Jazz and Char Valentine took the rear. Val glanced up at him, eyes sharp with concern. Are you okay, Hotshot? You seem troubled. I'm fine, he answered. I'm here to do my duty. He gave her a small smile, polite, practiced, artificial. You don't need to worry. I'm here to help. He walked on. Behind him, Val drifted toward Tessa. Quietly, though not quiet enough for a Jedi to miss. What's the matter with him? He seems cold. We've been asking that for years, Tessa whispered back. Jazz pushed the comment aside. She doesn't understand. None of them understand. Duty kept him steady. Duty kept him safe. Duty kept him from feeling too much. Nothing was wrong with him. He inhaled slowly. Nothing is wrong, he murmured to himself. A second breath. Sharper. Deeper. Nothing is wrong. He whispered one last time. I'm fine. He walked into the halls of House Rist. Chapter 28. The Matriarchs. You've arrived at a very interesting time, Dorma said as she led them inside. House Rist is crowded at the moment. That was putting it mildly. The hallways were overflowing with teenagers, laughing, talking loudly, moving in clusters of bright winter gear. Heavy parkas, for trimmed cloaks, insulated suits, all of it expensive. None of these kids came from simple homes. Nobles, every last one of them. Coop raised an eyebrow. I'm guessing this isn't normal. Dorma smiled. They're part of our legislative youth program. Today is their senior trip. Turbo skiing in the North Mountains. Arrow Rist nodded proudly. House Rist sponsors the trip this year. We rotate to keep the peace between the noble families. Dorma giggled. We also try to outdo each other. If the kids rave about how much fun they had, it's considered a victory, and it irritates all the other parents. Coop grinned. Lucky kids. Jazz kept his thoughts to himself. The energy in the halls was infectious, but his mind was elsewhere. Is Vess going? He asked. Of course, Dorma said. She's been in the program since she was 15. Our foster daughter finished second in the class, Errol added. But that was inevitable. She was born to rule. Jazz felt a twist of unease. Not if Sai's plan succeeds. Coop asked, "How's our little queen doing? Been a long time." "She's not so little," Val replied. "She's 18. And a handful." Rhonda smirked. "That sounds like a typical teenager." Val hesitated, then sighed. "She's her mother's daughter. She has responsibilities. But she also wants a normal life. Sometimes she wants the throne, sometimes she wants to run." Dorma nodded. "And recent events at home have made things harder for her." Coop frowned. "What happened?" "Queen Adira suffered a miscarriage. A girl." Val's voice tightened. 7 years on the throne, and Adira has yet to produce a female heir. It's making the matriarchy tense. "A man can't rule Bantoon?" Rhonda asked. "No," Val said flatly. Dorma lifted a hand. "Only once in our history, and it nearly destroyed us." Val stepped in. Alexei the Unstable. He turned the matriarchy into a bloodbath. Manipulation, war, 5 houses at each other's throats. Anara the First killed him and restored our people. Dorma nodded. After him, we vowed never again to allow a man to rule. And Lyran, Val said, has dared to name his son heir. Jazz could almost feel the political tremors stretching across light years. As they walked, Dorma gestured to a sitting room. Several older nobles sat in discussion. "Suitors," she explained, "are representatives." Jazz blinked. "Suitors. For Vess." Val leaned in. "Most are representing themselves. The youngest is nearly 50. Jazz swallowed. Vess, being courted. He still pictured her as the skinny little girl from Bantoon. That image crumbled fast. Val's eyes hardened. None of them are worthy. None could stand against Lyran or Adira. Jazz nodded slowly. No wonder the usurpers wanted the Republic involved. They were trying to reshape the throne by outside force. Poor girl, he thought. She deserved to say. Whatever came, he would not let her face it alone. After the initial tour of the estate, Co-op was pulled into a private meeting with Dorma, Errol, and Rahanna Riss to discuss business matters. Because the youth trip was still being organized, the Folly crew had not yet been given private quarters. They waited in one of the side rooms, served drinks by quiet droid attendants. Val paced nonstop. "I'm the Queen's sworn protector," she muttered. "Not a babysitter? I should be with her." "You know the rules," Dorma had told her earlier. "No family guards on the slopes. Only Arcus security probes. They'll defend the students if necessary." Val hadn't liked it, but she obeyed. Now she stalked back and forth across the polished floor, every step clipped and tense. Jazz approached her quietly. "You're going to wear a trench in the tiles." She shot him a glare, but it softened almost immediately. "Been a while, hotshot. I'm surprised it took this long to drag you back." He shifted uncomfortably. Memories pressed against him, training, exile, the girl he had loved on Corellia, the pain that came after. He forced them down. "The Jedi decided they wanted me back," he said, "in a limited capacity." "How limited?" "Mostly field work. Watching for trouble along the borders." She nodded slowly, studying him. He could sense her curiosity, her caution. "How much do you know about why we're here?" he asked. "Not much," Val admitted. "Only that some Jedi is coming to talk to Vess. That the Republic wants something." She smiled bitterly. "I hope the Jedi would finally listen. Maybe even help us get justice for Anara and Lord Tren." "Any word about him?" Jazz asked gently. Val's expression dimmed. "None. His ship vanished 7 years ago. If the pirates caught him like they tried to catch us." Silence settled between them. Then Jazz took a breath. "I came to warn you. To prepare you, and Vess, for what's coming." Val stiffened. "Warn us about what?" "Queen Adira has spoken to the Republic. She's making claims." "I've heard," Val growled, "that Vess is an imposter. That I'm a traitor. That I murdered my queen." She shook her head sharply. "My oath binds me. I couldn't raise a finger against Anara. The system would tear me apart." "Not always," Jazz reminded her quietly. "You broke it once." "Your Jedi sorcery did that," she said. Not me? But her voice warmed. Still, I'm grateful. Jazz, you saved me. And you saved her. She hesitated, then reached out, almost touched his face, but stopped before her fingers brushed his skin. A flicker of pain flashed across her eyes. You okay? He asked softly. He felt something ripple through the force. I'm fine, she said quickly, smiling in a way that didn't quite reach her eyes. It's good to see you again. I've missed you. A real smile tugged at him, reluctant but genuine. You once told me you never look back, he said. That duty doesn't leave room for missing people. It used to, she murmured. But you stayed. Her eyes softened. In here. I don't know why. I should have forgotten. I couldn't. She smiled, a sly, dangerous little smile he remembered far too well. I've missed you. Jazz felt something inside him move, something half buried. He pushed it down. Control. Duty. Focus. He smiled, calm and contained. I've missed you too. Before either could say more, a squeaky voice cut in. Will you stop that? Shusk glared up at Burr, his whiskers twitching. Burr kept staring down the hallway. What's your problem, rodent? Burr muttered. Shusk planted his tiny hands on his hips. You're drooling pheromones. If one of the nobles sees you ogling their daughters, we're dead. Who's gonna stop me? You. Yeah, Shusk squeaked me. And B10. At the sound of his name, the loader droid straightened. Am I to throttle someone, Master Shusk? I can't do that. I'll likely be scolded later, but I can attempt restraint. Burr's eyes widened. Call him off, fuzzball. Fine, I'll stop staring. The droid lowered his arm. I never get to enjoy myself, it muttered. Val snorted. Some things never change. It's what families do, Jazz said, and he meant it. Val's gaze drifted to a group of girls in the hall, noble daughters, all in sleek, colorful thermal suits. One girl in black stood out, bright smile, short hair, lively presence. See anything you like? Val teased. Jazz flushed. It's nothing. I'm fine. Val's smirk said otherwise. The door opened. Coop returned with Rhonda and the wrist nobles. And at that moment, the girl in black, the one with the bright smile, stepped inside. Jazz froze. Dormer greeted her warmly. There you are, sweetheart. Ready for your trip? Aunt Dorma, have you seen my cloak? The gray one. I'll have someone get it. The girl kissed Dorma's cheek. Thank you. And Jazz got one more look at her smile, at the small dimple on her right cheek. His heart stopped. Vess. He had been staring at Vess. Val noticed immediately. Her grin turned wicked. Yep, she murmured. That's my queen. Jazz read into the ears. Vess, she's certainly grown. Most certainly, Val said, amused. The moment passed quickly. Vess left the room with her friends, the sound of their laughter fading down the corridor. Jazz forced his breathing to steady. The shock still rolled through him, how easily he had failed to recognize her, how fully she had changed. A child no longer. He tried not to think about how foolish he just felt. Coop clapped him lightly on the shoulder as if sensing the embarrassment. Come on, Jazz, let's get moving. Dorma wants us settled until the kids leave. Jazz nodded and followed the others through the winding hall. House Wrist was enormous, carved stone walls, long stretches of tapestries, bright windows looking out over snowy mountains. Servant droids glided past, carrying luggage or delivering warm drinks to clusters of nobles waiting for the final call to depart. Everywhere Jazz looked, the estate hummed with activity. Alderany nobles spoke in quiet, elegant tones. Young people rushed about with excited energy. Guards stood at attention. Security droids hovered along the ceilings. And beneath all of it, Jazz felt the tension, House Wrist preparing to host, to impress, to protect. He could sense Val's unease beside him. Her posture was too controlled, too stiff, too alert. The idea of letting Vess out of her sight clearly rattled her, though she hid it well. Wrist servants guided the crew to another waiting lounge. A wide window looked out over the landing platforms. The shuttle shimmered as snow reflected the soft morning sun. Jazz took a moment to breathe the cold air drifting in from the slightly cracked vent. Alderaan. Peaceful, beautiful, deceptively calm. There was a reason so many Jedi loved this world, and a reason conflicts here had ripple effects far beyond its borders. He folded his arms, gazing out the window. Sai would be coming soon, and when he arrived, everything would change. He sensed footsteps behind him. Val stepped up next to him, her hands clasped behind her back, eyes distant. "You're thinking too hard," she said quietly. He smirked. "Force users do that sometimes." "You're worrying about the Jedi," she corrected. "I'm worrying about a lot of things." Val leaned against the window frame, eyes narrowing as she watched the shuttles being loaded. "This may get messy." "It already is?" She tilted her head. "Did you tell Dorma everything?" "No," he admitted. "I wanted to speak to you first." "Good." Her expression softened. "Whatever happens, I'll stand with her. And with you." He didn't know how to answer that. Something warm pressed against his chest, unwelcome but persistent. Duty. Focus. Serenity. Yet he allowed himself one quiet breath of gratitude. "Thank you." Before Val could answer, B-10 shuffled forward, his servos whirring. "Master Jazz, may I inquire whether we will be permitted to enjoy refreshments during this wait? I am detecting pastries." Shusk perked up. "Where?" Berg groaned. "Here we go." Val snorted. Some things never change. Jazz allowed himself a faint smile. Family indeed. The lounge door slid open again, and Dorma Wrist entered with a calm, purposeful stride. Her cloak shimmered with the soft white of Alderaan snow silk. "Everyone," she said warmly, "it is time. The youth group is boarding now. Vess will depart shortly." Val straightened instantly. "I'll be right behind her." Dorma shook her head gently. "You know the rules, Protector. You will take the sail barge with the other adults." Val hated it, but she bowed. "As you wish." And afterward, Dorma continued, "I will arrange a private meeting between you all and Vesseria. She needs to be prepared for what is coming." Jazz's pulse steadied. "I'd like that." Dorma studied him with a knowing expression, one that made him feel slightly exposed, and then smiled. "Come, let us see the children off." The group gathered their cloaks and followed her out onto an upper balcony that overlooked the main courtyard. Below them, shuttles lifted one by one, engines humming, carrying laughing teenagers toward the North Mountains. Among them, Vess stepped lightly into the third shuttle, her short hair catching the sunlight, her scarf trailing behind her like a comet's tail. Jazz watched her go, the feeling in his chest twisting. Responsibility. Guilt. Hope. All tangled into one. He whispered under his breath, too soft for the others to hear. "May the Force guide you, Vess." Val glanced at him, but didn't comment. The final shuttle lifted away and soared toward the white peaks of the north. The courtyard fell quiet. Dorma folded her hands. "Now then, we have much to discuss." Jazz nodded. "Yes, we do." The silence after the shuttles departed lingered in the stone courtyard. Snow drifted down in thin spirals, catching the morning light. Jazz felt the shift in the air, the change from loud, youthful chaos to something older, heavier, far more serious. House Rist without his young nobles felt like another place entirely. Dorma turned toward the group, her expression more formal now, though still kind. "Come, we'll speak in a more private room." They followed her through narrow hallways warmed by wall sconces. Nobles stepped aside with polite nods. Servants moved quietly, as if aware that the mood had changed. Jazz walked at the back beside Val. She remained watchful, but calmer now that Vess was safely airborne. "She'll be fine," he murmured. Val let out a long breath. "I know. She still feels like the girl I carried through the alleys of Bantoon. Letting her out of my sight, even for a moment, still feels wrong." "She trusts you," he said. Val didn't answer, but her shoulders loosened. Dorma opened a polished wooden door leading into a smaller council chamber, cozy, round table, cushioned benches, a few datapads stacked neatly in the center. "Please," she said, "sit." The group settled. Coop leaned back casually, Rhonda folded her hands neatly. Figgy perched on the edge of his seat. Shusk took a cushion twice his size. Bert loomed near the wall. B10 stood motionless. Jazz remained upright, posture alert, hands resting on his knees. Lady Rahanna entered last. She walked with stiff confidence, gaze hard, chin raised. The tension between her and Jazz returned instantly. Rahanna sat but didn't relax. Let's get to the point. You claim Queen Adira has involved the Jedi, and that a representative is on the way. Yes, Jazz said quietly. A Jedi is coming to speak with Viseria, and with you. Rahanna snorted softly. The Jedi meddling in noble succession. Typical. Dorma touched her arm in warning. Let him speak. Jazz nodded. I want to prepare you. The Jedi who's coming is my brother. That made the entire table shift. Coop's eyebrow lifted. Rhonda glanced between Jazz and Dorma. Val stiffened. Rahanna's eyes narrowed. Your brother. His name is Sidar Ben, Jazz said. He believes Vess's abdication could prevent conflict on Bantoon. Rahanna scoffed. So this Jedi expects us to hand Vess over like she's a political inconvenience. That's why I'm here, Jazz said, voice low. To make sure no one forces her hand. And to speak honestly, even if it puts me at odds with him. Val leaned forward. You believe the Queen wants Vess dead? Jazz held her gaze. I believe she wants Vess removed. Whether peacefully or not depends on the circumstances. Rahanna shook her head. And the Jedi will take her side. Not necessarily, Jazz said. Not if the truth is known. That's why Dorma asked for this meeting. We need to be unified before he arrives. Dorma's expression turned grave. If Sidar Ben sees House Risk divided, he will press harder for abdication. The Republic will support him. And once that happens, Bantoon may not be ours to influence anymore. Coop rubbed his jaw. This could get bad fast. Rhonda nodded. Vess needs to hear this from someone she trusts, preferably before Sid touches down. Val straightened, voice firm. Then I'll tell her myself. No, Dorma said gently. Not yet. She deserves one more day of peace before we bring the storm down on her. Jazz felt something twist in his stomach. Peace before the storm. He'd heard that phrase many times, but rarely from someone who understood what storm was coming. Dorma looked directly at him. Jazz, when your brother arrives, what will he do? Jazz took a slow breath. He'll assess the situation. He'll judge whether Vess represents instability, and then he'll press her to renounce her claim in favor of Queen Adira's rule. Val's jaw tightened. Over my dead body. Rahanna finally spoke again, voice colder than the snow outside. We will not yield Bantoon's future to a pair of opportunists and an off-world council. If Sidar Ben intends to push Vess into a corner, he will find House Risk highly uncooperative. Jazz felt the tension rising, but he didn't back down. I'm not here to oppose you, he said quietly. I'm here to protect her, but I need you to trust me. When he arrives, let me speak to him first. Alone. Rahanna bristled. Why should we trust you? Val answered for him, surprising everyone. Because he saved us once, she said softly, and he will do it again. The room fell silent. Rahanna's eyes flicked between them, then she exhaled sharply. Fine, she said. You speak to him. But if the Jedi tries to take Vess, House Risk will not bow. Dorma folded her hands. Then it's decided. Coop looked at Jazz. You ready for this? Jazz didn't hesitate. Yes? The chamber remained quiet for a long moment. Outside the window, snow continued to fall in a steady rhythm, soft, gentle, unaware of the political storm gathering on the mountain. Dorma stood. We will let Vess enjoy her trip today. Tomorrow morning, we tell her everything. Val nodded. Jazz did too. There was no avoiding it anymore. Sidar Ben was coming. And when he arrived, the future of Bantoon would be decided. Chapter 29. The Rightful Heir. The sail barge glided over the rocky crags of Alderin's North Mountain Range. Speeder bikes flanked it, along with the shuttles carrying the students of the Legislative Youth Program. Below them, the slopes waited, bright and white, ready for the kids to enjoy their day. Jazz stood beside a viewport, watching the snowy terrain pass beneath them. His attention kept drifting to the shuttles around the barge. Whatever else could be said about the Alderaani nobles, they understood wealth and style. When he had first heard the word sail barge, he had imagined a Hutt barge. He had seen more than enough of those in his life. Dark metal, grease and grime. Loud, dangerous, half riot and half party depending on the Hutt's mood. An Alderaani barge was nothing like that. Its panels were smooth white metal trimmed with gold. Large glass windows lined the sides so the guests could watch the world drifting below. There was even a viewport in the barge's belly, letting people look straight down while staying warm inside. And for the nobles, this was a party. Chaperones, teachers, and parents mingled freely, drinking and listening to a cheerful Orderlin keyboardist. The music was loud enough to keep private words private, but soft enough not to interrupt conversation. Normally Jazz didn't care for such gatherings, but today he wasn't thinking about the party at all. He was watching the student shuttles. He wondered which one carried Vess. He could have reached out through the Force, found her instantly, but chose not to. She deserved her day. She didn't need him hovering. He sighed and looked away from the glass. In his memory, she was still 11, thin, scared, and trying so hard to be brave. The Force had led him to her then. He had believed it, felt it in his bones. She had been a child of destiny. Saving her had mattered. And now she was 18, confident, radiant, so very alive. And your first reaction was to stare like some staged holo projection, he told himself. He grimaced, remembering. Mortified. But he pushed it aside. Stop it. You didn't know it was her. And he hadn't. Even the crew hadn't recognized her. They had been too busy arguing with each other. Only after she left had they realized the truth. Fiddy's shocked squeak, Burr's predictable grin, Shusk's exasperation. Jazz wished Co-op had been there. He would have found a way to make Jazz laugh about it. But Co-op and Rhonda had been occupied with the wrists. Maybe it was for the best. Vess didn't need any weight on her shoulders yet. Let her ski with her classmates. Let her laugh. Let her forget the reality that waited for her at the end of this day. When the Jedi came, when Sai came, Jazz moved away from the viewport. He needed to find Co-op and Rhonda. They needed a plan how to explain things to Vess, how to approach House Rist, how to handle Sai's arrival. He found Co-op surrounded by nobles, all charmed by one of the captain's stories. The transformation still amazed Jazz. A year ago they wouldn't have been allowed near rooms like this. Now Co-op laughed alongside barons and ministers. Jazz felt something twist in his chest again. Where exactly did he fit into this world now? Before he could follow that thought too far, Rhonda appeared at his side. There you are, she said, smiling. Would you mind introducing me to Val? We didn't get much time to talk earlier. He blinked. You want to meet her now? I want to meet the woman who meant something to you. He winced. He could already imagine how that conversation might go. But he nodded anyway. He offered her his arm and quietly murmured, Please be gentle. I'm always gentle, she said, which was a lie he chose not to comment on. They began walking, until someone else reached Val first. A gray-haired woman with a sharp, cruel mouth and the bearing of a razor-edged blade. Val froze. Completely. Lady Janice? Val whispered. The fear rolling off her struck Jazz like a physical blast. The woman stepped close, voice soft and cutting. Your mistress is dead. You should have joined her in death. So what? She asked. Are you still here? Val's hand drifted toward her blaster. And Jazz recognized the look. The same look Val had worn the moment she tried to kill herself in that alley years ago. He didn't wait. He stepped forward, smiling pleasantly, cutting cleanly between them. Director, I believe I can clarify. The woman turned that icy gaze on him, and for the first time Jazz allowed a sliver of the Force to slide through his voice. Calm. Warm. Plausible. Anara commanded Val to serve her daughter, he said smoothly. The transfer was done with full authority. Protector Valentine told me everything. Val seized the lifeline instantly, nodding hard. It's true. Anara ordered it. The system accepted it. I obeyed. Lady Janice stared at them both, suspicion simmering, then slowly eased back. For the sake of the Istilla line, she murmured, I hope she is worth the trouble. Then she left. Val sagged like someone had cut a string. Rhonda reached her first. You're trembling, dear. Breathe. Jazz placed a steadying hand on Val's back, letting the force flow into her, cool, grounding, anchoring. After a long moment, Val whispered, Thank you. Rhonda gave them both a knowing smirk. I'll leave you two to talk. Val blinked after her, confused. What was that supposed to mean? Jazz shook his head. Don't ask. Val's eyes drifted back to him. Mixed emotions. Relief. Memory. Something else she was trying to understand. He looked away before he lost his balance again. The day was only beginning, and something was moving toward them through the force. Val didn't move at first. She only stared at the woman in front of her, rigid and pale. Jazz stepped in before her hand could even finish drifting toward her blaster. He kept his voice calm. I can help you with that, he said lightly, stepping between them. Protector Valentine already told me everything. Lady Janice turned toward him slowly, her gaze sharp and assessing. And who are you supposed to be? Jazz Darbin, he answered. I was the first mate who brought Queen Viseria safely off Bantoon. The Protector trusted me enough to tell me the whole story. Isn't that right, Val? Val blinked, shaken loose, and nodded quickly. Yes, I told Jazz everything. He continued smoothly. Before Queen Inara died, she ordered Val to serve her daughter. She transferred the command codes herself. The system accepted it. There was nothing Val could do but obey. You understand? Lady Janice studied them both, clearly displeased, but she didn't contradict it. So Inara gave a new command, she said softly. Interesting. I wasn't aware she had the time. Val managed a stiff smile. It wasn't something I wanted, Director. But the system always wins. Lady Janice nodded once. So it does. Her gaze returned to Jazz, colder now. So you're the one who saved the Istillo bloodline. Bantoon owes you our thanks. It was my honor to help, Jazz said with an easy bow. Vess is special. Indeed, Lady Janice murmured. She gave Val one last look, sharp, hungry, old memories flickering behind her eyes. We will speak again. She walked away without another word. Val exhaled shakily the moment she was gone, rubbing her temples. I'm fine, she insisted weakly. Rhonda stepped beside her. You're trembling. You really don't have to be afraid here. Val nodded slowly, though she still looked shaken. Jazz reached out almost without thinking, lifting a steadying hand to her back, letting the force move through the contact, quiet, grounding, steady. Val drew in a deeper breath and closed her eyes for a heartbeat. Thank you, she whispered. Rhonda arched her brow at the two of them, lips curling into a knowing smirk. Jazz groaned quietly. What? Oh, nothing, she said, far too innocently. I'll go find Co-op. She drifted away, leaving Val blinking after her. What was that about? Val asked. She likes reading into things that aren't there, Jazz muttered. If you say so, Val said softly, still watching him with a look he did not want to examine too closely. He pushed the thought aside. The Force had pulled him back here for a reason, and whatever that reason was, he didn't have time to untangle emotions now. They could wait. Duty could not. Jazz watched the young nobles carving paths across the snow below, unaware of anything but the thrill of the slopes. Somewhere among them was Vess, happily caught up in the moment, not yet touched by the shadow heading her way. He reached out through the Force. A flicker, sharp, wrong, brushed against his senses. Below the barge, 3 round security probes cut across the view. 2 of them were chasing a third. Jazz frowned. That wasn't normal protocol. Then the overhead speaker came alive. A sharp, piercing screech tore through the audio system. Jazz winced and covered his ears. The sound vanished as suddenly as it came. Lady Dorma immediately turned to a nearby officer. What just happened? We've lost communication, the officer replied. There's an unknown signal across the entire mountain range, something strong enough to override the planetary alert frequencies. We were warned there might be a system test today, but I've never seen interference this powerful. Can you restore contact? We're trying. We'll have to switch to the secondary band and reboot the network. The probes will switch to independent mode in 5 minutes if they don't receive further commands. Jazz didn't wait to hear more. Something was happening. Something deliberate. He didn't argue. He simply turned and headed for the upper deck where the emergency speeder bikes were kept. If it was nothing, he could apologize later. But if it wasn't. He was halfway up the stairs when he sensed movement behind him. Char Valentine stood there, eyes narrowed. What's going on, hotshot? It may be nothing, he said. Go back to the gathering. I'll return in a moment. She didn't budge. You really think I'm leaving Vess down there alone? If you sense something, I'm going with you. It's probably nothing. Or it isn't. And we both know it. She brushed past him toward the deck. We need to move, Jazz. Then, at the exact same moment, both of them said, we don't have time. They stopped, stared at each other, confused by the perfect synchronization. No time to think about it. Ladies first, Jazz said, gesturing. Val snorted. There aren't any ladies here, hotshot. Just one protector who's tired of waiting. She strode out onto the upper deck. Jazz followed. As you say, protector. The sail barge continued drifting over the snowfields, its engines humming softly under the music and chatter. Jazz stayed close to the viewport, watching the shuttles peel away in formation and drop toward the ski slopes below. Bright flashes of color marked the students as they spilled onto the snow, already laughing, already throwing handfuls of powder at each other. He kept searching for Vess among them, but the distance and the swarm of bodies made it impossible. Better this way. Let her have her day. Let her enjoy being a normal girl for a few hours before her entire world tilted again. Behind him, nobles talked in tight circles, their voices rising and falling over plates of warm food. A pair of chaperones drifted toward the musicians, adjusting the volume. Someone uncorked a bottle of Alderney White, the scent drifting through the heated cabin. None of it reached him. He couldn't shake the noise from earlier, that sharp screech that had cut across the barge. A piercing sound that had seemed to split the air itself. Too sudden, too sharp, too wrong. He looked up again at the silent speaker grill overhead. Something is off. He let his awareness sink into the living force, just lightly, enough to get a sense of the currents around them. A faint pull tightened in his chest, like the air before a storm. He exhaled slowly. Not good. A pair of security drones drifted past the window, circling sharply away from the barge. Their lights flickered in a way that didn't feel routine. He saw Lady Dormer speaking urgently with a ship officer, their faces tense. Her husband watched the mountains with narrowed eyes, one hand resting on the railing as if expecting the entire deck to tilt. Jazz stepped away from the viewport. It wasn't time to panic, but it wasn't time to stand around either. He made his way toward the stairs that led to the upper deck, weaving past nobles and chaperones. His pulse quickened with every step. If it truly was nothing good, he would swallow the embarrassment later. But if it wasn't, a faint presence moved behind him, sharp, focused, familiar. Val. The protector fell into step without a sound, her eyes cold, her movements already shifting into combat readiness. What did you feel? She murmured. Not sure, he replied, but I don't like it. Then we don't waste time. They reached the upper deck hatch together. Two guards tried to step forward, but Val's stare froze them in place. Jazz pushed the hatch open. Cold mountain air rushed in. Speeder bikes lined the edge of the platform, their engines flashing softly in standby mode. Wind whipped across the deck, carrying the faint echo of distant laughter from the slopes below. Val swung a leg over one of the bikes. You driving? She asked, glancing back. Jazz moved toward another bike. Looks like we both had the same thought. They paused. Again, at the same moment, in the same tone. We have to hurry. They stared at each other. 3 times now. Same words, same breath. Something in the force twisted quietly between them, almost like a thread being pulled tight. Val shook it out first. Hot shot, she muttered. Get on the speeder. He mounted the bike beside her. As you say, protector. As you say. Their engines flared to life. The upper deck door slid open with a soft hiss. Cold air spilled in, sharp and thin, carrying the distant rumble of the mountains below. Several speeder bikes were lined in neat rows, each one preheated and humming in standby mode. Val didn't hesitate. She moved straight toward the nearest bike, hand already on the control yoke, her braid flicking behind her like a whip. Jazz stepped up beside her, the strange tension growing between them, not hostile, just charged. Focused. Two people sensing the same danger at the same moment. Val swung a leg over the bike. If something's happening down there, those kids won't know what hit them. Jazz checked the readouts, fingers moving fast. The probe's going independent worries me. Too clean. Too convenient. Are deliberate, Val said. She looked at him, green eyes narrowed, sharp and certain. We go down there now, she said. We don't wait for permission. He nodded. Val keyed the ignition. The engines whined softly, eager. Behind them, alarms pinged faintly across the deck, crew shouting, officers scrambling, nobles unaware of what any of it meant. Jazz felt the force swirl, a cold warning curling around his spine. Something was wrong on the slopes. Very wrong. Val glanced back toward the door. If Dorma tries to stop us, let me talk to her. She won't stop you, Jazz said. She trusts you. Val smirked. She trusts me to protect Vess, which is exactly what I'm doing. Jazz mounted the second bike, the repulsors humming beneath him. For a moment, the two sat in silence. 2 breaths. 2 instincts. 1 purpose. Val tightened her grip. Ready. Ready, he said. The speeder bikes lifted, pushing gently against the snowy wind. The sky opened before them in a wash of white and silver, the mountains waiting far below. They exchanged one last glance, the unspoken understanding clear between them. Then the bikes shot forward, dropping toward the slopes. Whatever waited below, they would face it together. They reached the upper deck. Cold air rushed in through the open access doors, carrying the thin metallic scent of the mountains. Several speeder bikes waited in neat rows, their engines on standby, humming with quiet readiness. Val didn't hesitate. She swung her leg over the nearest bike and checked the power readings with practiced speed. The wind teased the tips of her braids, but her eyes were locked on the snowy horizon. Jazz stepped up beside her and scanned the sky. The shuttles carrying the students were already descending toward the slopes, tiny sparks of motion against the endless white. If something was wrong, they had only minutes. He felt it again. A pulse in the force. Soft at first, then sharper. Like a distant bell warning of danger. Val saw his expression and tightened her grip on the handlebars. So it isn't nothing, she said quietly. He didn't argue. A deckhand jogged toward them, waving a hand. You two can't take those. They're restricted to house personnel only. Val didn't bother answering. She flashed the man her sworn protector badge, her voice level and commanding. Official escort duty. Override authorization. The deckhand stiffened, recognizing the authority in her tone. Understood. Clear flight path is open. Val looked back at Jazz. He nodded once. They ignited the engines together. Twin hums filled the air. The bikes hovered, then eased toward the exit ramp. Val glanced over her shoulder. Tried to keep up this time. Jazz snorted. Just go. They shot off the deck and into the freezing mountain air, 2 streaks slicing through the falling snow. The sail barge shuddered slightly as it cleared another ridge. The view widened beneath them, white slopes, frozen lakes, long stretches of untouched snow. The students' shuttles drifted lower, breaking formation and gliding toward their landing zones. Jazz stayed by the viewport, watching every movement across the sky. 2 security probes zipped past again, engines humming sharply. The third one lagged behind, drifting erratically before correcting his path. Something felt off. Not wrong, but not normal either. He reached for the force again, letting it roll across the mountain range. A ripple answered him. A disturbance, thin and cold. Val appeared at his side once more. Her eyes narrowed, following his line of sight. You feel it too? Yes. They watched as the first shuttle touched down near the base camp. Young nobles poured out, laughing and throwing handfuls of snow at one another. A group of boys rushed past a cluster of girls, shouting playfully. In the distance, a chaperone in a fur cloak waved them into a safety briefing. Everything below looked ordinary, joyful even. But the Force did not agree. Val leaned closer to the glass. If something happens out there before we reach them. It won't, Jazz said quietly. We'll get there fast. She gave him a sharp look. We'd better. At the far edge of the slope, another group of students began testing their skis. One girl stumbled and fell. Her friends burst out laughing as she returned their mock bow with exaggerated dignity. Jazz searched the crowd for a familiar presence. That warm, bright spark he remembered from so long ago. There. A single signature, steady and clear. Vess. He exhaled slowly. Val looked over. Found her. Yes. Good. Then we moved fast. The wind thinned as the barge drifted lower. The engines changed pitch, becoming a soft hum that vibrated through the floor. Below them, the slope stretched wide and white, dotted with the small moving shapes of students beginning their runs. Jazz scanned the ground again, reaching out just enough to sense movement, but not enough to brush against Vess. He wanted her to have a few peaceful minutes before the world shifted around her. Val stood beside him now, hands resting lightly on the railing. Her eyes never left the shuttles. Every part of her was alert, the calm of a predator who knew danger might come from any direction. She's down there, Val said quietly. I can feel it. Good, Jazz replied. Then we'll find her quickly. The barge's crew moved with brisk efficiency, speaking in clipped tones as they prepared to drop anchor. The captain barked an order, and a pair of deckhands hurried to the main station, glancing nervously at the interference readings still flickering on their panels. Once we land, Jazz said, stick close to me. If something's wrong with the comm system, I don't want you going in alone. Val raised a brow. I wasn't planning on it. If something happens out there, we go together. Same as before. He gave a small nod. Strange, he thought. For the first time in years, the rhythm between them felt familiar, steady, almost natural. The barge slowed. A soft chime signaled landing mode, and the deck beneath them lowered by a few centimeters to absorb the shift. Snow dusted the windows. Once we're out, Val murmured, we head for the main ridge. The kids always gather there first. And after that, Jazz answered, we look for the droids. Val exhaled through her nose, tightening the strap of her blaster holster. If those probes picked up anything dangerous, they'd pull the kids back, she said. But that screech earlier. Yeah, he replied. I didn't like it either. The barge touched down with a low thump. A faint vibration rolled under their feet as the anchor pylons locked into place. The outer hatch hissed open, letting in a gust of cold air mixed with the distant echo of laughter from the slopes. Val stepped forward first, scanning the ridgeline with sharp eyes. Jazz followed her out onto the platform, the snow crunching under his boots. Nothing looked wrong. Nothing sounded wrong. But the Force still twisted with unease. Jazz let out a breath. The interference hasn't stopped. Val nodded. Then we don't wait. Together, they moved toward the edge of the platform. Toward the snow. Toward the students. Toward Vess. Whatever was coming, it had already begun. Chapter 30. The Pursuit. Here, you will need this, Val said, shoving the parka into Jazz's arms. He nodded and slipped it on quickly. The two of them stood before the hatch that led up onto the sail barge's top deck. Guests and guard were not supposed to be up here, but given what was happening, they had no choice. It was on the top deck that the speeder bikes were stowed. Jazz had heard several return and launch again since they had left for the North Mountains. He and Val would need one right now. It would be the fastest way to reach the students, to reach Vess. He hoped they were not too late. Aren't you going to need one? He asked. The cold out there. This armor has thermal functions, Val informed him, pointing at the combat suit she was wearing. It will protect me against the cold, at least for a few hours, and besides. She smiled. I'm tougher than I look. She handed him an earpiece. It was similar to the one he wore when he was back home, at the organization's main base. This will allow us to remain in contact in case we get separated. It functions on a different band than the planetary alert system, so it shouldn't be affected by the jamming. Jazz nodded, popping it into his ear. It was nice to see that he wasn't the only one to reach the conclusion that the unknown transmission blocking their comms was a jamming signal, though he should not have been surprised. Char Valentine was as sharp as a vibro blade, and she was bound and determined to protect her mistress. Vess could not ask for a better guardian. The protector flung open the hatch, and the two quickly bounded onto the main deck. The icy mountain breeze stung their faces as they made their way aft. The cold hit them like a slap in the face. It embraced them, trying to get into their bones. Jazz did his best to ignore it. He would not let the freezing temperature daunt him. If the Force needed him to act, he would be ready. Val was equally defiant. The protector from Bantoon didn't even acknowledge the weather. She remained focused on reaching her mistress, no matter the cost. They were surrounded by sailors, but no one made a move to stop, or even acknowledge them. The crew of the ship labored in silence, their thermal suits, goggles, and masks hiding their features as they went about their business. So far they had not noticed the two, or cared if they did. The men were focused on keeping the ship running, and the nobles below happy. Jazz hoped that it stayed that way. The speeder bikes were stored aft, the launching racks pointing out over both the port and starboard sides. The ship contained slots for 8 of the vehicles, but at that moment, there was only a single bike docked, waiting to be launched. Jazz frowned. That would complicate matters. 2 people could ride on one of these, but the extra weight would slow it down considerably. Speed was what they needed right now. One of the crew finally noticed them. The man turned from where he had been working and came up to them. "You shouldn't be up here," he told them, trying to be heard over the wind. "Please return to the lower decks. Everything is under control." Val, not in the mood for arguments, glared at the sailor. "We need this bike," she informed him. "Stand aside, please." "I'm afraid these vehicles are for official use only," the man replied, his features hidden behind his goggles and cold weather mask. "You would need proper authorization to use it. If you return below, I can send a request to the captain. I'm sure he will." Jazz frowned. They had no time for this. Val tensed. It was not hard to imagine her striking the poor man. He could see the tension in her arms, the way her hands curled into angry fists. One did not need the Force to predict what was about to happen. He stepped in front of her. He sensed her anger, but she did not try to push him out of the way. He smiled at the sailor. There were alternatives to fighting, after all. "We have authorization," he said, waving his hand in front of the sailor, reaching out with the power of the Force. The man shuddered slightly. Jazz could imagine him blinking as the Force washed over him. "You have authorization," the sailor said, his voice a flat monotone. "You should help us prepare the bike for launch. We're in a hurry." "I should help you get this thing ready to move. You're in a hurry." "There is no need to inform anyone. The captain will understand." "No need to tell anyone. The captain will understand." The man turned away from them, walked up to the bike, and began entering the commands on the nearby panel that would allow it to launch. Val watched the 2 men, dumbfounded by what she was seeing. "What was that?" she asked Jazz. He shrugged. "The Force can have a powerful influence on the weak-minded." The protector frowned. "You better think twice before you try that stunt on me. Not a Jedi." He laughed nervously. "As I said, it only works on the weak-minded," he said with a dismissive smile. "I doubt I would be able to get past that iron will of yours." Val sniffed and nodded, accepting what he had said. Jazz stifled a sigh of relief. The truth was that he had already gotten inside of Val's head once. It had been the only way to save her 7 years ago. If he had not done it, she likely would have shot herself when she first learned of Queen Inara's death. He had done what was needed that day. It had been the only way to reach the woman, to save her life. The Force had aided them, but he understood her comment. Why she, like so many others in the galaxy, didn't like the fact that a Jedi could manipulate a person with so little effort. It was not an easy thing for most people to accept, how quickly and completely their defenders could alter their opinions with a wave of a hand. In his eyes, The people had a right to be concerned. Such powers were open for abuse if a Jedi did not remain mindful. Normally, he frowned on using the Force to get what he wanted, saving such tactics only as a last resort, but he feared that he was in the minority. Since rejoining the Order, he had seen too many Jedi be far too free with the art of Force persuasion. They used it on other people with barely a second thought, and over the most trivial of matters. Master Vey had commented on it to several of her fellow masters. She found the temptation to use the Force in such a way as a problem that the Order needed to address. Yes, persuasion helped, and it made things easier. He would not deny that, but at the same time it did little to endure the Order to the rest of the galaxy. Force persuasion was not a dark side ability, not really, but it was open for abuse by those that thought because they could do something, then they should do something. Having such control could lead to a dark place. He made no further comment about it to Val. He would explain later if she asked about it. For now, it was good that they had clearance to take the bike and get moving. There was no time to waste. He approached the vehicle, about to sit down at the control. The speeder bike was a standard military model. Jazz had seen many in his travels. He had never rode one himself, but was confident that he could master the controls soon enough. "You don't need to," Val said. When he mentioned it, "I've rode bikes like this before. I'll drive, you just hang on tight." She slipped onto the bike and began pressing buttons and pulling switches. Jazz settled in behind her, putting his arms around her waist. Beneath them, the bike rumbled to life. Val pulled a pair of goggles from one handlebars, slipping them on, preparing for launch. The sailor that Jazz had persuaded to help them handed him a set as well, warning him about the dangers of getting hit in the eyes by something while moving at high speeds. The man stepped back and put his hands on a large lever, the control to release the bike from the rack. He shouted if Val was ready. She nodded eagerly, ready to get moving. The man pulled the lever down, and the bike shot from the deck of the sail barge, launching into the open air. Char Valentine gunned the engine while firing the bike's repulsors. Val and Jazz blasted away from the ship. The swarm protector banked hard, bringing them about and heading off in the direction that the shuttle's carrying Vess and her friends had gone, blowing past the other bikes that were acting as the barge's outriders. The launch had taken Jazz's breath away, the sudden drop leaving his stomach back on the sail barge. He tightened his grip around Val's waist, not enough to hurt her, but to make damn sure that he didn't get tossed off. He watched as they dipped closer to ground. A light snow stung their faces as they shot across the icy landscape. His thoughts turned to the students, not just Vess, but her friends as well. If they were in danger, he hoped that he and Val would be able to help. Jazz was still not entirely sure how they were going to find them. It was a big mountain after all, and there had been a lot of shuttles. He put his trust in the young woman sitting in front of him. Val seemed to have a plan. He put his faith in her. He knew that Vess' life mattered more to Val than her own. Together they would be able to keep the girl safe. As he leaned in closer, her could not help but notice the smell of her hair, and how warm her body was, even in battle armor. He swallowed hard. Despite the danger that they might be riding into, he found himself remembering that night, their night. He could almost picture her, the way she had been that night, the smell of her hair, the taste of sweet liquor on her lips, and the warmth of her bare skin as their bodies were moving together in a. He shivered. It had been a long time since he had been this close to Val, or any woman for that matter. Far too long. Val said into their comlink, her voice loud in his ear. "Feels like someone is happy to see me." It took him a second to figure out what she meant, but when he did, he blushed. "Sorry," he murmured. "I'm not trying." "We will talk later," she said. "First, we have to reach Vess." He nodded. Yeah, he thought. They had to reach Vess. He hoped they wouldn't be too late. Val tried to contact Lady Dorma back on the sail barge, but got only static for her trouble. It seemed that they only had short-range communication. Jazz was amazed their earpieces still worked. Perhaps it is nothing, he thought. Perhaps there is just a problem with the planetary alert system. Some droid messed up and boosted the signal strength too high. Perhaps they would arrive and find the students at play, with not a problem in sight. It was nice to think about, but sadly, Jazz doubted it. The Force would not have been so insistent if it was nothing. It would be nice to think this was all some misunderstanding or error, but sadly, he doubted it. Too much was happening right now to accept this was all a coincidence. The Jedi, the mining guild, Vess' aunt and uncle, he would feel better when Vess was safely on her way back to House Rist. The speeder passed 2 of the security probes. Neither of the droids challenged their passing. In fact, they didn't even try hailing them. It was suspicious behavior to be sure. These droids were supposed to be protecting the students. If the droids were not responding, anyone could get close to those kids, anyone and anything. Jazz frowned. He had bad feeling about this. Char Valentine brought the bike over the next rise. It was then that they finally got their first glimpse at the students. Jazz pursed his lips. 3 of the shuttles were docked on a rocky outcropping. Jazz counted at least 30 young people either skiing down the slopes or making their way back to the top. He saw no danger here, but at the same time, he did not see Vess either. Her black snowsuit would have stood out among her brightly dressed peers. They saw 3 more security droids, and again the probes ignored them. They didn't even try to warn off the Protector and her companion. It was another bad sign. They could be in standby mode, Jazz suggested, waiting for comms to be reestablished. Maybe, Char Valentine agreed still. She looked down at her wrist. Jazz noticed for the first time that Val had some device there. It had a blinking red light, beeping and pointing to their left. The Protector banked the bike again. Now the red light was pointing ahead of them. A tracker, Jazz asked, connected to Vess. Val nodded. You think that I would let my queen out of my sight without one? He said nothing, simply held on as Val hit the accelerator. The bike shot past the students below. A few might have looked up as they passed, but they were gone before anyone could really notice. They passed over 2 more groups, once again, seeing no problems, just a bunch of rich kids playing in the snow. Jazz frowned. Perhaps they had been wrong about this. There didn't seem to be any problems. There was another group up ahead. Jazz could see that something was going on. The kids were lining up in front of the shuttles. Val made for them, her tracker beeping and pointing straight ahead. She brought the bike down, bringing it to a skidding stop near one group of the students. One of them, a dark-skinned girl in a purple thermal suit, stepped up to the bike. Jazz recognized her from earlier. She had been in the group with Vess and her friends. She smiled at them. Miss Valentine, the girl said. Hello, Leah, Val said pleasantly. You haven't happened to see Vess by chance? Her aunt has a message for her. No, the girl said, shaking her head. The last time I saw her, she was talking to Mr. Mim. He said he wanted to discuss some project that he wanted her help with. Mim is one of Vess' teachers, Val clarified for Jazz. He is one of the chaperones. Where did you see them? Jazz asked the girl. Over there, she said, pointing to the west. Jazz saw another shuttle on the far rise, but it was lifting off. 2 more of the security droids floated serenely nearby. Could Vess already be leaving? Had the sail barge managed to restore communications? It was at that moment that they heard something, a low hum coming from the east. He looked up, curious what it was. It didn't sound like a shuttle or a speeder bike. They cleared one of the smaller mountain peaks, flying in a V-shaped formation. 7 small single-passenger vehicles, hook-shaped, with the platform halfway up, leading to a central steering column. Jazz frowned. What is this, he thought. Where did those come from? What are those? Char Valentine asked him. Aerial patrol platforms, he answered, APS for short. He shook his head. APS were a common enough sight in the galaxy, good all-purpose patrol craft. Coop owned 6 of the machines himself, and Jazz had ridden on one more than once, usually when preparing a site for some meet with his client or that. Faster and more maneuverable than a speeder bike, they worked well in harsh conditions, but they did take a bit of skill to ride. The 7 men riding these seemed more than up to the challenge. They easily held formation, and Jazz frown deepened. They were accelerating, moving in hard and fast. BRRM. Brum, brum. The ground shook beneath their feet. What was that? The girl Leah asked, startled. Thunder. No, Jazz thought. There was barely a cloud in the sky. He knew that sound. It was blaster fire. Fire from a heavy repeating blaster. Val whipped the bike around and took off before. The sound had come from where the shuttle they had seen had lifted off, the last place where the girl, Leah, had seen Vess. Above them, the apps continued on, heading in the same direction that Val and Jazz were. They ignored the bike completely, totally focused on wherever they were going. Val brought the speeder on the same vector, making for where the shuttle they had seen had taken off. The two droids floating nearby rotated towards them. They opened fire. Whoa! Jazz nearly fell off as Val went evasive. She fired the heavy cannon mounted under their bike. One of the droids exploded. The second banked away quickly as they shot past. As the bike reached the spot where the shuttle had taken off, they noticed something laying in the snow, a green shape standing out starkly against the white landscape. The body was laying face up in the snow, his arms and legs splayed out, his chest a smoking mess. Jazz had only been able to notice that by using the Force, slowing down his perceptions. There was no sign of Vess. He didn't. TIP. 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 K.R. Coon. The snow to their left exploded. The apps had reached their target. Normally, such machines were lightly armed, but these had been modified. Their steering column had been replaced with a pair of dual blaster cannons. They hammered the snow, moving in on a lone figure trying to ski away. 3 of the security droids floated around the person, not firing on the apps, but showing them where the person was, guiding them to their target. Vess. Damn it, Val snarled. Damn it all to hell. She gunned the bike, squeezing the fire stud on the handlebars. The cannon barked, but it could not track the faster patrol vehicles. The apps blew past with ease. 2 more security droids came over nearest mountain and fired their own cannon. They were targeting Val and Jazz. The Protector went evasive again, but tried to stay on course, pursuing the apps. The security droids dropped in behind the Protector and her ally. Jazz drew his lightsaber. He ignited the blade. The droids fired. His block wasn't the best, but he did manage to deflect one of the shots. It sent the droid's bolt back and into its repulsor lift. The droid fell from the sky. Tumbling into the snow, it hit hard and rolled, breaking apart with each rolling bounce. Get us higher, Jazz shouted. We can't let that droid get above us. The bike shot up into the air. Jazz nearly lost his lightsaber as they went into almost a vertical climb. The security droid tried to follow, but his blaster was out of position, his bottom-mounted repulsor not up to making a fast climb. Val whipped the bike around, the force of the turn making Jazz grimace. The bike was now moving backward, its front end and cannon now pointed at the rising droid. 2 shots later, the droid broke apart and began its slow fall down into the snow. You have orders and your droids. Val hissed, I hate droids. Jazz did not dignify that with an answer. At the moment, he was not overly fond of the security droids either. They were. He looked down. Val, stop. He called out. What? She demanded. Stop. Hold here. The Protector killed the accelerator, leaving only the repulsor functioning. The speeder bike floated 100 feet above the snowy terrain. Jazz's eyes narrowed as he followed what was going on below him. The 7 apps were banking, moving back and forth. It seemed that they had lost their target. Jazz reached out with the Force. Hang on, Vess, he thought. Hold on. We're coming. What are we doing? Val demanded. James, what is going on? We're too slow, he murmured. We're carrying too much weight. We can't just sit here, Val said, her voice rising towards panic. We have to save Vess. I have to save Vess. Wait, Jazz said. Just wait. Why? What's going on? Do you trust me, Val? Jazz. Do you trust me? Val whimpered, her fear for her mistress shining in her green eyes. Yeah, with my life. He smiled. Good, he murmured. Just a few more seconds. Jazz, what are you? Now. He let himself fall off the back of the bike. He fell down and into the cold air. He splayed his arms and legs, slowing his descent. He could hear Val yelling into his earpiece. He ignored it for the moment. He needed to concentrate. He grinned. There. One of the apps was passing beneath him, his pilot too caught up in the hunt to pay attention to what was going on above him. Jazz used the force to grasp the vehicle, not enough to stop it dead, but to slow it down just enough. He flipped in midair and brought his leg around. Crack! His boot caught the APP pilot in the chin, the force of the kick snapping the man's neck. He tumbled off his vehicle, falling down into the distant snow. It was a regrettable death, but a necessary one. Jazz sighed. Unfortunate, he thought, but necessary. The force slowed his perception of events just enough, even as he used it to slow his fall. He came down right where he needed to, right on the pilot's platform of the now riderless APP. The fall was a bit jarring, but he recovered quickly, and gunned the vehicle's engine. He shot away, and came around for another pass in the valley. Val, he called into his comlink, you still there? Of course I'm still here, you crazy Murglak. What were you thinking? That this fight is now 2 against 6, he replied, matter-of-factly, far better odds, don't you think? He heard her curse under her breath. You're crazy, you know that, right? He chuckled. Probably. The remaining apps had stopped firing on the snow. The pilots had realized that they were no longer alone up here. They began to form up, driving hard towards Jazz and Val. The Protector brought her bike alongside Jazz's vehicle. Now that it did not have to carry two, the bike was almost a match for the aerial patrol platforms in the speed department, and as an added bonus, the bike's cannon was a lot heavier weapon than those carried by the apps. Let's clear these guys out, Val hissed, her anger radiating out through the force. If we can draw them away, Jazz suggested, Vess will have time to get to safety. I'm not interested in drawing them away, Val snarled. Her cannon fired. The apps broke ranks and sped past them. Jazz and Val came around for another pass. Target the repulsor lift on the bottom of the hook, Jazz advised her. The armor is weakest there. She acknowledged by firing again. One of the apps was struck. It tumbled over and exploded in the snow, throwing up a plume of flame and white. 5 on 2, Jazz thought. I'm starting to like these odds. He knew he should not enjoy combat. It was not the Jedi way, but he had also been raised by Mandalorians. They viewed combat as an art, and art should be done well. Given his history, it was hard not to enjoy at least some aspect of combat, especially knowing what these people had been trying to do. He reached out with the force. He could sense Vess below, even as she hid from the rogue security droids. She was aware that she was no longer alone, that help had come. We're here, kid, Jazz thought into the force, hoping that the girl would hear him. In that moment, he felt a sense of surprise and happiness. In his mind's eye, he got a glimpse of Vess, her lovely blue eyes wide with surprise. Mr. Jazz, she murmured. He smiled, happy to hear her voice. Don't worry, kid, he whispered into the ether. We're here. Help has arrived. Chapter 31. Snow Prey. Stay with me, Val. Don't get distracted. Jazz's eyes narrowed as they charged the enemy. They had surprised the attackers early on. No one but the security droids were supposed to be out here, but now, the men moved in swiftly, looking to deal with this threat that had come to thwart their plans. Blaster bolts scorched the air as the 5 remaining enemy apps blasted away at both the Jedi and the Protector. The twin laser cannons that the patrol craft had been fitted with packed quite the punch. Jazz and Val had been forced to go on the defensive, evading rather than attacking their now recommitted foes. What are they after, though? Jazz had to wonder. Did this have something to do with the recent problems on Bantoon? It was possible. The mining guild was not the type to let their business interests be threatened. Still, hiring a team of assassins was audacious. Had things gone so far that the guild thought this the only way to deal with Vess and Val? Don't forget the security droids, he reminded himself. These probes were supposed to be protecting Vess and her friends, not hurting her towards attackers, and making sure that those attackers could find her. One thing was for sure, this was no mere lark. What was happening here had been well planned out, and well funded. This meant that someone very high up had set all this in motion. Someone who wanted Vess dealt with. He was most eager to find out who this mystery man, or woman, was, which meant that at least some of the men attacking them needed to survive the next few minutes. It was far easier to get a confession out of a live suspect than a dead one. Of course, they first needed to capture one, and not get killed in the process. The former would not be easy, the latter could be a bigger problem. Blaster fire heated the air, and sent up puffs of steam where it struck the snow. Jazz fired the repulsors on his platform while returning fire with the approaching enemy. So far, he had managed to evade their fire, but as they came in closer, that would be much more difficult. Val juked her bike back and forth, while at the same time firing away with her own cannon. At that moment, her only concern was for Vess, of reaching her and getting her to safety. Jazz could certainly understand why. Char Valentine's programming was clear. If anything happened to her mistress, if she was to be killed, then Val would join her in death. The Bund had made sure that their protectors would not outlive their masters or mistresses. Jazz had managed to save Val from that fate once, but would likely not be able to a second time. The only reason that the woman had been able to function after the death of Queen Inara was that she had given her daughter the command code for her guardian. If not for that, Val would likely have spent the rest of her life trapped within her own mind, unable to do nothing more than stare blankly at the world around her. It was not a fate he would wish on anyone, let alone someone he had come to consider a friend. Or perhaps something more. The remaining apps accelerated towards them. Blaster fire still spat from their cannons. One blast caught Jazz's vehicle, destroying his port side cannon. The 7 vehicles shot past each other, passing within mere millimeters of each other. Jazz and Val came about, ready to make another pass at the enemy. As for their opponents, the group broke up, 2 remaining to attempt to destroy Val and Jazz while the other 3 broke off and headed off to their right at high speed. "Damn it," Val shouted through their comlink. "They are going after Vess again." "I'm going after them." "No," Jazz shouted back. "They are trying to split us up, pick us apart one by one. Stay together, we can deal with these 2 then go after the other ones together." "They are going after Vess, Jazz," Val cried. "I can't just leave her to face them alone. You will do her no good if you get yourself killed. If we split up, and one of us gets picked off, these Murglaks will be able to gang up on the survivor, and as good as we both are, we wouldn't last long in a 5-on-1 fight. We finish this first group off and then go after Vess together. It's our best shot, and you know it." Val did not respond. He could sense her anger, her fear, but Val was no fool. She couldn't save her mistress if she got herself killed. I copy," she finally said, bringing her bike up alongside his platform. "Let's make this quick." Jazz nodded and squeezed the throttle on his APP. Their 2 opponents did the same, increasing their speed, focusing their fire on the speeder bike. They were likely looking to outmaneuver Val, kill her, and then deal with Jazz at their leisure. He would not give them that chance. He fired his remaining cannon, trying to draw their fire away from Val. As for the Protector, she didn't hesitate. She rose straight into their fire, all the while trying to knock them down with her own weapons. It was a brazen move, but he would expect nothing less from Char Valentine. The 2 of them concentrated their fire on a single APP. The force must have been with them because they managed to breach the patrol platform's armor. There was a very loud bang, followed by a high-pitched whine. The APP flipped over, spilling his rider into the snow before exploding violently. Jazz cried out as a piece of flying superheated shrapnel struck his left arm. He felt it pass through both cloth and flesh, burning like a falling star. How he managed to not fall off his APP he couldn't say. He shook his head, cursing under his breath. The pain was intense, but quickly turned into a dull ache. He still had full use of his arm, and as a result, still had full control of this platform. A small miracle that these things were hard enough to fly as they were. Having the use of only one arm would have made it near impossible. Their remaining enemy hit the accelerator and shot past them again, hoping to either escape or force them into another head-to-head pass. Jazz didn't give him the chance. They didn't have time to play around any longer. Vess needed them. He closed his eyes, reached out with the force, and fired his port stabilizer, all the while cutting power to forward engines. The APP whirled around, faster and faster. What happened next would have been impossible for someone who didn't feel the power of the force. Jazz went with the turn. All his focus was on the remaining enemy APP. As he spun round and round, he kept his fingers on the platform's firing stud. He waited and waited, and he pressed the button. His remaining cannon barked twice, then fell silent. Jazz fired his engines, bringing him out of the flat spin. Once again, the force had served him well. His shots hit exactly where he had needed them to hit. The first caught the enemy APP pilot in the back, while the second struck his starboard maneuvering jet. The APP lost control as the pilot fell off and into the snow. It clipped a half-covered rock in the snow, flipped over, and exploded. Another enemy was down. They had little time to bask in that success, however. There were 3 apps still in the air, and now they were after Vess. No time to celebrate, he thought, trying to ignore the burning pain in his left arm. They still had 3 enemies to contend with. A warning light was flashing on the steering column of his platform. It had sustained a bit of damage during that first pass. "You okay over there, Hotshot?" Val asked him. "Your ride is sounding a little rough." "I'm fine," he lied, not wanting to tell her about his arm or the damage to his platform. They still had a mission to complete after all. They didn't have time to stop for some minor injury. "I have a lock on Vess signal," Val informed him. "Follow me." The speeder bike took off in the same direction as the remaining apps. Jazz followed after, aware of the blood that was now soaking through his shirt and parka. "I've no time for that now," he thought. He used the force to numb the pain, to stay focused on the job at hand. He reached out again, trying to sense if any probes were in the area. He knew that at least 3 were tracking Vess, and he and Val had destroyed several others. Jazz gritted his teeth. He was starting to wonder if the sail barge had managed to restore communications. He and Val could certainly use a bit of help down here. He changed the frequency on his headset, only to be blasted by another wave of static. The jamming signal was still up. Jazz took another deep breath, willing himself not to focus on the pain. So they were still on their own. So be it. He hit the accelerator, and his APP shot forward again, though not as fast as it had been, and with a much louder whine coming from the repulsor. Damaged or not, injured or not, he could not afford to stand down. Val needed him, and Vess needed him. He took another deep and cleansing breath. He could not back down now. Following the remaining apps was not difficult. Even without Val's tracker, they quickly found the area that Vess had fled to, and were met with resistance almost immediately. The 3 security probes they had seen earlier immediately swung around and tried attacking the Protector and her ally. They moved in fast, firing their lasers, trying to cut the 2 off from reaching the young woman they sought. They aren't even acknowledging the apps pursuing Vess, Jazz noticed. Either the droids had been reprogrammed to ignore them, or someone had inserted a program that said that Vess was either an enemy, or that she was not under their protection. Either way, they were a problem, but one easily solved. Val caught one with her cannon, destroying it utterly. The remaining 2 tried to loop around behind them, catch them in a crossfire with the apps. Jazz didn't allow that. Despite the risk involved, he reached out with the force again, and seized the nearest droid, and with a single swiping gesture of his hand, he sent it crashing into its fellow. The 2 hit hard enough that both were damaged. The first droid's repulsor went offline, causing it to fall into the snow, losing several limbs and an antenna as it came down hard. The other wobbled in place. Perhaps its thruster was offline. It might have been able to reroute its systems, but Val didn't give it the chance. Her blaster ended the droid, sending metal shards sliding down the slopes. Another threat neutralized, the 2 returned to their pursuit of the apps. The vehicles were looping back and forth in a small snowy valley far from where the youth program shuttles had first touched down. Snow curled around the nearest mountain peak, making a beautiful but dangerous picture. Avalanche, Jazz thought, or rather, the potential for one. This was not the safest place for a battle, if something, like some loud noise, should cause that snow to slide. As Val had said, they would need to make this quick. Once again, the enemy realized they had been pursued and answered the threat. They broke off their search and attacked Jazz and Val again. This time they concentrated their fire on Jazz's damaged patrol platform. No longer as maneuverable as it had been, Jazz's transport was struck several times. Having no choice, he leapt from the APP just seconds before his repulsor lift lost control and the platform crashed into the nearest snowbank. He managed to turn his flight into a flip in midair, drawing on the force. He slowed his descent just enough to come down safely. He ignited his lightsaber mid-flight. He blocked several blasts from the apps as they flew past. He dropped into a shin guard, ready to receive any more bolts that might be directed his way. Val looped around and continued to attack the remaining enemies, her weapon spitting red light as she tried to bring down the last of their attackers. One of the apps broke off from the groups and began to head east. Jazz, suspecting what it was doing, pursued. The snow was thigh-deep here, making it impossible to run, but that wasn't really a problem. He could still leap, and using the force, he had no problem making his way through the snow quickly, right to where the APP was going. Right to Vess. He found the girl hiding under a rocky outcropping. It had shielded her from being seen from the air, and the small rock formation in front of it offered her limited protection from anything trying to strike at her from the front. He could sense her pain from here. She was on her hands and knees in the deep snow. The thigh of her thermal suit was scorched, grazed by a blaster bolt. A pair of broken and abandoned turbo skis lay nearby. They had helped her avoid earlier attacks, but now they were useless, too damaged for the girl to use them to flee any farther. She gripped a single repulsor pole in her hands. It looked like the only weapon that she had. Jazz just made it to her as the APP closed in. It fired its cannon, trying to either collapse the rocks down on top of the girl, or to blast her outright. Jazz came down in front of her. He felt the girl's surprise as he landed. The blast that should have ended her life ended up destroying her attacker instead. Jazz's blade sent the bolts back to their source. The APP was hit and his rider fell off. The damaged platform spun over their heads and crashed into the snow somewhere behind them. Jazz whirled his blade defensively. The last two apps were on their way. He could feel it. If they were coming. He fought down a grimace. He hoped that Val was all right. Vess stumbled out of where she had been hiding, her blonde hair thick with snow, her face scraped up and dirty. The black thermal suit she wore was torn in several places, the result of blaster fire that had come too close to the young girl. Her eyes were wide with fear, but he could also sense her courage as well. She had not given up, managed to evade the enemy until help had arrived. Jazz smiled at that. At least some things hadn't changed. The girl still had a spine of durasteel. "Mr. Jazz," she said in a shy voice. "Is it really you?" "Hey, kid," he replied. "Long time no see." "Yes," she said, a shy smile coming to her lips. He felt a wave of warmth and affection wash over him. The girl was not the best at hiding her emotion apparently. Her eyes widened as they saw the two remaining apps enter the valley. "Stay behind me," he ordered. The girl nodded and stayed low. Jazz brought up his lightsaber. He entered a shin guard. "Let them come," he thought with a grim look. "I'm ready." The two apps screamed towards them. The light from his weapon drew them in. They did not fire their blasters, not yet. They tightened up formation, looking to concentrate fire as they fell upon their prey. Too many bolts to parry. It was likely what the two attackers were hoping for, to overwhelm his defenses and kill two Minix with a single blaster bolt. Vess sank deeper into the snow, gripping her remaining repulsor pole tightly. "Come on," Jazz thought as the enemy drew closer. "Come on." The apps continued to advance. They came in, closer and closer. It was at that moment that Val's damaged speeder bike came screaming across the valley. She flew over Jazz and Vess heads, heading straight for the approaching attackers. They both fired on the bike, but to no avail. Char Valentine leapt from her dying machine, using it as a springboard. She backflipped off of the bike, and as she fell, she drew her blaster pistols from her holster. She fired not on the apps but on the bike she had just abandoned. The speeder bike caught fire and exploded. It became a flying frag mine, and the apps flew right into the cloud of burning debris. One was cut to pieces. It wobbled, struck the rocky outcropping that Vess had hid behind, flipped over, and crashed into the rocks behind them. The last attacker managed to bank hard at the last minute. Avoiding the worst of the explosion, it spun around and began a long loop through the valley, coming around to attack again. Jazz cursed under his breath. Whoever these attackers were, they were certainly persistent. Val landed in the snow before them. The snow cushioned the worst of the fall, though Jazz suspected that it wouldn't have been a problem for the Protector. Even without the Force, Char Valentine seemed barely fazed by her leap from the vehicle, or being struck by the concussion wave of her destroyed vehicle. She had mentioned during their night together that she had been enhanced both physically and mentally. He was starting to see just what she had meant. He found himself wondering if even a trained Jedi would be able to keep up with her in a hand-to-hand fight. Something to think about later, he supposed. "Is Vess okay?" she called over her shoulder. "Is she hurt?" "A few scrapes and burns, nothing too bad," the girl called back. "Val, Later, my queen," she shouted back, her green eyes locked on the remaining APP. They would not be safe until it joined its fellows as mere wreckage in the snow. "Fall back, Val," Jazz ordered. "I can cover you with my lightsaber. I'll block, you shoot." She nodded and began to back up, her eyes never leaving the distant attacker who was even now coming back. She was so focused she did not see it. The attack came from both the right and behind them. One of the security probes that had been chasing Vess launched itself out of the snow, badly damaged but still fighting. Its repulsor lifted it into the air. Val spun to meet it, raising her pistols. Crack! One of the droid's spindly arms struck the Protector across the face. The force of the blow sent her cartwheeling away into the snow. Val Vess shouted, "No. Mr. Jas, we have to. AHHH. Jazz looked over his shoulder, his eyes widening. One of the attackers who had leapt from his APP had survived. The man must have circled around while they had been dealing with his two allies. He now had his arm around Vess' throat. The girl screamed and struggled as he dragged her back. Jazz spun to meet this new threat, only to have the droid that had dealt with Val attack him. He dodged one of his spindly arms and sliced into it with his lightsaber. The droid squealed as it tried to fly, tried to get out of the reach of the lightsaber. The remaining APP fired its cannons. The air around Jazz exploded with superheated steam. Blaster bolts scorched the rock and snow around them. I have no choice, he realized, only one chance. He reached out with the Force yet again. He threw his lightsaber. It spun like a saw blade. The result was quite spectacular, if he did say so himself. The blade sliced through the damaged probe, causing it to explode. Jazz barely had enough time to shield himself with the Force. He directed the metal shards away from him, while at the same time willing his lightsaber to turn and come spinning back. Time seemed to slow down. The remaining APP seemed to pause in midair. Jedi perception slowed things down to a crawl. Jazz winced as his spinning lightsaber looped back and got in front of the approaching patrol platform. The pilot was too close to either avoid the blade or go around it. The APP flew into the lightsaber spinning arc. Its violet blade cut through the vehicle's steering column and through the pilot's chest. Man and vehicle split in two, the top half falling away. As Jazz ducked beneath the screaming repulsor, he was not entirely successful. Something caught him in the left shoulder and knocked him from his feet. He came down hard, striking the back of his head. The world turned fuzzy. He heard a distant explosion. Was it over? He thought as he lay in the snow. Had they won? A young woman's scream shook him out of the fog, disorientation, and pain. Vess screamed. He somehow regained his feet, and somehow found his lightsaber back in his hand. He stumbled forward. The last remaining attacker had one powerful arm around Vess' throat, using her as a shield. He was shouting something at Jazz, but he could not understand the words. The world didn't seem real, everything seemed off. The pain in the back of his head made everything blurry. Lego. He shouted Lethargo. He could not raise his left arm. It hung limp at his side, but that was okay. He still held his blade in his right, and that was all he needed. He glared at the attacker. Vess continued to struggle, shouting at the man. "I'll kill her," the man shouted at Jazz. "I'll kill her, and ARRGH." The attacker howled and let go of Vess. He stumbled back. Jazz was not sure what was happening, but Vess didn't hesitate. She scooped up her remaining repulsor pole and jammed it into the man's throat. The energy field it generated threw him back. He bounced hard off the rocks behind them, stunned. He staggered forward, only to be hit by Vess again. She struck him in the throat a second time, this time with her fingers folded so that her knuckles caught the man hard in the Adam's apple. He gagged and fell to his knees. Before he could recover, she hit him again with her sky pole, snapping it across his head. The man collapsed in the snow, leaving only the girl and Jazz still standing. He blinked. Wow, he thought. What was that? Vess was indeed stronger than she looked. She stood before him. She was shaking. Holding the remains of her ski pole, she looked down on the man that had been threatening her, making sure that he would not rise again. Perhaps. Suddenly she turned. "Val," she shouted, tossing away her wrecked weapon. Jazz lowered his lightsaber, the blade vanishing as he powered down the weapon. The girl limped over to where her protector had fallen. Jazz stumbled after her. They found Val lying in the snow, blood running from the top of her head. "Val, wake up," Vess shouted. "Please wake up. Please." Jazz managed to join them. Still dazed from hitting his head, he tried to kneel down, to check Val, see how badly she had been hurt. The ground beneath them shook. A deep rumble filled his ears. What? He thought. Now what? Jazz Darbin looked up and felt the bile rising up in his throat. The top of the mountain was coming down. A wall of snow filled the horizon, blocking out everything and sweeping up everything in his path. Avalanche. He croaked, trying to scream. Avalanche. He looked down at Vess. She sat there cradling Val in her arms, her blue eyes wide, her mouth open in a silent scream of terror. She was frozen in place. Not that any of them had a chance to get clear in time. Jazz hissed. There was no time. He acted. He used the last of his strength to pull the two women to him. He wrapped his arms around them and pushed out with the force. He thought of a bubble large enough to hold the three of them, impenetrable and safe. The wall of snow hit them like a meteor. It lifted the three up and spun them like a child's toy. The world turned white and then black. Jazz could hear nothing but the roar of the sliding snow, and Vess screaming in his ear. Still, he didn't let go. He couldn't. If he did, they were done. They would die. He wouldn't allow that. He would not. They tumbled over and over again. A leaf caught in a tornado. The bubble continued to shrink with every second, every bounce, but it held. Hold, Jazz shouted. You will hold. He was not sure how long the spinning tumble continued. It seemed like they were falling forever. He tried to direct their path through the force. It was everywhere, even in the snow that surrounded them. He tried to draw on it, to keep them safe, but it was not easy. He had limits, and he had reached them. The bubble that protected them shrank. He felt snow brush at his neck. It was so cold that it actually burned him. He struggled, tried to hold onto Vess and Val. He tried to hold on. Then, it was over, and the rest was silence. The roaring ceased. They stopped flipping around and settled in place. He found himself laying in darkness, only the sound of his heart beating, that and Vess panicked breathing in his ear. He shook his head. It still refused to clear. Mr. Jazz, he heard Vess whisper. Yeah, he answered. Are we buried alive? He gritted his teeth. No, he spat. He pushed out with the force. No. The snow above them exploded, flying away, and leaving him almost blind from the bright light that shone down on them. Jazz gasped and let go of the two women. He could sense both through the force. Vess was alive. She was safe, and he heard Val groan in his arms, groan and shift. Alive, he thought, with a smile. She was alive too. Wonderful. He stared up into the blue sky. He felt strangely distant from the world, but at the same time, he was satisfied, at peace. He had done his duty. That was what mattered. That was all that mattered. Duty was everything. Mr. Jazz. He heard Vess say, Mr. Jazz. Oh gods. Jazz turned his head slightly. Oh, he thought. Oh my. The snow around his head was bright red, his blood soaking it, making it steam. Mr. Jazz, Vess said. She turned his head so that he could see her, her blue eyes wide with fear. Hang on. She shouted, hang on. He smiled. So beautiful, he thought. You grew up so beautiful. He felt the light calling to him, drawing him away. A shadow passed overhead, blocking out the sky, a large white shape. Stay with me, the girl shouted. He continued to look into her beautiful blue eyes. Stay with me. Help. Somebody help. There is no need for help. He wanted to tell her. She was safe, and Val was safe. He knew it. He felt it. He had done his duty. He sighed. He could die now. He had no fear and no regrets. There is no death, he murmured. There is only the Force. Jazz closed his eyes. He was happy. He had not had any hope for a long time, but at least he had had his duty. Duty endured until you were done, and now he was done. He was satisfied. He was done, and he let the light take him. He was content. Chapter 32. Bound. He drifted in an ocean of light. Nowhere and everywhere at once. Jazz exhaled, letting the weight slip from him. No struggle. No urgency. Just release. Let it take me. Let me dissolve into the current and be done. That was the path of most Jedi. When life ended who they were, every memory, every flaw, every victory, unraveled into the Force. Identity scattered, consciousness dimmed, and the self became part of the whole. A final, quiet surrender. A rare few did not fade. The greatest masters, those who left no body behind, retained their mind, their will, their presence. They stepped into the Force fully awake and remained there, guiding, warning, comforting, forever. Aden Vital Sayaskvas, legends who had shaped an age. But that age had been broken. Exar Kun and Ulic Keldroma ended it, shattering not only masters but teachings. Then Revan, Malak, Treya, Nihilus each strike leaving the Order weaker. The destruction of Dantooine. The massacre at Katter. 3 centuries of clawing back only a fraction of what once existed. Jazz didn't dwell on it. That had never been his role. He had been forged as a weapon, no more, and no less. A blade to be wielded, not a scholar to chase mysteries. Now that blade was broken. And he was ready. Ready to slip beneath the light and vanish? But, given up so easily, boy. Jazz's eyes snapped open. That voice? That's not like you. I raised you better than that. Mom. His voice cracked. Mother Nutbush. The Mandalorian woman who had saved him 14 years ago was long dead, yet he heard her clearly, alongside dozens of others. Voices layered over one another, some familiar, some strangers he somehow knew, some perhaps not even born yet. Apathy isn't serenity, my young Padawan. You don't know what you're doing, brother. Stay out of this. My powers are beyond yours, little Jedi. Back down. I'm not worthy of your time, Master James. My daughters deserve a world without fear. You try surviving in 1313 without a gang, Murglak. I graduated at 18, drafted the same year. My people are hunters. I won't be prey again. Tell me about the girl, Jedi. You seek peace. I give up, runt. You'll have to take me in. No one can help me. I'm an animal. Every voice swept over him, anger, hope, fear, resolve. A chorus of futures and pasts. But beneath them 2 voices cut through everything. One warm, one weary, both absolutely real. That is hope, Mr. Jazz, feel it. A familiar woman's voice. Someone dear to him, though he couldn't place her. And then, relax, my young Padawan. This is not the way I die. Jazz froze. His own voice. Older. Steadier. Alive. The sea of light churned, pulling him backward, denying him rest. He tried to resist, but the force wasn't asking. It was insisting. Jazz cried out. And fell. Hard. Stone slammed into his back. A night sky, unfamiliar and humid, hung above him. He tasted blood, real blood. His legs refused to move. I'm dying, he realized. This time is real. But this wasn't the mountain. No snow, no cold. Only thick, steaming air and a darkness that felt alive. A shadow appeared above him. He didn't see a face, didn't need to. The force bled his emotions straight into him. Hatred, fury, twisted joy at seeing him broken. It laughed. I've waited a long time for this. Your end is only the beginning. Everything you've loved will be torn apart and remade to serve me. Jazz blinked through the pain. He didn't recognize her. He didn't know why she wanted him dead. He tried to speak, but only his older voice, the one from the vision, answered the shadow. It's not too late. You can still undo this. He breathed in slowly, letting the last remnants of vertigo fade while Co-op hovered nearby, arms half raised in case he stumbled again. Jazz managed a faint grin. I'm steady, he said, pulling on his shirt, flexing his shoulders. His body felt tender in places he hadn't realized could ache, but compared to the clarity he felt inside, it was nothing. Coop relaxed a little. You sure? Because you look like you got spun inside a trash compactor. Jazz chuckled. Then the Kolto did his job. He clipped his lightsaber to his belt. The familiar weight was reassuring. For years it had felt like nothing more than a reminder of his duty, but now, it felt like possibility. Rhonda watched him with her arms folded, a soft smile on her lips. You're glowing, you know? You haven't even seen your own face yet, have you? Glowing, Jazz repeated, raising a brow. Like someone finally opened a window in that head of yours, she teased gently. It's good. He paused, absorbing that. Strange how even small comments felt different now, sharper, warmer, real. I suppose I needed the kick, he admitted. Kick? Coop laughed. Buddy, the force threw you off a mountain and hit you with an avalanche. Effective, Jazz said dryly. He fastened the last clasp of his jacket, then looked toward the door. Beneath the lingering scent of the candle, beneath the sterility of the medical room, he could still smell the sea, faint but present. Before I go, the candle. He looked at Rhonda. Where is it? She gestured to the stand near the bedside. The wax was pale blue, the wick still smoldering softly. Vess insisted, she said. She was shaking when she gave it to the staff. I've never seen someone pray that hard in silence. A warmth settled behind his ribs. Vess, safe. Val, alive. A future, possible. He nodded once, then turned to his friends. Thank you. For staying. Always, Co-op said. Just don't make us drag you out of any more snowbanks. Jazz gave him a faint smirk. No promises. He stepped toward the hall, pausing with his hand on the doorframe. The force felt calm, bright, like the tide rising. The Jedi Watchman was waiting. Vess's future was waiting. His own future was waiting. He exhaled once, steady and clear. Time to work. He left the room, ready to face whatever came next. He shared what he had experienced with his friends, the visions the Force had thrown at him. Coop and Rhonda listened, though he could tell both of them were trying to decide whether they believed any of it. You saw your own death? Rhonda asked, sounding uneasy. One possible death, Jazz replied. The future is always in motion. Whoever that was, the person I saw, they may not exist yet, or they may never exist. But in that moment, on the mountain, their path felt more certain than before. Coop frowned. You're sure it wasn't just a dream, buddy? I know you say you have visions sometimes, but... It was real, Jazz said without hesitation. I could feel the cold stone under my back. The pain, it was real. I'd be terrified, Rhonda admitted. If I saw someone kill me, I'd lose my mind. He understood her reaction, but a Jedi viewed death differently. Death is a natural part of life, Jazz said simply. It's a journey everyone eventually takes. But it's not one I intend to rush toward. Not anymore. I have a reason to stay now. He smiled, an open, bright smile neither of them had seen in years. Yes, I saw death, he continued softly, but I also saw new life. He laughed again, almost giddy. I saw her, Rhonda. I saw my child. Rhonda lit up instantly. She had always hoped Jazz would eventually allow himself to want a family. What was it like? She asked. What did it feel like? Joy, Jazz said. Pure joy. The child, she was like me. She was strong with the Force. She reached out, touched my mind. He shook his head in wonder. For so long I thought it was impossible. After Corellia, after Prin, I gave up. I thought the Order was all I'd ever have. Or the organization. I never imagined anything else. He looked down, breath unsteady. But she was beautiful. And she was mine. Oh, James, Rhonda whispered. You should have talked to us, Co-op said. We could have told you weren't alone. That you didn't have to hide. I wouldn't have listened, Jazz admitted. I didn't even want to listen to Master Vey, and she's wiser than anyone I know. He wiped at his eyes again. I had to see it myself, and now that I have, I'm done pretending. I'm done hiding behind apathy. Coop clapped his shoulder. Welcome back, buddy. We missed you. It's good to hear your voice again, Rhonda added. You've been somewhere else for so long. We were scared you'd never come back. He let out a slow breath. Yes, they knew. Of course they knew. They'd seen how distant he'd become. But not anymore. Tell me more about her, Rhonda insisted, smiling. Your child. What did she look like? She was beautiful, Jazz said softly. Truly. She. Rhonda practically squeaked. So it was a girl. You're going to have a little girl. Possibly, he said. Rhonda looked at Co-op. We need a little girl too. So she'll have a friend. Coop chuckled. Let's slow down. He hasn't even met the mother yet. Did you see her? Rhonda asked Jazz, the mother. Jazz shook his head. I heard a voice, but the future shifts too easily. She may be someone I haven't met, or someone I've known for years. Once, that thought would have filled him with dread. Uncertainty always had. But now he felt calm. The Force wasn't pushing him toward fear. It was giving him direction. He thought of those gray eyes again. The child's eyes. He breathed deeply. I'm done hiding. I'm ready. Chapter 33. 4 times. Jazz didn't need a servant to guide him to Lady Dorma. He just had to follow the yelling. The moment the lift door slid open, Lady Dorma's voice carried down the hall, sharp, furious, and unmistakable. The Force made it even clearer. Her anger radiated like heat from a furnace. Whoever she was speaking with was getting torn apart. A faint smile tugged at Jazz's lips. At least it wasn't him this time. Getting moving had taken a moment. He still felt a bit off balance from the treatment that had saved his life. He changed quickly. Rhonda had brought him fresh clothes from the Folly, since his old outfit had been ruined. The shirt he'd worn on the mountain had been slashed open and soaked in blood, and his pants had fared no better. It didn't matter. Val and Vess had survived, and that was worth far more than a shirt. He was grateful for Rhanda's quick thinking. She always knew what was needed once the chaos settled. Coop and Jazz had relied on that more times than he could count. She grounded his reckless friend in ways that would serve them both well in the years ahead. After checking on him, Co-op and Rhonda had returned to the Folly. Coop still had business to manage, and Rhonda wanted to prepare for the next leg of their trip. They were still technically on their honeymoon, something Jazz kept forgetting. He hated that they were spending and watching over him and getting dragged into yet another political mess surrounding Vess and her enemies. But both insisted it was fine. They cared about him and, for the first time in years, they saw him coming back to life. That alone made the whole ordeal worth it to them. He would not let them down. Jazz rubbed his temples. The headache lingered, a small consequence of the trauma his head had endured. The MD droid had strongly suggested he remain in bed for 24 more hours, but Jazz had never been the best at following medical advice. He stretched his neck and arms. The stiffness would fade soon enough. His left arm still throbbed. Koto healed fast, but it always left echoes, ghost pains, tenderness, residual strain. Still, the arm worked, and that was enough. What mattered now was Vess. He hoped she was out of danger, but he wouldn't assume anything until he saw her safe with his own eyes. The servant led him toward a small study near the Riss family's main quarters. Raised voices spilled from inside. Jazz paused, not wanting to interrupt, but the servant insisted he enter. Lady Dorma had asked for him the moment he arrived. Inside, an educated male voice, tinged with a Rylothian accent, spoke sharply. "This entire affair is unacceptable, Lady Rist. The noble houses have good reason to be displeased. House Rist broke the truce." "House Rist did no such thing, Master Jedi," Dorma snapped. "You deployed 2 armed agents to the mountain, violating the agreement signed by the houses. If trouble arose, you should have contacted the security droids." "Communications were down," she shot back. "And as I have stated, no one from House Rist deployed anything. Sir Jazz and Protector Valentine acted on their own. They saved my daughter's life. I will not apologize for heroes." The Jedi scoffed. "Dramatic. My sources report that this was simply a kidnapping attempt, and the droids had the situation contained. Your heroes escalated it, and people died." "Excuse me," Val said sharply, "but are these the same droids that herded my queen toward her attackers? The same ones that opened fire on us when we tried to intervene?" Jazz felt relief wash through him. Hearing Val's voice, steady, strong, alive, was exactly what he needed. His memories of the mountain were scattered, but he vividly remembered holding her as everything collapsed around them. Knowing she was safe warmed something inside him that he'd kept locked away for too long, and the rush of affection that came with it startled him. He was going to need time to adjust to feeling again. If Master Vey were here, she'd tell him to stop resisting, to let the emotions flow, to trust the Force, not fear his own heart. She would be right. He had been sliding toward apathy for years. He would not go back. Val led him through the quiet hallway, their footsteps echoing softly against the polished stone. The air was cooler here, the lights dimmer, the estate settling after a long day of chaos and arguments. Jazz followed a step behind her, steady now, though the faint throb at the back of his skull reminded him he wasn't entirely whole yet. They turned a corner, passing a balcony overlooking Alderin's rolling mountains. For a moment, Jazz caught the distant shimmer of snow on the heights. It pulled at the memory he still couldn't fully grasp, the avalanche, the cold, the fighting, but Val's voice brought him back. "She's been asking about you since she woke up," Val said quietly. "Tried to get out of bed twice." The med droid nearly shut itself down from stress. That earned a small smile from him. It felt natural this time, not forced. "That sounds like her," he murmured. "Stubborn as a blaster bolt." "She was worried," Val added, glancing back at him. "Really worried." He swallowed, unsure how to place the warmth rising in his chest. He had known Viseria for years, but something about almost losing her, about almost losing Val, had cracked something open inside him. Made everything sharper, clearer. They reached the final corridor, flanked by guards in Riss colors. They stepped aside at Val's nod. The Protector paused at the door. "She's awake," Val said, lowering her voice, "and she's emotional. Just be gentle with her." Jazz raised a brow. Has there ever been a time Vess wasn't emotional? Val snorted. "Fair." She pressed a control pad. The door slid open with a soft hiss. Warm lamplight filled the room. Viseria sat on the edge of her bed, still in a simple robe, a medical band around her wrist. Her ginger hair fell loose around her shoulders, and though she looked exhausted, she also looked alive, very alive. Her head snapped up the instant she saw him. "Jazz." She was on her feet before either of them could speak, crossing the room in 3 steps. He barely had time to brace himself before she threw her arms around him and clung tightly. He froze for a heartbeat, caught between surprise and something deeper. Then his arms came up around her, steadying her as her breath trembled against his chest. "I thought you were dead," she whispered. "They said you were unconscious, and then they said you weren't breathing right, and then—" "I'm here," he said quietly. "I'm fine." She pulled back just enough to look up at him, her eyes bright, red-rimmed, and furious in a way only Visaria could manage. "Don't you ever do that again." "I'll try not to," he said, a hint of teasing in his tone. Her glare softened. "Thank you. For saving me. Again? You don't need to thank me." "Of course I do," she said. "If you and Val hadn't come, I don't even want to imagine it." Val stepped inside the room, arms folded, watching them with a small, knowing smirk. Jazz cleared his throat and guided Vess gently back to sit. "There's a lot we need to talk about," he said. "The attack, the droids, the other attempts, all of it." Vess nodded, though her hand still held his sleeve, as if making sure he wouldn't vanish again. "And Jazz," she said quietly. "Yes. I'm glad you're alive." He met her gaze, and for a moment the world felt very still. "So am I," he said. Val led him through the familiar hallway, toward Vess' private rooms. Servants stepped aside as they passed, bowing quickly to the protector but staring openly at James, word of the battle on the mountain clearly having spread. He kept his pace steady, even though part of him still felt slightly unbalanced from the treatment. But Val was right beside him, and that made it easier to focus. She moved with her usual confidence, ignoring the bruising on her cheek, her steps quick and purposeful. They reached the outer chamber to Vess' suite. 2 wrist guards stood watch, armed and alert. At Val's signal, they opened the door. Inside, the lights were dimmed. A medical droid floated nearby, his panel blinking softly, and on the couch near the fireplace sat Visaria. She rose immediately when she saw him. "Mr. Jazz!" She rushed toward him before she remembered herself, and stopped halfway, cheeks coloring as she smoothed her hair back. Then she bowed, formal, rigid, overly precise. "Forgive me. I was told you survived, but I needed to see it." Jazz smiled gently. "I'm here, Vess. Thanks to you and Val." The girl's relief was almost painful to feel, like a knot in the force unwinding. "You scared us," she whispered, voice trembling. "Val said she thought you were gone." "Almost," he admitted, "but not quite." Vess exhaled sharply, the tension leaving her all at once. She motioned toward the couch. "Please sit. I have questions, and I need to understand what really happened." Jazz exchanged a glance with Val, then took a seat. Vess sat beside him, closer than expected, though she seemed unaware of it. "Vess," Jazz said, "I know you've had a long day, but Val told me this wasn't the first time someone's tried to kill you." Her eyes lowered. "No," she admitted. "It's been happening since I came to Alderaan. At first I thought it was simply political pressure from House Bond. Then, I wasn't so sure." Jazz leaned forward. "Why didn't anyone tell me?" Vess looked genuinely confused. "I didn't want you to worry. You had your own duties. And I didn't want to burden you again." That struck deeper than he expected. "Vess," he said softly, "your life is never a burden." Her eyes widened slightly. "I know you want to protect your people," he continued, "but letting others help isn't weakness." Val smirked in the background, arms crossed. "Hear that, my queen? Even Mr. Stoic says so." Vess shot her protector a look, then returned her gaze to Jazz. "Then, you'll help me find out who is doing this." "Of course," he said. "I'll look into it personally." Vess sighed in relief, and for the first time since entering, she smiled. A small, tired smile, but real. "Thank you," she murmured. The fire crackled softly. Jazz studied her face, the exhaustion, the fear she was trying to hide, the spark of stubborn strength beneath it all. The girl he'd met years ago had grown into someone far more resilient than he had realized. "We'll keep you safe," he said quietly. Val nodded firmly behind him. "You have both of us," she added. "And trust me, I'm not letting anyone get a 5th chance." Vess laughed weakly. "For attempts," she said, "I must be very important to someone." Jazz frowned. "You are." But not in the way these people think. Vess looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? Jazz hesitated. He hadn't planned to bring it up. Not yet. But the Force pressed, gently, insistently. There's more going on behind all this, he said. More than house politics. More than your claim to the throne. Vess swallowed. Tell me. Soon, he promised. But first, we need to make sure no one else gets to you. Val stepped closer. And we will. That's a promise. For the first time since the attack, Vess seemed to relax. Her shoulders lowered, her breath steadied, and she leaned back slightly, as if leaning on their presence. Then, she said softly, almost shyly, please stay. At least for a little while. Jazz nodded. I'm not going anywhere. Jazz followed Val through the corridor, letting his thoughts settle. The halls of the Rist estate were quiet now, the last echoes of Dorma's argument fading behind them. Val walked with her usual sharp stride, though the faint stiffness in her movements showed she was still recovering. Even so, she held herself with confidence, chin up, eyes scanning ahead. They turned the corner, climbing a short flight of stairs. Jazz adjusted the collar of his fresh shirt, smoothing the fabric across his chest to hide the lingering tremor in his fingers. The scent of the seed candle still clung to him, a reminder of what he had glimpsed. He exhaled slowly, letting the memory settle without overwhelming him. Val glanced back once. You holding up? She asked. I am, he answered simply. More than I expected to. She nodded as if that was enough. Good. Vess has been impatient. She kept asking when you'd wake up. Jazz tried not to react, but a warmth stirred in him. Impatient. You know how she is, Val said with a small grin. She tries to act composed, but she's terrible at hiding worry. She kept pacing until the droid made her sit down. Jazz looked ahead again, heartbeat steady but warm. I'm glad she's all right. So am I, and she'll be even better once she sees you. They reached the final hallway, softer lights lining the walls, a calmer part of the estate reserved for the young noble's rooms. Val stopped outside a carved wooden door and rested her hand on the panel. Before we go in, she said, voice dropping a little, don't let her guilt get to you. She's blaming herself for the mountain attack. She shouldn't be, but she is. Jazz blinked. Blaming herself. Why? Val sighed. She's young. She thinks everything that goes wrong happens because she chose to come here, because she exists at all. You know how heirs can be, too much weight on their shoulders too early. He set his jaw, a firm but gentle resolve settling into place. I'll talk to her. Val opened the door. Inside, warm light filtered through stained glass panels, casting soft colors across a spacious room decorated with Alderaani elegance. A medical droid hovered near a chair, running final checks on Viseria wrist. She sat with her hands folded, staring at nothing, clearly lost in thought. Her violet dress, simple but elegant, contrasted the faint bruises along her arms. Her hair, usually immaculate, had a few loose strands framing her face. When she heard them enter, she looked up. Her eyes widened. Jazz. He stepped forward, composed but gentle, meeting her gaze. I'm here, Vess. She rose too quickly, wobbling a little. Val steadied her, but Vess pushed forward anyway, stopping just in front of Jazz. I thought, she began, then stopped, breath catching. He could feel her relief through the Force, fragile and bright. I'm all right, he assured her softly. Truly. Her shoulders sagged as if a weight had been lifted. Her eyes glimmered, but she refused to let tears fall. Good, she whispered. Good? Val crossed her arms, standing guard near the door but watching them both with a knowing look. The mountain, the danger, the 4 attempts, there was so much to discuss. But for this moment, Jazz simply stood with Vess, aware of the fragile peace in the air. Tell me everything, she said. And he would. They continued down the corridor, the halls quiet except for the soft hum of the estate systems. The tension of the meeting room still clung to Jazz, but being beside Val steadied him. She walked with her usual confidence, shoulders forward, chin up, eyes cutting through the space ahead like she expected danger around every corner. After what they'd lived through, she probably did. They reached the private wing of the estate, guarded by 2 wrist soldiers in ceremonial black armor. Both straightened when they saw Val approach. "Protector Valentine," one said. "Her Highness is expecting Sir Jazz." Val nodded and pushed open the doors. Inside, the atmosphere shifted. The air was calmer here, warm lighting, soft colors, the lingering scent of medicine and herbal balm. Viseria Riss sat on a couch near the window, her long hair tied back loosely, her face pale but unharmed. When she saw Jazz, her shoulders slumped with visible relief. "Jazz," she breathed, rising quickly. "Thank the gods, you're awake." Her voice trembled just enough to betray the fear she'd been holding back. Jazz bowed his head slightly. "I'm all right. More importantly, I heard you're safe." Val drifted to the side, giving the 2 of them space. Vess stepped closer, eyes shining. I thought we'd lost you on that mountain." She took a hesitant breath. "When they dragged me away to question me, all I could think about was whether you and Val made it out." She shook her head, her composure wavering for the first time since he'd met her. "I'm so tired of this, Jazz. Every time I think it's over, something else happens. I can't keep pretending it doesn't frighten me." Jazz didn't hesitate. He reached out and rested a gentle hand on her shoulder. "It ends now," he said softly. "Whoever is behind these attacks is running out of chances. And you're not alone in this." She looked up at him, uncertain, searching his face. "You mean that?" "Yes." Vess let out a breath she'd been holding for far too long, her shoulders sagging. "Then stay. For now. I could use someone who isn't trying to manipulate me, or threaten me, or bury me in security protocols." He nodded. "For as long as I'm needed." Val gave a small smirk from the wall. "Told you he'd say that." Vess managed a genuine smile. "Good. Then we can begin figuring out who wants me dead, before they get a 5th chance." Chapter 34. Just a Girl. Jazz and Val made their way down the halls of the Rist estate, on their way to Vess' room. He had to admit, the palatial dwelling that was the Rist estate was more than a little intimidating. Though seen by many as a welcoming culture throughout the Republic, Alderin's nobles with their wealth and prestige could be seen as being high above most people, especially a former Jedi student turned smuggler. Yet, it was not the wealth of House Rist that was troubling him. He was about to see Vess again, and considering what had happened before, how he had reacted when he had first saw her again, he was a bit nervous. Jazz frowned. He tried not to think about it, to focus on the fact that he was simply meeting with an old friend, a friend he had not seen in many years. No reason to focus on his reaction when they had arrived, what he had thought when he had seen Vess in the hall. It wasn't like she knew what had happened. At least, he hoped that she didn't know. He could still see her standing there, innocent excitement flowing out from her through the Force, drawing his eyes to her, that thermal suit so snug in all the right places. He shook his head. Even now he felt like a lecher. This had been Vess after all. He was a complete idiot. "Any idea what this is about?" he asked his companion. "Why she would ask to speak with me?" "Hard to say," Val shrugged. "I haven't gotten a chance to speak with her since she got back. I was still unconscious when help came, and the security boys took Vess before I woke up." The Protector's expression remained grim, but she did manage to smile at him. It was a weak smile, but it was there. "You should feel honored, hotshot. Every one of Vess would-be suitors hoped to see her when she returned, to make sure that she was unhurt. She rejected every single one of them, but now, she asked for you." Val chuckled. "It is her brave knight she wishes to see." He shrugged. "I did what was necessary. I couldn't just let the 2 of you face such danger alone." "Vess is grateful for that. I know I'm the Protector," replied. She sighed and shook her head. Jazz could tell that this was not easy for her. She was a strong and stubborn woman, and not used to being in someone's debt. He could tell her to think nothing of it, but knew it would be a waste of time. Char Valentine was not the type to let such things go. She was too good of a woman, and Protector, for that. She was not above giving credit where credit was due. "Thank you again, by the way. If you hadn't been with us on that mountain, I don't know what might have happened. Happy to be of service, he replied with a shrug. I just hope that my presence here has not caused all this. The Jedi's sudden interest in your world, me being asked to come here, and now this. He sighed. Sounds like the kid has had enough trouble in her life. She doesn't need me bringing her more. Maybe, the Protector agreed. Still, you have my personal thanks. Her smile widened. She has missed you, you can be sure of that. She has spoken of you more than a few times these last few years, asking after you, if we knew if you were okay. Val shrugged. Maybe that is all it is. Maybe she just wants to make sure that you are okay. From the sound of it, you were in a pretty bad way when they found you on that mountain. It could have been worse, he agreed, if help hadn't arrived when it did. Char Valentine nodded. So, she continued, you should just go in there and talk to her. Make sure she knows that you're all right. It will put her mind at ease, and she will be able to rest. He nodded in agreement. He could do that. They found their way to the girl's door. Both paused before entering. They could hear the sound of voices inside. Val knocked. A moment, please, master or mistress. A cool and sympathetic voice called out, I'm just finishing up my examination. Medical droid, Jazz realized, unsurprising, considering what the girl had been through. It looks like we have to wait, Val said with a humble smile. She leaned back against the nearest wall, waiting for them to be admitted. I guess we do. Jazz began to pace. He would much rather have simply gone in, not given himself time to think about it, but... He shook his head. Val. Yeah. You said there have been 3 previous attempts on Vest's life. Tell me about them. The Protector winced. You sure you want to hear about that? Hotshot. Could make you angry. I know I don't like to think about those times. It may be important, maybe something you saw or remember might give me some idea what I'm getting into, and what threat is hanging over Vest, the true threat. He gave her a serious look. Please, Val, I would like to know. The Protector frowned. Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. She pursed her lips, anger flashing in her green eyes. The first attempt was about 6 years ago, a few months after we first got here. Vest had settled into her new life here, and everything seemed to be returning to normal as it gets for a royal princess in exile anyway. One of the younger cousins of House Rist had really been into speeder bike racing. Vest had seen him practicing and wanted to learn how to ride one herself. I worried about her, of course, but Dorma assured me everything would be fine. The trainers that House Rist employed were some of the best on Alderaan. Did one of the trainers try to attack her? Jazz asked. No, nothing like that. One day, Vest had to miss one of her riding lessons. She had a school project due and had fallen behind on it. Dorma wouldn't let her go out until her schoolwork was done. Vest wasn't happy about it, even complained to me, but there was nothing I could do. Vest is my queen, but she is still a child, and Dorma is her foster mother. On Bantoon, mothers have the final say. Jazz smiled. It is good to see that Lady Rist has been a good parent to her. More than you know, Val added. About an hour later, there was an explosion in one of the Rist garages. The fuel cell of one of the speeder bikes there overloaded. No one was hurt, but... Val growled. The speeder bike that exploded was the one that Vest would have been riding on for her lesson. She would have been on the track going guys only knows how fast when the thing blew up. We investigated, discovered the remains of a tiny device. It caused the fuel cell to overheat, causing the explosion. Jazz winced. It turned the fuel cell into a bomb. Yeah, Val said, shaking her head. Praise the gods that Vest had fallen behind on her schoolwork. Was anyone arrested? Did your people find any leads? One of the mechanics went missing the day the bike blew up. We found him later in a rented room near the capital city spaceport. He was dead, of course. It looked like he had overdosed on spice, but... Suspicious? Jazz said. Yes, she agreed, most suspicious. The second time happened on Vest's 13th birthday. This one was almost successful, and I nearly died for not catching it in time. Among Vest's presents was a box of chocolate-covered lady babies, one of my queen's favorite treats. She ate too when she opened the box, but was called away by other party interests. Val shivered. About 20 minutes later, she started feeling sick, turning pale. She had come up me telling me that she wished to lay down, and that she didn't feel good. I had been talking to Lady Rahana at the time, and that was a very good thing. Vess's eyes were bloodshot. Her lips were starting to turn dark, almost purple. Jazz clenched his fist in anger. Poison. Yes, and Lady Rahana recognized it immediately, grabbed Vess's arm, and dragged her down to medical. She gave my queen some potion that the wrist keep on hand for emergencies. Vess would spend the next 3 days throwing up, barely able to even keep down water. She spent those days having to take nutrients through an IV. Char Valentine shuddered. She would have died, Jazz, had she just gone back to her room, not told us anything. We wouldn't have been able to save her. Had we waited another hour, she would have been beyond our aid, or so Rahana told me later. If she had eaten more than 2, we would have lost her. Val suppressed a whimper. Even just remembering the event caused her pain, her hand coming to rest on one of the blasters on her hip. I spent those days with the blaster in hand, hearing my final order over and over in my head. A protector that fails must fall. Every time I heard someone coming to bring us news of how she was doing, I expected to hear that my queen was gone, and knew that I would end with a blaster bolt from my own weapon going through my head. She clenched her fists. My queen almost died, and there was nothing I could do. We searched for the source of the poison and found the lady babies. How they escaped being scanned when they entered the estate, we didn't know. Did you find out where they came from? Yes. We traced the delivery man who dropped them off. We contacted security, but he turned up dead too. Yes, his speeder went down outside the city. The security fields didn't kick on. He died instantly. Char Valentine shrugged. Unsurprisingly, my queen lost her taste for chocolate lady babies. Hasn't eaten one since. Jazz nodded. He was starting to pick up the pattern here. And the third attempt? He asked. Vess doesn't know about this one. She informed him it happened about 1.5 years ago. The plan died in its infancy. An off-worlder showed up in the capital. He was looking to hire a sniper for a special job. He went to one of the best on the planet, offered to pay 2 times the going rate for such a job, provided he could make it look like an accident. She wrinkled her nose in distaste. The man didn't want Vess simply shot. That would have been too suspicious, I guess. How did that end? Val gave him that sly grin of hers. He hired the wrong person. He didn't know that the assassin he contracted was a third cousin of House Rist, and had been trained here. Rist don't take out contracts on their own family. It isn't done. Wait a second, Jazz said. I'm confused. House Rist trains assassins. Oh, you didn't know. Val said, House Rist's origins are a bit darker than some of the others here on Alderaan. For generations, they have trained the deadliest assassins on the planet. They have done so since ancient times. Eventually, they became so wealthy and prestigious that they rose to become nobles themselves. Not all of the family still practices the old art. Lady Rahana, her cousins, a few other distant relations. They still do the occasional job. Not that I'm involved in that. My interest has always been Vess' safety, nothing else. Jazz's head spun. Vess, whose life was being threatened by assassins, was living within a house of assassins. Irony. I take it the Rist captured the man who tried to hire the sniper. Did they get anything out of him? He resisted interrogation by the security forces. He was a seasoned pro. He wasn't even in the galactic database. The man was a ghost, probably from an off-world assassins guild. As far as the Republic was concerned, he didn't really exist. It had just been arranged that he was about to be turned over to House Rist's personal interrogator when he was found dead in his cell, poisoned, hidden in an earring he had been wearing. It was most sloppy that the planetary security people didn't catch that. Jazz Darbin shook his head. Incredible. Hiring an assassin willing to take his own life over a failed job was quite telling. Such people did not work cheaply, or rather, the people that trained and dispatched them didn't work cheaply. So these attacks are clearly not some simple operation. Someone has put a lot of time, and credits into trying to carry them out. Clearly, she agreed. Do we know anything about the mountain attack yet? Not yet. Both Rahana and Lady Dorma assure me we should know something in a few hours, once the risk contacts within the security force have a chance to look at what has been collected. He found himself thinking about the mountain, what had happened up there. The timing of this assassination attempt was interesting to say the least. I arrived just in time to foil an attempt on Vest's life. Normally, he would have just considered that a matter of the force being at work, but was it possible that someone knew that I was coming? If they did, would they have guessed that I would intervene in the attack? It was possible that killing Vest on that mountain wasn't the point, but to scare her into considering abdicating her throne. If that was the case, then wasn't possible that Sai. Jazz shook his head. No, Sai Darbin was a Jedi. He would never be a part of anything like that. Plus, he was Jazz's brother. He couldn't believe that his twin had changed that much. No, there had to be another explanation. He needed to find it. Were you contacts ever able to find any suspects? He asked, not the men who died, but any contacts they might have had higher up, the people that could have sent them. Val shook her head. We've never been able to prove who was behind any of these attacks. They were professional jobs, every one, and carried out by people who knew how to cover their tracks, but we are pretty sure that the mining guild is involved. The subtlety we've seen doesn't suggest Vest. Aunt and uncle, the High General, is not a subtle man, and I doubt that Lady Adira could stomach even hearing of such things. Has House Rist retaliated for any of these attacks? After the sniper thing, yes, or so the rumors I've heard claim. A Rist assassin took out a job on a mining guild executive on Coruscant. It is said that the job was done. Afterward, the man's hands were cut off. One was sent to the mining guild's home office, the other to the royal palace on Bantoon, along with a handful of Bantoon credits. Did anyone get the message? I guess this attack on the mountain was the first attempt on Vest's life in almost 2 years. We thought we were done with all this. We all hoped that Vest's enemies had finally gotten the point. She shrugged. I guess we were wrong. He shook his head. Poor Vest. He had hoped that she would be safe on Alderaan, but it seemed that the past had a very long reach. Her enemies were not ready to give up and simply let her have her life. Poor kid. How has Vest handled this? She was afraid for a while, especially after the poison thing. It was after she recovered that Lady Rahana took her under her wing, started to teach her how to fight. I saw a bit of that on the mountain, he admitted. It was impressive. Lady Rahana is dangerous, a skilled assassin, and now she is sharing those secrets and skills with Vest. The lady has always said that she sees something in my queen, an instinct that needs to be nurtured. Jazz gave her a surprised look. Does Lady Rahana want Vest to become an assassin? She would be happy if she did, Val admitted. Rahana would not weep if Vest decided to give up her throne and commit fully to the old ways, a life of shadow and blood, she calls it. Char Valentine shook her head. I will not let it come to that, Jazz. I will not see the goodness in my queen go out. Rahana would be most pleased if Vest joined her on the assassin's path. The lady has sworn never to marry, and makes fun of those that choose to. It is her choice, and she is welcome to it. But I would rather not see my queen follow in her footsteps. No love, no chance at a family. Rahana has chosen that path for herself. I'll be damned if she thinks I will just stand by and let Vest go down that road. I'm glad that she has helped protect my queen, but you still hope that Vest will have a normal life one day, normal for a queen. I hope so, Val agreed. Unlikely Rahana, I don't believe that all men are manipulative scum. She smirked at him. Some of you do have your uses. He grinned. Thanks for noticing. The door to Vest's chambers opened. A medical droid tottered out. It turned its optics to the Jedi and the Protector. What is the prognosis, Doc? Val asked. Is my queen all right? A few scrapes and burns, Mistress Valentine. I've given her something for the pain, to help her sleep. It will aid in the healing process. The droid turned to the Jedi, his eyes centered on him. Are you Jazz Darbin, Master? I am. The droid nodded. She has asked to speak with you. Told me that if I saw you in the hall to admit you. Please make it brief, master. The sedative I gave her will take effect soon. I will be brief, he promised. I will be recharging. If the young mistress needs anything, feel free to call me. The droid tottered away, his metal joint squeaking. Val smiled at Jazz. I think you should get in there, she advised. He swallowed, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. Relax, she said. It is just Vess. He nodded. Yeah, he thought. It was just Vess. She is just a girl after all, just another girl. He stepped into the room. He hoped he was not going to embarrass himself. Vess' room was not like the rest of the estate. Alderaani's style tended to favor dark colors, blues and reds, with the nobles liking gold and silver trim wherever it was possible. Vess' room was not like that at all. The first thing he noticed as he entered was the smell of the sea. More of those scented candles, he realized, like the one the girl had asked to be delivered to his sick room. For the girl, it must have been a comforting reminder of her home. The room itself had been painted tan with blue and green highlights, colors of the beach and the sea. It reminded Jazz a bit of Bantoon, what he had seen of it. The buildings near the spaceport had all been made of tan stone, the same color as he was seeing here. Jazz nodded. He was not surprised that she would wish to be surrounded by what reminded her of a safer time. Though he knew little of teenage nobles, the room was like most young people's rooms throughout the galaxy. Several posters of popular people or films from the Holonet dotted the walls. A large fish tank sat in the back corner, bubbling softly. A large canopy bed sat against the right wall. A furry stuffed animal lay near the pillow. A desk, wardrobe, and dresser sat across from bed. The desk was clear of clutter, containing only a small holo projector, cycling his way through a collection of still holos, pictures of the young lady's friends and family, he supposed. Jazz watched the images as they flitted by, images of Vess and Lady Dorma over the last 7 years, important events in the girl's life, as well as pictures of her and Val. In fact, many pictures of the girl and her protector. Jazz smiled. Val was far more than a mere guard in the eyes of the young girl, that was clear. It was not surprising, considering all that the two had been through. What they had endured together was more than enough to create a very special bond, far more than any mere duty or programming that Val had been subjected to. Vess loved Val, that was clear, and from the smiling images, it seemed that the protector returned that affection. She was lucky. If Char Valentine had to be bound to someone, at least it was someone she could love and respect. As he looked around the room, both his smuggler and Jedi training took over. He noticed several things beyond what would be found in the room of a teenage girl. The room had only one window, which opened up onto a beautiful view of the snowy peaks of Alderaan. A quick inspection of that window showed that it opened up directly over a cliff face, hundreds of feet straight down, with no clear way to climb up, and if he was not mistaken, as he looked to both the left and right of the window, what appeared to be the slight shimmer of an energy shield, protecting the window from anything shy of a missile attack. So Lady Dorma was not foolish, he thought. That was good. She understood that the girl's life remained under threat, and had taken steps to protect her. This is not just a girl's bedroom, he realized. It was a safe room. The Wrist had done their best to make it suitable for Vess, but that didn't mean that they had abandoned any chance at extra security. A gentle tap on the wall revealed no hollow sound. The walls were both thick and solid, no chance of someone reaching here by going through or using an explosive charge. Plus, if he was not mistaken, even the air vents in the room were shielded. He could just make out the hum of an energy shield. So much security for a single girl, but also necessary considering what he had both seen and heard. 4 attempts. He frowned. He hated that the girl had had to grow up this way, but what choice was there? At least Vess had had a chance to grow up. Speaking of Vess, he didn't see her, but there was a door on the opposite wall, next to the bed, and the sound of running water from the other side. He had been about to call out, when he heard an angry snarl come from the bed. He turned. What he had taken to be some kind of small stuffed toy had risen up, and was now growling at him. He wasn't sure what it was, an orange ball of fur with a large feline face, pointed ears, black button eyes, and slender legs with sharp claws on each of his 4 paws. Jazz smiled. "Hello there," he said. The creature was not amused. It continued to spit and hiss. He sensed no danger, just a sense of territoriality. The animal was likely a pet of some sort, maybe Vess. Not wishing to harm the animal or be clawed bloody, he reached out with the force, trying to calm it. "I mean your mistress no harm," he promised, his thoughts reaching out through the force. "I simply wanted to make sure that she is feeling okay." He doubted that the creature could understand his words, but the feelings he was sending seemed to work. The creature stopped growling. It sat back on its haunches, watching him, but no longer making any aggressive moves. The animal mewed and began to wash his large face with one paw. It was at that moment that a familiar voice emerged from the other room. "Dion, MD, is that you? Do you need something else of me?" Jazz smiled. He recognized the voice from earlier, from when they first arrived. "Hello, Vess," he called out. The water shut off. There was a moment of brief silence. Mr. Jazz." "It's me, kid," he answered. "You told your servant you wished to see me." Another brief pause, but then the door opened. Vess stood before him, her lovely face lit by a warm smile. "Mr. Jazz," she exclaimed, "thank the gods you're." Jazz's eyes widened. "Whoa." He looked away quickly, a blush flaring on his cheeks. "Whoa there, gal," he said, diverting his eyes. "Vessier." "Mr. Jazz, I don't." The girl looked down, realizing why he had responded as he had. She was barely dressed. Her nightgown, if you could call it that, left little to the imagination. It was more of a t-shirt really, leaving her long legs bare and cut low in front, very low. She looked down at herself, up, and Jazz, and then back down. "Oh," she gasped. With a mortified squeal she fled, covering her chest and slamming the door behind her. Jazz shook his head. Awkward, he thought. Extremely awkward. His voice stuck in his throat. What should I do? He thought about leaving, but... Sorry. Vess squeaked from behind the door. Sorry. I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry. It is okay, he said quickly, not wishing to make this worse than it already was. He sighed. Damn it. Burr had been right about one thing, he found himself thinking. The girl had grown up in all the right places. He dismissed any further thought of that. It would not serve. This was Vess, after all. Again, he felt like a bit of a lecher. Silence filled the room. Neither he nor the girl could figure out what to say next. Finally, one of them broke the stalemate. Mr. Jazz, he heard from behind the door. Ah, yes. He heard a nervous giggle. My robe, she said. It is on bed. Could you grab it for me? Bring it here. Sure, he said, still not being able to look up at the door. No problem. He found the robe easily enough. It was on the bed, right next to the animal. The creature mewed when he picked it up. He paused, just long enough to scratch the creature behind the ears, making it purr contentedly. Jazz frowned. At least someone here isn't mortified, he thought. Damn. Why was this so bloody awkward? It was just Vess. After all, she was just another girl. He wished that were so, but it was not entirely true. Vess was Vess. She was a queen in the making, and marked by the Force. He took a deep breath and tried to center himself. He had been around beautiful girls before. He had never felt so uncertain. He needed to remember his teachings. He needed to remain in control. He was almost a Jedi. That should have made things easy. Sadly, they did not. He approached the door, holding out the garment like it was a venomous reptile, feeling even more foolish. Here, he called out. The door opened a crack, and the girl snatched it from his hands. Thanks, she said. I will be out in a moment. He nodded and shook his head. Damn, he thought. He had had less awkward meetings. The strange feline leapt down from the bed. It walked up to him, rubbing contentedly against his leg. He leaned down and petted it. It rolled over and swatted playfully at his hand. The door opened. Vess stepped out. Her cheeks were as rosy pink as the robe she now wore. Her expression was not so different from the one she had worn when she had first boarded the Co-op's Folly 7 years ago. "Hello, Mr. Jazz," she said shyly. She was looking down, not really trying to meet his gaze. She likely felt as uncomfortable as he did. She giggled nervously, her robe knotted tightly at her waist, the top pulled tightly against her neck. "Is this better?" "It is fine," he said, though a small part of him was disappointed to see Beauty fully covered up. She shuffled her feet nervously. "I'm, happy to see that you are well, Mr. Jazz. Back on the mountain, there was so much blood." She shivered. "I feared the worst. I thought that the gods might take you." "I'm okay," he said, trying to reassure her. "Help arrived just in time." "That is good," she said with a shy smile. "I thought." She looked down at the animal, playfully batting at the laces of Jazz's boots. She smiled. "You must forgive Claude," she said. "He does tend to live up to his name." Jazz smirked. "His name is Claude." She nodded. "He is a loath cat, a gift from Uncle Errol. He usually isn't very friendly with strangers," she admitted. "He has been known to live up to his name, leaving marks on people he doesn't know." Vess laughed lightly. "You are clearly as much a wizard as you are a knight. Claude has never taken so quickly to someone." "We just needed a few moments to connect," Jazz said dismissively. "He is actually quite friendly." She leaned down and scratched the animal's belly, making it purr even louder. "So what you want about animals, but they do know what they want," she said, her voice more than a little morose. "Their desires are so simple." She looked up at him. "Was anyone else hurt on the mountain?" she asked. "My friends." "No one was hurt. At least I don't think so," Jazz said, "though I do remember seeing a body." "Mr. Mim," Vess said, shaking her head. No, I know he was paid to separate me from the others. He asked to speak with me alone. Said he needed my help with the school project, but when we were alone, he told me not to resist, that the people coming for me would not hurt me." The girl shuddered. "The security droids turned us. They shot him, and then those strange flying things came for me. The girl held herself. She shivered. "Why can't they leave me alone, Mr. Jazz? Why can't they just stop trying to hurt me?" His heart broke at the look on her face. The poor girl. He wanted to take her into his arms, to hold her, but no. He realized that was the one thing that he couldn't do. "I'm sorry, Vess," he said. "I wish there was some way to make it stop." Vess sighed. Her eyes turned cold and angry. "I know how to stop it," she said flatly. "I've always known, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it." "You are stronger than you think," he told her. "I feel it. The Force is with you. You may not be able to feel it, but it is there." Vess began to pace. He noticed how she was limping, and that her right hand and forearm was heavily bandaged. "Maybe this isn't the best time to be thinking about this," he advised. "You're hurting, and that MD droid did give you something to help you rest." "Rest would be nice," she agreed, "but it doesn't change the fact that I can't keep closing my eyes and hoping that the people that hurt my family will leave me alone." She stopped pacing and met his gaze, her blue eyes bright and determined. "If my mom were here, she would say that I need to stop running and face my foes. If I act like prey, then that is all I will ever be. I have to become the hunter. They want me to be afraid, but I can't afford to be. I have to face this alone." "But you are not alone," he reminded her. "You have your Aunt Dorma, you have the Riss, you have Val, and you?" she asked. Jazz blinked. "Me? Yes. Will you help me, Mr. Jazz, please?" Despite his Jedi training, he felt his heartbeat quicken, the way she was looking at him, what he was feeling through the Force. All the potential he had seen 7 years ago was now realized. Vess had become the woman that he had since she was destined to be. He could hear it in her voice. She was strong. She simply had to accept what needed to be done and walk the path that the Force had put her on. What that meant and where it would lead, he could not say. He just knew that he would help her if he could. He was responsible for her being here. He owed her a chance at happiness. "I will do what I can," he promised. I don't think it will be easy, but I will do my best. You have my word. She smiled. That is all we can ask, isn't it? The girl yawned. It is all. Vess? He asked. She rocked on her feet and looked about to fall. He took her by the arm and pulled her to him. She lay against his chest. He felt her tense briefly, but then she relaxed. A happy sigh escaped her lips. Oh, she murmured, why is the room spinning? Sounds like the medicine the doc gave you is starting to work. He murmured softly, here, let me help you lay down. He guided her to her bed. The loath cat followed as seemed curious about his mistress. It mewed at her. I'm fine, Claude, she murmured. Mr. Jazz is here now. She snuggled against his chest. He'll protect me. Jazz sat her down on the mattress. The girl's eyes were glassy. She swayed slightly, clearly having trouble keeping her eyes open. Lay back now, he said softly. You will feel better once you have slept. She obeyed, but didn't take her eyes off him. You're so nice, she said, smiling dreamily. She reached up and stroked his cheek. You're so cute. He chuckled. And that is proof that the medicine is working, he said dismissively. Vess smiled. She likely had not heard his words. He felt nothing but warmth and affection through the force. My knight, she murmured, my brave knight. He sat next to her, his gray eyes looking into her blue ones. You aren't leaving this time, are you? She asked, her expression troubled. You're staying. He nodded. Until you are out of danger. Yes, I will. She sat up quickly. He only just managed to turn his head. She kissed him lightly on the cheek. He leaned back, surprised. Vess. Damn, the girl pouted. I missed. She lay back again. She pulled the covers around her. No matter, she sighed. I won't miss next time. I'll, A tired sigh escaped her lips. A few seconds later, she was snoring softly. Jazz looked down, not really sure what had just happened. Why did she? Vess. Next time. He shook his head. It was unexpected, but not surprising. He had saved her life twice. Of course she was going to feel affectionate towards him, and besides, the sedative had likely caused what had happened, lowered her inhibitions. She likely would not even remember what happened tomorrow. Still, Vess? He rose, silently leaving her room. The loath cat leapt back up onto the bed. It curled up in the crook of his mistress' arms, settling in for a nap of its own. He left the two, let them rest. Just another girl, Jazz thought. A girl that needs my help. He nodded grimly. He had some calls to make. He knew a few people here on Alderaan. Co-op knew a few more. Vess was right about one thing. She had been prey for too long. Now was the time to be a hunter. He could do that. For Vess, he would hunt. Chapter 35 Valentine. Jazz Darbin watched as Char Valentine trained, the heavy bag swinging back and forth with every punch and kick. Each strike was expertly placed and had enough power behind it to break bones. Jazz could only guess at how many pounds of force were being delivered with every blow. And she is so fast, he thought. She danced around the bag, delivering both punishing shots with her fists, but also devastating spin kicks. The protector didn't just move, she seemed to flow around her target. He was astounded. She is so damn fast. Not as fast as a Jedi, perhaps, but still very quick. It was impressive, make no mistake. Extremely impressive. Since leaving Vess to find her rest, he had spent the bulk of the evening aboard the Folly, sending messages to the organizations on planet contacts. Despite his peaceful reputation, Alderaan remained a center of power for the Republic, and like all other centers of power, it drew its share of fringe elements. Smugglers and criminals operated on Alderaan, maybe not as openly as they could on Nar Shaddaa or Coruscant, but they still had some leeway. It was to these contacts that Jazz now reached out. He suspected that the people that attacked Vess on the North Mountains were not locals. He would be shocked if it turned out that they were, and if they weren't local, then someone had to have had a hand in helping them slip on world. That meant someone with underworld connections likely knew more about the operation. So, it was to the underworld that he reached out, His position within the Cooper Halcyon organization did allow him into places that most Jedi could never hope to walk, which was the whole point of the council allowing him to remain with the Folly crew in the first place. He had resented that position in the first few months, resigned himself to hopelessness, but now he had a chance to help Vess, to help Val. He would not fail in this endeavor. He arranged a meeting for the next evening. Nothing sooner was possible, sadly, but that was for the best. He was far from his top form. He still needed time to fully come back from what he had endured saving Vess. He would have retired for the evening, meditated, and tried to get some sleep, but found that impossible. His mind was too busy. So, as was his way, he chose to indulge in a little light training, just enough to help him relax. He had approached Dormarist about finding a place. He didn't wish to disturb his host. She had directed him to the second sublevel of the estate. As a friend to the family, she granted him full access to the training facilities there. Not sure what to expect, he accepted. He had taken the elevator down, and when the door finally slid open, he was surprised to say the least. The wrist training grounds was no mere gymnasium, it was something far more. It appeared to be a cross between a gym, survival course, and shooting range. He noticed several training droids charging along the back wall, their arms featuring several weapons attachments. He shook his head. He could only imagine how tough of an opponent one of those droids would be on the highest training setting. Had Val not told him about the origins of House Wrist, he would have thought this very unusual. Now it made sense. House Wrist had not entirely abandoned his old ways, or so Val had said. Of course, they would need a place to train those of the family who still practiced the old arts of assassination. He stepped into the room. It was about an hour or so before midnight. He had expected to have the room to himself. He had been mistaken. He had arrived to find Char Valentine attacking a heavy bag in one of the room's corners. The protector didn't even acknowledge him when he entered. Her full focus was on her target, each attack delivered with cold and ruthless efficiency. Again, he found himself wondering how well a Jedi would fare against a sworn protector of Bantoon. If Val's speed and strength were not unique, if other sworn protectors moved like she did, even a Jedi would likely have trouble keeping up with the defenders of Bantoon's nobility. Any such engagement would be tough fight, to be sure. The chain holding the bag creaked loudly as Val struck it with a powerful jump kick. Had the bag been a living being, it likely would have suffered several broken ribs or a cracked skull. He could only shake his head. The wonders of Bantoon genetic engineering, he thought to himself. A few years back, he had seen what the gene mods coming out of Bantoon could do. He had seen the results on a small colony world where their organization had set up a base. Misshapen limbs and other genetic abnormalities cured in a matter of months. Basic gene therapy, the medical droids had called it. The result of a low-level genetic modification procedure. He could only guess what a high-level mod would do, or perhaps he didn't need to guess. Char Valentine was here. He was seeing what high-level Bantoon gene mods could do. Jazz could not entirely kill the smile that sprung to his face as he watched her. No longer clad in armor, no longer with her hair done up in fancy braids, the protector was dressed simply, black workout shorts and a blue midriff top. Her reddish-brown hair pulled into a single long ponytail. Her fists were taped, as were her bare feet. But even without a weapon, it was clear that the protector was dangerous. She didn't need a weapon in hand. Her hands and feet were lethal. She was a weapon, a beautiful and deadly weapon. He shivered as he watched her move, a lethal predator hone in her skills. It was like watching a work of art, strength, speed, and precision, all rolled up into one lithe and beautiful package. He felt a stirring in his blood. He realized in that moment how long it had been since he and Val had last been together. In truth, it had been years since he had last been with any woman. Watching Val train, seeing her like this, it was arousing to be sure. Damn, he thought, this really should not be turning me on, should it? Without any warning, Val's assault stopped. She stepped away from the bag. It still swung back and forth on his chain. Another few hits, and the chain itself might have snapped. Most impressive. Panting, her skin glowing with sweat, Char Valentine finally noticed that she was no longer alone. She smiled at him. "Hey there, hotshot," she called out. "You still awake?" He shrugged. "Couldn't sleep," he said dismissively. "Yeah," she agreed, "me neither." He looked around the training room. "I thought a little exercise would help. At the very least, it might just tire me out enough that I can get some rest." "Couldn't hurt," Val replied. "I didn't get a chance to talk to you after you left Vest's room. Was everything okay?" "As well as to be expected," he answered, choosing not to mention that Vest had tried to kiss him. He was still not sure what to make of that. "After I left, I tried to contact some of the organizations. Friends here on Alderaan, figured that some of them might know something." "A little late for business calls, isn't it?" she asked. Jazz shrugged. "The people I needed to contact don't do any real business until after the sun sets," he informed her. She nodded, unwrapping the tape from her fists. "You think any of these people will be able to tell us anything about what happened on the North Mountain?" "Possibly," he replied. "You want to know about shady deals on civilized worlds, you have to know where to look and who to talk to. Coop and I do move in those circles." He frowned slightly. "We've never really seen ourselves as criminals, and if we are criminals with a small c in our name. We smuggle luxury items, high-end food, rare wine, and occasionally stolen artwork, only things that the tax man is hurt by and wanted by the rich and powerful that don't wish to pay tariffs." Jazz frowned. "The people I've reached out to, these are not our usual type of clients. These are people that might know more about the attack on Vest, but they're also a bit rougher than we normally like to deal with, but they're reliable, if you ask in the right way." The protector nodded. "I do know a bit about dealing with criminals. Remember, my folks had their fair share of encounters with crime bosses and fences back in the day." "I don't doubt it, but the Exchange isn't just a group of mere criminals. They're a syndicate with connections all across the core worlds. They may not be as infamous as the Hutts, but they do have a reputation." "That is who you are going to speak to then?" she asked. "The Exchange?" "That is who our contact works with. You want to know about criminal enterprises on a world, you talk to someone connected with the Exchange." Jazz gave her a curious look. "How are things going on the official end? Have House Risk contacts learned anything useful?" In response, Val hissed and fired a vicious thrust kick at the heavy bag. The speed and strength of the blow almost made Jazz jump back. The bag swung back and forth from the strength of Val's strike. The protector shook her head. "It has been the same old story," she complained. Alderaan security managed to locate the airfield where those aerial patrol platforms had been launched from. They went in and searched it, went over it with a full scanning crew, and found nothing. The place was leased under an assumed name. The men themselves had had no identification on them, off-worlders most likely, and all the records found at the site were phonies. Val growled in frustration. "It is just like all the other attempts on Vest's life, a professional job that left no trace." Jazz nodded. He had expected as much, but still, they weren't completely out of luck. "So the 7 assassins are a dead end," he said flatly. "Fortunately, we still have one more person to talk to." Char Valentine gave him a curious look. "We do." "Who?" Jazz smiled. "Remember the jamming signal? Remember the reprogrammed security probes? Someone had to have had a hand in that." She nodded, seeing where he was going. "So, we are looking for a slicer." "No mere slicer," Jazz replied. "The thing done with the security network wouldn't have been hard. My organization employs many young slicers who eat planetary security codes for breakfast. They view slicing into it as a rite of passage, a test for newbies. The jamming itself could have been handled by anyone, but what was done to the security probes, that was something else. Inserting a program into those droids would require both skill and opportunity, something that the security firm that leased those droids wouldn't have allowed easily. That is why you want to speak with the Exchange, Val said with a hint of a smile. You think that the slicer involved was more than just some kid in his parents' basement. You would have needed a professional with resources to slice those droids. Jazz Darbin nodded. If this person is not employed by the Exchange, then they might know just who does have such a person on the payroll. A skilled slicer like the one we are looking for is not someone you easily eliminate if a job goes bad. Such slicers are not only skilled, but paranoid as well. Val smiled that sly smile of hers. You think this person is still alive, either because they fled or have people that would protect them, not want to waste their skills. Hopefully, Jazz said with shrug, I will know more tomorrow, after I've spoken with Elena. After we've spoken with Elena, Val corrected him. She paused. Wait, Elena. Jazz nodded. Elena Fortuna, he replied. She is the exchange boss here on Alderaan. Coop and I have dealt with her several times in the past. She is a Twi'lek, a former slave that managed to work her way up through the organization, not someone you want to get on the bad side of. Val smirked. The crime boss you're meeting with is a woman. So women can't be crime bosses, he said with a laugh. They aren't on Bantoon. Bantoon is a matriarchy. All the top government positions there are held by women. Yes. Most of them, she agreed. So why is it so hard to believe that a female Twi'lek could rise through the ranks of organized crime? Val shrugged. I suppose it is not so hard to believe. She chuckled. So how do you and Co-op know this woman? Jazz snorted with amusement. That is all Co-op's fault. I'm afraid. A few years back, he and Rhonda were taking a break from each other. Still partners, but weren't dating. Coop spent a few months on Alderaan. He met Elena during that time, and they dated for a few weeks. I can't imagine that ended well, Val said. It didn't, Jazz agreed. I warned Co-op about getting involved with Elena in the first place. She has a bad reputation where her personal relationships are involved. When Co-op tried to break it off, she retaliated. Did she try to kill him? Val asked. No, but she did try to make him useless to any other woman. Yeesh, Val said, wincing. Yeah, Jazz winced, my sentiments exactly. Char Valentine shook her head. So you think this person is going to help you? She has done business with the organization since, just not with Co-op directly. I've brokered all of those deals, and she has proven reliable. Can we trust her? No, but she has no love for the Mining Guild, the Republic, or for any other form of authority. We can't expect her to go where the credits are. She is nothing if not predictable. Sounds like a real charmer, Val chuckled. Jazz grinned. We just have to stay out of her personal life. We do that, and we will be fine. Sounds doable, Val said, sitting down, removing the tape from her feet. How do you want to play this? I've got an appointment with her tomorrow night. She owns one of the nightclubs in Capital City. I go in as a member of the Cooper Halcyon organization, looking to hire a slicer. Tell her I need someone with working knowledge of security droids. See if she bites. So we speak to this Twi'lek and try to get a lead on the people that attacked Vess. What do we do if she decides not to give us the answers we need? Jazz frowned. Actually, it would be better if I went in alone. Elena knows me and might not respond well if I have company along. Char Valentine gave him a very cold and dirty look. I thought I said I could accompany you. I'm merely trying to make sure this meeting goes smoothly, he said, raising his hands, trying to prevent an argument if the exchange does know anything about the attack on Vess. Showing up with an agent of House Rist at my side may not be the best way to convince them that I'm simply there as Co-op and Randa's representative. I don't serve House Rist, Jazz Val reminded him. I serve Vesseria, who lives in House Rist, and is the foster daughter of Dorma Rist, Jazz reminded her. I think you can see what conclusions Elena might draw if you are there. Val snorted angrily. So I don't go in as a member of House Rist. Maybe I'm just the woman on your arm. If anyone asks, I'm your entertainment for the evening. She smirked at the slight blush that came to his cheeks. I'm not ashamed to play that role, and most men won't look too close. All they will see is a woman on your arm. Protectors have played that role in the past. Jazz considered it. He didn't really like it, but it could work, I suppose. Good, she said with a grin. Then that is how we will play it. The protector rolled to her feet and walked over to a weapons rack in the corner, pulling two short metal training staves. She spun them around and turned to Jazz. Care to spar for a little bit? I've never been comfortable working with these training droids. He frowned. I'm not sure that is such a good idea. I thought you said you were hoping to get some exercise, she said, approaching him, her movements taking on a more feline-like tread. One predator stalking another. She spun one of the staves expertly. I must confess, back home the people that trained me claimed that our skills were a match for anyone, even the Reven of old. Val shrugged. I've always wondered if that was true. Jazz watched her closely, his combat senses coming alive, the Force making him hyper-aware of his surroundings. He knew that the Reven that Val referred to were in actuality the Sith that had served Darth Revan centuries ago. Revan's forces had conquered Bantoon, only to leave for some reason. Either the Dark Lord had called them away, or perhaps the Sith had abandoned whatever it was their master had planned. Whatever the reason, Val's home had been spared the Sith's ruthlessness. They were most fortunate. Come on, not a Jedi, she said playfully, her voice becoming more teasing. Haven't you ever wondered if you could take me in a fight? I haven't lost any sleep over it, he replied, his voice also becoming more playful. He smiled. She is worked up, he thought. She needs to find release, more of a release than simply hid in a bag. In truth, he wouldn't mind finding a bit of a release either, and he had been wondering just how skilled she was if a Jedi could match her skills. Here was as good an opportunity as any. He took off his Nerf-hide jacket and dress shirt. He slipped out of his boots while he sat his lightsaber on the mat by his coat. He gestured to the training rack. A single staff leapt into his hand. He spun the weapon around as they began to circle. So, he said, what are the rules for this engagement? Don't get knocked down, she replied. Sounds simple enough, he agreed. Quite simple, she said, and she attacked. 1 second they were circling, and the next she was in his face. He dodged her blows, but not without some difficulty. Char Valentine was a blur of motion, her weapon swinging almost too quick to see. He could feel the air of the stage passing mere millimeters from his face. The display was most impressive. He avoided her attacks, but only just. The Force and his training was the only thing keeping her from touching him. She fell back, recognizing that her first attack had failed. Her eyes narrowed. Impossible, she said. No one is that fast. I could say the same about you, he said, bowing respectfully. She sniffed. You and your Jedi sorcery. Training and skill, he replied. If I was using the Force, this would likely be over. I would, whoa. Val renewed her attack, this time even quicker than before. Jazz was hard-pressed to avoid her. Their staves clanged as he parried her strikes. He had chosen to use only a single short staff. That may have been a mistake. She began to work kicks into her attack as well, her long legs forcing him back. He grinned, his heartbeat quickened. She is still feeling me out, he realized. She is trying to find out just how fast I can be. He danced away from her, avoiding both her staves and her educated feet. He bounced on the balls of his feet. As she paused, preparing for another pass, he engaged. Now, she was on the defensive. Their staves clanged as he drove her back, but only so far. Val might not have been Force sensitive, but her genetic enhancements more than made up for that. Again, he was impressed. He shook his head. He was starting to understand why Darth Revan had been interested in Bantoon. How lethal would the Sith army have been had all their troopers been modified with sworn protector training and modification? The Republic army would have been overwhelmed, and the Jedi hard-pressed in every engagement, having to fight both dark side warriors and enhanced troopers. Even the Order would have been hard-pressed to stand against such an onslaught. Again, he was left wondering why the Sith abandoned their conquest. Had Revan found something else, something that made his plans for Bantoon obsolete? Maybe he had not had a choice. The realization gave Jazz pause. He was not sure of the exact date of the Sith's occupation of Bantoon, but it was possible that it had occurred around the time that Darth Malak staged his coup. Had Revan not shared his plans for Bantoon with his apprentice? It was possible. It was more than likely that the new Dark Lord of the Sith had simply abandoned the world for what he thought were more valuable conquests. Perhaps his consolidation of Sith power had robbed him of a resource that he never realized that he possessed. If so, the galaxy was more fortunate. If Sith soldiers had fought with the strength and skill of Char Valentine, the whole of the galaxy might have been in jeopardy. Again, Val closed in, looking to knock him down. Jaz countered her attack. Using the Force to enhance his speed, he drove her back, knocking one of the staves from her hands. She gasped when his weapon made contact, but didn't back down. She doubled her efforts. A Mandalorian would have said that the battle lust was upon her. She was both strong and fast, make no mistake, but the moment she started fighting with more heart than head, he had her. He ended things quickly. He pinned her arm with his, forcing her to abandon her remaining staff. She tried a quick kick, but he caught her leg with his other arm. Before she could head-butt him or use her superior strength to pull away, he caught her other leg with his own. Char Valentine cried out in surprise as the two tumbled to the mat. The protector ended up flat on her back, with Jaz on top, straddling her, pinning her to the ground. She spat like an angry cat, struggling against him, trying to get free and continue her attack. He didn't let her. He looked down upon her, grinning triumphantly. "Looks like I win," he said. "Damn," she hissed. "Let me up." "Are we done?" he asked. "Damn it, not a Jedi." He gave her a sly look. "Are we done?" She looked up at him, her eyes flashing, her lips trembling with excitement. She was panting. He could feel her heart pounding. She was practically shaking. She is as excited as I am, he realized. He suddenly felt a shift in the Force. Val looked at him, her eyes darkening with passion. "Jaz," she murmured, her lithe body moving against his. "Jaz," she purred. He gently stroked her cheek. Her skin was so warm, so smooth. She whimpered softly, closing her eyes. "Val," he murmured, leaning in close. His lips found hers, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Jaz tasted the sweet lips of Char Valentine. The kiss deepened. Val wrapped her arms around him, and her legs around his waist. He began to kiss his way down her throat, making her groan with passion. "Yes," she moaned. "Oh, yes." She pulled off his undershirt, while he slid his hands over her body, one up her thigh, the other under her shirt, feeling warm, soft skin. They were moving against each other, and it felt fantastic. "I've missed you," he murmured in her ear. "I've missed you so much." He nibbled her right ear, remembering how she said she liked it. The lessons she had taught him years ago all coming back. "No," she groaned. "James, no. Stop, please, stop." He heard her words, but didn't want to. It had been so long, He felt a shift in the Force, pain, intense pain. He stopped mid-kiss. "Val," he realized it was Val. He was hurting her. He pulled back quickly, releasing her, feeling a mix of both disappointment and shame. He shook his head. What had he been doing? Val rolled away from him, sitting up and pulling down her shirt. She looked down, afraid to meet his gaze. I'm sorry," he said quickly. "I shouldn't have. He pounded the mat with his fist. "Damn it," he thought. "What the hell is wrong with me? I hurt you?" he gasped. "I'm sorry." "No, I'm sorry," she said quickly. He could see she had tears in her eyes. "I should have told you, stopped you before." She shook her head. "I'm sorry." He gave her a pained look. "Was I doing something wrong?" "No," she said meekly. "If anything, you were doing everything right, and that was the problem." She sighed. "Damn it," she spat angrily. "Why couldn't we have met before I went through the system?" He took a deep breath, willing his heart to slow. He still was frustrated being forced to stop, but he was back in control. It hurt, but he was back in control. What does the system have to do with anything? Everything, she answered. I should have told you when you first arrived. There are rules that a protector cannot break. She fell back and sighed. He could sense her own anger and frustration. It was not directed at him, but at herself. "Do you remember when Vess knighted you?" He nodded. "Yeah, it was sweet of her." "It was," Val agreed, "but it also changed things between us, made them more complicated." "How so?" he asked. She sighed. By knighting you, Ves brought you into the nobility of Bantoon, which brings with it certain strings where a sworn protector is concerned. She gave him a sad look. As a sworn protector, I'm forbidden from consorting with any noble of Bantoon without my queen's consent. It is a security measure to make sure that a protector does not take a lover that, by taking said lover, could harm her mistress or master. We wouldn't want a rival seducing the queen's bodyguard and drawing her into some plot to harm her mistress. The system makes sure that that cannot happen. Any attempt to violate that order causes intense pain. Val shook her head. In other words, hotshot, it isn't you, it's me. I know that it sounds like a line, but it is the truth. Jazz sighed. He couldn't believe it. So, basically, by Ves honoring him for his bravery, she had also made sure that he could never again touch the woman that he desired. Never again be intimate with her. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. How was that fair? There was silence between them now, one heavy with so many emotions, so much wanting to be said, but no words capable of phrasing them. She gave him a sympathetic look. Are you okay? She asked. Not really, he said morosely. It has been a while, to be honest. He managed a weak smile. I was kinda looking forward to, well, us. It would have been nice, she agreed. It was nice last time. I would have liked to have revisited that night, our night. He hissed and lay back on the mat, staring up at the ceiling and cursing the force. Was this some kind of punishment for trying to have a normal life, for finally deciding to reclaim his emotions? It was almost enough to make him want to start shutting down again, almost. Then he thought of the vision he had seen, the vision of his child. He sighed. On some level, maybe he had hoped that Val was the woman that would give him that child. Maybe he thought that he might have been able to free her from the system one day, that the two of them might have been more than friends, or friends with benefits. He shook his head. He truly was a fool. Val laid down next to him. She reached out and stroked his cheek, her touch both soothing and feather-light. Thank you, she murmured. For what? He asked. For stopping when I asked, she answered shyly. Most men wouldn't have. They would have let me just endure the pain while they found what they were looking for. He sniffed. I couldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you. She smiled. I know, she purred. That is why I'm glad you're here. The two of them lay there for a while, not talking, simply touching, enjoying being close, but knowing they could only go so far, and no farther. It was disappointing to them both, but they knew they needed to endure it. They both served something bigger than themselves, despite their own desires. They needed to endure. Jazz, she said. Yes, Val. I have something to ask you. He could sense the worry in her words. You can ask me anything, he promised. She gave him a glib look. What I'm going to ask is going to sound strange to you, and I think you will be tempted to say no, but I must ask that you hear me out and think on what I'm saying. I'll listen, he promised, though I doubt I can simply say yes, considering how you are leading into this. I'm not expecting an answer, not right away. All I ask is that you consider what I'm offering. And what are you offering exactly? She sighed. You saw the men from Bantoon when you arrived today. You saw all the suitors that have come here to try and court Ves. I saw. And you also know that I'm not pleased with the selection. My queen deserves better than the beggar's feast that has assembled. Those men have come here caring not a whit for Ves or her happiness, only that she could name them High General and give them power over our people. I understand your concern, he said. You said that Ves and is pretty much a pawn to her husband. She is, and that is a situation I would not want for Ves. She has the courage, the name, and the heart to rule our world well. She simply needs a proper husband to guide and protect her, and give her the happiness she deserves. Jazz smirked. So you want me to help you find a husband for Ves? Matchmaking is not really my forte, Val. You don't need to search, she said. I've already found the perfect man for the job. I've seen how you care for Ves. This guy must be really special if you think he is worthy of being with your queen. He is, she said warmly. He is one of the best men I've ever met. He would be perfect for my queen. So where is he? Jazz asked. Do you need me to bring him here? He is already here, she replied. What, you said? Jazz frowned. Val, what are you thinking? She gave him that sly grin of hers. James, I would like you to consider something. I would like you to consider approaching Lady Dorma in the next few days. Approach her, and ask her for the chance to court Vess. He blinked. Me? You want M.E. to court Vess? You want me to be Vess' husband? That is usually what happens at the end of a courtship, hotshot. Jazz blinked. He swallowed hard. Court Vess. He couldn't just. He looked at Char Valentine. He hoped she was joking, but he didn't feel that. She seriously believed that he could. Damn, that was the only word he could think of. Just then. Chapter 36. The Right Man. Jazz Darbin often wondered why the Force kept shoving him from one turning point to another. Lost as a child, forced to protect his clan when Targo betrayed them, dragged back to the Jedi in the strangest way possible. Every path led to more questions, and the only truth he ever found was that the Force was complicated. He stood before the mirror in his quarters aboard the Co-op's Folly, dressed in his formal robes again. Tonight he would meet Elena Fortuna at her club in Alderus Spacer District. He smoothed the fabric at his shoulders, thinking about the day's news and the mystery still unresolved. House Risk contacts had found nothing on the assassins. No trail, no names, barely even the suggestion of who sent them. The Jedi Tup Secura had come up empty as well. Whoever made the attempt on Vess had been careful. That left Elena. If anyone could pry loose information from the exchange, it would be her, provided that he kept her interested and her temper calm. Coop and Rhonda had already left for the polar resort that Lady Dorma arranged. It was a noble tradition, the kind of place where couples watched snowfall over the ice caps beside a warm fire. Jazz imagined it must be nice. He would never know. His life didn't bend in that direction. Maybe I'm cursed, he thought. Prin had broken under the weight of his world. Val understood his world but was forbidden by her programming. He had accepted the idea that the Force wanted him walking a different path, but even then he could not understand why everything seemed designed to block every turn. What did the Force want from him? He almost contacted Master Vey for guidance, but held back. She was already preparing to speak with the Council on Vess's behalf. He would not distract her. He sighed softly and closed his eyes. Vess. Val's offer still startled him. The idea that he should court Vess seemed absurd. She was a queen. He was an outlaw, a semi-accepted Jedi, and a man with enemies. The Sunset Collective. Old remnants of Targo's grudge. The organization's rivals. His life was tangled enough without dragging a queen into it. And Vess had enemies of her own. Did he really want to combine both sets? He had no answer. Only more questions. He reminded himself of Vey's voice. Patient, steady. Stop trying to find the perfect path. Just walk the path in front of you. The Force will reveal what it intends in its own time. Jazz adjusted his robes, checked that his lightsaber was hidden up his sleeve, and left the room. He stepped into one of the salons near the Follies docking area. Coop was waiting. We heard from home, Co-op said. Elena's curious. She's digging. Good, Jazz replied. Let's keep her focused on business. She doesn't need to know anything about Vess. Coop nodded but remained uneasy. Be careful. She's sharp and dangerous when she feels she's being played. Jazz agreed. Where's Rhonda? With Val. Rhonda took one look at her outfit and dragged her away to change. She said Val looked too much like a bodyguard. Jazz sighed. Val must be thrilled. That's one word for it, Co-op chuckled. Then his tone shifted. I've got advice for you. You won't like it? Go on. If you let Val walk away again, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Jazz shook his head. It isn't that simple. You like her. She likes you. I've seen you too. Don't overthink it. He didn't answer. Coop didn't know the truth, Val's programming, the pain it caused, the limits it set. Last night had made that heartbreakingly clear. He had not slept on the Folly. He had spent the night with Val, though not in the way others might assume. They tested the boundaries of her conditioning. What gestures caused pain, What gestures did not? She teased him, laughed at him, softened around him. When they finally laid down, he held her while she slept. It was as close as he could get without hurting her. And then she had told him that it would be the last night like that. He pushed the thoughts away. He had a mission. Vess's safety mattered more than any of this. Before he could respond to Co-op, the door opened. Rhonda stood there beside a woman who made Jazz forget his own name. Val stepped into the room in a short black dress, hair braided, cheeks lightly colored. She looked nothing like a protector. She looked like elegance shaped into a single person. Jazz managed 2 words. Val, wow. She looked down shyly. I guess I clean up better than I thought. Rhonda smirked. You're welcome. Jazz couldn't respond. Val did not normally leave him speechless, but she did now. Coop leaned in. Lucky man. Jazz wasn't sure that luck had anything to do with it. Val believed he was the right man to help her queen reclaim her future. But what was he really the right man for? Time alone would tell. Chapter 37. The Contact. The city of Aldera was known as one of the safest places in the Republic, an island city of pale white towers, quiet academies, and endless debate halls floating above the dark waters. Jazz Darbin had never spent much time here. His work for the Cooper, Halcyon organization pulled him toward the galaxy's darker corners, and even here, wrapped in Aldera's famous glow, he could feel the shadows underneath. The Alderani liked to pretend that their world was pure light, but Jazz knew better. Even a shining spire cast a long shadow, and there were always people willing to hide inside it. The Spacer's Quarter was one such place, tucked neatly along the southern docks, loud, crowded, thriving, and full of the kinds of temptations the nobles pretended not to enjoy. He and Val walked toward one of those temptations now. The Curled Leku. Part nightclub, part gambling den, part whatever else you could pay for. A place that probably shouldn't exist on Alderaan, yet somehow always stayed full. The rich treated it like a safari into real danger, a chance to flirt with the thrills of the Outer Rim without ever leaving their safe home. Elena Fortuna made sure they got exactly what they paid for. Jazz had done business with the Twi'lek before, and their deals had gone smoothly enough. But that didn't mean she had forgiven Co-op for breaking things off. Elena was a woman who remembered every slight. It was one of the reasons Co-op and Rhonda had chosen now to run off to a polar resort. They wanted to be nowhere near this meeting. Still, Co-op had insisted on sending backup. Jazz wasn't thrilled, but he had accepted it for his clan brother's sake. Better to let the reinforcements hang back and stay out of the way. He risked a glance toward Val. The protector sat beside him in the speeder, shoulders tight beneath the straps of her dress. She wasn't taking this lightly. She understood the exchange. She understood danger, and she knew how ugly this could get. Jazz hoped it wouldn't. A warm breeze drifted through the speeder vents as they glided across Aldera's quiet evening sky. He could see the glowing towers reflected against the lake below, the soft gold light shimmering across the water. Beautiful, but he wasn't here to admire scenery. Do you know much about the Spacer's Quarter? He asked her. Just the Mon Cala markets, she said. He gave her a look. What were you doing at the Mon Cala markets? Shopping, Val said with a faint smile. The Alderani call certain dishes seafood. It doesn't compare to Bantoon. The Mon Cala stuff cooks closer to home. Her expression softened, drifting somewhere far away. What I wouldn't give for a basket of fish and chips from the docks back home. Jazz looked ahead. He envied her, just a little. She had a place she missed, a real home. He had spent so many years bouncing between ships, outposts, and halfway legal business fronts that the idea felt foreign now. Maybe once, the Jedi Temple had been that place, but that had been a lifetime ago. He forced his thoughts back to the task. Strictly business. No distractions. Tonight he was here to hire a slicer. Nothing more. The speeder dipped lower as the pilot droid hummed to itself, emotionless. Jazz fought the instinctive unease that came from riding with a machine he couldn't sense through the Force. A droid could fly him straight into a mountain, and he'd never feel it coming. Paranoia, he told himself. Necessary paranoia, his instincts countered. He cleared his throat and risked another glance at Val. The black dress, the heels, the toned legs, the jewelry. She looked like temptation wrapped in silk. And she knew it. She flashed him a grin that made his pulse jump. "See something you like, hotshot?" "Too many things," he muttered. She laughed, low and pleased. "Don't blame me. Rhonda insisted I dress up." She tugged absently at a heel. "I could have done without these. Impossible to run in. Nadia used to love them, though, the protector from my class. She'd run drills in heels. I was sure she'd break her neck someday." Her smile faded. It was nice, being around other protectors. People who understood the work. Jazz reached out and squeezed her hand. "You can miss them and still be loyal to Vess. Feelings don't make you less dedicated." Her fingers curled around his before she realized what she was doing. She pulled back quickly, cheeks warm. "So much for keeping my distance." "That'll take some practice," he said. She shot him a sideways look. "I think Co-op and Rhonda assume we're more than friends." He didn't answer. Because if things were different, if the system inside her head didn't punish affection, maybe they could have been. She held that cold smile, tapping one finger against the arm of her throne, waiting. Val straightened, the airhead persona melting away like it had never existed. Her voice dropped back to its natural register, calm but edged. "There is no contract," she said. "I'm not here on risk business. I'm here to watch his back." Elena's eyes narrowed. Watch his back. Why would a risk bodyguard waste her time on that? Jazz stepped in before Val said something too direct. "She's not here in any official capacity. I brought her because the exchange can be unpredictable. I wanted someone with me who wouldn't spook easily." Elena snorted. "My darling, spook you." Jazz offered her an easy smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Let's say I prefer to be cautious." Elena's gaze flicked between them again. She was weighing every breath, every muscle twitch. Finally, she waved one languid hand, and the blasters lowered, but not by much. "Cute story," she said, "but it doesn't tell me why your little friend smells like Nar Shaddaa knives and wrist poisons." Val kept her tone level. "Because that's who I am, not what I'm doing here." Elena studied Val with a predatory amusement, like a Nexu deciding whether the thing in front of it was prey or an interesting toy. Finally, she slouched back in her throne. "Fine. You're not here to slit my throat and you're not here on contract. So unless you plan on boring me further, get to the point, Jazz." He exhaled once, slow and steady. "I need someone who can break into high-grade security probes. Quietly. Cleanly. And," Elena asked. "And nothing. That's the job." Elena clicked her tongue. "It must be important if you're crawling to me. Coop must be desperate." Jazz didn't rise to the bait. "This is business. Nothing more." She smirked, stretching like a satisfied cat. "Everything is more, dear heart. Especially when you come walking into my den with a wrist shadow dressed like dessert." Val smiled sweetly but said nothing. Elena leaned forward, amber eyes sharpening. "Tell me what you're really hunting. Because nobody hires a slicer that expensive unless they're terrified." Jazz met her stare without blinking. "You don't get to ask that. You know the rules." The Twi'lek sucked a breath between her teeth. "I do love rules, especially when I get to break them." She snapped her fingers again. The blasters lifted a second time. Val's hand drifted toward the slit in her dress where Jazz suspected a small blade was hidden. "Enough," he said quietly. "Elena, you want a deal or you want a spectacle?" Elena held still, then finally nodded toward her men. Weapons lowered again. "Good," she murmured. "You almost made me bored." She flicked her leku over one shoulder. "Price will be steep. You know that. I expected nothing less." "Good. Then let's talk business." And just like that, the thread in the room dissolved, not fully, not safely, but enough that Jazz could breathe again. Elena didn't blink. Her eyes stayed locked on Val, sharp and calculating, the room around them holding his breath. The guards kept their weapons trained on both guests, waiting for a reason to fire. Val kept her hands visible, palms open, breathing carefully to steady herself. The airhead persona was gone. This was the real protector, controlled, alert, and unflinching even with a dozen blasters pointed at her head. Jazz could feel the tension pulsing through the room like a held note. Val spoke first, keeping her tone level. I'm not here under contract. I'm not here as a risk killer. I'm not here to hurt you or interfere with your business. I'm acting as private security for him tonight, nothing more. Elena's eyes narrowed by a fraction. For him, she repeated softly, as if tasting the words and checking them for poison. That's right, Val said. The work I do for house risk stays at house risk. What I do on my own time is my choice. And right now, my choice is to keep my employer alive. Several guards exchanged glances. Elena didn't move. Jazz stepped forward a half pace. She's telling the truth. I didn't bring anyone here to threaten you, your people, or your territory. I brought a protector, not an assassin. Elena tilted her head, Leku shifting with slow, predatory grace. Protectors kill too. Only when someone threatens their charge, Val answered. A long, silent moment stretched. Finally, Elena lifted one hand. Every blaster in the room snapped upward in perfect unison, tracking toward the ceiling instead of their heads. She smiled, slow and sharp. That's better, she said. Now we can talk. She gestured lazily at two low seats across from her throne. Sit, both of you. Jazz waited until Val moved first. She crossed the room with the same measured confidence she used when entering hostile territory, then sat with her hands folded neatly on her lap, posture relaxed but spine straight. Jazz took the seat beside her. Elena leaned forward, amusement returning to her voice. Now that we've cleared the air, let's discuss what you want, and more importantly, what it's worth to you. Dot. Elena waited, one brow lifted, her nails tapping lightly against the arm of her throne. Val straightened, dropping the innocent act entirely now that it no longer served a purpose. Her posture shifted back into the measured confidence of a sworn protector, shoulders squared, gaze steady. I'm not here as a risk, she told the Twi'lek calmly. I'm here to assist Jazz, nothing more. Elena tilted her head, looking unconvinced. And I am expected to believe that. A wrist walking into my club with a smile and a flutter. You expect me to believe she's here as decoration. Val clenched her jaw but held her ground. I serve someone else, not house wrist. Elena's eyes flicked toward Jazz. Is that so? And who might that be? Jazz kept his tone even. She's here on behalf of a client whose name is not relevant to our business tonight. That's all. Elena leaned back on her throne. She studied Val again, this time more carefully. Her lips curled into something between amusement and warning. You know I don't tolerate lies in my house, dear heart. Jazz met her gaze evenly. And you know I don't bring trouble to your door unless someone else brings it first. She considered that. The tension in the room shifted slightly as the guards eased back a fraction. Only a fraction. Val kept her hands visible at her sides, every muscle ready but still. Jazz continued. We're not here to cause harm or offend you. We only need access to someone who can slice security probes. Nothing more. And you think bringing this charming creature was a wise choice? Elena drawled. Val answered before he could. Jazz needed someone who could watch his back on the way here. Elena laughed suddenly, soft and sharp. Oh, sweet thing, he could have brought a dozen mercenaries instead, and I would still have wondered why he chose you. Val stiffened. Elena's gaze sharpened. Tell me something, Protector, she said. If you aren't here on risk business, why do you flinch every time I say the word contract? The air between them tightened. Jazz felt Val freeze, not physically, but deep in the force, a ripple of remembered pain. He spoke quickly. Enough. She is not the threat you think she is, and she is not here to kill anyone. Elena drummed her fingers on her knee, amused again. No, dear heart. She's not here to kill me. Her eyes slid toward Val. But she is trained to kill someone. Val didn't deny it. Jazz stepped forward. I've told you already, we're here for information, that's all. Elena waved one hand lazily. And what makes you think I'm inclined to help you, Jazz Darben? He kept his voice steady. The same thing that has always inclined you to help me. She leaned forward, predatory interest lighting her eyes. And what is that? Profit. Elena didn't blink as her men kept their weapons trained. The room felt tight, warm, ready to snap. Val straightened, the airhead persona gone as if it had never existed. My queen's house is not involved with you, she said evenly. I'm not here under contract. I'm here because Jazz needed backup. Elena's eyes narrowed, cold and bright. Backup, she repeated. For what, exactly? Jazz spoke before Val could answer. For insurance. This meeting means something to us, and I don't take chances. You know that. Elena tapped her nail against her cup, thoughtful now rather than angry. The threat level in the room dipped only slightly. You bring a wrist blade into my private quarters, she said, and expect me to simply ignore it. She's not here as a blade, Jazz answered. She's here as muscle. You've used muscle before. You know the drill. Val met the Twi'lek's gaze without flinching. If I was here to harm you, she said calmly, you would never have made it to 3. A spark of amusement flickered across Elena's face. She lifted her hand. Instantly, every blast lowered. There she is, the Twi'lek purred. The real one. I wondered how long you'd keep up that little act. Val didn't respond. Elena shifted on her throne, studying Val like an exotic creature brought in from some dangerous forest. I have no quarrel with house wrist, she said at last. But I don't like surprises. Then let's avoid them, Jazz said. We need a slicer. Nothing more. Elena lifted a delicacy from her tray and bit into it, eyes never leaving either of them. Then speak, she said. You have 5 minutes. The blasters stayed trained on them. Val's posture shifted, no trace of the airheaded act now. Her eyes were steady, calculating, waiting for the first shot. Elena watched her with slow interest, one nail tapping the arm of her throne. Go on then, she said. Convince me I shouldn't redecorate this room with the two of you. Val kept her voice level. I'm not here on wrist business. I'm sworn to house wrist. Yes, but only as a protector. I'm not an assassin. If I were, you wouldn't have seen me. A few of the Twi'lek guards shifted uneasily. Elena raised an eyebrow. Confidence. Cute. But you still haven't explained why you're in my club. Because of me, Jazz said. I needed her with me tonight. Not as muscle. As backup. And not against you. Elena tilted her head, studying him. Backup against what? The last people who tried to kill a friend of mine, Jazz said. We're looking for whoever hired them. That's all. For several seconds, Elena didn't blink. Then, slowly, she raised a hand. Her guards holstered their blasters in perfect sync. Better, she said. Still not good, but better. Val didn't relax. Neither did Jazz. Elena crossed one leg over the other and gave Val a slow, dangerous smile. So, you're not here to kill me? No, Val said. Not even a little. Not even a little. Shame, Elena murmured, amused. Would have made the evening interesting. She snapped her fingers again. A servant approached with a pair of drinks. Jasmine-scented steam rose from the glasses. Jazz didn't touch his. Val didn't either. Elena noticed. Still cautious, she said. Good. You should be. She leaned forward. Now then, you came all the way from the snowy side of Alderaan to ask the exchange for a slicer. A slicer capable of breaking top-tier probe systems. And you bring a wrist shadow with you, but swear you're not hunting me. She smiled thinly. So tell me, Jazz Darbin. Her voice softened, but her eyes sharpened like viper blades. Who exactly are you hunting? Val stayed perfectly still as the guns held on her, the calm returning to her face now that the act had dropped. She looked at Elena steadily, no fear in her eyes, only irritation at being misunderstood again. House Wrist has no contract on you, Val said. If they did, you'd never see it coming. I'm here because Jazz needed backup. That's all. Elena lifted a brow, unconvinced. A wrist assassin doesn't just come along for fun, she said. Try again, dear. Val exhaled sharply. I'm not contracted. I'm sworn to someone else entirely, and none of that has anything to do with you or your business. Jazz stepped forward slightly, palms out in an easy, disarming gesture. She's telling the truth. I wouldn't be so foolish as to walk into your place with the killer targeting you. I came here with respect, Elena, and I'd appreciate some in return. The air in the room tightened. Elena studied them both, long enough that two of the armed Twi'lek shifted uneasily. Then she flicked her fingers. The guns lowered, but did not vanish. Very well, she purred. You have 5 minutes, Jazz. Impress me. Val shot him a look, half weary, half annoyed. Jazz offered her the faintest of nods. 5 minutes. More than enough if they moved carefully. The room stayed tense for a moment, every blaster angled toward them, every guard waiting for the slightest excuse. Val kept her hands where they could be seen, breathing steady now that the act had dropped. Elena flicked her gaze between the two of them, assessing, weighing, calculating. Her leku curled slightly along the back of the throne, a slow, thoughtful motion. Well, she asked, her voice soft but carrying the weight of a vibroblade pressed to a throat. I am waiting. Val lifted her chin, no longer the fluttery airhead she had played downstairs. Her voice was calm, clear, steady. I am not here under contract, and I am not here to work against you. I am sworn to house arrest. That is all. Elena's eyes sharpened. That is not all, sweetling. House arrest does not send sworn blades out to nightclubs without a purpose. Jazz stepped forward before Val could answer, moving just far enough to draw attention without being threatening. Elena, he said, she is here with me. That is the only reason she walked through your door. She smirked. So you vouch for her? I do. Silence. Every blaster remained on target. Even the air seemed to hold still. Elena tapped a slender finger against the arm of her throne, studying the two of them with an expression somewhere between irritation and amusement. Tell me, Jazz, she murmured, why would you risk your life for someone who clearly has training that makes my men uncomfortable? Because she's with me, he said simply, and because she isn't your enemy. Elena watched him, eyes narrowing further. You always were a terrible liar, dear heart. I'm trying to decide whether you've improved or gotten worse. Val didn't move, didn't breathe. She waited. Finally, Elena snapped her fingers once, sharply. The sound cracked through the air. Every blaster was holstered instantly. The pressure in the room eased like a held breath finally released. Elena leaned back again, smiling a slow, satisfied smile. There now, she said lightly. Was that so difficult? Sit, both of you. If you want a slicer, then let us talk business. And do try, she added with a wicked grin, not to bring assassins into my home without warning next time. Val muttered under her breath, I'm not an assassin. Elena's leku twitched. Oh, darling. Everyone from Nar Shaddaa to the Midrim knows House Risk trains assassins. Whether you admit it or not changes nothing. Val stiffened but held her tongue. Jazz exhaled slowly. This could still go either way. He stepped forward, guiding Val toward the low seating area before Elena's throne. Time to barter. Time to pry answers from the web spinner without becoming tangled in it. Time to see whether this meeting would help save Vess or light an entirely new fuse. Elena didn't move from her throne. She simply lifted one hand, and the blaster stayed trained on them. The room went quiet except for the low hum of the music below the floor. Val stood straight now. No smile. No foolish girl act. Her posture changed in an instant, weight centered, hand close to where Jazz knew she kept a hidden blade. Her eyes never left the Twi'lek. Elena's leku curled lazily over her shoulders as she considered them. So, she said softly, shall we begin again, without the games? Val took one step forward, slow and controlled. I'm not here as an assassin, she said. I'm sworn to House Rist, yes. I'm sworn to my queen, yes. But I'm not here to start trouble on your turf. If I were, you know it already. A low ripple went through the armed servants. Elena tilted her head. Convince me? Val nodded once. I don't work for anyone but my queen. And tonight, my orders are simple, Stay close to Jazz Darbin and keep him breathing. That's the only reason I'm here. Jazz watched Elena's expression shift, just slightly. The distrust was still there, but it was tempered now with curiosity. Is that so? Elena murmured. And House Rist allowed this. House Rist didn't have a choice, Val answered. My queen gave the order. They obey. Elena leaned back in her throne, eyes narrowing. So you're her pet protector. Her sworn protector, Val corrected coldly. The Twi'lek let out a soft laugh. Such devotion. Touching. She snapped her fingers once. The blasters stayed raised. Jazz felt the tension coil tight in the force. Val looked steady, but she was ready to move at the smallest opening. He stepped forward, voice calm. Elena, this is bad business. You know me. You know co-op. You know we don't bring trouble to your doorstep. Except when it wears heels, Elena said dryly, flicking her eyes toward Val. Val didn't react, which impressed Jazz more than anything. He kept his voice steady. She's not here as Rist. She's here as my partner for the night, nothing more. If you shoot her, you start a war with people you don't want as enemies. And you know that. Elena stared at him for a long, silent moment. Then she raised her hand again. The blasters lowered. Not holstered, just lowered. Progress, he thought. Very well, Elena said. Let us assume, for tonight, that you are telling the truth. Let us assume that your friend is not here to slit my throat. She isn't, Jazz said. Elena's lips curved faintly. We shall see. She snapped her fingers a third time. The guards backed away to the perimeter of the room. Elena settled back into her throne, crossing one leg over the other. Now, she said lightly, let us return to our earlier discussion. You need a slicer. A very talented one. Someone capable of cutting into top-tier security tech. That's right. And you're willing to pay. I am. And you'd like this to remain quiet. Very. Elena smiled. That we can work with. Val shifted subtly beside James, barely a motion, but he felt her ease now that the guns weren't aimed at her head. Elena lifted one manicured hand toward him. Come closer, dear heart. If we are to talk business, I want to see your eyes. He stepped forward. Elena studied him for a long moment. You look tired, she said softly. Worn down. The years have not been kind. It makes me wonder, what burden are you carrying that would drive you to my door again? Jazz kept his voice even. We're not here for drama. Just information. Everything is drama, Jazz, she said with a slow smile. Especially in my world. Her eyes drifted toward Val. And especially when you bring a wildcat into my den. Val bared her teeth in something that wasn't quite a smile. Elena gave a soft, delighted purr. Oh, this is going to be fun. She leaned forward slightly. Tell me what you want sliced. And tell me why. Jazz kept his tone neutral. High-grade security probes. Someone manipulated several of them. We want to know who. Elena's smile faded. Security probes, she repeated. Not common models, I assume. Not at all. She went quiet, too quiet. Then she whispered. You're playing with fire. I know. Do you? She asked, eyes sharpening. Do you truly? Because if you're asking to slice the probes I think you're talking about, your danger is a great deal higher than you realize. Val stepped closer to Jazz, her hand near her hidden weapon. Elena's eyes flicked to the movement, amused. You brought her because you're scared, she said softly. That is interesting. Jazz didn't answer. He didn't need to. Elena tapped one long nail on the arm of her throne. I have a slicer, she said. But he won't come cheap. And he won't come without conditions. What conditions? She smirked. First, you tell me why the probes matter. Really matter? And don't lie to me, Jazz Darbin. I can smell lies. Jazz kept his face still. Then you'll smell honesty. Someone tried to kill a girl. Elena blinked once. A girl. He nodded. A very important one. Her expression changed, subtle, but real. The first crack in her act. Then another. Not her. Elena whispered. Jazz said nothing. Elena sat back, eyes widening. Oh. For once, she looked shaken. And Jazz felt the air in the room shift. Val sensed it too. Elena leaned forward, her voice suddenly low and deadly serious. You should have led with that, dear heart. She snapped her fingers. The room emptied, guards, servants, everyone. When the door slid shut behind them, she turned her full attention back to Jazz. Now, she said, you and I are going to talk, and you are going to tell me everything. Elena's smile never warmed, but she gestured lightly with 2 fingers. The blasters lowered a fraction, not enough to relax, just enough to breathe. Well then, she purred, enlighten me. Val's posture shifted. The airhead was gone. The trained protector was back. She kept her hands visible, shoulders loose, eyes focused but not challenging. I'm not here as a wrist assassin, she said evenly. My contract is with House Wrist, yes, but my queen is under threat. Jazz is helping me track down whoever tried to kill her. That's all. Elena's brow arched slowly. A noble cause, sweetie. But why bring her here, Jazz? You know how much I enjoy surprises, and how much I despise the wrong ones. Jazz stepped forward just enough to pull her attention. Because she's the one helping me verify the intel. You wanted proof that I'm not double-dealing. That's the proof. If I were manipulating you, I would never bring a sworn protector into your den. Elena studied him. Then Val. Then Jazz again. Her amber eyes narrowed, searching for the crack in their story. I suppose that could be true, she murmured. Or you could be lying very convincingly. I don't lie to you, Jazz said, voice steady. Not when there's business on the line. Elena twirled a finger in the air. Boys, stand down. The blasters dipped fully, not holstered, but lowered. It was the closest she ever came to trust. Sit, she said, sweeping an elegant hand toward the low table beside her throne. If you want a slicer, then we will discuss a slicer. But understand something, Jazz, you brought danger into my home tonight, and that means you owe me. She leaned forward, dark eyes gleaming. You always owe me, dear heart. Val sat beside him, posture calm but her hand resting lightly on her knee, ready. Jazz felt the tension rolling off her in waves, but she kept her breathing steady. Elena smiled wider, delighted by the discomfort. Now then, she said, lounging back again, let's talk price. Elena's boys kept their weapons trained on them, their fingers resting against the triggers. The room felt warmer now, thick with spice and threat. Val didn't flinch. Her posture stayed loose, hands open, eyes steady. The airhead act had vanished completely. Now she stood as a sworn protector, precise, calm, and calculating. Elena tapped a clawed nail on her armrest, her gaze sharp. Well, I'm waiting. Val didn't look away. I'm not here as wrist. I'm not here to kill you. I'm here on assignment for my queen. Elena arched her brow. Queen. How quaint. Alderaan has senators, not royalty. I'm not from Alderaan, Val replied. Elena tilted her head. Oh, I know you aren't. I recognized you the second you stepped into my club. Took me a moment to place it, but the eyes gave it away. There's only one house in this region that trains protectors to look people over the way you just looked at me. Val didn't respond. Elena snapped her fingers once more. Her guards didn't lower their weapons, but their grips eased. So, Elena said, the question becomes, why would a sworn protector from House Wrist join Jazz Darbin on a quiet little stroll into my home when he only asked for a slicer? Jazz stepped forward. This isn't an ambush. No, Elena said, but it could be. Her voice remained smooth, but the edge beneath it was unmistakable. Jazz kept his tone even. If we wanted trouble, Elena, we wouldn't bring a sworn protector in a dress. And we wouldn't walk in through your front door. She considered that. Her eyes moved from Jazz to Val, and then back again. Fine, Elena said at last, waving one lazy hand. Weapons down. The Twi'lek guards holstered their blasters and stepped back, though none of them looked relaxed. Val exhaled once through her nose. Jazz didn't miss the faint tremor in her fingers as the adrenaline bled off. Elena leaned forward with a predatory smile. Now that the little misunderstanding is cleared up, why don't we start over and discuss what you really want from me? Jazz nodded. Information. Nothing more. And what is the nature of this information, dear heart? We need to identify whoever sliced into Alderin's mountain range alert system, Jazz said. Someone hijacked the frequencies, blinded security, and jammed communications. It wasn't amateur work. Elena's smile faded. That system is sealed. Top-tier Republic tech. You're suggesting someone broke into it. We're not suggesting, Jazz said. We're certain. Val added quietly, and children were on the slopes when it happened. Elena's eyes sharpened. Interesting, she murmured. Chapter 38, Protectors. Many blasters were pointed at them. Jazz could sense nothing but hostile intent, that and the amusement of Elena Fortuna. He glared at the exchange boss. This is not what he came here for. Val kept her cool, but she was no longer smiling vapidly. She was watching the thugs surrounding them, likely picking out her first target. The protector gripped her little purse tightly. Jazz suspected she had some type of weapon hidden there. What it could be he couldn't say, but, at that moment, he doubted that it would be much help. Too many to parry, he realized. If the guards opened fire, he would not be able to block them all. He might be able to cut down a few with his lightsaber, but they were too close. If they opened up on them at this range. He gave the Twi'lek an acidic smile. I thought we were just here to do business. She snorted angrily at that comment. You are the one that brought an assassin to a business meeting, she reminded him. Val's eyes narrowed. I'm no assassin, she said coldly, no longer bothering with the silly girl act. Yet, you serve house arrest, Elena replied, the tips of her head tails twitching nervously. You have been recognized, my dear. Many eyes are on house arrest right now, especially given what happened up in the North Mountains. The nobles try to hide such things, but they are never successful, not when the knowledge is that juicy. The Twi'lek smirked. You are an assassin in the employ of Norma Rist, and the center of much discussion in the corridors of power right now. Your name is something Valentine. Valentine, actually, Val corrected her, her voice sweetened with just a hint of venom. Yes, Elena said, smirking at Jazz. Does Cooper wish me dead? Is that why he had you bring this woman here? Jazz rolled his eyes. I should have known, he thought to himself. On the way here, he had been chiding himself about his paranoia. Well, trust Elena Fortuna to take that up to another level entirely. Make that 4 or 5 other levels. He shook his head. He had suspected that Val's presence could cause a problem, but had been willing to let things ride and trust in the Force. He should have trusted his instincts. Well, it was too late now. Now, he needed to try and find a way out of this. This isn't about you, Elena, Jazz said quickly, all the while tracking the Twi'lek's guards through the Force. He would have little warning when they made their move, and that could be any time, considering the behavior of their rather fickle host. Elena rose from her padded throne. She padded up to him on bare feet. Her long fingers, with their sharp nails, traced the skin of his jaw. I know your organization, Jazz, she said with a frown. I had considered acquiring it once. This business with the slicer is not something you and your people do. We look after our clients, he replied. House Rist is a client. They asked me to look into this matter for them. That is all that is going on, Elena. Believe me. He gave her a cold, predatory smile. If I really wanted you dead, I wouldn't need to hire an assassin. I could handle the matter myself. Her eyes widened. It was a gamble on his part, but it was one of the few cards he had left to play. Talking alone would not get them out of this. He had to show strength, or at least, the illusion of it. And now you threaten me, she growled. I'm merely stating a fact, he replied. As I told you before, I simply came here to ask about hiring a slicer with the skill of reprogramming security droids. I wouldn't have bothered with the excuse if I desired to see you punished for old sins, and besides. He chuckled dismissively. Are you sure you want to do this? My coming here was not exactly a secret. Coop knows where we are, as does Dorma Rist. I may not be an assassin, Char Valentine added, But the House of Risk contains more than one. You dispose of us, you will discover that what could have been a profitable situation could easily turn into what you fear. Are you really that willing to make an enemy of House Risk, when all we want to do is talk? And that is just what might happen if you anger House Risk, Jazz said. Coop and I have done our fair share of business with you over the years, Elena. Don't you think that Co-op knows how to hurt your business if he really wanted to? I've kept excellent records when it has come to our dealings. If Co-op did want to strike at you, he would ample targets to choose from. The Twi'lek was no fool. He knew that from their previous dealings. They were playing Sabak now, and he was trying to bluff. The threat was real enough, but he hoped that they wouldn't need to test Elena's resolve. He managed a small smile. Come on, Elena, he said quickly. There really is no need for violence. I just came here to do business, so. He held up his hands, giving her his most innocent look. How about we just talk business? She paused again, considering what he was saying, likely weighing all her options. She could kill them both, sure, but would it be worth it to her in the long run? Finally, she snorted and stepped away. She gestured to one of her servants who brought her a drink. She continued to glare at him. I know some of what happened on the North Mountains, the attack on the girl from House Risk, she began. What happened up there? That is nothing new, Jazz. The nobles of Alderaan are hardly civil to each other. Oh, they might play at being about peace and cooperation, but the shadow games of old are still very much alive when it comes to the ruling houses. He shrugged. Then why are you so surprised that one of the families would ask Co-op and I for help? As you said, you know our organization and the talent that we employ. Is it so hard to believe that we are simply buying and selling information? Elena smirked, the smile of a predator. Considering how Co-op and my relationship ended, and knowing a bit of the history of House Risk, I'm fairly sure that you can understand my reaction, dear heart. It is understandable, I suppose, he agreed, but at the same time made mental note to speak with Co-op about this later. He was not surprised that Elena had designs on their operation, given the Twi'lek's history and a list of several dead husbands. It explained why Elena had been so angry when Co-op had ended things, and her rather harsh attempt at revenge. Elena sighed and took a sip from her glass. It is truly a shame, you know, she said, giving him an evaluating look. Had Cooper let me into your organization, I believe that you and I could have been fast friends. She gave him a sexy smile. Maybe even more than that, if you had been of a mind. Jazz smiled coldly. I don't make it a point of looking at the women that my friend and partner is involved with. It is bad for business, and besides, your lovers tend to be a bit accident-prone, Elena. I believe you are between husbands right now, yes. If she was insulted by his attempt to call her out, she didn't show it. If anything, he sensed amusement. Oh, I had such high hopes for the last one, Jazz, but he was boring, started to grow obese, and he snorted so loudly at night. The Twi'lek pouted. One day, I hope to find a real man. Jazz said nothing. As long as Elena remained attractive, she would remain the predator she was. He wondered how many more high-ranking males in the exchange would have accidents as the Twi'lek continued to climb the social ladder within the crime organization. Eventually, she would likely bite off more than she could chew, but that was not why he was here. As he had said in the beginning, he had simply come here to do business. She once again turned to Char Valentine. And what are you to our dear Jazz, Miss Valentine, was it? It is rare that I've seen him with a pretty femme on his arm. Jazz spoke up first. Val and I were close once, he said. I provided her with transport to Alderaan a few years back, and we found we had things in common. House Risk knew of that history, so they assigned her to me, nothing more. The Twi'lek looked at the Protector. Is that so? Pretty much. Yeah, Val replied. Elena gave Jazz a sly look. You old cat hound, she chuckled. I can't imagine what kind of transport you gave this little friend of yours. Though I would advise caution, taking an assassin to your bed is not the best recipe for a long and happy life. I'll keep that in mind, he said, not bothering to mention the exchange boss's own list of dead husbands and lovers. He glanced at the guards again. They still had their blasters up and pointed at him and Val. As I said before, I didn't come here for violence, Elena. I'm not here to harm you, and neither is Val. So can we go back to talking like sensible beings? The Twi'lek considered that. She glanced between her men and her two guests. Finally, she sighed and snapped her fingers. The guards lowered their weapons. Jazz felt the tension in the room lessen through the force. He only just held back a sigh of relief. Damn, he thought. That was too close. Thank you, he said. The Twi'lek shrugged. You could have avoided all this had you simply told me that an agent of House Rist would be joining us for this meeting. I would have been a bit more hesitant, arranged some additional security, but... Point taken, he said. I'll try to be more open next time. Elena smiled and lay back down on her throne. So, tell me, dear, why are you looking for this slicer? The organization is always looking for talent, he said. That in-house Rist have some questions about the droids that were reprogrammed for the North Mountain job. Elena nodded as she considered his words. What if the slicer that you have in mind is not the one you are looking for? Then he might be able to point me to the one that we are looking for. House Rist would be willing to make it worth the man's while, Val added, and offer a finder's fee for the one who kindly gave us the introduction. Elena giggled. And so, now we began to discuss price, and straight to it too, so little small talk. The Twi'lek smiled brightly. I do enjoy doing business with straightforward beings. She looked at Jazz. A client of mine has recently asked if I could import some foodstuffs for him. He has developed a taste for Twi'lek cuisine, the native stuff, not the swill my people export, but he doesn't trust exchange resources to be discreet. Our business interests on Rylith attract too much attention for his taste. We could handle that for you, Jazz promised. You know our reputation for discretion. Elena smirked. I would also ask that you lower your fees for this job, just this once, of course. I get the feeling that Co-op still has some hard feelings about our parting. If you would do this one small favor, I would be grateful, and I would consider it a show of good faith. If the information you provide us is good, I see no reason that can't be arranged. Oh, the information is good. You may trust me on that. She turned to Val. As for House Rist Finder's fee, I ask only that Lord Rist understand that the exchange had nothing to do with the attack on the North Mountains. We may move in similar circles as the people involved, but that does not mean that we contributed in any way. We have the utmost respect for the Rist and their storied history. My lord and Lady Rahanna will appreciate that, Miss Fortuna, Val said pleasantly. I'll make sure to pass along both your respect and your assurance. Good, the Twi'lek replied. She gave Jazz a confident smile. I will volunteer something else, dear heart. You and your pretty friend were not the first to ask me about this slicer in the last several days. Anyone I may know? He inquired. You know the policy, Jazz. No questions, she said with no shortage of amusement. I merely wish that you understand that you are not alone in seeking this person, and that you should be careful moving forward. The people that are playing this game, they are not as reasonable as I am. He nodded. Her warning didn't really surprise him. The attack on Vess in the mountains had been audacious. He wasn't surprised to hear that they were walking into danger, that looking into this at all could be hazardous. He accepted that, and he trusted in the Force. I understand, he said. Good, the Twi'lek said, because if you do get yourself blasted looking into this, I want Co-op to understand that the blast didn't come from the exchange. There are many powerful people watching what is happening on Alderaan right now. Elena ran a single claw down the edge of her throne. It would break my little heart to know that you came to a bad end. Your concern for me is touching, Elena, as always, Jazz said dryly. I'll make sure to remember that. She nodded. Just so long as you are aware, darling, and now, the item that you wanted. The young man you are looking for is a Zeltran. His name is Kike Tobin, goes by the code name of Ladies Man 1138, in the Slicer circles. Val chuckled. Ladies Man? She asked. Elena laughed. Zeltrans are known for their hedonism, dear, and their pheromones. If I were you, Miss Valentine, I would be cautious around this one. Zeltron males can be insistent when they see a femme they desire. Jazz nodded. He had met several Zeltrons over the years. Elena was not wrong about their attitude or their genetic tricks. I've never heard of a Zeltron slicer before, he said. That's new. He is a bit new to the game, that is true, but he is also quite skilled. The exchange has used his services in the last year. He has worked as a freelance consultant for us on several jobs and proved valuable in all of them. Elena Fortuna grinned at them. I can't say for certain that he is the man you are looking for, but the rumors I've heard dealing with what happened in the North Mountains, it sounds like something he might have done. Where can we find him? Jazz asked. I can provide you with his apartment number and address, she said, though I doubt that he is still there. The Twi'lek pouted again. As I said, you are not the first to ask us about poor Tobin. If the job he was involved with ended badly, he has likely gone into hiding, but it is a lead, is it not? Elena shrugged. I will let your people know should he try to contact us. It may not seem like much, I know, but it is something that your two organizations can use to move forward, yes. Jazz nodded. It was a lead, at least. It was more than what they had come in here with, that was for sure. I thank you for your time, Elena, he said, bowing respectfully, and your willingness to help us. House Wrist will not forget your aid, Miss Fortuna, Val added with a curtsy. Thank you. Think nothing of it, the Twi'lek said. Now, if there is nothing else, feel free to enjoy the rest of your evening. My staff are quite skilled and more than able to provide anything you might desire. We will keep that in mind, Jazz said, bowing again. Thanks again, Elena. Until next time. Until next time, dear Jazz, she said with a tilt of her head. And please, give dear Cooper all my best. The two of them made their way back down the stairs and back down to the club's main floor. Despite the initial problems, the meeting had gone rather well. Jai Darbin smiled. They had a name, at least, Kite Tobin. If he was the slicer that handled the droids on the North Mountain job, Jazz hoped that he might be able to provide them with the name of who hired him, or at least could point them to someone else, someone who might know more. He glanced over at Char Valentine. She didn't look pleased. You think this Tobin guy is still alive? She asked. Hopefully, Jazz replied. Most slicers are smart enough to know when to make themselves scarce. If this Zeltron learned that his trick with the droids didn't work as his employer intended, he likely has gone on the run, either into hiding or to someone with enough power to protect him. It isn't much to go on, she said. He shrugged. It is more than we knew before. Jazz checked the small data pad that Elena's people had provided him with. He didn't bother trying to contact the slicer on the holo. He figured that would be a waste of time. As Elena had said, other parties were interested in the Zeltron. Jazz seriously doubted that he was still in his dwelling. His apartment is here in Aldera, Jazz informed Val. We can head there now, see what we can find. Sounds good, she agreed. I have a change of clothes and weapons in the trunk of the speeder. I'll get armored up, and we can head over. Vess. Jazz blinked. Vess. You think we should contact Vess before we head to meet the slicer? Shouldn't we wait to see what we learn first? No, Jazz, Val said, pointing. Look. Over there. He looked up. The club was quite crowded and loud, but he was able to see what it was that the protector was pointing at. A group of young nobles standing around one of the gambling tables, and, sure enough, standing right in the middle of them was Vess. Jazz pursed his lips. What? He looked again to make sure that he was seeing what he thought he was seeing. Maybe it was just a girl that looked like Vess. He hoped that it was a girl that merely looked like Vess. There were 6 of them, high-born girls all, and all dressed for a night of fun and dancing. Jazz recognized one of them as Leah, the girl that they had met while searching for Vess on the North Mountains. Vess stood in the middle of the group, dressed in short dress of fine blue shimmer silk. She was laughing, and had a drink in her hand. She looked like she hadn't a care in the galaxy. He shook his head. So much for her needing to stay in tonight, he thought. It didn't look like the girl was studying for a test, that was for certain. Val looked mortified. What is she thinking? She gasped. What in all the names of the gods is she doing? Val broke away from him and headed towards the girl. Jazz only just managed to keep up. Great, he thought to himself. This would not end well. He didn't blame Val for her reaction. As Veth's sworn protector, it fell to her to keep the girl safe. Seeing her out here by herself must have seemed like a betrayal. Jazz frowned. At the same time, a small part of him was looking at the girl and seeing something beautiful and headstrong, someone who chafed at being caged. He felt drawn to that courage it radiated out through the Force. As he had told Val, he had always liked strong women, and the little blue dress didn't hurt either. It fit her like a second skin and... Whoa there, he thought, shaking his head. Fire the repulsors for a minute there, friend. Stop yourself. This was still Vess you are looking at. Remember that. He did remember, but he didn't feel as bad staring at her this time. He remembered Val's offer, and could not deny that he was intrigued by it, on some small level anyway. Control it, his conscience chided. The poor girl is still in danger. Keep thinking with your head, and do what was right. That should have been easy. It should have been easy. Vesseria, Val called out. The girl turned. Her smile faded the moment she saw the protector standing there. Her blue eyes widened. Val, she said. Hi, you look great, and you're here. Yes, my lady, the protector said, crossing her arms, and so are you. Vess laughed nervously. Busted, one of her friends said behind her, giggling. Vess shot the girl an annoyed glare, but quickly turned her attention back to her guardian. Yes, Vess continued, trying to stand up straighter, more in control. So I am. Any explanation? Val asked. Study break. Jazz chuckled, drawing the girl's attention. Mr. Jazz, you are here too? The two of you together. The young noble blinked. Together, she murmured. In that moment, Jazz was almost bowled over. He had been reaching out with the Force, trying to make sure that no enemies might have been hiding close by. The wave of emotion from the young girl nearly knocked him off his feet. A sense of both possessiveness and jealousy radiated from Vess. He had never felt anything like it from the girl before, and all those feelings were directed at Val. She had been so even-tempered as a girl. He was shocked. What was going on? What reason did she have to feel jealous of Val? Leah asked me out tonight, Vess said imperiously. I didn't want to stay locked in my room. How did you get out? Val demanded. The house is under lockdown. I snuck out, Vess replied, trying to hold onto her defiance. You just snuck out, Val repeated. The girl nodded. Aunt Rahanna taught me well. Char Valentine gasped. Vess, you can't just. Can't just what? The girl hissed, trying to keep her voice down. Can't live my life. There are people after you, Vess. People who want to hurt you. They've been after me since I fled Bentoon. I'm tired of running, and I'm tired of hiding from bullies. Val's eyes narrowed. I'm your sworn protector, but I can't protect you if... That is right, you are mine, Vess growled back, which means you obey me. Val looked shocked, but that shock quickly started to morph into anger. Jazz could feel it flowing between the two. Right now, they were both trying to keep their voices down, but it was about to boil over and turn into a real argument, a loud one. He chose to intervene before that happened. He stepped between the two. Val and I were here on business. Vess, he said quickly, we were looking for a lead on the people that attacked you on the North Mountain. She looked up at him. Seeing him seem to get through the anger, she started to think again. She looked quickly between the two of them. You were here, investigating. That is true, my queen, Val answered, her own anger contained, but it was still in her voice. Jazz could not say if she had realized how close she and her young charge came to blowing up at each other, but was glad to have averted that. Seemed to have averted anyway. Vess' brow furrowed cutely. He remembered that look from her time on the Folly when the girl was deep in thought. What have you discovered? She asked. We have a name, Jazz informed her. We were just leaving to go and see the person now. I see, Vess said, nodding. She turned to her protector. I will get my coat. Val glared at her. You're not coming with us. Vest's mouth was set in a determined line. Her temper started to rise again. This person tried to kill me. I want to know why. It could be dangerous. Val added quickly. It is my duty to protect you. Before Vest could snap back, Jazz intervened again. He was not above playing referee during an argument. He had done with Co-op and Rhonda before after all. Besides, kid, he said, you aren't exactly dressed for confronting someone. She looked down at the rather skimpy dress and frowned. I suppose I'm not, am I? Jazz reached out and touched the girl's arm. Let us help you, he said. We can find out what is going on and tell you what we learned on our return. Vest wasn't pleased about hearing that. He could feel it, but she wasn't foolish. She understood what was happening and what needed to happen. Okay, she said. I understand. Jazz Darbin almost sighed with relief. That had been close, but it seemed that the two ladies were back on the same page. Any initial anger between them two was gone, a fact that made Jazz extremely grateful. Char Valentine pulled the girl away from her friends for a moment, resting her hands on her shoulders. Your mother trusted me to protect you, she said solemnly. I can't do that if you won't let me. Vest winced. The mention of her mother seemed to have the proper effect. Jazz felt shame from her in the Force. I'm tired of hiding from bullies, Val, she said, her expression pained. I just want to live my life, just for once, without worrying that someone is trying to hurt me. I know, and you will, Val said, but not yet. Not until Jazz and I have dealt with this. If we can find who is involved, the person behind these attacks, then maybe we can finally stop them for good. Vest nodded. Her blue eyes were shining. She looked about to cry. She wiped at her eyes. I'm sorry I snuck out, but... You wanted to have an evening free of worry, Jazz said. We can both understand that. Vest gave him a warm smile. It touched his heart. Val nodded. She looked at Jazz. I should stay here, make sure that she makes it home safe. It will be okay, Vest added. Mr. Jazz needs you, Val. T-Wop is here, with Leah. He is watching over us. T-Wop, Jazz asked. What is a T-Wop? Me. As if summoned, a large brown-furred whiffet suddenly appeared at the girl's side. Flat-faced, tusked, and wearing a bandolier of weapons. Is everything being okay? Here, the alien growled. Val smiled at him. Hey, T-Wop, she said. It has been a while. The alien snuffled. A laugh, Jazz guessed. Hello there, little snow tiger, he said. You need not fear for the girl. She is being watched. Val chuckled. Watching over a group of teenage girls at a dance club sounds dangerous. The alien snorted. Not as dangerous as hunting ice demons on my home world, but close. Old friends, Jazz thought with a smile. Even Vest seemed amused. Jazz needs you, she repeated. Leah and T-Wop will see me safely home. You have a person to find? Yes. Char Valentine nodded. She didn't look happy about it, but... Stay close to T-Wop, she ordered Vest. Don't go off alone, and stick close to your friends. Vest nodded. Val sighed. We will talk more about this later. A pained expression came over the girl's face. Great, she replied. Jazz said nothing. That was none of his business. He suspected it would not be the most pleasant of conversations. Contact me as soon as you hear something, Vest ordered. She turned to Jazz. Keep her safe. Okay, both of you, please be careful. We will do what we can, he promised. The would-be queen nodded. She radiated both relief and concern through the Force. Better that than anger and jealousy, he thought, but he did have to wonder. What reason did the girl have to feel jealous of Val? It made no sense. Val's whole life was dedicated to keeping the young woman safe. Vest had nothing to fear. Val would do nothing to hurt her. She couldn't. It was who the protector was. She would always be there for her queen. Always. Once again, the two found themselves in the airspeeder, on course to the Zeltron's apartment in Aldera. Jazz sat up front with the pilot droid while Char Valentine changed in the back. She didn't bother with the privacy screen. which of course meant that Jazz had been more than tempted to peek as the Protector slipped into the spare suit of armor she had brought along. Eyes front, hotshot, she purred when she noticed the tilt of his head. He looked back quickly. It isn't like I've never seen you undressed, her replied. She laughed lightly. You were the one that told me I should stop torturing you. He sighed. If she truly believed that she would have engaged the privacy screen, still it would have made it harder for them to talk. Val sighed. She sounded tired. I still can't believe that Vess snuck out. Jazz chuckled. Go easy when you talk to her later. She made a stupid choice, but that stupid choice could have gotten her killed, and then I would have to die too. There was that, he supposed. Well, at least she didn't go out without some protection. That with it seems formidable. Tiwap being there was the only reason I consented to leave her side, Val said. Jazz smirked. One question, though. What? Little Snow Tiger. Val chuckled. Tiwap and I have spared a time or two. When he first came to Alderaan from Tula, he believed he was the toughest bodyguard here. I took exception to that. Char Valentine radiated with pride. I challenged him, fist and feet only. The fight ended in a draw, but he came out with the respect for the sworn protectors of Bantoon. Jazz grinned. Having fought Val himself, he knew what a challenge she was. He was impressed that the Wifit could keep up with her. Despite her amusement, Val remained focused on her young queen. She sighed. Being Vess protector was easier when she was a little girl. I'm sure it was, he agreed, but she isn't a little girl anymore. I know, Val said. She is turning more like Queen Inara every day. I'm proud to see it. But it worries you too? Yeah, Inara chose to send me away, and she died. I can't fail like that again, Jazz. I was there. Remember, there was nothing you could have done. The Red Eclipse murdered your queen, not you. You couldn't have saved her, Val. Not didn't, couldn't. Could not. It was not your fault. I know that, in my head, but my heart. She was not just my mistress, she was my friend. Val leaned forward. She gave Jazz's shoulder a friendly squeeze. Thanks for that, by the way. For what? He asked. For stepping in between me and Vess. That situation could have been a lot worse had you not been there. Happy to help, he said, and surprisingly, he meant it. Jazz smiled. He hated to admit it, but he would miss Val and Vess when he returned to his duties back on PB. Being here, being around them again had made him feel more alive than he had in years. Maybe it is time for a change. The thought had come out of nowhere. Jazz frowned. You and Co-op have built something great together, but he has Rhonda now, and soon likely a family of his own. Jonas, Tessa, Figgy, he has all them too. Maybe it is time you started to look out for your own happiness. You considered leaving the folly once, going off and helping Val, helping Vess win back her throne. Maybe it is time to reconsider your choice. The Jedi are no longer after you. You could be a big help to them. Yes, he acknowledged. He could be. He heard the sound of zipper being pulled up. Okay, hot shot, Val said. You can look now. He turned to see the protector fully armed and armored once again. She smiled politely. So, she asked, this Kite Tobin, how do you wish to play this? If he is at home, we ask to speak with him, Jazz said. If he refuses, we insist. She smirked. I'm quite good at insisting. I'm sure you are, he replied. He laughed. So, we play a little game of good Jedi and the bad protector. It could work. Val blushed slightly. Her expression turned sly. What? Nothing, she said. Just, well, good Jedi and the bad protector sounds vaguely dirty. That isn't what I meant, he said. You sure? She asked. He considered it. Well, if he was being totally honest. No. He frowned. Not again. They had discussed this. He looked back at the smiling protector. Damn the woman, he thought. Damn her. Chapter 38. Protectors. Blasters leveled at them from every direction, and Jazz felt nothing from the guards except cold hostility, punctuated by Elena Fortuna's amused satisfaction. He shot the exchange boss a sharp glare. This was not what he came here for. Val kept her composure, but the fake bubbly smile was gone. Her eyes moved from thug to thug, already selecting her first target. She clutched her tiny purse. James suspected there was a weapon hidden inside, though it wouldn't help much if the guards opened fire. Too many to parry, he realized. At this range, even he couldn't deflect them all. He gave the Twi'lek a thin smile. I thought we were just here to do business. Elena snorted. You brought an assassin to a business meeting. Val's eyes hardened. I'm no assassin. Yet you serve house arrest, Elena countered. And you've been recognized. Many eyes are on house arrest after what happened in the North Mountains. The nobles pretend to be refined, but they gossip like spice dealers. Her smirk widened. You're an assassin under dorm arrest. The little conversations in the palace halls are all about you right now, Valentine. Valentine, Val corrected, voice sweet but edged. Does Cooper want me dead? Is that why he sent you with this woman? Jazz rolled his eyes. Of course. Trust Elena to take paranoia and scale it into the stratosphere. He'd known Val's presence might cause trouble, but he'd hoped the Force would smooth things out. That had been a mistake. This isn't about you, Elena, he said, tracking the guards' fingers tightening on their triggers. They could fire at any moment. The Twi'lek's moves were as stable as a pod racer engine on fire. Elena stepped down from her padded throne and glided up to him. Her long nails traced his jaw. I know your organization, she murmured. I once considered acquiring it. This request about a slicer. That isn't your style. We look after our clients, Jazz replied. House Rist asked me to investigate the droids. Nothing more. He flashed her a predator's grin. And if I wanted you dead, I wouldn't need to hire anyone. Her eyes widened. A gamble, one of the few cards left. But now you threaten me, she hissed. Just stating facts, he said calmly. If I wanted revenge for old business, I wouldn't walk in here smiling. And besides, he chuckled. Coop knows where we are. Dorma knows we're here. If something happened to us. Val stepped forward. House Rist will react. Quickly. Jazz nodded. You really want that kind of trouble, Elena? Over a misunderstanding. Her lips tightened. She considered it carefully. Finally, she sighed and gestured. A servant hurried over with a drink. I've heard about the attack in the North Mountains, she said. That's nothing new. Alderani nobles play nice in public, but the old shadow games never died. He shrugged. So it shouldn't surprise you that House Rist came to us. Her smile was hungry. Knowing my history with Cooper, it should. Jazz filed that away. He talked to Co-op later. Elena sipped her drink, then at him over the rim. Shame. Coop should have let me into your organization. You and I could have been close. She gave him a sultry smile. Very close. Jazz smiled coldly. Your partners tend to have fatal accidents. Hard to build trust with that reputation. You're between husbands again, yes. If she was insulted, she hid it well. She seemed amused, even delighted. Oh, I had high hopes for the last one, Jazz, but he snored. And grew fat. And bored me. She pouted. One day I'll find a real man. Jazz didn't respond. He doubted the galaxy had enough real men to keep Elena entertained. She turned to Val. And what are you to Jazz? He never brings pretty companions to meetings. Jazz answered first. Val and I were close once. I helped her get to Alderaan years ago. House Rist knew that, so they assigned her to me. Elena raised a brow. Is that so? Pretty much, Val said casually. Elena chuckled. You old cat hound. Taking an assassin to bed is a dangerous hobby. Jazz ignored that. He glanced at the guards again. They were still primed to shoot. As I said, no violence. We came to talk. Elena hesitated, then snapped her fingers. The guards lowered their weapons. The tension evaporated. Jazz almost let out a breath. That could have been smoother, he muttered inwardly. Now, Elena said, lounging again, why do you want the slicer? The organization needs talent, Jazz said, and House Rist wants answers about the droids. And I want a price, she replied smoothly. Jazz nodded. Of course. She outlined the job. he counteroffered. Val added the house wrist angle, and the dance began. Finally, Elena leaned forward with a grin. I'll give you this for free. You're not the first ones looking for him. Jazz felt a chill. Others were hunting the same lead. She smirked. The slicer is a Ziltron named Kite Tobin. Calls himself Ladies Man 1138. Val snorted. Elena giggled. Be careful. Ziltron males can be compelling. She provided an address, but warned he was likely already gone. Still, a lead was a lead. Blasters were leveled at them from every direction. Jazz could feel nothing but hostility from the guards surrounding the pair, along with the sharp amusement radiating from Elena Fortuna. He gave the Twi'lek exchange boss a cold glare. This was not what he had come here for. Val stayed calm, though the vapid smile she'd been wearing earlier was long gone. Her eyes moved from thug to thug, already choosing who she'd drop first. She kept her pretty little purse clutched tight, and Jazz had no doubt there was something hidden inside. Whatever it was, it wouldn't be enough to shift the odds here. Too many blasters. Too close. If they opened fire, he might cut down a few, but he couldn't protect both of them. He flashed the Twi'lek a sharp, poisonous smile. I thought we were here to do business. Elena snorted. You brought an assassin to a business meeting, she said, twitching one of her leku with irritation. Val's eyes narrowed. I'm no assassin, she said, her voice low and edged now. The cute act was gone. Yet you serve house arrest, Elena replied. People talk, especially after what happened in the North Mountains. The nobles gossip endlessly about that sort of thing. Your presence has been noted. You're an assassin under Dormer Risk's banner, and a very popular topic right now. Your name is Valentine. Valentine, Val corrected smoothly. Elena looked back to Jazz. Does Cooper want me dead? Is that why he sent her with you? Jazz rolled his eyes. Of course. On the way here, he had told himself he was being paranoid. Clearly, he hadn't been paranoid enough. Trust Elena to raise the bar. He should have expected this. Now he had to find a way out. This isn't about you, Elena, he said, even as he tracked every guard's intent through the force. She approached him slowly, bare feet whispering on the polished floor. Her long fingers traced his jawline with deliberate threat. I know your organization, she said. I thought about buying it once. This little matter with the slicer. That's not the sort of thing you get involved in. We look after our clients, he replied. House Risk asked me to investigate. That's all. He leaned in slightly, letting his next smile show just enough teeth. And if I wanted you dead, I wouldn't need to hire an assassin. Her eyes widened, exactly the reaction he needed. It was a bluff, but it was one of the few cards left to him. And now you threaten me. Just stating facts, he replied. If I come here to settle old debts, we wouldn't be talking. And besides. He chuckled softly. Are you sure you want to start something? Coop knows we're here. Dormer Risk knows we're here. Val added lightly, and the House of Risk doesn't take kindly to people who hurt their own. If you dispose of us, you will find out what true retaliation looks like. Elena's guard stayed tense, but Jazz saw her weighing everything carefully. She could kill them, but the consequences. He lifted his hand slightly. Come on, Elena. No need for violence. I'm here for business. So, he tilted his head. Why don't we talk business? Elena stared at him a long moment, then snapped her fingers. The guards lowered their blasters. The tension in the room eased just enough for him to breathe normally again. She gestured for a drink and sat back on her throne. I know what happened on the mountains, she said. The nobles pretend at peace, but the shadow games never ended. He shrugged. Which is why House Risk came to us. You know what, co-op, and I do. Buying and selling information should surprise you. She smirked. With our history. Oh, darling, it surprises me plenty. Jazz didn't argue. He merely waited. Elena sighed dramatically. It's a shame, you know. If co-op had let me into your operation, you and I could have been fast friends, maybe more. Jazz smiled in that slow, dangerous way of his. I don't make a habit of sleeping with people tied to my partner. Bad for business. She only laughed, unfazed. It's hard to find a real man in this line of work. He offered no comment. He had come for business. Nothing more. Alena's eyes shifted to Val. And what are you to him, Miss Valentine? It's rare to see a pretty girl on Jazz's arm. Jazz answered first. Val and I go back a few years. I transported her to Alderaan once, and the Risk family remembered. They assigned her to me? That's all. Val nodded. Pretty much. Elena chuckled wickedly. You cat hound. I can't imagine that trip. Jazz ignored the jab. Shall we return to the matter of the slicer? Elena considered, then finally nodded. Very well. She relaxed slightly, and the room breathed again. The speeder glided through Alderaan's evening traffic, the towers glowing gold and white around them. Jazz watched the lights pass while Val adjusted the straps on her gauntlets, checking each one with the fast, practiced movements of someone who had worn armor since childhood. 2 more minutes, the pilot droid announced. Jazz nodded, leaning forward slightly as he studied the skyline ahead. Tobin's building should be right behind that tower. Modest place. Nothing that screams criminal mastermind. Zeltrons rarely scream anything besides look at me, Val muttered. If he's here, he'll know we are coming before we knock. Probably, Jazz agreed. Subtlety isn't an option. We just adapt. Val slid a compact baton into a sheath on her thigh. If he's smart, he'll talk fast. If he's stupid, he'll flirt. Zeltron males always flirt. Jazz smirked. Don't stab him on sight. No promises. They descended into a narrow landing courtyard nestled between 2 residential blocks. Trees grew along the perimeter, white petals glowing softly in the lamplight. Alderaan never lacked for beauty, even in the parts that pretended not to be wealthy. The speeder touched down. Both got out. Val scanned the area first. Windows, shadows, rooftops. No watchers. Jazz stretched his senses through the force. A few people nearby, none focused on them. No hunters. No threats gathering. Clear, he confirmed. They entered the building. It was clean. Too clean for slicers. Usually slicers left a trail of some kind. Loud music, scattered tech. The faint smell of wiring burnt too many times. Here, everything smelled faintly of cleansing mist and polished stone. The lift carried them up. Val tapped her boot lightly, restless. If he's not here. Then the room will tell us something, Jazz said. Everyone leaves a trail. And if someone else got here first. Jazz didn't answer. They both knew what that would mean. The lift chimed. The door slid open. Apartment 19B sat at the end of the hall. Val motioned for silence, drew a small scanning wand, and swept it across the doorframe. After a moment, she nodded. No traps. No sensors. Jazz knocked. Nothing. He knocked again. Still nothing. Val muttered. Subtlety is overrated. She stepped aside. Jazz tapped the door control. It opened. Unlocked. Both exchanged a look. Never a good sign. They moved in. The lights were dim, but the curtains glowed cobalt with evening light from the city outside. The apartment was small, living area, kitchenette, a single bedroom. It was also a mess. Not chaotic. Not ransacked. Just abandoned. Hollow panels unplugged. Data pads missing. Clothing drawers left open and empty. A half-packed bag tossed on the floor, as if dropped mid-rush. Val lifted a pillow. Zeltron perfume lingered faintly on the fabric. Someone left in a hurry. Someone young, Jazz added, holding up an unwashed cup with a bright neon heart on the side. And self-absorbed. Val knelt beside the bed. Her hand slid under the frame and hit metal. She froze. Jazz. He moved beside her. Val pulled out a small case, slim, dark, sealed with a biometric latch. Not the kind of thing a slicer leaves behind, she whispered. Jazz extended a hand. The latch clicked open. Inside were 4 data cards. Unmarked. Except for one small thing. A thin strip of shimmer foil on each, stamped with a crest. A crest both of them recognized immediately. House wrist. Val's breath caught. He was paid directly. No intermediaries. Direct house wrist seal. But who in the house? There's more, Jazz said, lifting the card underneath. A note. Short. Typed. No signature. In case I don't make it out. If you're not them, I hope you know what you're doing. Val swallowed. Jazz, he was afraid. And someone from house wrist knew him, Jazz murmured. They both stood slowly. The air in the room seemed to grow colder. Val spoke first, her voice tight. If someone in the house hired the slicer, someone with access to internal seals. It narrows the list, Jazz agreed, and not in a pleasant direction. He pocketed the data cards. Val checked the hall again. We need to move. Someone else might circle back. Jazz nodded, but paused. The force stirred. Not danger. Not warning. A presence. Something faint, like a signal just on the edge of range. Val saw his expression. What? He turned toward the window, frowning slightly. He's alive. Tobin. Yes? You sure? Jazz took a slow breath, letting the thread settle. Yes? Val exhaled. Then we find him before someone else does. The pilot droid's voice crackled through their comlinks. Sir Jazz, Protector Valentine, someone is approaching the building. 2 signatures. Human. Armed. Val cursed softly. We leave now. They slipped back into the hallway, data cards secured, footsteps quick and quiet. As they entered the lift, Jazz glanced back at the empty apartment. A half-packed bag left behind. A slicer on the run. And a house wrist seal stamped directly onto illicit hardware. The pieces were falling into place. Just not into any picture he liked. Val's teasing grin lingered as the speeder banked over the lights of Aldera. Jazz forced his thoughts back to the task. The city stretched out beneath them, glittering spires and soft blue glow panels marking the wealthier districts. Beyond that, shadows and narrow alleys hinted at where their slicer might have run to ground. They touched down outside a modest apartment block wedged between 2 taller structures, its walls old but kept in decent shape. Nothing about it felt like the home of a dangerous criminal. Then again, slicers rarely advertised. Val stepped out, helmet under her arm, her posture alert. Jazz followed, feeling the familiar tingle of danger settling at the back of his mind. The force didn't warn him directly, not yet, but the city itself felt restless, as if things were shifting just out of sight. He approached the entry panel. Scorch marks surrounded the lock. Val noticed immediately. That isn't from age, she muttered, running a gloved finger along the burn. Someone forced entry. Jazz touched the metal, feeling the faint warmth still lingering in the force. Recently, he murmured. Val stepped back, drawing a compact blaster from her hip holster. You take the lead, hotshot. He gave her a dry look, ignited his lightsaber just long enough to carve the ruined lock aside, then kicked the door open. The apartment was dim, silent, and smelled faintly of burned circuits and spilled calf. A datapad lay crushed on the floor. The furniture had been overturned, perhaps in a struggle, or perhaps in a hurry. Jazz stepped inside, senses open. Empty, but not untouched. Val crouched beside a tipped chair. No blood, she said quietly. Good sign, maybe? Jazz found himself drawn to a small desk pushed against the wall. Several data port cables had been ripped out violently. A small holo emitter blinked with a dying blue spark. He brushed a hand over it, letting the force settle around him. He was here, Jazz murmured, but someone else got to him first. Someone fast. Val stood and looked around in frustration. Do you sense where he went? Jazz shook his head, frowning. No. Whoever grabbed him, they covered their tracks well. Val exhaled sharply. So now what? He moved toward a window overlooking the city. Rain pattered against the glass, the storm building. We follow the panic. Val blinked. The what now? He turned to her. A slicer who knows he's in danger will leave a trail, not intentionally, but through desperation. Credit pings, unsecured data bursts, attempts to contact old allies. He'll reach out to someone eventually. Val nodded slowly. and we just need to be there first. Exactly. As they stepped back into the corridor, Val's comlink chirped softly. She checked it, then grimaced. It's Vess. She wants an update. Jazz tried not to let his amusement show. You two going to be okay? Val rolled her eyes, exasperated and fond at the same time. Teenagers. Queens. Force-sensitive prodigies. Pick your label. She's all of them at once. He chuckled. Welcome to responsibility. Val shot him a look. Oh please, you're one vision away from adopting half the galaxy. His smile faded, but warmly. Maybe. She paused, hearing the tone under the word. Hey, she said softly, you okay? He nodded, though something inside him tugged again. Visions and futures and a child that did not yet exist. I'm fine. Let's focus. Val gave him one last searching look, then tapped the comlink off. Let's move. They headed back into the night, unaware that the shadows on the rooftop opposite the apartment shifted ever so slightly. Someone watching, listening, and waiting. Jazz could only shake his head as the speeder angled down toward the apartment district. The towers rose in neat symmetrical lines, polished stones glowing under Aldera's soft lighting. It was a quiet corner of the city, the sort of place where expensively dressed citizens pretended the shadows didn't exist. The pilot droid settled them at a landing pad halfway up the complex. Val hopped out first, pulling her cloak tight over her armor. The protector scanned the empty walkway and gave a curt nod. Clear. Jazz followed, stretching out through the force again. A faint trail of tension hung in the air. Not danger exactly, just the residue of someone nervous leaving in a hurry. Good. That meant Tobin had been here recently. Val checked the datapad Elena had given them. Apartment 4216. North Wing. She took point, moving with that quiet, prowling confidence he remembered from years ago. It made him smile. Some things never changed. As they approached the correct door, Jazz tapped the panel. No response. He tried again. Nothing. Val gave him a look. Want me to do it? He stepped back. By all means. Val knelt, retrieving a slim device from her belt. A few taps, a faint chirp, and the lock gave way with a soft hiss. They stepped inside. The place was empty. Not lived in empty. Fled in panic empty. Drawers open. Clothes scattered. A datapad smashed against a wall. The faint chemical tang of a hastily wiped terminal. Val walked forward, crouching beside a half-packed duffel on the couch. He left in a hurry. Jazz ran a finger along the nearest table. Dust smears cut across the surface, the clear marks of someone grabbing whatever they could in seconds. He crossed to the kitchenette, opened the cooling unit. Food still here. Fresh. Nobody planning a long trip leaves this behind. Val checked the bedroom. A muffled curse drifted out. He went to her side. The closet was open. The only thing left was a single bright red jacket hanging alone on its rail, the Zeltron style unmistakable. On the floor lay a pair of Shattercom units, stomped until unrecognizable. You think someone else got to him first? Val asked quietly. Jazz shook his head. No. This feels like fear, not a fight. Val nodded. He knew someone was coming for him. Jazz touched the force again, reaching deeper this time. The lingering stress in the room was thick, but under it was something else, something sharp and frightened, pushed into the walls like a handprint burned into memory. He was terrified, but he wasn't alone. Val raised an eyebrow. Meaning? Jazz stepped toward the bedroom window, looking down at the street far below. The hint was faint, but he could feel it, like someone whispering behind a closed door. Someone came here before us. Someone who scared him worse than what happened on the mountain. Val stood beside him. Any idea who? Jazz exhaled slowly. No. But whoever it is, we're not the only hunters on this trail. He turned toward the door. We should move. Someone else is already ahead of us, and I don't think they're interested in talking. Val gave a short, humorless laugh. Then we better be faster. They left the apartment behind, the faint echo of fear still clinging to the air. Jazz let out a slow breath, doing his best to put his thoughts back in order as the speeder banked over the spires of Alderaan. Night winds hummed across the windshield, lights glittering below like stars scattered across the city. Focus, he muttered to himself. Val snorted softly. Talking to yourself again. That's new. Just thinking, he replied. Well, don't think too hard. We're almost there. The speeder dipped lower, weaving between narrow towers until it finally settled near a modest residential block. Small balconies, soft golden lighting, the kind of quiet building designed for citizens who wanted to vanish in the crowd. Kype Tobin couldn't have picked a better hideout. Val leaned forward, peering through the windshield. No security cams, she noted. Suspicious. Agreed, Jazz said, climbing out. Let's see if our slicer was smart enough to cover his tracks, or too panicked to try. They approached the entrance. The building's access panel flickered with a soft green glow, unlocked. Val raised an eyebrow. That's convenient. Too convenient. Jazz reached out with the force. No hostility. No traps. Just emptiness. He's not inside, he murmured. Not anymore. Maybe he left in a hurry. Val punched the elevator button. Let's check the apartment anyway. They ascended in silence. On the 6th floor, the lift door slid open with a dull chime. Jazz walked ahead, stopping outside units 6 to 12. A faint metallic scent drifted under the door. Val caught it too. Blaster residue, she whispered. Jazz nodded. Someone got here first. He pressed the panel. The door slid open with a harsh scrape. Inside, lights flickered. The apartment had been torn apart, furniture overturned, screens shattered, datapads smashed, and scattered across the floor. A wall-mounted holo projector sparked weakly, cycling fragments of corrupted data. Val stepped inside first, hand on her carbine. Jazz, over here. He moved to her side. A dark smear stained the carpet, burned fibers melted under the heat of a blaster bolt. There was no body. But there had been one. Stunt shot first, Val said, touching the scorched carpet. Close range kill after. Whoever did this didn't want to fight. Jazz crouched, placing 2 fingers on the floor. Something tugged at the edge of his perception. A faint echo. Fear. Desperation. A mind drowning in panic moments before it was silenced. He exhaled. The slicer was taken alive, he murmured. Interrogated. And when they got what they wanted. Val finished the thought. They cleaned up. She stood, jaw tight. This keeps getting worse, Jazz. I know. He moved deeper into the room, scanning with the force. A flash of emotion struck him, not from the past, but from something still present. In the corner sat a small personal hollow diary, half scorched but intact. Val spotted it too. A clue. Maybe. Jazz lifted it gently. The device flickered, sparked, then activated. A blue hologram shimmered to life, static, fractured, barely stable. The figure of a young Zeltran male appeared, face bruised, a cut over one eye. If anyone finds this. Static. Didn't know. They said the job was simple. House wrist wasn't supposed to be there. They'll kill me if... The image glitched violently. Jazz frowned. Let me stabilize it. He adjusted the damaged emitter with the force, aligning the fractured circuitry. The hologram steadied slightly. I didn't know they'd be targeting the girl. Make her help me? They knew everything about her. Her schedule. Her guards. Even the weak points in the wrist perimeter. His voice shook. Someone on Alderaan gave them inside access. The holo cut out. Val's breath hitched. Inside access, from a noble house. Jazz stood slowly. No, he said. Worse. Val looked at him, confused. Worse than a noble house betraying wrist. Yes. His voice turned cold. Someone within the government. Someone with clearance levels high enough to access restricted security grids. Val swallowed hard. And only a handful of people have that. Jazz nodded. Alderaan intelligence. Crown security. And Val finished quietly. The Jedi Watchman? A tense silence filled the room. Then Val whispered, "Jazz, what if Secura wasn't here to help?" He didn't answer. He didn't need to. The force whispered uneasily around him, and Jazz felt the shape of a new storm forming, bigger, colder, and far more dangerous than anything on the mountain. Someone powerful wanted Vess dead, and they were getting closer. Jazz felt the speeder descend, the pilot droid taking them into a lower, narrower district of Aldera. The lights here were dimmer, stacked close together, the buildings pressed tight like ribs in an iron cage. This was the place where people vanished when they wanted to be forgotten. Val leaned forward to look through the windshield. "Lovely neighborhood," she muttered, her tone dry. "Most slicers don't make their homes in penthouses," Jazz replied. "Too many expectations." He reached out with the force, feeling for danger, for life, for anything that might warn him of what they were walking into. The currents were muted here, strange and unsettled. Someone had been afraid recently. Someone had been running. "That's him," Jazz said quietly. "He's been here, but he's not here now." "You're sure?" Val asked. He nodded. He left in a hurry. The speeder touched down on a narrow landing strip beside a long row of stacked apartments. Jazz and Val climbed out, the air thick with the faint smell of ozone and old machinery. Val cracked her knuckles. "Let's see what's waiting for us." They approached the apartment door, Unit 4D, a small metal panel half rusted around the frame. Jazz touched the control panel. It flickered, shorted out, then died completely. "He fried it," Jazz murmured. Someone didn't want anyone digging into his system. Val drew a small multi-tool from her belt. "I can pop it." "Allow me." Jazz closed his eyes, reached out with the force, and the lock clicked open. Val raised a brow. "Show off." They stepped inside. The apartment was small, one room, a kitchenette, a desk overloaded with tech parts, and a narrow bed that looked barely slept in. But the important part was obvious. Someone had torn through the place recently. Drawers dumped, data cards smashed, screens shattered. Val surveyed the wreckage. "Someone got here first." "Not long ago," Jazz agreed, kneeling beside the desk. A datapad lay on the floor, cracked but not completely dead. He tried to wipe everything before he ran. Val frowned. Or someone wiped it for him. Jazz touched the datapad and closed his eyes again. Faint afterimages flickered. Fear, desperation, the residue of adrenaline. And something else, someone else. A cold intent. Ruthless. Efficient. Whoever came here hadn't been here to negotiate. They were hunting him, Jazz whispered. Not interrogating. Hunting. Val's jaw tightened. Then he's either dead or running for his life. Jazz stood. "We need to find out which." Val nodded and started combing the room for clues. "Let's split it. You take the desk, I'll take the bed and the storage bins." They worked quickly, but carefully. Jazz sifted through the desk, searching the remnants of shattered drives, looking for anything salvageable. Val lifted the mattress and made a small noise. "Jazz, over here." He joined her. She held up a small metal tag, thin, scratched, scorched at one corner. It bore a number. 1138. "His codename tag," Val said. Jazz felt a quiet certainty settle in his chest. He dropped it on purpose. Val blinked. "To tell us he was here." "No." Jazz shook his head. "To tell us where he went." Val frowned. "How does 1138 tell us that?" Jazz exhaled slowly. "Because he's a slicer. And slicers hide information in plain sight." He turned the tag over. There were small etched circles on the back, barely noticeable. "Coordinates." Val's eyes widened. "He left us a trail." Jazz nodded. "And we're following it." The speeder banked gently as they approached the residential towers of Aldera, gliding between elegant skybridges and pale sandstone pillars. The pilot droid announced their arrival with a soft chime, settling the vehicle in the visitor lane outside a modest apartment block overlooking one of the city's many gardens. Jazz stepped out first, scanning the walkway with the force. Nothing hostile. No pressure. No hint of anyone lying in wait. Val joined him a moment later, helmet clipped to her belt, hair tied back, armor plate smooth and quiet as she moved. She looked alert, but relaxed enough not to draw attention. "This building's too clean," she muttered, eyeing the polished tiles. Zeltron slicer types usually prefer something messier. "Maybe he had a good month," Jazz said. "Or a good year." They entered the lobby, a small circular space lit by soft blue panels. A board attendant droid hovered behind a desk. Jazz approached. "Apartment number?" he asked Val quietly. 426. Upper level. He nodded and addressed the droid. "We're expected. Send a message to Resident Kype Tobin that 2 visitors have arrived." The droid's photoreceptors dimmed, flickered, then brightened. "Resident Tobin's message terminal is offline. Would you like to proceed to his floor?" Jazz exchanged a look with Val. "Offline?" she whispered. "Either he's avoiding everyone, or someone hid his place. Both are possible." They took the lift up. As the doors opened into a quiet hallway, the tension in Val rose sharply. Jazz felt it too, the twinge of something wrong lingering in the air, an echo of fear and adrenaline that hadn't yet faded. Val touched the small of his back lightly, signaling she was ready. Jazz stepped forward. The door to 426 had been forced. Not shattered, forced. A precise breach, barely visible unless you knew what to look for. He slid the panel aside carefully and stepped inside. Lights were off. Furniture overturned. A faint smell of burned circuitry hung in the air. Val crouched near the kitchenette, fingers brushing ash on the counter. "Someone wiped everything," she murmured. "Hard." Jazz knelt beside the small data port built into the wall. It had been cut open, cables pulled, then slagged with the blaster on high heat. He touched the melted housing with 2 fingers. Someone was covering their tracks. Val rose and checked the bedroom. She came back with a sigh. No body. No blood. No cleanup equipment. If he's dead, they took him. If he's alive, he ran fast. Jazz nodded. He was scared when he left. That much is clear. Val leaned against the wall, arms crossing. "So, where do we look next? If we even have a next." Jazz held up a small, cracked datapad. It had been dropped near the door, screen smashed, casing bent, but not destroyed. Val raised an eyebrow. "Good find." He powered it on manually. The device sputtered, flickered, then displayed one partially corrupted message. One line was still readable. A rendezvous point. A timestamp. Jazz exhaled slowly. He was trying to meet someone. Or warn someone. Val leaned over his shoulder. "That place, that's in the River District. The industrial side." Jazz slipped the pad into his pocket. "Then that's where we go." Val tapped her helmet, securing it in place. "Should we call Vess and let her know?" "Not yet. No reason to worry her until we know what we're walking into." The protector nodded, understanding. "Right? Then let's move." They stepped back into the hallway, the door sliding shut behind them with a quiet, final click. They reached the Zeltron's apartment building just as the first hints of evening fog drifted in from the coastline. The complex was tall, polished, and far too expensive for someone who worked freelance in the shadows. Slicers did well, yes, but not this well. Something about that didn't sit right with Jazz. Val seemed to notice the same thing. "This place is fancy," she muttered. "Either he's very good at what he does, or someone's been paying his bills." "Or both," Jazz said. They stepped through the front entrance. The lobby was empty except for a bored-looking protocol droid polishing a glass-top counter. The droid glanced up when they entered. "May I be of assistance?" "We're here to see Kype Tobin," Jazz said. "Apartment number." "One moment." The droid's photoreceptors brightened as it accessed the resident directory. "Ah. Tobin resides in Unit 12B, however." The droid hesitated. Jazz narrowed his eyes. "However, he has not been seen for 2 days. Maintenance staff reported unusual power fluctuations in his unit. There were complaints." "We'll check on him," Val said, stepping past the droid. "Excuse me," The droid protested, but visitors must be. Val flashed her protector badge. That settled that. The droid stepped aside. They took the lift to the 12th floor. Jazz reached out with the force, feeling for life, fear, anger, anything. Nothing. The lift chimed. They stepped out into a quiet hallway lined with soft blue lights. Apartment 12B was halfway down. Val moved ahead, scanning the corridor. Jazz followed, hand near his lightsaber but not touching it yet. When they reached the door, it slid open a few centimeters on its own, jammed. Val's eyes narrowed. Forced entry. Or a rush exit, Jazz said. They exchanged a look. Val pushed the door open the rest of the way, blaster drawn. Jazz stepped inside beside her. The lights flickered weakly. Furniture was overturned. A datapad lay shattered on the floor. Burn marks streaked one wall, the kind made by stun blasts fired at close range. Someone grabbed him, Val muttered. Jazz crouched and touched a charred metal fragment. A small cylinder, cracked open. A jamming device. Military grade. Whoever had taken Tobin wasn't some low-level thug. Val opened the small kitchen cupboard and froze. Jazz looked. Pinned to the inside of the cupboard door with a vibro knife was a slip of paper. Jazz plucked it free. 2 words were written in a hurried scrawl. Too late. Val swore under her breath. Jazz closed his eyes for a moment, letting the force guide the pieces into place. Someone had gotten here first. Someone fast. Someone powerful enough to track down a slicer the exchange itself had trouble locating. And if the attacker wanted to erase all loose ends. Jazz looked at Val gravely. We're not just chasing a slicer anymore, he said. Someone is cleaning house. Val holstered her weapon with a frustrated exhale. So now what? He stepped to the broken window and looked out at the darkened skyline. We find whoever's hunting him, Jazz said quietly. And we do it before they come for Vess again. Val nodded once, jaw tight. Then let's move. Chapter 39. Attachment. The Spacer's arms sat at the edge of the Spacer District, close enough to the docks to smell engine coolant, but still within sight of Aldera's quiet, clean skyline. A long white stone rectangle with a dome roof. The holo sign flickered faintly above the entrance. Jazz Darbin and Char Valentine stepped out of their speeder and headed for the doors. A lone guard sat behind the desk, reading. Jazz considered their approach. He hoped Kype Tobin was still inside, but even if he wasn't, they needed to search the place. Any clue would help. Beside him, Val cracked her knuckles. Blasters on both hips, vibroblade in her boot, baton on her belt, knives on her back, and the dart launcher on her wrist. Fully armed, fully ready. Seeing her that way made him smile. Some Mandalorians he'd known carried less. Mom would have liked Val, he thought. Severe, focused, imposing, especially today. She still had leftover frustration from the Vess encounter, and maybe she wanted a target. Jazz doubted Tobin would give them one. Zeltrans weren't known for violence. Hopefully he'd cooperate. The guard finally looked up, smiling wide. Good evening. Welcome to the Spacer's Arms. How can we help you tonight? We're here to see a resident, Jazz said. Kype Tobin. The guard nodded and checked his datapad. Jazz braced for refusal. Places like this rarely let late-night visitors through without confirming with the resident first. If Tobin was alerted, he might bolt. Jazz considered using the Force. He didn't like bending minds without need, but he would if it turned clean. He didn't have to. Mr. Tobin, the guard repeated. You're friends of the Jedi. Master Secura. Jazz blinked. Secura. Yes, Val said smoothly. Master Secura told us to meet Tobin here tonight. Has he arrived? I just started my shift, the guard said. Logs reset. I don't have access yet. The story fit. Jazz forced a smile even as his thoughts moved quickly. How did Secura know about Tobin so fast? Can we still go up? He asked. Of course. The guard pressed a button and one of the turbolifts lit up. 5th floor. Apartment 8. Val offered a polite farewell, and they stepped into the lift. The door shut. Jazz exhaled slowly. So far, so good? Val checked her wrist launcher, frowning. Did anything feel off to you? You mean him letting two strangers up without checking? Jazz asked. Yeah, a bit. And dropping Master Secura's name. Val holstered the pistol again. That wasn't smart. Agreed. Anyone could claim they knew the Jedi. She nodded, then lowered her voice. Jazz, do you think the Jedi could be behind this? Behind what? The attack on Vess? He almost snapped a refusal, but Sai's voice flickered through his mind. The greater good. The sacrifice of one life for peace. He suddenly wasn't sure. Val watched him. Jazz. He forced a smile, just trying to get a feel for whatever's ahead. The turbolift chimed and slid open to a long hallway lined with cream walls and a crimson carpet. Val moved first, heading straight for Tobin's door. Jazz followed, extending his senses. Nothing. Not even residue. Odd. Val knocked. Mr. Tobin, we'd like to speak with you. No answer. She knocked again. Nothing. Still no presence. No fear, no movement, no echo. That absence chilled him more than danger would have. Val crouched, pulling an electronic lockpick from her pouch. Jazz held his saber hilt loosely, unignited but ready. Almost, Val murmured. The device chimed. Thanks, Mom, Dad, she whispered as she opened the door. They stepped inside. The apartment was wrecked, drawers dumped, furniture overturned, datapads wiped, the computer gutted. Whoever came through had been thorough. Elena had been right. They were late. Val searched with a blaster drawn. Jazz moved through the room, eyes and force probing for remnants, impressions, anything. Nothing. He met Val again at the center of the chaos. Anything? She asked. No. Feel anything. Any sorcery tricks? He reached out once more, and again found total emptiness. Before he could puzzle it out, the force screamed. A shadow loomed behind Val. Val. He yanked her forward with the force. Crimson light slashed through the space where her neck had been. They weren't alone. A massive shape solidified, a towering, gray-skinned figure with horns, a purple veil, and dark, gleeful eyes. Jazz felt his stomach drop. No. It can't be. The hand of the faith. The lift hummed upward. Jazz exhaled slowly, steadying himself. So far, nothing had gone wrong. Val checked her wrist again, her dart launcher gleaming in the lift's soft lights. He remembered how effective it had been on the Folly, silent darts, clean takedowns. She looked uneasy. Did anything about that strike you as odd? She asked. You mean the guard just letting two strangers go up? Yeah. Jazz folded his arms. That was too easy. Val nodded. And look at me. I'm armed enough to start a war. Why didn't he ask for ID? And dropping Master Secura's name. Jazz murmured. Anyone could have done that. Val checked the pistol in her hand, frowning. And the guard knowing Secura by name. What do you make of that? I don't know. Jazz scratched his jaw. Maybe Secura's been here before. Maybe they're old acquaintances. Maybe. But her face disagreed. The force around her disagreed even more. Jazz, is it possible the Jedi are behind this? He blinked. Behind what? The attack on Vess? No. He didn't hesitate. Are you certain? He opened his mouth to answer. Really answer, but Sai's voice cut in from memory. It is all for the greater good, brother. A chill worked its way down his spine. What if it was possible? Sai's voice echoed again. What if one innocent life could save an entire star system? Wouldn't that be worth it? Jazz clenched his fists. On paper it made sense. One life for millions. A simple equation. But the force wasn't an equation. Jazz. Val's voice cut back in. You okay? He masked the turmoil with a smile. Yeah. Just feeling out the situation. Anything I should know? He shook his head. He wasn't ready to say those thoughts out loud. Val lived her entire life to protect Vess. If she even heard Sai's question, she'd throw herself into a sun before letting that outcome happen. He swallowed the shame and said nothing more. The lip chimed and the door opened to a quiet hallway. Pale walls. A deep red carpet. Val led the way. Jazz probed ahead with the Force. Nothing. That was new. They reached apartment 8. Val knocked. Silence. She knocked again, louder. Mr. Tobin, we'd like to talk. Still nothing. Jazz stretched out with the Force again. Emptiness. Not calm. Not fear. Not absence. Nothing. It tightened his throat. Val knelt and pulled out her electronic lockpick, sliding the prongs into the panel. It began working through the lock with soft whirs. Jazz loosened his lightsaber in his grip, not igniting it, but ready. Almost, Val murmured. Almost. The lock chimed, a soothing tone. Val smiled faintly. Thanks, Mom, Dad. The door slid open. They stepped inside. The room was chaos, drawers dumped, furniture overturned, datapads shattered. Whoever had searched the place hadn't bothered hiding it. Elena had been right. They were late. Jazz sifted through the debris with both his eyes and the Force. No holos. No keepsakes. No memories. Tobin lived like a ghost. And now even his workstation had been gutted, CPU gone, drives missing. A clean wipe. No trail. Val returned with a shake of her head. Anything? No. Feel anything? He closed his eyes, reaching out. Nothing. That empty hush again. What is going on? Then everything shifted. A surge in the Force, sharp and cold. Time slowed. A shadow rose behind Val, tall and heavy and wrong. Val. He didn't think. He moved. He yanked her forward with the Force, dragging her out of the path of. A crimson blade streaked down. It hissed through the air, carving empty space where Val's neck had been. The Force screamed around him. Jazz shoved Val behind him as the shadow solidified into a towering form, stone-skinned, broad-shouldered, and wrapped in those familiar purple-edged robes. His heart dropped. No. 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 It couldn't be. But it was. The hand of the faith. After all these years, her dark eyes gleamed with delight as she smiled behind her purple veil. The turbulent door slid open, and the quiet hum of the medical wing rose to meet him. Guards escorted him down the corridor, their boots clicking on polished stone. He didn't resist, didn't speak. Every thought stayed fixed on Val. He could feel her presence somewhere ahead, faint, unsteady, but still there. That was enough to keep him moving. They stopped outside the sealed room. A medic in pale blue robes glanced up, startled to see Jazz in stun cuffs. She's still alive, the medic said softly. Critical, but alive. Jazz exhaled. The guards tugged him back. He twisted, eyes fixed on the door. Let me see her, he said quietly. Not possible, the lead guard replied. You're under investigation. I won't interfere. Not possible, the guard repeated. Jazz straightened. His wrists ached in the binders. A dozen retorts rose in him, but none survived the weight on his chest. Instead, he closed his eyes, reached out gently through the Force. Val was unconscious, but she was fighting. Good. He allowed himself one breath of relief. The guards turned him away from the door and guided him down a different hall toward the holding ward. The light dimmed. The sounds grew colder. He walked without speaking. Somewhere behind him, machines kept Val alive. Somewhere ahead, the Turmoil was disappearing into the night again. One friend clinging to life. One enemy slipping from his grasp. He had never felt pulled apart quite like this. They placed him in a small containment room, sterile walls, a single bench, no windows. The cuffs remained on. The door hissed shut. Silence. Finally, Jazz lowered his head into his hands. Val was alive. But barely. The hand had escaped. Again? He replayed the fight in his mind, the shock of seeing that monstrous form, the crimson light cutting down, Val's body lifted as a shield, her silent plea. Get her. He clenched his jaw. He should have ended it. He should have finished it. Maybe he could have. He stopped himself. No. That path only spiraled downward. He forced himself to sit still, to breathe, to let the force settle around him. But even the force felt distant, muffled, as if weighed down by the same dread pressing on his chest. Val's fall replayed again, her body thrown, spinning toward the speeder, the snap of the awning as she hit, the terrible stillness afterward. His breath shook. He pressed his palms to his eyes. Attachment is weakness. The words echoed. Maybe it was true. Maybe it would cost him everything. But he also knew one thing. He wasn't letting her go. Not tonight. Not ever. He sat back, staring at the ceiling, jaw tight. When they finally came for him, when they questioned him, when the Republic, or Alderaan, or the Jedi, or anyone asked, he would answer for what happened. But the hand, the first speaker, the Sunset Collective, he wasn't done with them. Not even close. And when Val woke up, when she opened her eyes, he would be there. He promised himself that much. He wouldn't fail her again. The crash site burned in jagged pools of orange light, throwing long shadows across the stone roof. Smoke curled into the Alderaan night, lit by the sweep of approaching security speeders. Jazz steadied his breathing, centering himself in the force, though the echoes of rage, fear, and determination still vibrated through his bones. Val stood beside him, scorched and breathing hard but still ready for another fight. Her pistols hummed faintly as she checked their new, shortened barrels. "We end this here," she said quietly. Jazz nodded. The force pressed against his senses, panic, pain, and the bitter trace of fanatic devotion. Some of the collective acolytes had survived, and somewhere among them, hiding behind tricks and shadows, was the one he needed most. The hand? The rooftop felt too still, too quiet. A whisper of movement came from behind the shattered remains of the speeder cab. "Stay sharp," Jazz warned. Val raised her weapons, scanning the smoke. A blast came from the dark, too fast, too close, but Jazz was already moving, his saber flashing to life as he batted the bolt upward, sending it flying into the night. An acolyte emerged with a snarl, firing wildly. Val was faster. 2 stun rounds crackled from her pistols, catching him squarely and dropping him to the stone without a sound. Another shape surged from the smoke, swinging a heavy axe. Val twisted aside, caught his wrist, and brought her palm down in a sharp chop to the back of his neck. The zealot staggered, dazed. 2 more stun bolts sent him tumbling. Jazz moved ahead, letting his senses stretch across the roof. The air around him felt wrong, empty in places, cold in others, like the shadows themselves were breathing. "Where is she?" he murmured. Then the voice rose, drifting from every direction at once. "You two are starting to annoy me." Val spun, blasters raised. "Where are you?" The hand's laughter echoed across the rooftop. "This was simple," she said. "Kill the Jedi. Send his head home in a nice little box. But you just had to complicate things." Jazz took a step forward. "Where is the first speaker? And why were you waiting at the slicers?" Val added. "So many questions," the hand crooned. "But you won't learn anything from me." Smoke drifted. A faint metallic scrape echoed from one side, then another. Jazz tightened his grip on his saber. "You feel familiar," the alien continued. "Did I kill someone you cared about? A parent, a lover, someone who gave their life for the faith?" "You don't have a faith," Jazz growled. "You're murderers. You proved that on Kuat and on every other world you burned." Silence. Then soft, delighted laughter. "Kuat. Now why would you?" A pause. Understanding. Well, she chuckled. "Look who it is. Clan Nuna's little Jedi pup." Jazz's jaw tightened. "So Brother Targo didn't finish you after all. That explains so much." Jazz raised his saber. "You will answer for what you did. Not just to Kuat. Not just to my clan. But to Mother Nutbush." "Oh, I'm terrified," the hand sniffed. Shaking. Wind shifted. Smoke parted just enough to reveal the faintest shimmer of movement. "You're not up here for justice," she whispered. You came for revenge. You don't know me. Oh, but I do. The air behind Val shuddered. Jazz turned just in time. They moved deeper across the damaged rooftop. Jazz advanced carefully, the hum of his saber steady in his hand. Val kept to his left, limping badly but refusing to fall behind. Smoke drifted upward in thin streams from the crushed speeder truck, bits of metal cooling in the night air with faint hisses. He could still feel traces of fear and pain ahead. The collective survivors were not far. Val tightened her grip on her remaining pistol. Her other blaster lay somewhere on the roof, ruined. She glanced at Jazz, her jaw set. Ready, she muttered. Jazz nodded once and stepped over a broken support beam. He reached out, trying to sense the hand again, but the force felt smothered in that same strange silence. Nothingness. The same void she had used before. He didn't like it. A shape moved behind the speeder wreckage. Val reacted first. She spun and fired twice. A startled cry answered her, followed by the thud of a body hitting stone. A collective acolyte collapsed into view, robe scorched. Jazz exhaled. One less to deal with. Another pair of robe figures rushed them from the side. Jazz intercepted the first, sweeping aside the man's vibroblade and striking him across the chest with the flat of his lightsaber, sending him tumbling. The second attacker rushed Val, swinging the metal pipe. She ducked under it and slammed her elbow into his side. As he folded, she hit him with the stun round and stepped back, breathing through clenched teeth. Her leg was worse than she wanted to admit. Jazz glanced at her. You need to stop putting weight on that. And you need to stop talking, she shot back. Go. He didn't argue. They pressed on, stepping around a bent ventilation tower. Beyond it lay a wide stretch of roof clear enough for transport to land. The searchlights from the security speeders were sweeping across that area now, bright beams cutting through smoke. If the hand escaped again, it would be from here. Jazz slowed, eyes narrowing. He reached out. Still nothing. Silence. Dead silence. He didn't trust it. Val limped beside him, raising her pistol. Doesn't feel right, she muttered. No, he agreed. A soft clatter echoed to their right. Jazz spun. A crate lay tipped on its side. Empty. Val hissed between her teeth. She's toying with us. Jazz tightened his grip on the saber. She won't get far. They took another step, and the roof behind them trembled. Jazz landed on the lower ledge, breath sharp in his chest. Val's life flickered like a candle in wind. He held onto that ember with both hands, reaching through the force and steadying it, refusing to let it slip away. He barely heard the security speeders shouting warnings at him. They were background noise. All he saw was Val, broken, bleeding, barely breathing. He tightened his hold on her life. Stay here. Stay with me. When the medical team finally lowered down, he didn't move until they had her strapped to a board and lifted toward the waiting transport. Only then did he let his focus break. Only then did he feel the exhaustion roll through him like a wave. Before he could even gather himself, armored security officers grabbed his arms, forced him to his knees, and snapped stun cuffs over his wrists. He didn't resist. It wasn't worth it. Not now. They marched him to their transport. He looked back once, the medical speeder rising into the sky with Val inside. That was all that mattered. He hoped she survived. He hoped she'd forgive him for not stopping the hand sooner. Inside the security speeder, Jazz leaned back, breathing shallowly. The rage sat under his ribs like a hot iron. The hand had escaped again, slipping away into the shadows like she always did. He tried to reach out for her through the force, but there was nothing. The same blank void as before. She was gone. The speeder lifted off. Wind rushed past the small vents. Aldera's soft night lights blurred below. He forced his eyes closed. He could still feel Val's pain echoing faintly through the force, a sharp pulse fading into distance. But it was there. That was enough. He bowed his head. I won't lose you. Not like Mother Nuna. Not like the others. The words of the hand whispered in his mind. Attachment is weakness. He exhaled slowly. If this is weakness, then fine. I'll carry it. The speeder banked toward the city's main tower where detainees were processed. He didn't bother asking questions. He didn't care what happened to him right now. Everything he was, everything he feared, everything he hoped, it was all tied to a single thought. Please be okay, Val. Please? He let the hum of the engine swallow him. The city lights faded below, and all he could do, truly, all he had left, was wait. And hope. The crash site burned softly behind them, patches of orange light flickering across the stone roof. Smoke drifted into the air like thin gray veils. Jazz kept his blade held low, listening, searching, feeling for even the faintest ripple through the force. Nothing. The hand of the faith had vanished again. Just like last time. Just like on Kuip. Val steadied herself beside him. She was shaken, bruised, scorched, but still upright, still breathing. Her blasters were nothing but broken metal now, half melted by the Tunrith strike. Jazz glanced at her leg. Even in the dim light, he could see the tremble in it. You shouldn't be on your feet yet, he muttered. And you shouldn't be standing at all, she shot back, voice thin but defiant. So here we are. He looked out across the rooftops again, jaw tight. She was here, he said softly. The hand? On Alderaan. Val nodded. And she wanted you dead. No, he said. She wanted the Jedi dead. I was just convenient. Val didn't argue. The wind tugged at her hair as she leaned her weight against a battered rooftop vent. What now? She asked. Jazz breathed out slowly. We follow the trail. Someone brought her here. Someone gave her orders. The first speaker doesn't move pieces for nothing. And you think this is about Bantoon? I know it is. Val wiped blood from her lip with the back of her hand. Then we find out why. He nodded again, but his mind drifted. To the hand's words. To her sneering taunts. To that cold, knowing whisper. Attachment is weakness. He looked at Val. At the bruises forming across her temple. At the ash on her armor. At the steady flame of her life as it flickered through the force. Still burning. Still fighting. Maybe attachment was a weakness. Maybe it was a risk. But losing her would have broken him. And that meant something too. A distant siren wailed from the lower levels. The Alderaan security forces were coming in full. The air around them buzzed with incoming speeders. Jazz lowered his lightsaber, its violet glow fading. Come on, he said quietly. We're not done. Not even close. Val pushed herself upright with a pained grunt. Good, she breathed. Because when I get my hands on that woman again, I owe her for the blasters. He nearly smiled. They stepped away from the wreckage together, the faint smell of ozone still hanging in the air, the crash site burning behind them like the ghost of a battle not yet finished. Their fight with the Sunset Collective was far from over. The security forces tried to surround him on the rooftop, shouting for him to stand down, but none of it reached him. All he could hear was the pounding of his own heart as he leapt to the nearest ledge and climbed down toward Val. Her presence flickered like a candle fight in a storm. That frightened him more than anything the collective had ever done. He knelt beside her, one hand hovering over her chest, the other gripping the ledge to stay balanced. He reached out with the force, steadying her, feeding strength into the faint spark that still held. Stay with me, Val. Please? The shout from above shook the air. Do not move. Move again, and we will open fire. He barely registered it. He hadn't moved to flee. Every shred of focus was tied to keeping Val alive. Her breath came shallow, uneven. Her right leg was twisted beneath her in a way that made his stomach clench. He pushed deeper with the force, bolstering what little strength she still held. He anchored her here, in this moment, in this life. I won't lose you. Not to them. Not tonight. The security teams finally reached her position and began lowering a stretcher. They took her carefully, securing her for transport. He didn't let go of her presence until the medical speeder lifted into the air. He wanted to go with her, but hands grabbed him from behind, snapping stun cuffs around his wrists. They took his lightsaber, shoved him toward a security speeder, and forced him into a seat. He didn't resist. All he could think about was how small her flicker of life had felt. How cold? He stared out the speeder window, not seeing the buildings rushing past. His mind was still on that rooftop on the moment he sensed the hand slip away into the night. He couldn't feel her anymore. She's gone. Again? He closed his eyes, jaw clenched tight. Rage pressed at the edges of his thoughts, demanding space, but he refused to let it in. Not now. Not when Val needed him steady. He made a silent promise to himself. For Val. For Vess. For Mother Nutbush. I won't break. Chapter 40. Hope and Help. Char Valentine flew through the air. She shot out like a missile, flying towards the floating security speeder, about to strike it head first. Jazz whirled and reached out with the force. He had not stopped her flight, but he had slowed it considerably, giving the protector time to not only raise her arms, but also to twist her body. Crump. She struck the side of the vehicle, hitting with enough force to dent the armor plate, and then she fell. Jazz could only watch the security hologram and wince. He had been under attack at the time and not been able to either stop her flight or keep her from falling. Oh, Val, he thought. I'm so sorry. He was now standing in the director's office of the Aldera security building. After being taken into custody, he had spent almost 4 hours in a holding cell. At his side stood Tup Secura, the Jedi watchman for Alderaan. Shook his head, the tips of his leku twitching slightly. I thought I told you to keep me in the loop, he said. If you had a lead, we could have investigated this together. We might have prevented all this. Again, Jazz winced. We didn't have a lead, he answered. We had a name, a location, and a warning that it was unlikely that the person we sought was even there. Jazz shook his head. How could we have guessed that a dark side assassin would be waiting at the Slicer's home? The holo rewound. The image of Val flying was replaced by a still imagine of the Tunroth, the Sunset Collective's hand of the faith. Jazz's eyes narrowed, seeing her again. That cruel sneer, the icy look in her eyes as she dangled Val before him like a rag doll. You will pay for that, he thought. When next we meet, you won't have a chance to run away again. Jazz's hands curled into fists. Next time, I will stop you. The Twi'lek sensed his feelings. He gave him a curious look. You care greatly for this woman, this Char Valentine. Of course, I care, Jazz admitted. Isn't compassion part of a Jedi's life? Compassion? Yes, Tup Secura agreed. Attachment? No. These feelings will be your undoing if you let them. They will draw you closer to your fear, your anger. Jazz Darbin took a deep breath and let it out. Tup was not wrong, but he was not entirely right either. He was no starry-eyed youngling. He had faced his darkness before, heard his call. He was not foolish enough to think that he stood above it, but he could endure it. He knew the risk of attachment, but he also knew the strength that it could bring. Having something to fight for, to have someone to fight for, was a great motivator, and more to the point, he knew what would happen if he gave in to his fear and anger, and how those he cared about would suffer. He would not do that to them. It was the people in his life that kept him balanced. Co-op, Rhonda, Vay, Monder, even Val and Vess. It was his attachment to them that kept him honest. Those feelings had kept him grounded. They had always saved him. They had not condemned him, at least not yet. He continued to watch the hologram, perhaps looking for some kind of clue of what to do next. He was worried about Val, but recognized that there was nothing he could do for her, not at the moment. She was being cared for. The doctors here on Alderaan were some of the best. He tried to take solace in that. Shortly after his arrest, Jazz had requested that the Aldera security force reach out to Tup Secura. Whether he realized it or not, the Twi'lek's life was in danger. Though Jazz believed little the Hand had said, it was clear that he and Val were not the reason she had been waiting at the Slicer's apartment. It was apparent that the Sunset Collective wanted the Jedi Watchman dead. The only question now was why. How did killing him figure into their larger plans? It had been something to contemplate while he had been processed by the Alderaan. From their reaction, it was clear that they weren't used to violence that had been perpetrated in the Spacer's Quarter tonight. They wanted answers. Sadly, Jazz knew little. He knew the who, but the why escaped him. Did this have something to do with Ves and the Bantoon succession? Or was it something else? Something the Twi'lek Jedi was involved with and had gotten the collective's attention? Jazz didn't know. He wished he did. He had been placed in a holding cell. He refused the chance to call a litigator, asking only that the Alderaan contact Master Sekura, inform him that the Sunset Collective was active on Alderaan and that the council needed to be informed. Once that was done, all he could do was wait and worry about Val. He inquired after her from the security people, but they had no news and could only promise to contact the hospital, get an update for him on her condition. And so, he sat and waited, not wishing to alienate the locals any more than he already had. He could have escaped, he supposed, used the Force to exit the building, and none would have been the wiser, but he had not. He wasn't here as a smuggler, he was here as a Jedi, and an ally to house wrist. It wouldn't have been smart just to walk out, not when he still hoped to get the cooperation from these people. Plus, it was not like the Alderaan would need to go far to find him if he did leave. His first stop would have been the hospital, to check on Val. As he waited, he meditated, reached out with the Force, trying to sense Val, get some kind of idea how she was doing. Despite their strong connection, he felt nothing. That worried him. It worried him a lot. The security man who took him into custody had been surprisingly understanding, considering all the violence he had caused on their peaceful world. They had allowed him to use the Force to lower Val down from Onin she had landed in, and see her safely to a medical gurney. They had also allowed him to try and stabilize her through the Force, at least until the med techs had her wired into a life support system. Only when she was safely loaded in the med speeder and on her way to the hospital did they insist he come with them. They took his lightsaber and put him in stun cuffs, but they were both polite and humane about it. Other security people he had met in the past would have used his concern for Val against him, used it as a lever to get him to tell them what they wanted to know. The Alderaan weren't like that. They accepted when he told them, "I don't know," or "I can only speculate." It should have come as no surprise. He supposed Alderaan had always revered the Jedi Order. Despite the questions they had for him, they respected his desire to cooperate and not make any more trouble. As they had taken him away, he had risked another glance up at the rooftop where his battle with the Tunroth had taken place. The Hand of the Faith was gone. The security man had not been able to stop her. Damn it, Jazz thought angrily. Another chance to end the collective was lost. Strangely enough, he didn't feel as bad about it as he should have, and choosing between his enemy and saving Val's life, there had been no contest. Char Valentine was worth 50 collective members. He only hoped that he had done enough. "Please be okay, Val," he prayed. "Please?" The Twi'lek's arrival had seen the end of his incarceration. The Alderaan had removed the stun cuffs and returned his lightsaber. Unsurprisingly, the Jedi Watchman was unhappy with Jazz and Val's decision to go in alone, a fact that he had made abundantly clear from the moment he had seen Jazz Darbin sitting in the cell. "She was waiting for you," Jazz informed him. "I think she wanted to kill you." "I see," Tup Sekura had responded, staring at the stilled holo of the Tunroth, looking at her cruel face. "Isn't that interesting?" he said. As the two watched the image of the Hand of the Faith, a new file was overlaid with it. Jazz recognized it immediately as one of the identification holos that were kept in the Jedi archives. He had had one himself taken years ago, before leaving on the ill-fated mission that started his life outside the Order. This hologram showed the Hand of the Faith, or rather, the Jedi that would one day become the Hand of the Faith. According to the date on the image, it had been taken almost 15 years ago. "Her name is Zarx Tatch," Tup Sekura informed him. "She was trained at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, became a full Jedi Knight at 22, and vanished 3 years later, and has been presumed dead ever since." Jazz nodded as he looked at the holo. The Tunrith's face had not changed much over the years. Even as a Jedi, she had had that cruel, arrogant smirk. According to her file, she had been reprimanded several times as a Padawan for her willingness to commit violence and for her rather sharp tongue and brisk demeanor. He frowned. She had also received several commendations for valor and bravery in the field. Despite her rather prickly demeanor, her first 3 years as a full Jedi Knight had been exemplary. She had been a true guardian of the Republic. So what happened? He wondered. What had turned Zarx Tatch, Jedi Knight, to the dark side? What had remade her into the Sunset Collective's Hand of the Faith? Why haven't I seen this file before? Jazz asked the Twi'lek. I've spent the last 5 years on and off looking into the Sunset Collective and their members. I told the council about the Hand of the Faith, that she was a Tunroth, and that she claimed to be a Jedi. Why was Zarx Tatch not considered a suspect? Because the file was closed, the Jedi informed him she was declared dead years ago. The ship she was on vanished, no survivors ever turned up. Sakura shrugged. Kind of hard for the dead to rise and start working as an enforcer for a group of dark side cultists. Jazz's frown deepened. He found no amusement in this, none at all. It had been almost 10 years since the Sunset Collective's attack on the Kuat Drive yards. Over 2,000 Kuati had lost their lives that day, not to mention the millions of credits worth of damage to not only the shipyards, but the ships that had been in dry dock. In the years since, Jazz had aided his friend, the Jedi Shadow, Monder, in investigating other collective attacks. The Sunset Collective were no mere troublemakers. They were both religious zealots and professional anarchists. Many lives had been lost as they had continued to attack the Republic in the name of the Eternal Night. What the Eternal Night was, he couldn't say, but, then again, he didn't need to. The collective needed to be stopped. What did their religious beliefs matter in the face of that? Why open the file now? He inquired. The Twi'lek gave him a toothy grin. Because of you, Jaz Darbin, we were able to link Tatch to this case through her DNA. The fingers you severed in the Spacer's Quarter provided us with enough of a sample for a genetic scan. So, we know her real name now, he said. Now all we have to do is figure out how all this ties into the situation on Bantoon. It is possible that it doesn't, Sakura said with a shrug. I've served on Alderaan for almost 12 years, first as a Padawan, and then as a watchman. The Twi'lek held up his hands. I've made many enemies over the years. Any of them could have hired Tatch to try and kill me. I may even have inadvertently involved myself in some scheme of this collective of hers. This attempt may have nothing to do with Bantoon and House Rist. You may be right, Jazz admitted. Collective involvement in the Bantoon situation is only a speculation, but considering the fact that she was waiting at the Slicer Kite Tobin's home does suggest the possibility of it. Perhaps, the watchman agreed. Of course, you are not the only one who has been looking into Slicers behind the attack on Lady Istillo. It occurred to me that it was unlikely that the attackers had set up the jamming signal used in that job. I was working my way back through my own contacts. If one of my enemies had managed to get wind of what I was doing. Again, Jazz nodded. What Tup Sakura said made sense, though he was wrong about the collective hiring out their hand. All evidence that he had seen in the last few years suggested that the collective didn't work for pay. The chaos they caused was solely motivated by their religion. No, if the first speaker had sent his hand to Tobin's to $NUB NHS, it had something to do with the collective's agenda, and no one else's. Behind him, the watchman had begun to pace. He tapped idly at his chin with one long clawed finger. We still need to find Tobin. He could shed much light on what is happening. I'm sure of it. If he is even still alive, Jazz said morosely, for all we know the collective had him killed. I don't think so, Sakura responded. From the read I got on several of the Zeltran's things, it appears that he had fled some time ago. None of the impressions I had gotten on any of them suggested that he had come to any harm. His admission gave Jazz pause. Read. The Twi'lek smiled. I'm a psychometric, he informed Jazz. I can read items through the Force, get an idea of their history, and of the people that possess them. It has served me well in the past, and been a great boon to my work. Jazz nodded. He had heard of psychometrics. He had not been skilled in the art himself, but knew of its existence. A useful skill to possess, considering what role Tup Sakura played here on Alderaan. Of course, Tobin and Tatch aren't the only lead we can follow. We took one of the collective members alive. We found him unconscious on the rooftop of the Spacer's Arms. Jazz's eyes widened. Alive, he said. The hand didn't kill him before she fled. Maybe she assumed him dead, or in her rush to flee had been. Where is he? Jazz asked. He is in Central Holding. The guards are watching him. Come on, Jazz said quickly. Why? We have to get there now. Why? What is going on? Trust me, we can't wait. Tup Secura shrugged and followed after him. What is the hurry? You'll see, Jazz said. I just hope we're not too late. The Alderani cleared a path for them. Jazz and Secura made their way to the area of the security station known as Central Holding. The cell had only one occupant, the captured collective member, the young man that Val had stunned during their fight on top of the Slicer's apartment building. He was laying on his side, appeared to be sleeping. Damn it, Jazz thought. He ordered one of the guards to open the door. It took only a brief nod from Tup Secura to see Jazz's command obeyed. He went up to the collective man, though he already could sense what he would find. He rolled the man over and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Damn it all to hell. The collective agent still lived, but that was all. His mouth was covered in white froth. His eyes rolled back in his head. Tup Secura looked down at the man, unsure of what he was seeing. What happened? Get a med team up here now. Jazz shook his head. They could try, but it was pointless. Damn it. During his, and Monder's, time investigating the collective, one thing had become clear. Any collective agent that they tried to take alive always had a small amount of neurotoxin on their person, usually hidden under a false fingernail or in a fake tooth. All the collective agent had to do was bite into it, and that was it. The toxin attacked the brain, destroying the person's ability for thought or communication. He would spend the rest of his life in a vegetative state. The man would live, but he would likely need to be taken care of for the rest of his life. He would no longer be able to truly function. Another dead end, Jazz thought. I should have caught that. I should have insisted that the man be searched when he was brought in unconscious. He sighed. Well, too late now. Damn. The Jedi left the cell. There was nothing they could do for the collective agent. He had probably downed the toxin the moment he had woken in custody. They would get nothing out of him now. Jazz looked at Secura. He didn't blame the Twi'lek. By now he was used to the collective's tricks. We need to find Kype Tobin. The watchman nodded. We will, brother. We will. Jazz emerged from the security center to find that he had a speeder waiting. Lady Dorma Wrist and Vest stood before it. Jazz Darbin winced. He didn't look forward to this. Lady Wrist was dressed in a simple gown, common enough to the highborn on Alderaan. Vest was in a blue blouse and black leggings, and a familiar-looking Nerf-hide jacket. He might have been wrong, but he thought it was the one he had given the girl years ago. Of course, back then she had needed to roll up the sleeves. Now it fit her almost perfectly. It was a little big for her lithe frame, but not too much. I'm surprised she kept it all these years, he thought to himself. The girl's eyes were red. It looked like she had been crying. Jazz felt a brief moment of panic. Val. Sir Jazz, Vest said, and fell into his arms, hugging him tightly. The girl's fear and pain radiating out like a beacon. He held her, being here, being held. It did have a calming effect on her. Jazz looked up at her foster mother. Val, he asked, fearing the worst. Alive, Dorma Wrist replied, praise the gods. Jazz almost collapsed with relief. Val was alive. Thank the Force. We saw the security holo. Vess informed him, we saw you reach out with your powers. You saved her. Jazz winced. I didn't save her, she was still hurt. He said, shaking his head. I failed. Protector Valentine is still alive. Dorma Wrist reminded him, you didn't fail, Sir Jazz. Vess looked up at him again. She was smiling, with tears in her eyes. Praise the gods for you, Mr. Jazz, had you not been there. If I hadn't been there, Val wouldn't have either, he thought morosely. She was hurt because of me, because I couldn't stop the hand of the faith. He could barely look Vess in the eye. He was ashamed. The girl looked up at him, her pretty blue eyes narrowed. Vess wasn't force sensitive, but maybe she didn't need to be. It wasn't like Jazz was trying to hide his emotions. "Stop that," she ordered. "Stop it right now." "What?" he asked. She was glaring at him. "You can't blame yourself for what happened." Val understood she was walking into danger, and she accepted it. "You did what you could to help her, all that you could have done." Vess shrugged and looked away, her expression pained. "If anyone is to blame, it should be me. I know she was distracted by finding me at that club. Maybe I shouldn't have snuck out in the first place. If she had been focused on her job." "It wasn't you either," Jazz tried to assure her. "You had no idea what would happen, and Val wasn't distracted, trust me. The enemy we faced was not your typical assassin. There was little that she could have done." Vess nodded. She still felt conflicted, but it was clear that his words had helped. Jazz smiled weakly. It showed a surprising amount of maturity in the girl's admission, but he shouldn't have been surprised. He still remembered the little girl she had been, her bravery, and that spine of Dursteel he knew she possessed. Viseria Aistillo was born to be a queen. He didn't doubt that. Dora Mariz smiled at her foster daughter. She radiated a sense of pride. "The people of Bantoon have a saying, Mr. Jazz. It goes back to the days of Bela the Bold. Where there is life, there is hope. Val still lives, and so do you." Vess nodded. She backed away from him and tapped Jazz in the chest. "This is hope, Mr. James, feel it." He smiled now, truly smiled. Bondwomen, he thought. They were so full of surprises. He had expected to be blamed for what had happened, but it seemed that that was not the case at all. He was grateful. "Who is this person?" Vess asked him. "And why does she want me dead?" The three were riding in one of the Rist family's luxury air speeders on their way back to the estate. Vess had apologized to her foster mother for sneaking out and promised not to do so again. The arrival of the Sunset Collective had changed things considerably. Jazz was not sure what to tell the two nobles. "You have to be truthful," his conscience reminded him. Vess needs to understand just how high the stakes in this particular game have grown. It was no longer simply about the mining guild and their desires for Bantoon. Darker forces had now taken an interest in Vess. Powerful dark forces. "The creature that attacked Val, and I was once a Jedi Knight," he informed him. "She has fallen to the dark side now. Her powers corrupted and turned to serve evil." Vess' brow furrowed. "A sorcerer knight like you, only evil." Vess' eyes widened. "She is like the Reeven, isn't she?" Jazz raised his hands. The Reeven, or the Sith, as he knew them, had conquered Bantoon during the Jedi Civil War 3 centuries ago. In the years since, the Sith had become a sort of boogeyman to the people of Bantoon. Jazz wanted Vess to be careful, but not to think that the monsters of her childhood nightmares were after her. The Sith had died out years ago. Their order had perished with Revan and Malak's defeat. If the galaxy was lucky, and the Force was with them, the Sith would never return. The Sith, or the Reeven, as you call them, drew on the same powers that the Sunset Collective now worships, but they are not Sith themselves. The one that attacked Val and I is a Dark Jedi, but she is hardly worthy of the title of Dark Lord. That does not make her any less dangerous, does it, Sir Jazz? Dorma asked him. He flinched. "No, milady," he was forced to admit, "it doesn't." The noble nodded. "Surely, this will be enough to bring the Jedi Order in on our side. The fact that this dark warrior is trying to involve herself in the succession is proof that Vess' claim must be honored." Jazz shook his head. If only it was that easy. Truth be told, they weren't sure why the Sunset Collective were here. Sakura might have been right, that the Hand had simply taken advantage of a situation to strike at him. They would know more when they found Kite Tobin. The Zeltron would hopefully be able to shed more light on the subject. In the meantime, the Collective's motives remained a mystery. If the Jedi did use this as an excuse to get involved, Jazz was concerned that it would not be on the side of Vess and House Rist. Then there was the Senate, and their desire to see this matter handled. That was, after all, the reason why Jazz had come here in the first place. Cy Darbin's arrival was still almost a week away, but it was going to happen. Jazz's twin brother still expected to arrive and find Vess ready and willing to abdicate the throne to her aunt. It was a goal that Jazz was even more against now. In all the excitement, he had not really gotten a chance to talk to Vess about this. He sighed. There would never be a good time for such news. He might as well get it over with now. He sighed. If only it was that easy, he said. I fear that the Republic has its own ideas of what is best for Bantoon. What do you mean, Mr. Jazz? Vess asked. Indeed, Sir Jazz, please, speak plainly, Dormarist insisted. He shook his head. This would not be easy for either of them to hear. At least, they were both sitting down. By the time that they arrived back at the estate, Jazz had finished telling the two nobles all he knew about his brother Sai, and the request he had made of his twin brother. Again, he had feared that they would think him either a spy or a traitor, that they would blame him for what his twin wanted, and suspect that he was more involved in their troubles than he truly was. Again, he was surprised. I agreed to speak with you, that was all, he assured them, but the longer I've been here, the more certain I am that what the Senate wants for your world is not necessarily what is best for your people. Vess beamed at him. So you have come to help us? He nodded. Vess turned to Lady Dorma. You see, Aunt Dorma, I knew we were right to trust Mr. Jazz. Is there any way that you can think of that might convince your brother to support Vess? You are twins after all. Once I would have thought it possible, but now, so much time has passed, and the distance between my brother and I has grown so much. Jazz nodded. I will try, but I can't promise much. Sai always had his own mind when he came to things he wanted. The speeder came to a stop. They were met by Dorma's husband. He kissed his wife and embraced his foster daughter. He turned to Jazz Darbin. Miss Valentine is safely in our med bay. He informed the Jedi. She is out of the Kolto tank, but the medical droids believe it wise to keep her in a medically induced coma, at least for now. Jazz nodded. It was better safe than sorry. The comlink on Errol-Rist's arm beeped. He acknowledged it, listening into his earpiece. He turned to Jazz with a frown. We have a ship coming in. They approached claiming to be here under the orders of Captain Cooper. Jazz frowned. Coop had said he was sending Jazz some backup. Have you identified the ship? Lord Rist nodded. Its transponder signal identifies it as the True Justice. Jazz blinked. The True Justice. His expression turned sour. Coop, he thought. What in the name of the Force were you thinking? Do you know this ship, Sir Jazz? Dorma asked him. I do, he said grimly, shaking his head. Please give her clearance to land. I will meet her on the landing pad. Errol-Rist nodded while Jazz made his way forward, on his way to the landing pad. Vess went with him. You seem worried, she asked. What is it? Jazz snorted. Coop's idea of help, he thought. His clan brother had an interesting sense of humor, he would give him that. Help, he informed Vess. At least, he hoped that she could be considered help. The small vessel was given clearance to land on the freight pad where the Co-op's Folly had touched down days ago. As Jazz emerged with Vess at his side, the True Justice screamed over the mountains, buzzing the platform and shattering the air over the mountains with sonic booms. Jazz rolled his eyes. Show off. The ship banked and made its final approach. The True Justice was a modified courier ship, outfitted for both speed and long hyperspace jumps. Its triangular solar panels began to fold and together as the ship fired its repulsor lifts. The round forward cockpit and large eye-like viewport standing out quite distinctly on such a small craft. The long rear section of the vessel contained both its hyperdrive and military gray shield generator. 6 cargo pods of various sizes had been grafted onto this section of the ship, though it was not designed with traditional cargo in mind. People were stored in those containers when the ship was traveling, or as they were called in the hunter's trade, either assets or simply hard merchandise. Jeff frowned. He had almost found his way into one of those cargo pods once. He had almost become hard merchandise to the pilot of this ship. He pitied any poor soul that had in the years since. The ship touched down lightly, and the top hatch hissed open, Rather than emerge like a normal person, the pilot shot out of the cockpit like a blaster bolt. She turned her leap into a mid-air flip and came down in front of Jaz Darbin and Ves Istillo. Jaz managed to smile. He was trying to be polite. "Hello, Fallen Star." The bounty hunter was dressed in her usual garb, the black leather armored coat, slit-open red skirt, and thigh-high boots. Her blue lightsaber was clipped to her belt. She gave him her most manic grin. "Hey there, boss," she exclaimed, looking around excitedly. "Captain Cooper said you needed me to play bodyguard, huh?" She looked at Ves and curtsied politely. "Merrick's Fallen Star, milady, former Jedi, and member in good standing of the Bounty Hunters Guild." Jaz gave her a curious look. "Good standing." She bobbed her head excitedly. "You would be surprised what sins will be forgiven when you pay your guild master enough. Even some of my more youthful indiscretions have been overlooked." Jaz shook his head. Considering the fact that Fallister murdered a whole team of her fellow hunters on Corellia, youthful indiscretions were not the words he would use to describe her past actions. And this was the help that Co-op had sent him. Wonderful. Jaz sighed. He could just imagine how the Twi'lek would react when he heard about this. Jaz shook his head. Tup Secura was going to love this. Chapter 41, Awakening. The ocean breeze kissed his face as he stood upon the rooftops. The alleyways below were spaced so tightly that even the greenest of Jedi younglings would have been able to make the jump. Jaz shook his head. When he thought of entering Val's mind, trying to wake her from her coma, he had not expected such a memory. He had not expected to see this. Almost a week had passed since they had brought Char Valentine back to the Rist estate. In that time, the Protector had not stirred from her sleep. The medical droids had examined her more than once, and had not been able to determine why she had not yet regained consciousness. The droids had not been concerned, but they were curious. All of Val's vital signs had returned to normal for a Protector of Bantoon anyway. She should have opened her eyes by now. Jaz Darbin had decided to force the issue. Unlike the droids, he was worried about Val, and so was Ves. He wanted to make sure that she was all right, and so he had tried something unorthodox. It wouldn't have been the first time, his master might have said. Jaz smiled at the thought. That was true. He was far from what one would call a traditional Jedi. Ves had gone down with him into the medical room. The young woman watched as he knelt down, centering himself, preparing to enter the unconscious Protector's mind. Is this going to work, Mr. Jaz?" "It should," he replied, breathing slowly in and out. He had done this several times before, with his master. He had not been sure why at the time, but now figured that it had been more for his benefit than hers. "She was trying to get me to come out of the funk that I had been trapped in. She had been trying to awaken his emotions, his sense of hope. She had not been successful. They had seen the door, but she didn't have the key," he thought to himself. It had taken coming here to Alderaan to find it. Val, Ves, they had helped bring him back, and he was more than grateful for that. Now he would repay that debt. He took one final deep breath and let it out slowly. No more wasting time, he thought to himself. It was time to begin. He rose and gave the young woman at his side a reassuring smile. In the week that had passed, he had taken Val's advice and started spending more time with Ves, getting to know the woman that she had become. Again, Val had been proven right. There was much about the girl that he did like. It had taken a bit for Ves to get over her initial shyness around him, but slowly she had started to open up. She had a sharp mind when it came to politics, and had a keen sense of guessing people's motives. Her dear departed mother had trained her well. She could also be playful when she wished to be. She liked music, dancing, and cards. Jaz had played several games with her and some of the suitors that had come to court the girl. They quickly discovered that they didn't need to let her win. Ves was perfectly capable of doing that on her own. A few had left in a huff, shocked at how easily this young woman sitting before them controlled the table and taken all their chips. Jaz wasn't sure, but Ves might have been, stacking the deck in her favor. It seemed she still remembered the lessons that Figgy had given her years ago, But unlike him, she was more than talented in hiding it. Even Jazz wasn't able to catch her if she was cheating. During the quiet of their evenings, they had discussed what they would say when Sai arrived with his Republic friends. Dorma helped them by providing an assortment of legal texts concerning succession issues on Republic-controlled worlds. The reading was a bit dry for his taste, but Vess kept his focused. It is a bit technical, she agreed, but I had to study worse in my time in the legislative youth program. She had smiled and scooped up Claude from the floor. The loath cat purred contentedly as she stroked his back. Yet, when she looked at the text and data pads before her, her eyes narrowed coldly. If the people that want me dead had hoped that these attacks would scare me into giving up the throne, they were mistaken. I had considered letting it go, letting Aunt Adira have been tuned, but now. She looked at Jazz, her face a mask of determination. They've hurt the people that I love. They took my mother and father from me. They will answer for that, Mr. Jazz. I will ascend to my mother's throne, and they will pay. Be careful, kid, he warned her. Revenge and anger can lead down a dark path, even for one not strong in the Force. This is about justice, not revenge, she said, scratching Claude behind the ears. The courts will decide their fate, and if people are sentenced to the Garden of Bones, so be it. She shrugged. Even a queen must yield to the law. She may be able to influence it at times, but the law is still the law and must be obeyed. Jazz nodded and went back to work, but could not completely stop glancing at the young woman before him, that determined cute furrow of her brow. He looked away quickly when he thought she might have noticed. He smiled to himself. She was something, that was for sure. When she didn't need to attend classes, he made himself useful by familiarizing himself with the history of her people, the long line of queens that had come before, Vess forebearers and kin. If Vess' claim was successful, she would be the 29th member of her family to ascend to the throne of Bentoon. If Vess was included, 31 people, including 2 regents, had guided the bond for almost 5 centuries, surviving not only internal struggles, but the threats of enemies like the Sith as well. It had been an impressive accomplishment, to be sure. Yet, during their studies, Val's Kona remained the rancor in the room. As the days had passed, Vess had become more and more distracted. Finally, Jazz couldn't take it anymore. They needed to try something. Jazz settled down next to her bed. The medical droids had detached all the machines and removed the various tubes and wires that had been monitoring Val's condition. According to them, she was stable, her vitals were strong, and she had shown some signs of waking, but had not taken that extra step. Jazz Darbin frowned. He hoped that what he was about to try would work, give her that little push she needed to come back them. We need you back, Val, he thought as he looked upon her. Her breathing was rhythmic and even. She still had some bruising, even with the cold-toe treatments, which showed how bad her injuries had been. The doctors had also needed to cut her hair, making it easier to conduct brain scans, he supposed. Seeing her with short hair took him back to when they had first met, and only served as more motivation to wake her up. Vess stood by as he placed his hands on the sides of Val's head. He took one last cleansing breath and reached out with the Force. Here goes nothing, he thought. He closed his eyes and began to chant. I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. Slowly, the world fell away. Jazz had a brief sense of vertigo, a feeling of sliding down some great cliff. Lower your weapon. Stand at attention. Accompany. The voice rang in his ears, almost pushing his consciousness out of Val's mind. It was so loud. It was a whirlwind, like thunder in the Protector's mind. He quickly regained his composure. He held on, summoning his will and pushing the voice back. Jazz shook his head. Damn, he thought. That is too loud. As he regained his bearing, he realized that he recognized what he was hearing, the voice that was so loud in Val's head. He thought it part of the system at first, the programming that the Bentoon scientists had placed into the woman's mind, but as he listened and reached out with the Force, he realized that that wasn't it. The voice he was hearing was not some random scientist or programmer. He knew that voice. The voice in Val's head was his. The realization confused him for a few moments. Why was he hearing his own voice inside the head of another, much less Val's? Oh. Jazz's eyes widened. He had just figured it out. Oh. The words he was hearing, he had said them once, to Val, almost 7 years ago. They were the commands he had used to save her life on the Co-op's Folly, after they had discovered Vest's mother's ship had been destroyed. When he had used the Force to stop the Protector from killing herself. He couldn't believe it. Those commands were still there. They should have dissipated years ago. Char Valentine should have been free. He found himself thinking back to those days, back to when Val was on the Folly for the first time. It had been chaos after they had found Anara V's ship. Val had been trying to kill herself, and Co-op and Figgy had been trying to help him stop her. Jazz had only one option. He had felt how strong Val's will had been when they had first met in that alley. Normally, he would not have been able to breach her sense of self-control. But in that moment, she had no defenses. The system had robbed her of that. She had been nothing but pure instinct and the compulsion to end her own life for her failure. Plus, he had been inexperienced. He had not used forced persuasion in years, and in his panic and desire to stop the woman from killing herself, he had gone too far. It had been the equivalent of using a grenade to kill a fly. He had pushed too hard and poured too much energy into his commands. To make matters worse, he had never gone back into her mind and severed the link. It was still there. After all these years, and after all these years, it had grown stronger, solidified in a way. He feared that the bond between them was likely permanent. He wasn't sure if even Master Vey could dispel it now. Again, he found himself thinking back to how Char Valentine had behaved around him when they had first met. She had been both distrusting and hostile. After he had saved her, after Vess had woken her up again, she had changed. He had assumed it had been mere gratitude, that she had started to trust him after he had saved her. What if I was wrong? If this bond was already there, it could have started changing Val's personality. He was a part of her mind now. He found himself remembering how after she had woken up that they had started finishing each other's sentences, or speaking in unison. He had done this to her. He felt ashamed. Everything that had happened since he had saved her was now suspect. Even their night together might have been influenced by this bond. Val's affection for him, her respect, it might not have been real. He had forced it on her by using the Force. Master Vey would have been disappointed in him, as he was in himself. Deal with it later, Padawan. Vey's voice rose up again, his conscience taking that form. What does this connection matter if she remains comatose? You can use this connection, find your way inside her mind, and help her wake up. Jazz sighed. He could do it, but... No buts. Vey said again, do, or do not, there's no try. He nodded. Yes, Master? He would do. He rode the connection, let it take him past what had been, and deeper into Val's mind. He could sense her presence here, strong and still fully grounded. She was nowhere near becoming one with the Force, but she wasn't waking up. She was resisting. Why would she be resisting? He was. He found himself in the memory, standing on the rooftops of a large city. He recognized it immediately as capital of Bantoon. He could almost feel the ocean breeze on his face, smell the distant brine. As he watched, 3 shadows seemed to appear out of nowhere, 3 people moving fast, and with the agility of a phalanx. All 3 wore large backpacks, packs that tinkled as they moved, suggesting that they were full of goods. Thieves, he realized, the way they moved, they didn't wish to be detected. He could almost sense their concern, but at the same time, excitement and enjoyment as well. The thief in front was a man. That much was clear from his size alone. He was taller than Jazz, with broad shoulders and a thick neck. Keep up, princess, he called over his shoulder. Fall behind and the law will get you. The second thief was clearly a woman. Besides the pack of goods she carried, she also wore a bandolier. Various electronic devices hummed and beeped as she leapt stealthily from one rooftop to the next. Mind that gap, sweetie, she called back. It is a little farther than the one we practiced on. The third thief was the smallest of the group, slender and gawky. At first, Jazz had mistaken it for a young boy, but as he watched and listened. "Yeah, Mom," young Char Valentine called up, "I see it." Jazz smiled. "Ah," he thought, "now I understand." He looked at the two older thieves. Chin and Tara Valentine, I presume. Val had told him that her parents were professional thieves, and that they had trained her to follow in their footsteps. This memory was where her mind retreated to. No wonder, Val had had no desire to wake up. She was with her family again. As he reached out with the Force, he could sense the young girl's emotions. She was both excited and happy. This wasn't just any memory for her, it was a core memory. She had been happy here. This was likely one of the happiest moments of Val's life. If he had to guess, he would say that Val was about 13 here, maybe 14. She had still been very young when she had lost her parents, her mother to sickness and her father to the law. After that, she had gotten involved in something far bigger than she should have, resulting in her arrest and her earning a death sentence. It was that fate that had led her to the Sworn Protectors. It wasn't hard for him to understand why she was here, why her consciousness was trying to stay in this moment. Char Valentine had loved her parents and the life they had led, despite the dangers, or maybe, in spite of them. She would never have abandoned that life had she had the choice. She can't stay here, his conscience chided. She has responsibilities beyond this memory. You can wake her up. He could, he acknowledged that, but at the same time, this would be the second time he had gotten into her head. He was being more careful this time, but he would still be forcing her to turn away from something she loved. It isn't real, he reminded himself. Even if she is happy here, this isn't life. He sighed and shook his head. He hated doing this, but he didn't see any other option. He was worried about her, and Vess needed her. Char Valentine needed to come back. He watched and waited as Val's parents passed him by. The young girl had fallen behind slightly, giving him just enough time to isolate her. He stepped out of the shadows, standing between her and her family. Val paused, having just made the leap from one building to the next. "Hello, Val," he called out. "Fancy meeting you here." The girl paused. She wasn't wearing a mask, just a smudge of grease paint over her eyes and the bridge of her nose. He sensed a brief moment of fear and concern, but that passed away quickly. "Who are you?" she called out. "What do you want?" She doesn't remember, or doesn't want to, he thought to himself. He didn't blame her. "It is me, Val," he said. "It's Jazz, you remember me." The girl blinked and took a step back. She gripped the pack on her back tightly, as if she thought he wanted to take what she had just stolen. "I don't remember you," she said flatly. "Now leave, please. I have to catch up. My parents are." "This isn't real, Val," he informed her. "You're in a dream, but it is time to wake up." The girl's eyes narrowed. "No," she said, shaking her head. "No. Val, you can't just. Stop calling me that." She spat angrily. "No one calls me that. Anara started it. It wasn't my choice. I've been stuck with that nickname for years. I never would have." She blinked and shook her head. "Wait," she murmured. "What?" Jazz gave her a sad smile. "So you do remember," he said. She was shaking her head. No, but he could sense it and see it in her face. "You are Char Valentine, sworn protector of Visseria Istillo, the rightful queen of Bantoon." "Vesseria," she murmured. "I." She looked up at him. "Jazz," she murmured. I remember. Is that really you, hotshot?" He smiled. "Well, at least you didn't call me, not a Jedi." Val sighed and shook her head. As he watched, the girl before him changed. Gone was the lanky young thief. She appeared as she was now, a slender, yet muscular young woman. She was dressed in a blue and black armored uniform, the garb of a sworn protector. He nodded. There was the Val he knew. She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Jazz," she murmured, "what happened?" "We were investigating an attack on Vess. We ran into some trouble. You were attacked, injured by an old enemy of mine." "An enemy," she said, nodding. "That alien, the gray-skinned one." She looked at Jazz. Did you get her? She escaped, but you were injured. I couldn't just leave you behind. I stayed, helped stabilize you. Val cursed under her breath. You should have left me, she said. My life isn't important. He winced. Val. Vess is what matters, you know that. Vess is safe, he assured her. She is waiting beside us, right now, waiting for you to wake up. But the enemy is still out there. You could have stopped her. Char Valentine shook her head. She turned away from him, rubbing her arms. It wasn't the smart call. You saving me. I couldn't just leave you for dead. But you should have, she hissed. Damn it. Not a Jedi. What do you think is going to happen? I think you are going to wake up and live your life, he answered. What life? She almost screamed. I have nothing but my duty. That duty should have ended. I would have been fine with that if my end ensured Vest's safety. Then I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm not, he answered. Val, I. Her green eyes widened. Don't say it. But Please, James, just don't. A single tear ran down her cheek. He wanted to pull her into his arms, to comfort her. He stepped forward only to have her step back. What do you think is going to happen between us? She asked. Do you think we're going to find some happy ending? She barked a fatalistic laugh. There is nothing like that out there for me, Jazz. I can't give you what you want or deserve. I can help you with the system, he reminded her. I can help you. I can free you, if you wish. It doesn't matter if you did. I can't be what you would wish me to be. I can't give you that. Even if I was free of the system, I wouldn't be able to. I don't understand, he said. She winced. She shivered and took a deep breath. What he was feeling through the Force in that moment, it literally broke his heart. To become a sworn protector, she began with a shuddering breath. I was changed, not just genetically and mentally, but in other ways as well. They did operations on me to make sure that I would never have anything but my duty and service to my master or mistress. She looked down at her hands. They were shaking. I can never be anything more than what I am. I'm a protector, a weapon, a sword, and shield. That is all I will ever be. I could try to be a wife, but I could never be a mother. They made sure of that, the surgeries. Jazz winced. He now understood. Oh, Val, he thought. Poor Val. You deserve better. It was one thing when we had our night together. That is all it should have been. But us, it can't be, Jazz. Please try and understand. He listened to what she was saying. He understood. He even accepted it to a degree. But that didn't change his mind. He had chosen to save her life, and he would do so again. Whatever they could or couldn't be was irrelevant. He cared about her. He couldn't leave her, and he wouldn't. We need you, he said flatly. Vess needs you, and so do I. Whatever we could or couldn't be doesn't change that. Weren't you listening? She exclaimed. I was, but that doesn't change anything. I know that I want you in my life, Val. I don't care if the Jedi say it is wrong. That attachment is forbidden. I would mourn if you weren't in my life. You are important to me. You invest both. I will do everything in my power to keep you safe, keep you both safe. Another tear ran down the protector's face, but this time, it had nothing to do with pain. He could sense it, the joy she felt. She wouldn't admit it, but she had needed to hear him say that, maybe wanted to hear him say it. She laughed again, but this time, it sounded better, happier. She gave him that sly smile of hers. You're crazy. You know that, right? He shrugged. Maybe I'm just a sucker for punishment. She shook her head. Damn you, hotshot. She moved before he could stop her. 1 minute, they were at arm's length, and the next she was in his arms, kissing him deeply. Surprise gave way to warmth, and shock turned to contentment. This wasn't real, he knew that, but that didn't make it any less desirable. He wrapped his arms around her tightly, holding on as if she was the most precious thing in the galaxy. When she pulled back, they were both panting. She smiled at him. I've missed that. I wish. I know, Val, he said, letting her head rest on his shoulder. I know. Jazz opened his eyes. He once again found himself sitting beside Char Valentine's bed in the wrist medical bay. He looked down and saw that Val was awake. Her green eyes were open, and she had a hint of a smile on her face. "Hello there," he said. "Hey," she murmured, "fancy meeting you here." Val. Vess was at their side. The blonde girl was grinning from ear to ear, and she had tears in her eyes. "You bet you're awake." "Yeah," the protector sighed and stretched. She looked up at Jazz. "Looks like you saved me again." He said nothing, merely nodded, and bowed his head. She nodded as well, a thanks that was needed, but went unsaid. She looked up at her queen. "Vess." "Yeah, Val." The protector sighed. "We're still going to talk about the whole you sneaking out thing." The young noble giggled, and she blushed. "Whatever you say, Val," she agreed, her happiness radiating outward like the light from a star. "Welcome back." Chapter 42, The Role Model. "Okay, kid, let's see what you can do." Jazz watched warily as the two began to circle. Vest's brow was furrowed with concentration, the glowing training daggers in her hands hummed on their lowest possible setting. Merrick's fallen star had a sly manic grin on her face. She had chosen a short training sword for this bout, the type of weapon that an Alderaani noble might favor in a one-on-one honor duel. Jazz Darbin frowned. He had watched Fallen Star train back on PB. She didn't like to hold back. Of course, those had been against training droids, not people. She knows enough to pull her punches, he thought to himself. At least, I think she does. "Are you sure this is a good idea, Hotshot?" Char Valentine watched nervously at his side. The protector had only been really back on her feet for about 2 days now. She should have been bedridden for another week at least, but the genetic enhancements granted her back on Bentoon more than compensated for any injury she had suffered. Even Jazz had been impressed. Val was not entirely happy about Merrick's Fallen Star's presence in House Rist. She might have trusted Cooper, but that didn't mean she was not concerned with the bounty hunter that was now living under their roof, former Jedi or not. She has nothing to worry about, Jazz thought. Fallenster is under contract right now. Co-op hired her to help him protect Vess. Plus, Fallen Star's sense of justice would not allow her to harm someone she saw as an innocent. He thought that Vess qualified. At least, she seemed to. He sighed. That should have been enough to ensure her loyalty. Emphasis on should. "Yeah," he said to the protector, "I think." Val shot him a cold look. "You think?" He shrugged and gave her a sheepish grin. So far, Fallen Star had done nothing but live up to her contract. He hoped that she continued to stay that course. Val was shocked to learn that Vess had been training with the other woman for almost a week. As her protector, she would never have allowed that, or at the very least tried to talk her young charge out of it. Sadly, she had been unconscious when the choice had been made. Jazz had done what he could to warn her, but Vess had a mind of her own and a queen's confidence. He could only advise, and though she had listened to that advice, she had elected not to obey. It had been a fairly simple beginning. She and Fallen Star had started working out together. It wasn't until about 3 days into her service here that Vess had asked the other woman to spar with her. Which, of course, brought them here, to the training room beneath House Rist. The bounty hunter had agreed, and now, it was time once again. Jazz had sat in on all their previous bouts, just in case. This would be Val's first time watching one of these fights, and her concern was clear, even if one was not Force-sensitive. What if she decides to hurt Vess? Val had asked him before they had come down here. What if she decides to try and collect whatever reward Queen Adira is offering? She wouldn't do that. He assured her. Fallenster is many things, not all of them good, but she does keep her word. It is one of the few Jedi traits she still possesses. Val trusted him, but that didn't mean she would not be watching this duel closely. She didn't know Merrick's Fallen Star. She would be damned before she let her hurt her mistress. Dressed in a combat suit, Vess radiated both confidence and caution in the Force. The training she had received from House Rist had been extensive enough to know that against a Force-sensitive, she was at a disadvantage. She would need to be clever. She attacked. One minute the two were circling, and the next, Vess was up in the other woman's face, her training blaze flashing. Fallen Star backpedaled, but Vess was already inside her guard. Her reach advantage with the short sword didn't even come into play. Vess' flurry was impressive, as was her speed. Jazz had worried about her during her first fight with Fallen Star, but had learned not to underestimate the young queen. Lady Rahana was a very good teacher. He could see that in the way that Vess moved, how she gave even a former Jedi pause. It was impressive, seeing how fast she was with those knives. He shook his head. Maybe this would not be such a lopsided fight after all. The bounty hunter managed to escape their first exchange and dance out of range. She extended her training blade, just enough to keep the young queen back, to make her rethink continuing the flurry. Fallen Star smirked at her. Naughty, naughty, missy, she said. You almost drew a little blood there. Vess grinned at her. Almost got you, Mary, she purred with a confident smirk. I'm getting closer. Fallen Star giggled. Closer isn't good enough, kid, she replied. In a real fight, you either close the deal or stay out of it. Viseria Istillo nodded. Good advice from the bounty hunter, Jazz thought. Val still looked about to jump between the two, but Jazz put a gentle hand on her arm. She looked over at him, a worried look on her face. Vess has this, he murmured. Trust her. Val nodded, but still didn't look happy about it. Despite her sense of worry, Jazz was happy that Val was here, and grateful that she was on the mend. He had spent the week she had been in a coma worried. He was grateful she was finally back on her feet. He welcomed the chance to be close to her, the force hummed contently between them when they were together. He might have taken comfort in that, but was also aware that any comfort that he felt wasn't entirely natural. You did this, his conscience chided. I did this. Now that he knew what he was looking for, he could feel the link between them, the link that he had created years ago on accident. I'm going to have to tell her about it. That particular thought was not a pleasant one. He was worried what Val might say or do when she found out. Would she feel betrayed? Would she assume that he had taken advantage of her, and would now seek some kind of recompense? He had never intended to manipulate her, and feared what she might do if, and when she found out what had happened. You still have to tell her. She deserves to know. She did, but... No buts. He sighed. He didn't want to lose her regard, her friendship. Yet, the Jedi in him feared it was already lost. He would tell her eventually, but now, he simply wanted to be there. He wanted her to continue to think he was still a good man. He said nothing, simply offered his support as they watched the duel between Vess and the bounty hunter. He didn't need to tell her. Just not yet. Fallen Star frowned as the two women began to circle again. Watch your footwork, she advised Vess. If I was to strike when you were still moving into position, you might just find yourself on your back. Take it slow, don't rush it. Jazz nodded. At that moment, Fallen Star sounded more like the Jedi she should have been, rather than what she was. He was impressed. It seemed that Fallen Star was not completely devoid of wisdom. Surprising. Most surprising. When Fallen Star had arrived on Alderaan a week ago, Jazz Darbin wasn't sure what Co-op had been thinking. She was skilled in combat, sure, but she was also unstable. Half mad, some might say, but you couldn't doubt the bounty hunter's skill. He had experienced that firsthand. He still remembered their duel back on Corellia, how close she had come to killing him. He didn't hold a grudge for that fight, but that didn't mean that he was not wary of the bounty hunter, not after what she did to her former partners that day. She was dangerous, undisciplined, and emotionally a mess. He had watched her back on PB, back when she had first joined their organization. When she was not on mission, she spent most of her time either training herself almost to the point of exhaustion, or blasted drunk in her quarters. The Jedi she might have been surfaced sometimes, but then it would fall silent, and the girl, who was Merrick's Fallen Star, would go back down into the abyss. He pitied her on some level. He understood now why Monder had let her go back on Corellia. She retained some of her Jedi traits. She had a sense of honor and justice, It was a bit twisted, but it was there. Plus, he could not forget what she had done to Boss Titus, or rather, what she had likely done to the man. Assassination was not the Jedi way. True, the more pragmatic part of his mind knew, but at the same time, what other response was there to what Titus tried to do to Rhonda? It was not like he could simply be arrested and charged in the galactic courts. That was a fact, but it was also a fact that Merrick's Phalanster had almost been a Jedi. How could a Jedi, or former Jedi, justify such an act? Normally, Jazz tried not to judge anyone too harshly. Though he didn't know all of the details of her life, he did know that Phalanster had suffered. That suffering had turned her into something dangerous, both to herself and to others. He promised himself not to let either Vess or anyone else in House Risk be hurt because they had let Phalanster get too close to them. It seemed like an easy enough goal. Phalanster was hardly the type to endear herself to those in power. She was skilled, but she had a rebellious streak a parsec wide, and she had little or no respect for those that saw themselves as authority figures. Strangely enough, the bounty hunter had surprised him again. Merrick's fallen star had been a Jedi once, after all. It seemed that she had not completely forgotten her training. When introduced to Dorma and Arrow Wrist, she had been both polite and respectful, and remained that way until the matter of Vest's security had first come up. The former Jedi had pulled no punches in pointing out the weaknesses in House Risk's security, and had been quite verbal in her description of his failings. "I've worked on Alderaan before," she had said at one point. "I've heard the tales of House Risk. Your reputation is well earned, but it could also be a weakness if read by a skilled hunter. House Risk uses that reputation to intimidate both their allies and their rivals, but if half of what I've heard about this Sunset Collective is true, they won't be intimidated. These people are zealots and will not be afraid to use your reputation. To them, it is a lever to manipulate you." Fallen Star shook her head. "When you think no one will cross you, that is the moment that you are at your most vulnerable. A skilled enemy will know that is the exact time to strike, because you won't be expecting it. Your pride will blind you, and you won't see the knife in your enemy's hand until it is too late." She had offered a plan to keep Vess safe, focusing mainly on the people around her. Considering what had happened in the past, she wished to limit the number of servants that had access to Vess, and to vet those that weren't until they were absolutely sure of their loyalty. It sounded a bit extreme to Jazz, but it also sounded viable. "You have less than a week until the Republic arrives. It may be a bit of an inconvenience, but it will keep the girl alive." Her suggestions did make sense in Val's absence. It had all seemed like a good choice. At first, Vess had chafed a bit under the new restrictions, but after observing Phalanster for a day or two, she had changed her tune about the bounty hunter. Fallen Star could be rude and unstable, but she also knew the French elements that moved on any world, and was not afraid to speak her mind if she thought someone was wrong, even if that person thought themselves her better. Her attitude and her strength had impressed the young queen, which of course led to Vess and her friends coming up with a single conclusion about Merrick's Fallen Star. She was the most amazing young woman on Alderaan. Soon, Merrick's was the talk of the town of the noble sons and daughters of Alderaan. It was for this reason that Vess had sought her out, asking to train with her. The hunter's rebellious spirit was different from what Vess and her friends were used to. He expected that in a month or two, the girls in Vess' circle of friends would be wearing armored leather jackets and growing their hair out into the style the Fallen Star favored. The young girls were quite taken with the hunter. They admired her strength and attitude. Jazz had smirked when he had happened to hear what the girls were saying about her. "It seems you have become something of a role model to them," he informed the hunter. Fallen Star had snorted at that. "I'm here to do a job, nothing more," she replied. "Besides," she sighed, "no one should want my life. I would not wish it on anyone." Jazz Darbin was not sure how to respond to that. In that moment, all her could sense was bitterness, regret, and pain from her. It was a moment of vulnerability that surprised him. For that briefest of moments, the Jedi that Fallen Star could have been shined through, but was gone just as quickly. She pulled a hip flask from her belt and took a long swig of some foul-smelling liquor. "There are still some changes that need to be made around here, she informed him. We have work to do. Vest's fondness for her had only grown in the days that they trained together. In Char Valentine's absence, Fallen Star had found herself fulfilling the role of both guardian and mentor. It was a role that had an effect on her. Being here away from the criminal element that she was used to, it had awakened something in the failed Padawan. She was no longer drinking as much as she once had, and she was actually speaking more of the past, her history with Vima Dodana, her Jedi Master. Jazz took that as a good sign. Char Valentine, now awake and ready to resume her old position, was not as impressed as her queen was, but was at least willing to give the other woman the benefit of the doubt. Do you trust her? She had asked him. I trust that she will remain true to her contract and her sense of justice. As for Fallister herself, Vess had started to win her over, as she did most of the people she met. They responded to the young queen, and in Fallen Star's case, she even started to lower her guard a bit. She had even come to accept the nickname that the girl had given her. Ready for another go-around, Mary? Vess asked her. The hunter smirked. Ready and waiting, kid, she replied. Let us see what you can do. Again, Vess darted inside the other woman's guard, her daggers moving extremely fast, and again the hunter backpedaled, avoiding the spinning blades. Rahana trained her well, Jazz said to Val. She is really good with those things. Val frowned. She is getting cocky, she commented. She is lowering her guard, if she is not careful. BZZTT. Vess gasped and fell to her knees. Fallen Star had caught her across the right shoulder with her training blade. Had it been a real sword, the young queen might have lost her arm. Val was at her side in seconds, getting between her charge and Fallen Star, not that the other woman continued to attack. Vess, Val called out, are you okay? It's all right, she called out with a groan, not wishing to have her protector fuss over her, just to burn. Jazz could see that, the angry red welt on the girl's arm, where Fallen Star's weapon had found its mark. The bounty hunter lowered her weapon. You were dropping your guard, she commented coolly. You were giving up safety for the chance of a killing stroke. It wasn't smart, Missy. Had this been a real fight, I could have finished you off right now. Val glared up at her. You wouldn't have the chance. Well there, the hunter said, lowering her blade. I wasn't trying to hurt the girl, merely educate her on what she did wrong. Jazz joined them, making sure this didn't escalate into a confrontation between Val and Fallen Star. He leaned down and inspected Vess' wound. It was not bad. We will get you a Colto patch, he said. It will take care of the pain. No, Vess said. My queen, Val asked. It is fine, the girl insisted. I'll feel it for a day or two, but it will be fine. She looked up at Fallen Star. Pain can be a good teacher. Lady Rahana says that. It will remind me not to make the same mistake again. The hunter nodded. Smart lady, she said. Vess nodded. She smiled. It was a bit pained, but it was there. That flourish at the end was surprising. I didn't see it coming. I'm used to close quarters combat, Fallen Star replied. A lot of people think getting inside a Force Sensitive's guard is the only way to beat them. So far, I've proven them wrong. Vess giggled. Her eyes shone with respect for the other woman. Your skill with the blade is quite impressive, Mary. Your master would be proud. Fallen Star's smile fell away, her eyes whitened slightly. In that brief moment, all she radiated was pain, and it looked like she was almost ready to burst into tears. Thanks, she replied, her voice cold and monotone. Excuse me. She turned quickly without another word, not quite running but walking very fast. Trying to escape, Jazz realized she had dropped her training blade without even a second thought. He frowned. Sadly, he knew you couldn't run fast enough to escape yourself. Vess looked at Jazz as Val helped her back to her feet. The girl radiated concern through the Force. Mr. Jazz, she asked, did I say something wrong? I didn't mean to insult her. She wasn't insulted, he assured her. She was. Well, I'm not sure. He turned back to Val, who was still inspecting her young queen's arm. He turned to Vess. You sure that you don't want a Kolto patch for that? I'm sure, she said, smiling gamely. It will give me something to talk to my friends about tomorrow. Val snorted and shook her head with amusement. I think your friends need to find less violent things to talk about. Jazz excused himself. Vess was clearly okay and had Val there to attend her. He was more concerned for Fallen Star in that moment. What he had felt through the Force. Such terrible pain. He decided to follow after her and make sure she was okay. He didn't want her doing anything crazy and giving her sense of instability. He thought it wise not to leave her alone, not right now. If she told him to leave her be, so be it, but it never hurt to check. He found her on the landing pad, checking over her ship. For a second there he had thought she had been prepping to leave, perhaps to flee even farther than she could on foot. She sensed him in the Force and shook her head angrily. What do you want? He shrugged. Vess was worried about you, he said. She made a simple compliment. There is no reason for you to be angry with her. Fallen Star refused to meet his gaze. She kept her head down, focusing on the connection to one of the cargo pods on her ship. She took a shuddering breath. I wasn't angry at her, she hissed. I was angry at I don't know. He remained where he was. He could feel the conflict in the bounty hunter. He could have left her alone, but thought it unwise. In the state she was in, he was afraid she might try to hurt herself. Being here had definitely stirred something up within her. She might even have started to regret taking this job. She took another shuddering breath. It felt like she was trying to hold something back, but that something had been caged for too long and would no longer be bound or hidden. Master Vima would not be proud of me, she said flatly, nor should she be. I didn't know her, sadly, he said with a shrug. Despite everything that has happened, it is clear that you still respect her. Fallen Star nodded. She was a true guardian of the Republic, she said wistfully, but then, the anger within her reared up again. She was also a blind fool. Jazz had nothing to say. He hadn't known the Jedi Master, and only read a few reports on her, reports that he had had clearance for. After their first meeting, Monder had let him see what the shadows had on her, just in case she tried to collect on his head again in the future. Before she had vanished, Merrick's Phalanster had been seen as a perfect Jedi candidate. She had been all but raised in the Jedi Temple and had never really shown any sign of deviancy or instability. As for Vima Didana, the Jedi Master had been a picture of statuesque beauty and self-control. The one holo Jazz had seen of her had given him no clue that her apprentice would turn out the way she had. Dark-skinned with beautiful braided black hair, Didana had been a poster girl for what a human Jedi Master should be. Her apprentice had appeared equally up to the task. It had been strange seeing that holo of Fallen Star. She had looked like a completely different person. The girl in that holo had a sense of innocence in her eyes, her long blonde hair flowing down to her waist, her expression one of blissful calm. It was hard to believe that that girl had turned into the unstable woman that he now faced. Merrick's Fallen Star turned away from her ship, her eyes cold and furious. That anger was not directed at anyone. It was just there. What do you know, Jazz Darbin? She demanded. What have the Jedi told you about us, my master and me? Very little, he admitted. I've seen holos of you and your master, the temple file ones. Beyond that, little else. Of course, she sneered. No point in telling the truth, not if it is not relevant in their eyes. She turned away again. He could have left, but he got the sense she didn't want him to. She needed to do this, he thought. She still needed to talk. She shook her head. What did your precious file say about us? What did they say about our last mission together? Not much, he replied. Only that you had been sent out into the colony worlds to mediate a dispute and that you had both disappeared. Disappeared? Phalanster snorted. That is one way to put it. She turned to Jazz again. Her eyes had that mad look he remembered from Corellia. It was the same look that she had had when she had shouted at him to kill her. Negotiations would be short, she said to him. That is what my master told me. The planet we were on was having issues with one of the crime syndicates. They were trying to set up shop on the world. It was close enough to the Corellian trade spine that they could do business with little oversight. The man in charge of the colony was out of his league. A spoiled princeling from Coruscant. Someone who had no real business being a leader on a new world. She shuddered in revulsion. We met with the governor on Coruscant before we came to his world. He was quite taken with me. I could feel his regard, his curiosity. I should have said something to discourage him, but I held my tongue. I didn't wish to alienate him. We were there to help after all. Fallen Star laughed. We were there to help, she snarled. Yet, it was us that should have been calling for help. We didn't know that the little Murglak had already made a deal with the Syndicate. He was already in their pocket and ready to cooperate. They asked only one thing of him, proof that he was willing to do what needed to be done. She shook her head. I didn't find out until later, but he had informed the council that we had never arrived, our ship had never landed, and that he had no further need of the order. The matter had sorted itself out. He had made sure to be far away when we first arrived. He spoke with my master only on Holo and promised to be back the next day. In the meantime, we were to be his guests. His droids would see to our needs in the meantime. Jazz said nothing. He didn't wish to interrupt. He didn't want to take the chance of Fallen Star closing herself off again. She was finally talking. He thought it in her best interest to continue to do so. He thought this might be just what she needed to find her way back. I can't say for certain what happened to my master, only that she died. I can say, however, what happened to me. My last memory of that mission was having dinner with my master. The governor's droids had brought us food, and we ate without a single thought that something might be wrong. Droids don't radiate malice in the Force. They simply do as they are programmed. She shuddered. Her eyes seemed far away, distant. The next thing I remember, I'm waking up in an alley. I didn't remember who I was, or how I got there. I had been dumped on the outskirts of the colony, my head shaved, and wearing next to nothing. She shook her head. It was snowing when I woke up. I had been left for dead. Maybe they thought I was dead when they dumped me, or counted on exposure to finish me off. That or the dregs that called the nearby spaceport home. I should have been dead, but the Force had other plans. The spacers that found me were not as bad as the other crews that the Syndicate employed. They took pity on me and brought me aboard, took me to their medical droid. They took me with them when they left. Their kindness likely saved my life. They cleaned me up and nursed me back to health. According to the MD droid, I'd been given enough pure spice to kill a bantha. If not for the Force, I would have died in that alley. She shivered at the memory. I remember laying on the medical table. As the droid tended to me, my memory had slowly started to come back by that point. I remembered my name, but little else. When the droid told me what had happened, that brought it all back. Jazz winced. He was pretty sure he could guess what had happened. I had been violated. That is what the droid called it. I appeared to have tried to defend myself, but given the amount of spice in my system, I wouldn't have had much of a chance. Hearing that, the shock I felt quickly morphed into anger, and that did the trick. I remembered who I was, and what I had been doing on that world. My first thought was of my master, how I had to go back and rescue her. The people that had saved me tried to convince me not to go, to contact the council and tell them what had happened. But at that point, all I could think of was my master. I wasn't thinking. I certainly wasn't being rational. It was all compulsion. I had to get back. I left the ship, and the people that saved me tried to book passage back to the colony. I had no idea what world I was on, and I didn't care. All I knew was that I had to find my master. I had no credits, and didn't know how to get any. I had no real understanding of how the galaxy worked. It is amazing that I survived that first night. I would spend the next week wandering the port, trying to find a way back. She laughed coldly. I had never really been out of the temple before, never been cut off from the resources of the Order. I didn't understand, and was still confused from the spice overdose that almost killed me. I had gone out looking for the passionate republic I had been told about in the temple, and instead found the real galaxy waiting. I did what I could to survive. I stole to feed myself, slept in an alley. I didn't recognize the galaxy I found myself in. Everything was so dark. Where was the republic that I had learned about at the temple? Where was the beacon of hope for all, the light in the darkness? I had been so naive. Master Vima had been naive. We had both been fools. Why didn't you try to contact that temple? He asked. I don't know, she admitted. As I said, I was still confused, sick, afraid, and angry. I ran into a pair of bounty hunters near the starport. They were trading blasts with some fool that had skipped bail. I used the force to restrain him, not really understanding what was going on, thinking I was helping law enforcement. She smirked at the memory. They took me to the nearest cantina and bought me a drink. That was my first introduction to the bounty hunter trade. I spent another week at their side, earning credits for passage back to Colony. They introduced me to the guild master on planet, and soon I was a registered member, my powers more than enough to buy my way in. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. One of the hunters who helped me tried to get a little fresh with me one night. I put him in his place, finally starting to understand what the Force could really do for me outside of the Order. I left him alive, but he learned not to be so grabby. I returned to the colonies with new eyes. I was no longer the innocent Padawan that I had been. I could see the suffering of the people there, how the governor and his friends were exploiting them. I asked around, expecting to find that the Jedi had sent someone to look for us. It had been almost 2 months since we had vanished. You can imagine my surprise when I learned that no one knew anything about us. No one from the Order had come to look for us. It seems that they hadn't even cared to ask around. I was angry in that moment, Jazz, so angry, and I felt betrayed. My master and I both. We had been betrayed. My anger grew as I snuck back into the governor's house. My skills were more than up to the challenge of hiding from the bully boys that his criminal friends had sent to protect him. She shook her head. I couldn't sense my master, but I did feel something. I was drawn to it. I found my way to the governor's office. I found our lightsabers there, in a case, trophies that the fool had taken. She pulled her weapon from her belt, looking down at it. I'm not really psychometric, but when I touched my master's blade, I felt it, an echo of what had happened. I think that is the moment that it happened. What happened? Merrick sighed. A single tear ran down her cheek. I think that is the first moment that I wanted to die. My master, she had tried to fight back, but they had cut her down. The very people we had been sent to protect killed her. She looked at Jazz, her eyes cold and furious. I went straight to his bed chamber, the governor. I found him with some girl, and pulled him out of bed. I could feel his shock and terror when he realized it was me, when he saw the lit lightsaber blade, and the fury in my eyes. I was in a cold rage as I dragged him out of his home. His thugs tried to stop me, but I cut them all down. They were animals, and got what they deserved. I dragged the fool out of his home, and into the street. The whole time he was sobbing and begging, offering me anything to spare his life. He swore up and down that it had not been his idea what had happened to me. She smiled slightly. It was a cold and ugly thing. Did you kill him? Jazz asked her. No, she said. My life wasn't in danger, so no. I felt a strange kind of gratitude for him in that moment. He had showed me what the galaxy was really like. The security forces that he had employed recognized my lightsaber, and they were hesitant to try and save their employer. You get what you pay for, I guess. The crowd that had gathered was curious what I wanted, and what I was going to do with their leader, the man who had sold them out to the syndicate. I shouted out both who I was and my intentions. I was Merrick's fallen star, hunter of the Bounty Hunters Guild, and that I had claimed this hard merchandise as my own, but was willing to part with it for a fair price. Jazz nodded. You offered him to his people. I did. Why? They were the ones that had truly been wronged. They deserved justice. What I wanted was simple revenge. Their claim came first. I see, Jazz said, nodding, realizing now where Fallen Star's unstable sense of justice had begun, and started to understand why it was so important to her. How much did you ask for him? She giggled. I showed the fool how much his life mattered to me, his true worth. A single credit note was all I required. Once paid, I turned him over to his people and dared the security forces to try and step in. None of them did. She smirked. The people's justice came swift for him, but I stayed close to make sure that no one interfered. The people deserved to see justice done, the kind of justice that a magistrate from the Corps wouldn't have offered them. Kind of harsh, wasn't it? He asked. She merely shrugged. True justice often is. The rioting started soon after my friend the governor was introduced to true justice. The colony fell apart a few days later, but that was no longer my affair or concern. She looked up at the True Justice, her ship. I found this on the governor's landing pad. I think it belonged to one of his guards. I needed a ship to conduct business, so I took it and left the planet. I stopped at the first core world I could find, the first one with the guild office. I needed to find a job. Merrick's fallen star sighed and shook head. I'm no role model, she said flatly. Make sure the kid understands that. I'm not here to impress anyone or make them proud. I'm simply a girl trying to feed herself and make my way in the galaxy. Jazz smiled at her. Sometimes when we are simply trying to make our way in galaxy, that is when we truly find it, he said. Find what? She asked. He shrugged. Ourselves, as you said. The Force was not yet done with you, Merrick's fallen star. It has kept you alive this long for a reason. Maybe coming here, maybe that is the start of a new path for you. She sneered at that. I'm not a Jedi anymore. At least I can be honest with myself about that. The Force has no say over my life. Not anymore. We'll see, he said, walking away, giving her time to digest what he had said. Thank you, he said, for telling me what happened. She sighed. I don't know why I did it. We all have things we need to talk about when the time is right. Facing such challenges are the first steps on the road back. It is the first step towards redemption. I'm not looking for redemption. Are you certain? She glared at him. You are wrong about me, she called after him. I was, he agreed. Now, he could accept that. Now, I'm not so sure. There was more to her than what she thought. Monder had been right. I'm no hero, damn you, she shouted after him. I don't want to be saved. I don't deserve it. Maybe not, he thought to himself. We will see. Chapter 43. Two Queens. Jazz watched as the shuttle broke through the clouds, flanked by an escort of Republic fighter craft. Sunlight glistened across the crimson and gold hull as the ship descended from the capital cruiser in orbit. He drew a deep breath and tried to steady himself. I fear you are going to be greatly disappointed this day, brother, deeply disappointed. The Senate envoy had arrived 2 days later than Saidar Ben had promised, delayed by mechanical trouble. But the star cruiser Righteous now hung in Aldrin's orbit, and Sai, along with several representatives, was finally on his way to present the fair settlement that would convince Vess to surrender her birthright and allow her aunt to remain on the throne. What they were about to receive was not what they expected. Vess stood beside him, her nervousness unmistakable in the Force. Clad in blue and emerald, with a silver circlet studded with pearls, she looked every bit the queen she had been born to be. Lady Dorma had explained it was a replica of the crown worn by Queen Bela the Bold. So I wouldn't recognize the symbolism. All natives would. Val approved. In her view, Vess had been queen since the death of her mother 7 years earlier. Now the rest of the galaxy needed to accept it, starting with the Senate and Saidar Ben. It won't be easy, Jazz thought. Sai will need convincing. House Rist had assembled in full. The only one not visible was Merrick's fallen star, though Jazz sensed her presence nearby. Her avoidance of Republic officials was predictable, given her past, and necessary. Revealing a rogue Padawan and bounty hunter would only complicate things. Still, she watched. Still, she guarded. At this point, Jazz suspected that even without payment, Fallen Star would protect Vess purely out of loyalty. Vess had that effect on people. Real leaders did. This was not a surrender. It was the beginning of real negotiation. Succession had to be handled properly. Jazz hoped reason would prevail, though he knew better. If Vess's uncle had done even half of what people whispered, he would not relinquish the throne peacefully. He wished Tup Secura had made it. The Watchman's presence might have influenced Sai, but Secura was still chasing Kype Tobin, the Zeltron slicer who had slipped off-world before authorities could catch him. The trail was cold, but Sakura was persistent. Jazz looked at Vess again. She was biting her lip, looking suddenly 18 again as the shuttle made its final descent. He brushed her hand gently. She looked over. "Relax," he murmured. "You have this." She squeezed his hand and steadied herself. Val noticed, gave Jazz a small approving nod. He glanced away quickly. Val's matchmaking assumptions were still absurd. The shuttle touched down with a soft bump and a hiss of steam. The ramp lowered. Jazz adjusted his black dress robe, lightsaber clearly visible. "This is not about business," he reminded himself. "This is about ensuring Bantoon is represented honestly and fairly." 2 Senate guards emerged, taking position. Darbin followed, smiling warmly. Once again he made no attempt to reach for Jazz through the Force. "Do you think so little of me, brother?" A young bondman in fine dress and a Mon Cala admiral followed Sai. The band's accent suggested a court connection. The Mon Cal's mottled skin hinted at long years aboard ships. Sai took the lead, bowing smoothly. "Greetings to the brave men and women of House Rist. I am Darbin of the Jedi Order." Lady Dorma curtsied. "House Rist welcomes you and offers its protection." "We thank you, my lady." Sai turned to Vess and bowed again. "Lady Istillo, it is an honor." Val stepped forward, voice sharp. "You stand before her grace, Vesseria, 9th of her name, voice of the people, and shield of the matriarchy. You will address her properly." Jazz hid a smile. The bondman chuckled. "The young lady doesn't need so many titles. Bantoon already has a monarch." Val narrowed her eyes. "And you are?" "Senator Albin Ross of the Afon system, the voice of Bantoon in the Senate." Dorma stared. "But you're a man." Ross shrugged. "Last time I checked." Jazz noticed the gold and black Mining Guild pin on Ross's coat. "I wasn't aware Mining Guild advisors held Senate office." "My role is advisory," Ross said smoothly. "Nothing more." Jazz doubted that. Val turned on Sai. "And the matriarchy approves of being represented by an off-worlder. And a man. Bantoon has moved past outdated traditions," Sai replied. Val shot Jazz a horrified look. The Mon Cal admiral stepped forward. "Your moons are vital to Republic expansion. Isolation is impossible now." Sai nodded. Jazz felt his stomach sink. The fate of Bantoon had already been decided, without a single Bond voice present. Vess finally spoke. "The destiny of Bantoon belongs to the Bond. The ore is theirs. The land is theirs. The matriarchy must decide our world's path." Sai froze. Ross frowned. "We came to accept her writ of abdication." Val smiled coldly. "Think again?" Sai reached out through the Force at last, confused, unsettled. Nothing has gone wrong, Jazz thought. Something has finally gone right. The delegation entered the Manor's meeting room. Neutral lighting. A broad holiday. Too formal to be friendly, too cramped to be safe. Vess entered first, composed but tense. Val remained close. Jazz lingered behind, watching Sai, calm expression, frustrated aura. Dorma activated the holoprojector. Adira too appeared, seated, serene. Vess stiffened. "Vesseria." Adira gasped. "My dear, is it truly you?" "Hello, Aunt Adira." The Queen folded her hands dramatically. "Oh, praise the gods, to see you alive." Val cut in. "Announce her properly." Adira blinked, startled. "Vesseria, exile must have been difficult." "And what place would you have offered me, Aunt?" Vess asked. "A seat to be forgotten. A cage." The Queen's smile faltered. Sai reached through the Force, finally realizing the situation was spiraling beyond his expectations. The Queen ended the call. Her image faded. Silence hung thick. Vess stared at the empty space, trembling. "Excuse me," she whispered, voice thin. She left quickly. Val followed. Dorma and Errol moved to occupy the Senator and the Admiral. Jazz exhaled. It could have been far worse. A hand clamped on his shoulder. Darbin. Jaw clenched. Ice cold. Brother, walk with me. Now. Jazz nodded and followed. Out in the corridor, Sai rounded on him. Do you realize what you've done? I helped our people. You blindsided the delegation. Viseria was supposed to abdicate. She made her own choice. Sai laughed bitterly. She trusts you. You were supposed to bring stability, not chaos. The instability comes from those who decided Bantoon's future without consulting a bond. Sai glared. You never understood the bigger picture. The Republic needs Bantoon. And they accepted Adira without verifying her legitimacy, Jazz replied. Sai looked away, anger simmering. You sound like a Padawan who never grew up. You sound like a Jedi who forgot why the Order exists. That hit home. Sai's face tightened. We speak later, he said, turning away. Jazz watched him go, feeling the widening rift between them. Back in the meeting room, the Admiral glared. I thought the matter of succession was settled. Bantoon has a queen, Sai said. Val bowed. And you are standing before her. Ross argued. Adira too is queen. Anaravi's daughter is alive, Dorma said. The throne is hers. Sai swallowed hard. This is not the venue for this discussion. Lady Dorma, may we move to a private room? Another voice must be heard. House Riss Hypercom is ready, she replied. She is a queen after all, Sai said. Vess only nodded. It has been too long since I spoke with my dear aunt. After the call with Adira, Vess slipped away to steady herself. Val guarded her silently. Jazz approached. I didn't expect to see her again, Vess murmured. Not like that. You handled yourself well, he said. She lied, smiled through it. She's a politician? Vess looked up at him. I won't let her box me in again. You won't? Val stepped forward. We'll protect you. Whatever comes next. Vess nodded. She wants a meeting on Coruscant. Fine. I'll face her there. You won't face it alone, Jazz said. She offered him a tired smile. I know. Chapter 44, Old Sins. You what? What were you thinking? Jazz said nothing. What was there to say? If Sai expected some kind of apology, or for him to stammer or to try to explain himself, that wasn't going to happen. Jazz Darbin was neither foolish nor naive. He had done what he thought was right. Sai should have accepted that. The two brothers had gone to a small side room off of the main room where Vess had just confronted her aunt via holo. Jazz could feel his brother's disbelief and anger, surprising considering his training. Jazz frowned slightly. Master Venery would not have been pleased with his old apprentice. Surely the Jedi High Council member had taught Sai better than this. Sai paced before him, his mind whirled with what had just taken place. His reaction surprised his twin, but probably shouldn't have. Jazz remembered what Sai had been like when they were younger. The unexpected had always thrown his brother off. He didn't adapt well when plans went awry. Once again, Jazz was surprised. He would have thought that Master Venery would have helped his brother deal with that flaw. He should have learned to rise above it. Sai turned to him again, his gray eyes cold and unsympathetic. How can you justify what just happened in there? Brother, he demanded, you had one job, a very simple one. Sai snorted angrily. I thought we had a deal. Jazz sighed and crossed his arms. You asked me to come here and speak with Vess, to try and convince her to abdicate her throne. I came here with that goal in mind, but at the same time, I've tried to keep both an open mind and to let the Force guide me. Jazz shook his head. There are alternatives to what you believe needed to happen here, brother. There are other paths that we could take to bring a more satisfying conclusion for all parties involved. Jazz shrugged. Isn't that the mission of a Jedi, to serve as a guide, and to help find the best answer for those that we serve and protect? Sai snorted angrily, clearly. He had his own views of what a Jedi should be in this situation. Those views clashed with those possessed by his twin brother. The Republic needs this deal, Jazz. Do you have any idea how important this is to the galaxy as a whole? No deal has been made yet, Sai. Both sides are talking. That is a good thing. Now we can find a solution that suits everyone, or at the very least, reach a compromise that all parties can agree with. Compromise. Sai hissed, as he glared at his twin. This isn't some negotiation exercise at the temple. Jazz, don't you understand how hard I've worked to set all this up? Can't you see how important this is to me? Jazz frowned. This isn't about you, brother. It is about helping the people of Bantoon. It is about helping the Republic. Sai reminded him trillions of sentient beings are depending on this deal going forward. This, matter as you call it, was a well-oiled machine. Everything was in place, and it would have benefited so many. Sai pinned him with a cold, accusing look. You don't know what you are doing, brother. Stay out of this. Hey, you brought me in. Remember, I was content to remain on PB. It was you that wanted me to come to Alderaan. I was content to fulfill my role for the Order as their agent within the Fringe, as well as continue to advance my business interests. Exactly, Sai said. I needed you to serve a role, to follow your best interests, as any businessman would. I thought we had a deal. You deliver the education that I needed, and you and yours would profit from it. You asked me to come and speak to an old friend, and I did that. I listened to what she had to say, and what those that loved her had to say, and then chose offer my help. I still think that we can negotiate, find a way that can serve all parties involved. You weren't sent here to negotiate, Sai growled, his voice going more and more shrill. The Force is still with you. Are you telling me you couldn't see the value in simply using it to influence some stupid little noble girl? Jazz's eyes narrowed. He didn't like the fact that Sai called Vess stupid. I don't use the Force in that way. Really? Sai said. How surprising. Jazz frowned. He didn't like his brother's sarcasm. Sai didn't detect his anger, either that, or he didn't care. He was too angry to care. Do you have any idea what you've done here? Sai turned away. He took a deep breath, but it did little to dispel his anger. He had control over it. He wasn't about to fly into a rage, but it still boiled beneath the surface. Why was this so important to him? Jazz wondered. What did he gain from this? The committees back on Coruscant are waiting for the princess's signature. Queen Adira is already on board. The ships that Vice Admiral Rakkus was talking about, they are going to revolutionize the colonization effort and provide a new level of security for all the new worlds that the Republic has gained within the Mid and Outer Rim. Sai turned back to him. Members of the Bantoon matriarchy are opposing the deal. They see Viseria Aistillo as the perfect symbol to rally around, to keep their world stagnant, and to remain in the past. They refuse to accept all that the Republic is offering them. That is an oversimplification of the situation, Sai. The Bond are members of the Republic. They deserve to have a voice in how their world is run. They have yet to learn their place. We will give them a voice, but first they need to prove their commitment to the Republic. They need to understand why they need us, and why they need to embrace change. Jazz frowned. That was an interesting point, but it brought up a question, one that Sai had not answered to his satisfaction. Why? He asked. Why what? Sai replied. Why do the Bond need the Republic? Jazz's question caught Sai off guard. He blinked, his jaw working silently. Jazz pushed forward. He would have an answer. Tell me, brother, what do you know about Bantoon? Its people, their culture. I've read the census reports, he answered. Jazz shook his head. Reports aren't people. Have you ever spent any real time with the Bond? Have you talked to one about their world, their history? I'm not talking about a business discussion you might have had with the senator or one of his staff. I'm talking about an actual person from Bantoon, someone that has spent their life there and has a stake in what you are trying to do to their world. Jazz sighed. I've spoken with them. I've heard from Viseria Aistillo and Char Valentine. I've also spoken with the lords and other highborn that have come here to try and court the young queen. I've learned much about their world. They are justly proud of the home they have built for themselves. The Bond are a strong people, brother. 500 years ago, they were divided into warring city-states, but when pirates invaded their world, tried to subjugate them with an army of droids, the Bond fought a near 40-year war of liberation. They didn't need the Republic Navy or the Jedi to free them from their oppressors. They did it themselves. Their people put aside their differences and worked together. They unified as a planet, and have remained so ever since. They even had their own Force wielders. They didn't need the Jedi to tell them how to use it wisely. When the Sith attacked them, those wielders sacrificed themselves to try and save their world. And despite their loss, it worked. The Bond resisted the Sith and won back their freedom. They didn't need the Republic or the Jedi to free them. They fought and freed themselves. So I gave him a cold look. You admire these people. You don't think they deserve our admiration. Now, the Republic has come to their world, telling them that what they have done, how they have lived for almost 5 centuries, is wrong. Our business interests have taken it upon themselves to meddle in affairs that they should not have. Did the Mining Guild assassinate Queen Anara V? I can't say for certain, but the fact that her daughter is here and alive means that, as Jedi, we owe it to the oath we took to serve the Republic to aid her. She has a rightful claim to her mother's throne. We have no right to tell her that she needs to abandon it because we find it politically inconvenient. The Senate should accept this. Progress needs to be maintained, brother, Sai spat back. Do you think that this girl will do what the Republic needs, what is best for Galaxy as a whole? She deserves the chance to prove herself, Sai. If Queen Adira and her husband are responsible for the death of Viseria's parents, shouldn't the Jedi do what we can to see justice done? Sai Darbin turned away from him then. Jazz could sense that his brother didn't want to hear this. He had come here with a plan. He had made promises that he shouldn't have made. Yet, his pride would not let him let go. He didn't wish to adapt and find another way. This is for the greater good, brother, he said again. The Republic needs this. The committees that have been put in charge of this are not acting for the benefit of the Bond, brother. Can't you understand that? Sai Darbin glared at him, his eyes turned cold. You truly don't understand, do you? You never have understood. Jazz frowned and crossed his arms. And what don't I understand? You never looked at the big picture. You always thought that you could solve the galaxy's problems by involving yourself in the affairs of the small and insignificant. Sai shook his head. You never had the drive to do what needed to be done, and yet you were always applauded and adored, even when we were young. You always had to make me look a fool, despite my willingness to go beyond where you would even dare tread, to do what was right for the greater good. Jazz pursed his lips. What was this now? They were no longer talking about Bantoon. It seemed that Sai had something to say, and yet, James didn't think this was the time. This wasn't about him wanting to make Sai look bad. It had never been about that. Sai glared at him, his gray eyes filled with disdain. You dare lecture me on how a Jedi should act, and what a Jedi should do. You, who turned your back on the Order when they offered you a chance to come back. You, who chose to hide in the shadows and pull strings. Jazz shrugged. He had no need to defend his choices. He had accepted the mission the Council had given him 5 years ago, and now, that he realized that there was more for him than mere duty, he could finally say he was content with that choice. It took coming here to realize it, he thought to himself. By helping Vess and Val, it helped me as well. I finally found my way back. He had found the serenity that he had sought. He was no longer hiding behind a mask of apathy. He felt hope, both hope and compassion. Why was his own brother trying to belittle him for that? Surely he could feel the truth. I chose to remain where I could help, to use my skills for the benefit of others. You could have been so much more, Sai replied. You chose to step away from the Order. You may think yourself an acolyte of the light, but all you are is a useful pawn of the powerful. Sai sneered at him. You are a common thief, Jazz. You aren't worthy to stand in the light. You are not fit to call yourself a Jedi. I never said I was, he responded. He was starting to get angry now, but he would not let Sai bait him. I walk the path that the Force has put me on. I don't need to swagger around in Jedi robes to prove that I listen to the will of the living Force and try to do what is right. Be careful, brother, he said. Your pride will be your undoing if you let it. Sai laughed at that. You think I care what you think? You are not walking the path of the light, brother. I can sense it. It is not the Force that guides your actions, but your weaknesses, your attachments. You actually care about the bond, you think you're playing the hero, but you are wrong. You are standing in the way of the Republic, the light in the darkness. A government is not the Force, brother. People are flawed, they can be greedy, and they make mistakes. And as a thief you would know all about greed, wouldn't you? Jazz ground his teeth. He was trying to maintain his calm. There was no emotion, there was peace. So I was trying to bait him again, like he had done on PB, but again, why? Why was it so important to him to see me lose control? I won't deny that I was shocked that I heard you came back. I was surprised that the Mandalorians took you in. Why that nest of savages didn't kill you on the spot, I'll never know. Careful, brother, Jazz warned him again. Do not speak ill of my clan. Your clan? Sai sneered. You actually think you are one of them. I never swore the creed, but that doesn't mean that I don't care what happened to them. They took care of me, gave me a choice, let me choose the path that I wanted to walk. Isn't that what family is supposed to do? Aren't they there to help you find your way? Butchers and bounty hunters all, Sai growled. I can see where you started to go wrong now, having to survive in that nest of scum. Don't, Jazz warned him again. And when you escaped them, you still didn't come back. You didn't seek to rejoin the Order and make a real difference. You became a criminal, an ally of thieves and liars. Darbin shook his head. The council should have just taken your blade and sent you the labor corps. At least there you would be productive. At least there you wouldn't be damaging the galaxy any more than you already have. Sai tried to walk away from his emotions. Jazz sensed that he was done with him, that his brother believed both fully and truly that he was above him in all things. He thinks he is better than me, Jazz realized. Maybe that was what did it. Jazz Darbin's eyes narrowed. He had heard enough. He had had enough. S.Y. He grabbed his brother's sleeve and spun him around. Sai hissed and looked about to push him away, but in that moment, that brief instance of contact, Jazz gasped. In that moment, he saw it. In that moment, his whole understanding of the last 15 years changed. He felt swept away. The Force moved him in a way that he couldn't believe. He couldn't move, and he couldn't speak, but he could see. After all this time, he could finally see. He was back about the Jedi ship. He was 9 years old again. Only this time he was not seeing with his own eyes. He was seeing with the eyes of his brother. He was looking through the gray eyes of Darbin. Again, he heard the blaring of alarms, felt the ship exploding all around them. He found his way into an escape pod, the noise and the flashing lights drowning out everything around them, almost everything. Sai looked up. He saw Jazz, his twin, his blood, running down the crumbling corridor, the deck shaking around them, the sound of distant explosions heralding the end of the ship. Sai reached out for his brother. He was so close now, so close to joining the rest in escaping and returning to safety and his life. Sai had known that Master Venery had asked Jazz if he would be his student. He had embraced his brother, and they had celebrated his good fortune. Sai had been happy for him. Or had he? Jazz felt it, that ripple in the Force, temptation, and with it a thought that no 9-year-old boy should have, not towards his brother, not towards anyone. He stands in your way, the voice of ambition whispered. He has never understood. He will waste all that has been given him. Sai heard that whisper, and then, in a moment of weakness, he had listened. He gestured. It was the smallest of things, just a slight shift in the Force. The deck plate between Jazz and the escape pod exploded upward, flinging him back. There was another explosion, and SHHK. The pod sealed, its escape thrusters fired, and then they were away, falling away. Darbin stared out the viewport, watching the ship breaking up. He knew what he had done, but in that moment, he did something he never thought he could have done. He smiled. You would have wasted your gifts, brother. I will be better. I was always better. Jazz gasped. He pulled away from his brother and stared at him, seeing him for the first time with new eyes. Darbin glared. He was angry again, not because of what Jazz had done, but for what he had seen. He knows, Jazz thought. He knows that I know. Jazz Darbin glared right back. I know. VMM. Sai Darbin stepped back. A blade of violet energy now glowed between them. What are you doing? He demanded. Lower that blade now. Jazz heard, but he wasn't listening. You, he whispered. It was you. Sai swallowed hard. What? Me? You stopped me from reaching the pod. You left me to die. His breath hissed angrily as he stared at his brother. You abandoned me. You wanted me to die. You don't understand, Sai said. You've never understood. What is to understand, Sai? Jazz shook his head. Tell me something. When did you start thinking that you were better than me? I don't have to listen to this, Sai said, trying to step around Jazz's weapon, trying to escape into the hall. His brother didn't let him. He left me to die, the thought kept looping through his mind. He left me to die. Do you deny it? Jazz asked. Do you deny ripping up that deck plate? Do you deny trying to murder me? Sai sniffed. I've never tried to murder anyone. But you did stop me from reaching the pod. Sai waved his hand dismissively. You are imagining things, Sai said. I reached out with the Force. I tried to give you a chance. You didn't jump soon enough. I raised that deck plate to help you. You could have leapt from it and made it to the pod, but you were too slow. His brother shook his head. You could have saved yourself, but you weren't good enough. You were never good enough, Jazz. Is that what you tell yourself? Jazz demanded. Is that how you justify what happened? I've nothing to justify. My conscience is clear. I've become everything that you never had the skill to become. I will sit on the Jedi Council one day. I will be Grand Master one day. And what will you be? Jazz. Some smuggler still wading through the filth of the galaxy. Jazz was almost shaken now. He still couldn't believe it. Now he understood why his brother had refused to reach out to him with the Force, why he had avoided him all these years. He didn't blame himself for Jazz's loss. He was angry that Jazz had survived. It didn't matter what lies Sai told himself. Jazz now knew the truth. He was determined to make sure that others knew it too. I'm taking you into custody, brother, he said. Sai laughed. You want to arrest me? Yes. For what? For tearing up a deck plate. Sai tried to step around him again, and again Jazz blocked his path. His brother gave him a dirty look. Get that lightsaber out of my face. I said you are coming with me, Sai. You will go before the Jedi shadows. Sai shook his head. You can't be serious. You aren't going to harm me, Jazz, I can sense it. You are a thief, but you won't kill your own brother. You won't kill in cold blood. Jazz hissed angrily. He could hear the distant whisper of the darkness. It was practically begging him to surrender to it. All he had to do was let go, and Sai would realize just what it was he had created that day. He would. VMM. The two brothers both looked up. A third lightsaber had been ignited. Its aqua-colored blade glowed brightly, turning his wielder's face as white as a bleached skull. Merrick's Phalanster grinned as she stepped out of the shadows. Jazz was caught completely off guard. What? How? He hadn't even sensed her. What is this? Sai demanded. Who are you? Fallen Star, the bounty hunter said, grinning. But you can call me Justice. True Justice. Sai's eyes widened. Fallen Star, he murmured. He must have recognized the name. Suddenly, he felt something other than contempt. He felt fear. Jazz, he gasped, this woman, she is insane. She is a dark Jedi, and an enemy of the Order. Fallen Star laughed. It was as cold as the icy grip of space. I'm just a simple girl trying to make her way in the galaxy, and you are an attempted murderer. You tried to commit fratricide, you naughty boy. She held up her blade. Do you have any enemies? I'm sure you do. Tell me, how much do you think they would pay for your head? Sai Darbin's eyes widened. He senses it, Jazz realized. Fallen Star wasn't kidding, or lying. She would happily take his head, and gladly take any number of credits offered for it. It was the way she worked, the way her concept of justice worked. Jazz, Sai said, realizing he was now pinned between two lit lightsaber blades. You can't let her do this. Why not? He asked. Would you let your own twin die? Your own blood. Jazz frowned. He. Fallister grinned hungrily. She had the same look in her eye that she had years ago, back on Corellia. Jazz remembered that look. She had nearly killed him that night, and would have had Monder not intervened. The bounty hunter licked her lips. She was a predator ready to consume her prey. I've known a lot of men like you, she said. They think their power and privilege means that they can get away with anything. They don't think that justice applies to them. They are wrong. Sidar Ben began to reach for his belt. Go ahead, Fallen Star said. Draw your weapon. See what happens. Sai pulled his hand away quickly. Jazz could feel his fear now. He was no longer in charge here, and he knew it. He was on the verge of panic. The unexpected always did throw you off your game, brother, Jazz thought. Now, he just had to decide what he was going to do. Jazz, Sai said, backing away from Fallen Star's lit weapon. Please? Fallen Star was like the spring on a trap. Her eyes were wild, like she was about to snap. You think you can hurt people and get away with it? I have news for you, Governor. You can't. You can't. In that moment, Jazz realized that Fallen Star was looking at Sai and not seeing him. She was seeing the man who drugged her, abused her, and slew her master. She was one word away from lashing out at Sai, and if she did, she wouldn't stop until either he or she was dead. That realization stopped Jazz in his tracks. He didn't want to see Fallister die, and despite everything he had done, he didn't want to see Sai die either. Stop, he said. Fallen Star. Stop. Please. She glanced over at him. Why should I? He deserves this. Maybe, Jazz said, but you don't. Don't become what he thinks you are. She glanced back and forth between the two brothers. Sai said nothing. He realized that if he dared, Fallister would attack. You say you serve true justice, Jazz said. Well, as one of the people that this man wronged, I'm asking you to step back. He isn't worth it? The bounty hunter snarled, her code of justice clashing with her desire to punish someone she believed deserved it. Why are you doing this? She asked. Why would you spare him? You heard what he did. You know very well what he did. I did, and I know, he agreed, and still, I'm asking you to stop. She swallowed hard, her eyes wide and angry. Jazz, she said. When he spoke again, it was in his softest and most compassionate of voices. Miri, he said, please, stop. Fallen Star blinked. She looked like she had come out of some bad dream. She didn't lower her weapon, but she was no longer radiating with that cold sense of malice that Jazz had first felt on Corellia. Finally, she lowered her weapon and powered it down. She sighed heavily. You are lucky your brother is here, pal, she said. You should be on your way to one of my merchandise pods right now. She turned to Jazz. She smiled weakly. You called me, Mary. Vess says it suits you, he said with a shrug. I'm starting to agree. Fallen Star, Mary smiled. She stepped back, standing down, letting him decide what should happen next. Jazz sighed and lowered his weapon. This is over, Sai, he said. We're done. When we return to Coruscant with Vess, you are going to turn yourself over to the Jedi Council. It is time you answered for what you did. Sai continued to watch Fallen Star, but he sniffed at his brother's command. You think Master Venery will believe that I acted with malice? I was a 9-year-old boy, Jazz. They will look at my record since and know that I'm not what you think I am. You need to do this, Sai, for your sake. Why? You think this will give you closure? You think the Masters will see you as more than what you are? This isn't about me, Jazz said. It is about you. You can still come back. You can stop yourself from turning into something worse. I know what I am, Sidar Ben said. I'm a Jedi. Then you will do what is right, Jazz said, bowing to him. Goodbye, brother. He turned and left, Miri falling and stepped behind him. You never understood, Jazz, Sai called out. You never could grasp the bigger picture. Maybe so, he thought. But if grasping the bigger picture meant turning out like Sai, he didn't want to. He sighed. I'm not like you, brother, and I never will be. Praise the Force for that. He is never going to do it, you know, Miri said. I've known men like him. he will never confess to what happened. I've given him a chance, Jazz said, the same chance that Manda gave you 5 years ago. She frowned. You think he is worth saving? Jazz shrugged. He is my brother. I have to think that he is worth it. She nodded. My way would have been faster. You wouldn't have had to wait to see justice done. Justice will be done, Jazz said, but first, we need to help Vess. She is the priority. She shrugged. You're the client, she said. Your call. He nodded. Thanks for standing down, Mary. You did good? She smirked. Don't tell anyone. I have a bad reputation to uphold. He smiled. Don't worry, he promised. My lips are sealed. Chapter 45. The Shuttle. Is it true what they say about Coruscant? Is it really all one big city? Jazz smiled as he watched Vess prepare for their trip. The girl radiated excitement. Despite the dangers and tough choices she would face in the coming days, she was almost all innocence and eagerness. It was very fetching. Most of it, he replied. Some of the mountains and lakes were left uncovered, but for the most part, yes. Coruscant is one big city. Amazing, the girl said, stopping to check on Claude. The loath cat mewed at her from inside a pet carrier. Unlike his mistress, he didn't seem very eager to begin this trip. Char Valentine stood near the door. The sworn protector was once again fully armed and armored. She was checking her blaster pistols, adjusting the sights. We still need to proceed with caution, my queen, she warned. Neither your aunt nor the mining guild will be happy with these negotiations. They will try to stop them. Vess smiled. That is what I have you for, isn't it, Val? You, Mr. Jazz, and Mary. You will keep us safe. The loath cat mewed again, reaching out with a slender paw. Vess stopped to gently rub it. It is okay, Claude, she murmured. We're going on a little trip. We're finally doing something to try and help my home. As the girl continued packing, Jazz reached out with the force, trying to get a sense of what they would soon face. He was surprised to find that any attempt to look ahead was clouded. Many elements were in play, emotions, desires, plots, plans. It spoiled his enjoyment slightly. Val is right, he realized. They needed to be wary. Once they made it aboard the Righteous, all would be well. No one in their right mind would dare attack a Republic warship, much less catch one in hyperspace. If the conspirators were going to make a move, it would be either before leaving Alderaan or during the descent to Coruscant. Jazz would do what he could to minimize that risk. Both he and Fallen Star would travel separately, each in their own ship. Mary had her true justice, while he would use an armed courier ship one co-op had left on Alderaan for emergencies. We will be covering Vess's journey every step of the way, he thought. If someone was going to try anything, they would find the girl was not without defenses. I've done all I can, he knew. But that couldn't kill his rising nerves. The force remained cloudy. He didn't like that. You think the Jedi Council will support Vess's claim? Val asked. She spun her pistol like a gunslinger, sliding it back into his holster. The Council is not as ambitious as members of the Senate can be, Jazz said. They will seek to maintain order, but they will also acknowledge Vess's rights as both a queen and a Republic citizen. He nodded. The Council will try to do what is best. I believe that. Vess smiled wistfully as she finished packing her small bag. A larger trunk of clothes and jewelry had already been sent with the servant droids. Those would serve her well when addressing the Jedi and the Senate negotiators about the Bantu succession. For now, the young queen simply wanted to be comfortable. She wore a pale white blouse, black pants, and slipped on the old nerve-hide jacket Jazz had given her years ago. She gave him a warm, grateful look. Thank you for this, Mr. Jazz. I've done nothing, he said with a shrug. Merely reminded everyone that you have rights in this matter. Which is more than most would have done, she said. You came here because you were worried about us, and you've stood by both me and Val. We are doubly grateful. Char Valentine nodded. My queen speaks the truth, hotshot. We do owe you one. Jazz looked away, hoping he wasn't blushing. He wasn't usually emotional. His training prevented that. But these two, they made him open up. He thought back to their first meeting years ago. If he had known then what effect they would have on him. You can't let them go, he thought. Not this time. He nodded. He hated to admit it, but these two ladies were becoming his life. Maybe co-op was right. Maybe it was time to look to the future, find a life outside the organization. Coop would understand. Rhonda would help him if he didn't. Whatever happens, he thought, my life is about to change again. Vess took one last look around her quarters. It would be some time before she returned, if ever. Jazz hoped she would someday return to her home, to stand on Bentoon again. She loved Alderaan, but she had not forgotten her world. Will you be joining us on the cruiser? Vess asked. We will likely need you when we reach the capital. I'll be following in one of my people's ships, he said. Backing Mary up if she needs it. You think we can trust Phalanster in all this? Val asked. She remained skeptical of the former Padawan turned bounty hunter. Once, Jazz would have shared that concern. But not anymore. He was starting to understand who Merrick's Phalanster truly was. What he saw gave him hope. She's on our side, he assured. I'll vouch for her in that, at least. Our side, Vess repeated with a grin. I'm glad to hear you say it like that. Jazz Darbin shrugged. I've been involved in this since I found you in that alley years ago. The Force brought us together. I need to see this through. Vess blushed and looked at him. I'm glad you're here, she murmured. Here with me. As I said, I have your back. I won't. Vess suddenly ran to him. He was startled but didn't back away. She was in his arms, embracing him. He returned her hug. Thank you, she whispered into his shoulder. It is no problem. I will, He didn't finish. She pulled back at the last moment and their noses touched. Vess kissed him, softly and chastely, on the mouth. Her lips were warm, sweet, and scented faintly of fruit. He kept the kiss chaste, though he could sense her desire. If he deepened it, she would not resist. No, he thought. I can't do that. Not yet. She stepped back, blushing fiercely. I'm, sorry. That wasn't inappropriate, was it? He rubbed his lips and managed a small smile. The shy look on her face was sweet. And despite her words, she wasn't sorry at all. No, he said softly. She beamed. Good. I hope it wasn't the last time. Jazz glanced at Val. She avoided his gaze, focusing on her pistols. He sensed many things: satisfaction, resignation, and sadness. Despite her training and programming, Val still had wants. Giving up what they could have been was not easy. You need to get out of here, his Jedi caution warned. It is too much to deal with right now. He bowed to the young queen. I will see you aboard the cruiser. She nodded happily. He turned to Val. Val. See you in a bit, hotshot. He bowed to her as well and left quickly, not wanting to run, but needing to escape before anything else could be said or done. Jazz Darbin sighed. So, what are you going to do now? Where do you go from here? For once, the Force offered no guidance. Someone would get hurt either way. He didn't want that. He had never wanted that. He knew what Val had wanted of him, and she knew what it would cost her if he did it. But that didn't mean she was a mindless automaton. She was a young woman with feelings and desires. Vess cared for him too. He had felt it in that kiss. If he asked it of her, would she grant Val her blessing? Would she allow Val to break the vow that bound her? If Val herself asked for such a thing, he would not hesitate to stand beside her. Vess loved Val. She respected her. If the two of them came before the young queen and asked her to release her protector, would she do it? He would stand beside Val if she desired it. He would be a good mate to her. Even without a traditional family, he would love her, care for her. Maybe they could even leave together and see the galaxy. He had resources. Yet he knew the truth. Val had too much love for Vess. It went beyond programming. She would never ask for such a release if she believed that Jazz and Vess could work. But could it work? He wasn't sure. He cared for Vess too. In the last 2 weeks he had gotten to know her, the fun, bright young woman she was. She made him smile. She had made him think about things he had not thought about since his time on Corellia. Not since Prin. If he accepted Val's offer. If he went to Lady Dorma and asked to court Vess properly. He would strive to make her happy. He thought of the vision he had after the fight on the North Mountain. The child with his gray eyes. Was that what the Force was pointing him toward? Was Vess the woman who would give him that child? If so, the child would be a princess. A future queen. What kind of father would he be? A smuggler. A criminal. He would do his best, but... damn. Vess made him happy. But Val remained Val. Strong, courageous, and the first woman he had ever been with. He would always care for her. They had much in common. If she chose to remain at Vess' side, even if they could continue their relationship, he would stay and help her protect Vess. But that would hurt the young queen. He would be in her life, but not in the way she wanted. He saw no way to win. Whatever choice he made, one heart would be broken. He didn't like that. Maybe the best choice was not to choose. The thought made his brow furrow. He could step away. He could ask Master Vey to bring him formally back into the Jedi Order. She believed he could be a full Jedi Knight. He didn't want to hurt them. If he stepped away, it might be the right call. But it would hurt him too. Now you see the problem with attachment, he thought. Now you understand why the Jedi forbid it. Possession is forbidden. Passion is forbidden. Could he do it? Could he let go and avoid the choice entirely? It wouldn't be easy. It never was. So, which one will it be? Jazz nearly jumped. In his rush toward his ship, he hadn't sensed Mirix Phalanster standing in an alcove to his right. She gave him a soft smile. Tell me, Jazz Darbin, will it be lovely lady number 1? Or lovely lady number 2? He glared. You know, it's a good thing you're a bounty hunter. You'd make a horrible minder. She grinned savagely. He shook his head and kept walking. You should get to your ship, he said. We're leaving soon. I'm on my way, she replied, falling into step beside him. She gave him a sad smile. It isn't easy, is it? No, he admitted. Mary was Force sensitive. She could sense his conflict easily. You can't have them both, you know. I don't want them both. She shrugged. Or, maybe you can't. I knew this Jedi from Syrah who had 6 wives. Low male birth rate on his world. Imagine that. 6 wives. 6. Think about holy days. Think about feast days. Mary. He shot her a suffering look. I don't want. He got special permission from the council, she went on. But still, I wouldn't do that to them. Even if it were possible. She shrugged again. Who knows? I can only guess how far either of them would go to keep you in their lives. You don't want to leave. I can sense that. And they'd rather you stayed. Despite her history, despite the twisted sense of justice, Mirix Phalanster gave him a compassionate look. I don't envy your choice. Love is hard to find. Real love. Even more so. He pursed his lips. Was it real love? He cared for Val. He cared for Vess. He wanted to stay. A part of him needed to stay. But was that fair to them? Did he have the right? It haunted him. Phalanster could feel it. You'll make the right call, she said. I don't think there is one. He looked at her more closely. He thought back to Corellia, their duel in the abandoned shipyard. He had been willing to kill her. She had been willing to kill him. What was it with the women in his life wanting to kill him when they first met? First Val, then Mary. He didn't desire Phalanster like he did Val or Vess. But he respected her. He even liked her now. He could imagine calling her a friend. He no longer pitied her. Manda had been right. She was worth saving. He would help her come back to the Order. She didn't have to walk alone. It would be one of his missions in the coming weeks. But first they had to get Vess safely to Coruscant. When you get to the Justice, he told her. Switch the comm to Channel 3. Got it, she said. Are we expecting trouble? He frowned. The Force remained clouded. A sense of foreboding grew in his mind. We need to expect anything. He drew a long breath. This trip could be a very bumpy ride. A few minutes later, he was aboard the ship Co-op had left for emergencies. And once again, Jazz found himself pleased. My brother comes through again, he thought. The E-06 Courier was a long-range fighter, popular with groups like the Cooper House Inn Network. It had been widely used for quick trips during the expansion era, before the Hypercom network caught up. Now outdated, many colonies sold them cheaply. Coop bought them gratefully. This one had upgraded weapons. Heavier cannons, a torpedo launcher. Perfect for discouraging anyone who might threaten the VIP. It would serve him well. He plugged into the comm network, switching to the organization's channel. The comm crackled as Miri checked in from True Justice. Are we ready to get this done? Yeah. Stay sharp when we get up there. If anything happens, it'll be on the way to the cruiser. We do not let any ship get near Vest Shuttle. If they don't back off, we handle it? Roger that, Miri replied. Finishing my checklist now. Jazz nodded and began his own. He had already notified Risk Control to alert him when Vest Shuttle lifted. He and Miri would be her escort. They would cover her all the way. Justice Leader to Risk Control, he said. Come in, Control. Control here. What's on your mind, Lead? How is the shuttle? Ready to leave? Being loaded now. Launch in 2 minutes. Stand by. Roger that, he said, switching back to ship. You hear that, Mary? Yeah. Question though. Why are you Justice Lead? Shouldn't that be my call sign? Client's prerogative. My job, my call sign. As you wish, she said. I still think we should have traded. He smiled and focused on his checklist. 1.5 minutes until exit. He tried to stay calm. Who knew what awaited them above the clouds? If it was trouble, they would be ready. Both ships lifted, following the same vector. Jazz checked his scanners. Sky clear, shuttle ahead. So far, so good. The shuttle Rackus had sent was a 3-seat luxury transport. A favorite among the powerful. Small, fast, agile. Perfect for VIPs. It was a good choice. If trouble started, it would be too fast to catch. It would make it to the Righteous before any interceptor could touch it. Jazz had offered to pilot it, but Rackus refused. Only Republic personnel could fly it. Jazz understood, which was why he chose to fly escort. The foreboding remained. Something was wrong. He checked the scanner again. They were about to break the atmosphere. If an attack came, it would be now. He and Fallen Star halted as 2 Republic fighters closed in. They dropped ahead of the shuttle, forming a defensive screen. He opened a channel to speak with the pilots. 2 bright flashes. Jazz gasped. The fighters vanished in twin fireballs. Damn it, he hissed. I knew it. The ladies' shuttle accelerated toward the cruiser. Jazz and Fallister pushed forward, scanning for attackers. But none appeared. He tried to hail the shuttle. No answer. Signal strong. But no reply. Maybe the pilot was focused on escape. Jazz reached out with the force. And the world lurched beneath him. He felt Val's mind. Determination. And panic. No. He saw her punch in the privacy barrier. Vess was unconscious beside her. Val's knuckles were bloody. Her breath shallow. Gas filled the cabin. A military sedative. Absorbed through the skin. Val was holding her breath. But losing strength. Can't stop. Jazz. Help. Can't. Val collapsed into darkness. JAS. He snapped back to reality. Fallen Star's voice screamed over comms. You're drifting. What's going on? He shook his head. He could still taste the gas through the force memory. But he focused. The shuttle was accelerating. And now turning away from the cruiser. The pilot wasn't heading for safety. He was fleeing. The pilot was kidnapping Vess. Mary, Jazz called. I'm here, she answered. Something is wrong. I can feel it. We have to stop that shuttle. Tell me you have an ion cannon on that bucket of yours. It's charging now. Switching to targeting computer. Forget the computer. Use the Force. We have to stop that shuttle. We have to save them. The shuttle pilot realized he'd been made. He began juking wildly, trying to be a small target. You're not getting away. He contacted the Righteous. Justice lead to Righteous. Emergency. This is Vice Admiral Rackus. Why are you coming in weapons hot? You should be covering the shuttle. The shuttle is no longer under Republic control. The pilot is fleeing the system. Hostages aboard. Silence. Heavy. Cold. Did you copy? Jazz shouted. They're alive. We have to save them. Copy, Rackus replied at last. Voice like stone. Moving to intercept. The warship turned. The shuttle banked, slowing to turn. Good. That gave Jazz and Fallen Star ground to gain. Then, the Righteous fired. Not ion rounds, but full forward batteries. Jazz's blood ran cold. What are you doing? Hold your fire. The hostages are already dead, Rackus said. The Republic does not deal with terrorists. No. They're alive. I can feel it. And the disaster continued. Jazz tried to force the shuttle back toward the planet. Maybe the pilot would realize he couldn't escape and die for atmosphere instead. Maybe they could force him down. Anything was better than letting the Righteous blow them apart. But this was a nightmare. What was Rackus thinking? Jazz's eyes widened. A memory rose unbidden. A gift from the Force. He was a boy again. Aboard the Clan Nutbush ship. Hiding in an asteroid field. And then, Jazz cursed under his breath. Rackus. It was the fish. It was that stinking fish. Vice Admiral Rackus hadn't changed in all these years. He would rather vaporize an enemy than bring them in alive. He wouldn't hesitate to kill Val or Vess if it meant stopping the shuttle. Jazz, pull back! Fallen Star shouted. Pull back! He couldn't. He tried to wedge his ship between the Righteous and the shuttle. He had to shield Val and Vess. A laser blast cooked the air off his port wing. The Righteous gunners weren't hesitating. They didn't seem to care if he got hit in the crossfire. A bright flash erupted above and behind him. The shuttle dove and juked again, returning to its original vector, heading toward the warship. He's mad, Jazz thought. There is no escape that way. He can't. Then Jazz saw the truth. No. The Righteous had stopped firing. Blue lightning crawled across its hull. The midsection, near the escape pod bays, was blackened. A cloud of debris billowed outward. The cruiser had not been attacked from outside. The blast came from within. Someone had detonated a massive ion charge inside the warship. The ship's power failed. Shields, weapons, everything. And that wasn't the worst part. The cruiser had been thrusting downward toward Alderaan when the charge went off. Now powerless, it was trapped in the planet's gravity well. If engineers couldn't restore power in minutes, the Righteous would fall, burning up on re-entry. All hands lost. Jazz tried to hail the vessel, desperate, though his heart already knew the truth. Meanwhile, the shuttle, unopposed now, picked up speed again, fleeing back toward space, out of blaster range. Blue ion bolts crackled through the void. Mary was firing on the fly, closing the distance. Then her cannon went silent. Why did you stop? Jazz shouted. Justice 2, fire. He's too close to the Righteous, she answered. Jazz looked. And she was right. If she fired now and struck the cruiser, even by accident, it could destroy any chance the engineers had of restoring power. The Righteous began to tumble. Sparks and debris trailed behind it as it descended. Friction fire licked the hull. Fighters and shuttles launched. The ones that had been powered down during the ion blast. But too few to matter. The skies were filled with panic. The Force echoed with it. The kidnapper's shuttle slipped beneath the dying warship. None of the launching craft pursued it. Everyone was trying to escape the falling cruiser. The shuttle finally cleared the gravity well. Too far for Jazz or Mary to reach. It slowed just a moment. waggled his wings mockingly, as if saying goodbye. Jazz felt something in the force. Menacing. Familiar. The shuttle elongated in pseudo-motion and vanished into hyperspace. Jazz almost screamed. It was gone. Val was gone. Vess was gone. The Righteous turned into a tumbling fireball. No escape pods launched. The crew trapped. The great ship folded into flame as it hit the atmosphere. Not only had the pilot abducted Vess and Val, he had annihilated a Republic warship. Someone had done this deliberately. A murderer. A kidnapper. A saboteur. One question consumed Jazz's mind. Who? Who could have done this? WHO. Chapter 46. Blood Debt. We've picked up the transponder signal again, Master Jedi. We are calculating the next jump now. Very good, Lieutenant, Darbin said with a confident grin. He had been more than pleased since this mission began. The arrival of the Republic cruiser Defender had given Sai the chance to play hero again. You see, brother, he said, turning to Jazz. I told you there was no place in the galaxy that this culprit could hide. He will be in custody soon, and the hostages will be returned safely to us. Jazz said nothing as he stared out the viewport of the Republic ship, watching the stars elongate as they leapt back into hyperspace. He shook his head. He wished he shared Sai's confidence. But in truth, nothing felt right. Not one part of this. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Something was off. He could feel it. This matter would not be settled as easily as Sai believed. Sai's overconfidence would be his undoing one day. Whoever kidnapped Vess and destroyed the Righteous was no fool. Their escape had proved that. And now, none of this made sense. Darbin had been ecstatic when the shuttle's transponder was first detected. The shuttle's hyperdrive wasn't built for long-range travel, which meant the kidnapper had to exit hyperspace periodically to calculate the next jump and recharge the drive. Each time the shuttle emerged, it broadcast its location to the Republic. They had never been close enough to intercept, but they had a trail to follow, a path leading into the Outer Rim. Sai believed the kidnapper didn't know this, that leaving the transponder active was some foolish oversight. His first and last mistake, brother, Sai had said. We have him. But Jazz didn't buy it. It was too easy. Someone with this level of skill did not make basic mistakes. And if it wasn't a mistake, then it was a strategy. That thought offered Jazz no comfort. We're still dancing to this person's tune, he thought. If the transponder was still online, it was because the kidnapper wanted it online. They wanted the Republic to see this trail. But why? What were they being led to? Jazz hated to admit it, but he was afraid to find out. He tried not to worry, but he couldn't stop his thoughts. Vess. Val. He frowned. I'm so sorry. It had taken almost 5 hours after the destruction of the Righteous for the Defender to arrive. And that was all it took. For everything Val and Lady Dorma had been building to crumble. The suitors who had flocked to Alderaan fled immediately, believing their chance at the throne had vanished. Senator Albin Ross left with one of them, likely hoping to regain the good graces of his queen. A wise move. Queen Adira was the most likely suspect behind the kidnapping. House Rist knew that. Had Ross stayed, he might have faced brutal questions. Or worse. House Rist was nothing if not vengeful. This left Darbin alone, the only one with ties to either the Republic or the Mining Guild. Admiral Rakus had perished with his ship. Both Jazz and Errol Rist were merciless towards Sai. They demanded answers. Was this all part of your plan, Master Jedi? Errol Rist demanded. Did you always intend for my daughter to be taken? That is not the Jedi way, Lord Rist, Sai replied quickly. I would never. Jazz had not been diplomatic. His ship had barely landed, and his frustration, his failure, had been fresh and burning. He grabbed his brother by the collar and slammed him into the wall. What do you know of this? He snarled. WHO did you hire to take them? Brother, Sai gasped, terrified for the first time. Control yourself. Jazz breathed deeply. But he was not out of control. Any fury he felt remained trapped beneath layers of Jedi discipline. "Who did this?" he said coldly. "They had access to your ship." He glared down at his twin. "Is this your greater good, brother? Was this your failsafe if I didn't deliver what you wanted?" "You have my word," Sai whispered. "I knew nothing of this. I would never agree to anything like this." Jazz considered this, but he did not fully believe it. Sai had been desperate, panicking at the idea of failure. A panicked Jedi made dangerous alliances. They had little information, but enough to construct a disturbing theory. The righteous had been delayed before arriving at Alderaan. A stop at a shipyard. Mechanical trouble. It was likely there that the kidnapper boarded. Alderaanian security found the broken remains of a one-man boarding pod. It had been attached to one of the righteous escape pods. Its wreckage had survived re-entry just enough to identify it. From that escape pod, the intruder could have cut directly into the ship. They likely used an icebreaker to slice the computer system and suppress alarms. Wearing a Republic uniform, they would have blended in easily. The righteous had just taken on new crew during refit. Nobody would have questioned a new face. Survivors confirmed that the crew roster had been altered before departure. Someone had added themselves as pilot of Vess shuttle. Rackus had gone to alert status, but had not locked down the ship. He had believed he could contain the intruder. Rackus had been wrong. The intruder had removed one of the sedative tanks used in the ship's anti-boarding defenses, installed it in the shuttle, rigged it to disperse shortly after takeoff. If he sealed the cockpit, he would be safe from the gas. Val and Vess would not. He had also rigged explosives on the escort fighters and turned his boarding pod's ion drive into a massive internal charge. This was the work of a professional and someone deeply familiar with Republic systems. He was also well informed about the righteous, which meant someone powerful had hired him. Senator Ross, the mining guild, someone else entirely. It didn't matter now. The damage was done. The intruder could have disabled the righteous at any time, but waited until Rackus committed the ship, diving toward the planet. The timing guaranteed destruction. Only a handful of pilots and crew survived. The crash site was a wasteland of fire and shattered metal. The Republic had taken a brutal blow. Saidar Ben would never willingly have ordered such a thing. But if he had been the one who hired this professional, he might not have known who he was dealing with. A useful idiot, Jazz thought darkly. His brother's pride had blinded him. A Jedi should have sensed such darkness. But Sai had sensed nothing. Now the kidnapper was gone. The galaxy was wide. Jazz had hoped Sai would give them something. A name, a clue. But Sai knew nothing. He showed no deception through the Force. They were back at the beginning. Fallen Star had not returned with Jazz. She had plotted a pursuit course along the shuttle's projected path, stopping at every planet or station where the kidnapper might have dropped the hostages or changed vessels. She still had hope. Jazz was less certain. If the kidnapper had a larger ship waiting along the escape vector, he would not need the shuttle anymore. He could abandon it. Leave no trace. Jazz let Sai go, allowing him to contact what remained of his Republic connections. They needed help. Jazz reached out for Tup Secura as well. The Jedi Watchman needed to know what had happened. He might even know how to proceed. Jazz also tried to speak with Dormer Rist, but she had shut herself away, staying close to her remaining children. Rohanna Rist was gone, hitting her own contacts across the Republic, trying to uncover anything. So Jazz worked with Lord Errol. He had not spent much time with Vess' foster father, but now he saw how deeply the man loved her. His worry radiated through the Force. Our little ones are only 5 and 6, Lord Errol said. Vess was a good big sister to them. They will not understand what has happened. Jazz had no comfort to offer. He had spent little time with the family. Val had kept him busy, and he blamed himself. He had felt something wrong. He should have stopped them. All he could do was try to make up for it. He would do what he could to help Vess' family. "I'll find them, my lord," he promised. You have my word. Errol wrist nodded slowly. You care for my daughter, don't you, Sir Jazz? Jazz turned away quickly, hoping the man didn't see the flush creeping up his neck. Did he care for Vess? Yes. He cared for Val too. And that was the problem. I do care for her, he admitted softly. And for Val. I won't let you down. I'll find who took them. He feared the Lord might push further, but he didn't. Jazz was grateful. Do you think they are still alive? Errol asked. I do, Jazz replied. If Val or Vess had died, he would have felt it through the Force. His bond with Val alone would have told him. No. She was still alive. How long they would stay alive was unclear. It depended on who hired the kidnapper. And Jazz was certain. The man had been hired. This was no spontaneous act. It was planned, funded, professionally executed. If this was ransom, a demand would come soon. If it was a contract job, news of the result would arrive. If Queen Adira was behind it, she might announce that her niece had died in a tragic accident. Or she might not. Perhaps it was more convenient for Viseria to simply vanish. Never heard from again. If the mining guild was involved, Jazz doubted they'd keep Vess alive for long. She threatened their empire. They might kill her. And then silence the kidnapper too. Loose ends were bad for business. Whoever was responsible. Waiting was the only option. Blind flailing would help no one. As much as he hated it. They had to be patient. It was during this waiting that Sai announced the discovery. A Republic vessel had picked up the shuttle's transponder again, moving away from the core, out toward the rim. Sai, being Sai, seized command of the pursuit, likely hoping to redeem himself, and to please his allies after the disaster of the righteous. Jazz insisted on accompanying him. He would not leave Val and Vess' fate entirely in Sai's hands. Sai accepted, happy to imagine himself the hero who would save them. Jazz didn't care about glory. All that mattered was Val and Vess. Finding them, protecting them. Sai could have every medal in the galaxy. Jazz just wanted the women back. The Defender exited hyperspace again, but this time not into empty space. A planetoid floated ahead of them. Small, rough, and familiar. Report, the captain called. We're picking up a clear signal from the transponder, sir, the comm officer replied. It's coming from the planet's surface. Then we have finally run our quarry to ground, Sai said confidently. Open the channel. Let them know we have found them. I believe caution is wiser, brother, Jazz said quietly. If they know we're here, they may harm the hostages. He fixed Sai with a cold, steady look. Let me go down to the surface. I can find them and get them out. Then you can handle the kidnapper. Sai frowned, thinking. Even he had to know it was the right call. This still makes no sense, Jazz thought. It was far too easy. The planet had no defenses, appeared uninhabited. Just endless jungle. Once again, the feeling struck him. They were being led here. Manipulated. We shouldn't have gotten this far. Very well, Sai said with a nod. I'll go with you. Together we will free the hostages and end this crisis once and for all. Jazz simply nodded. In truth, he didn't want Sai with him. He didn't trust him. Sai had far too much to gain should Vess end up dead. Yet he had no choice. He had to trust him. At least for now. Jazz shook his head. You don't get to choose your family. It was sad that he trusted Co-op, a smuggler, more than his own twin brother. Coop inspired love and respect. Sai did not. But they needed to find Val and Vess. So be it. Sai grinned triumphantly. Captain, keep the ship in high orbit. Block the hyperspace exit point. We will take a shuttle to the surface. We will send word once the hostages are safe. As you say, Master Jedi. Come, brother, Sai said, motioning him forward. Justice awaits. They said little as the shuttle descended. Jazz reached out through the Force, trying to sense Val. Trying to sense anything. He felt almost nothing. Only the faintest trace of the protector. She was likely unconscious. Or, no. He refused to think that. Sai glanced over from the pilot's seat. Fear not, Jazz. We are the blood of Darben, science of the Force. We will not fail. Jazz wished he shared that confidence. He did not. He felt a trap closing around them. He sensed nothing from their quarry. The world itself was hostile, alive with predators and danger. And again, strangely familiar. Deja vu tickled at the back of his mind. He knew this place. Somewhere deep inside, he knew it. The shuttle broke through the clouds, revealing a vast, choking jungle. The transponder signal came from a clearing hundreds of clicks ahead. Sai landed far enough away to avoid detection. They disembarked, lightsabers drawn. Sai in Jedi robes, Jazz in shirt, pants, and leather jacket. Sai grinned, his emerald blade illuminating the shadows. We move fast and quiet. Our quarry will never know what hit them. Jazz nodded slowly. I hope you are right. He didn't believe it, but he hoped. For the first time in 15 years, the Darben brothers moved as one. It was a good thing. The jungle was a predator, a hungry one. They were attacked almost immediately. Blue-faced simian creatures swung down from the trees, screeching, bearing rows of sharp teeth, claws flashing. Carnivores. And fast. The brothers used the force to sprint forward, dodging the beasts. But the creatures gave chase, howling, summoning more of their kind. They had barely outpaced the simians when a new horror emerged. A massive lizard-slug hybrid burst from a burrow, jaws wide enough to bite a human in half. It snapped at them, forcing them toward a patch of cactus-like plants, whose barbed needles flexed outward, seeking to stab. Jazz and Sai shoved the beast with the force, knocking it into the plants. Vines shot upward, wrapping the creature, dragging chunks of its flesh into hidden, mouth-like petals. Jazz shivered. Even predators were prey here. And the simians' distant howling grew louder. The jungle would not spare them. This way, Sai shouted, scanning ahead. The shuttle was close. Killer plants. Ape swarms. Slug lizards. Why would anyone come here? This wasn't a world. It was a death trap. As they cleared the jungle and saw the shuttle, Jazz understood. A chill ran through him. The Stolen Republic shuttle sat in a clearing, surrounded by a makeshift stockade of giant tree trunks. Along the fence, bleached skulls. Simian skulls. A warning to the predators. A trophy of survival. Inside the fence, the shuttle's hatch lay open. Jazz forced himself not to run to it, not to rush in blind. He approached slowly, then saw something half buried in the ground. Rusted. Rotting. Covered in moss. A weapons case. A Mandalorian weapons case, bearing the signet of Clan Nutbush. His blood ran cold. He called out for Val. Sai called for Vess. No answer. They neared the shuttle, and something burst out. A furious yowl. Claws. A blur of fur. Sai dodged but fell. He raised his blade. No. Stop. The creature froze at Jazz's voice, then ran to his legs. Clawed. Vesloth cat. He hissed viciously at Sai. Jazz almost smiled. The animal could tell them apart. The shuttle was empty but reeked of sedative gas. The privacy screen was dented, heavily struck. Val had tried to break through. She had fought until the end. They were gone. Both gone. Where? Was the question. James. Over here. Sai called. He secured Claude in his pet carrier. I'll come back for you, he whispered. The only other structure was a prefab military outpost. Republic style. Powered. A blue glow inside. A hollow field. Jazz used the force to open the door. Nothing exploded. No ambush. Inside, 2 holograms flickered. Jazz's breath caught. Val and Vess lay on examination tables. Motionless. Eyes closed. Metal bands around their heads, blinking faintly. He could barely sense Val. So faint. Almost gone. Then a voice rose from the holo. A cruel voice dripping malice. A pair of pretty little whores you have here, runt. A second holo activated behind them. They spun. But nothing attacked. The figure stood smugly in the holo field. Broad-shouldered. Thick neck. Receding hair. Scarred face. Missing ear. Chemical burns twisting his expression. And those eyes. Cold. Blue. Pitiless. Jazz knew those eyes. Mandalorian, he whispered. You, he hissed aloud. It was you. Targo Say grinned. Who else, runt? The man from Jazz Nightmares. The traitor of Clan Nutbush. The murderer exiled years ago. Targo continued. Who else would bring you back here? Jazz remembered now. This planet. This cursed world. It was the world they exiled Targo to 10 years ago. The world he escaped from. Jazz's stomach tightened. The day he feared had come. Targo Say was back. Targo Say sneered at him from the holo. Cold. Smug. Enjoying every second. I told you we'd meet again, he growled. Jazz's gaze shifted to Val and Vess. Unmoving on the tables. Let them go, Targo, Jazz said, voice calm but shaking beneath the surface. You want me? I'm right here. Targo chuckled. Challenging me, pup. Cute. But I don't do honor duels anymore. He smirked. And I gotta say, you look a bit more formidable than the last time we fought. Jazz glared. You mean when I defeated you? A 15-year-old boy ended your pathetic reign. The Mandalorian's smile twitched. You trying to get on my bad side, kid? He spread his arms. Too late. You've lived on my bad side for a decade. He stepped toward Val. Jazz tensed. But Targo only drew a viper blade and pressed it gently to her throat. No. Jazz reached out through the force, surging with power, trying to stop him. Targo froze for half a second, just long enough for the blade to draw a thin line of blood across Val's neck. She didn't react. She couldn't. Targo laughed harshly. Well, I'll be damned. I actually felt that. And I'm not even on the planet. He sheathed his blade. I'm impressed, kid. Mom would have been too. Jazz's voice dropped to a deadly whisper. You don't deserve to say her name. Traitor. Murderer. Kinslayer. I've been called worse, Targo replied with a shrug. Then, as if to prove he could, he leaned over Val and licked her cheek. Slowly. Cruelly. Jazz's vision darkened at the edges. He nearly reached out with the force again. To crush the man's throat. To break him. To end him. The dark whispers echoed inside him. Do it. Crush him. Kill him. Targo straightened. He said mockingly. Wouldn't try that again, kid. He tugged open his shirt, revealing a scarred chest. And strapped to it a device. A pulsing one. You know what this is? He tapped it. This is a dead man's switch. If my heart stops, these two get fried like ration cakes. Jazz froze. If I die, kid, those little neural-disruptor bands around their heads spark up. And your precious girls die screaming. Targo smiled. Not bluffing. Want to test me? Be my guest. Jazz trembled with contained rage. He wanted to kill him. Wanted to end him so badly the desire felt like fire under his skin. But he couldn't. Not without killing Val. Not without killing Vess. Targo stepped back, satisfied. There it is, he murmured. That old weakness. He grinned. You always were a soft little thing. Sai finally stepped forward. You're a bounty hunter. Targo didn't even look at him at first. Then he sneered. I am. But I always preferred the dead or alive kind. Merchandise is worth more when it bleeds. He eyed Sai with disdain. I was surprised to see this idiot on the righteous. Thought about taking him too. But you wouldn't have cared much, would you? Sai's face tightened, but he tried diplomacy. Mr. Say, I'm sure we can arrange something. The Republic can't offer any price for the hostages. We can. Targo barked a laugh. Oh, this ain't about money, sighed Darbin. He pointed at Jazz. It's about justice. Justice long overdue. He sneered. You stole my life, runt. Stole my future. Stole my clan. Stole my mother's helmet. You exiled me to this hellhole. Jazz snapped back. You aided the Sunset Collective. You tried to blow up Kui Drive yards. You murdered your own brothers and sisters. You murdered Mom. This is your fault, Targo. Targo shrugged casually. Maybe. Maybe not. He turned and ran a finger down Vest's chest. Jazz's stomach nodded. Maybe I'll take what you owe me out of these two, Targo murmured. Their pretty little flesh might go far toward making me feel better. Jazz's vision blurred with rage. Targo paused, then frowned. He grabbed his throat, eyes widening. Jazz was crushing his windpipe with the force. Slowly, brutally. Targo gasped. Stop. Stop it, kid. Remember the rules? Those words stopped him. Just enough. Jazz released him. He couldn't risk Val. Or Vess. Targo coughed and rubbed his throat. Touchy, he muttered. He stepped away and smirked. You want them back? Come and get them. I'll enjoy watching you run. And if you reach me, I'll kill them right in front of you. You'll know what it's like to lose everything. Jazz said nothing. Just stared. Helpless. Burning. Targo went on, voice dripping with venom. You could always choose to do nothing. I could sell them on an AR Shatta. Pretty girls fetch a high price. Or maybe a spiced in. Addicts love their comfort slaves. He grinned wider. Oh, I've dreamed of that look on your face, runt. I've already paid Ellis back. He died nice and slow. And once Co-op sees what you've become, he'll know what's coming for him too. Jazz stared silently. Targo smirked. What? Nothing to say. Not gonna beg. Jazz inhaled, then exhaled slowly. And then he smiled. Cold. Predatory. Deadly. Thank you, he said quietly. Targo blinked. Thank you. For reminding me who I am. He stepped closer to the holo. Voice steady. Calm. Sharp as Beskar. I'm not just a Jedi. I'm not just a smuggler. I'm a son of Clan Nutbush. I may not have sworn the creed, but Mom taught me how to deal with traitors. You want me to chase you? Jazz leaned in. Fine. I'm coming. But not as a Jedi. As a son of Mandalore. Targo's smile faltered. Just a little. I know your life, Targo. Your contacts. Your hunts. Your employers. I'm going to destroy everyone who ever hired you. I'm going to destroy every syndicate that ever worked with you. You're going to find the galaxy very empty, Targo. You won't be able to hide. Targo scowled. Big talk, kid. Jazz crushed the holo emitter with the force. The projection vanished. Sai stared at him in shock. What are you doing? We have to negotiate. Jazz silenced him with one cold glance. Another holo blinked on. Targo again, now visibly unsettled. You don't scare me, kid. We'll see, Jazz replied. You'll never arrest me, Targo snarled. You'll never save those girls. I'm not coming to arrest you, Jazz said. That's not how we handle traitors in the clan. He gave a warrior's nod. A Mandalorian challenge. Put some tea on, Targo. We'll be seeing each other soon. Targo hesitated. Just long enough to betray fear. Jazz crushed the second comm unit. The holo died. Go on, he thought. Run. Sai looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Maybe he had. He didn't care. Jazz turned toward the exit. Let's go, Sai. He looked once more at the empty tables where Val and Vess had been. I'll find you. I promise. Something clicked in him. A realization. A confession he couldn't voice aloud. I love you. He didn't know if he meant Val or Vess. Maybe both? It didn't matter. There was nothing left to say. Only one thing left to do. It was time. To hunt. Interlude. Years AO. Char Valentine. The system always wins. It had been just after midday when they had gotten the call. Char Valentine, protector recruit, stood before the mirror, checking her uniform, making sure everything looked good and was in the right place. It's finally happening, she thought. We have been summoned. She could barely keep down an excited giggle. Today, their training would end. Today, they would be protectors. This is what she and her partner had been working towards for the last 6 months. How could she not be excited or nervous? She took a deep breath. Relax, Valentine, she thought. You will do fine. She smiled to herself, taking one last look around the tiny two-room lodge, the lodge that had been her home for the last 6 months, since she had begun the physical program of her training. It had become a home of sorts for several reasons, but it was never meant to be permanent. A protector's job was out of the facility known as the resort. It was the last stop on the road that turned a recruit into a sworn protector of the matriarchy. The time had come for her to leave it behind, for both of them to leave it behind. I will likely not be coming back here, she thought. Once I'm assigned a noble to protect, my new lodgings will likely be more elaborate. That thought made her smile. Chin Valentine's daughter, living in a noble's estate, keeping them safe from all harm. Dad would have laughed himself to tears, or with shame. She looked into the mirror once again, looking at the young woman she saw staring back at her. For the most part, she liked what she saw. Char Valentine was a tall, athletic young woman. Her reddish-brown hair was cut short, long only to about the jawline, with bright, piercing green eyes. Trained by her parents, 2 of the best thieves ever to hold a lockpick, she had once been the next chapter of the Valentine legacy, a new generation of skilled thief to torment the nobles of Bentoon, until about a year ago, and a job that went as bad as any job could go. She had gotten caught, sentenced to die. She had just turned 18 when her sentence had been handed down. She was to die, drowned in the Garden of Bones, and that sentence would have been carried out, had the protectors not come for her. They saw value in her. Her training could be turned to serve the world she had mocked with her criminal lifestyle. Now, here she was, serving the very same people that she had once delighted in stealing from. Irony. She was attractive as well, she supposed. Several of her father's old partners had called her cute in the past, but she ignored them. It wasn't her looks that kept her paid and fed. It was her skills, and they had served her well, mostly. In the end, they had saved her life. They allowed her to catch the attention of the Lady Janice, the head of the Sworn Protector program, and his main financier Baron Hudlow. As she looked in the mirror, she saw little of the thief she had once been, the girl who had lived for the thrill of surviving by her wits and a pair of lockpicks, but that was to be expected. It wasn't a thief that the matriarchy needed. It was a protector, a sword and a shield. Char Valentine had become that. It was something she had accepted. The system changed you, and in the end, you were something more, something better. She smiled broadly. She had come a long way in the last year. She had every right to be proud. For the 3rd time, she did a quick run-through of her uniform, adjusting her belt, her boots, gloves, and generally making sure that her future mistress or master would have nothing to complain about when they met for the first time. She looked at the empty holster on her belt. It was strange not to see a weapon there, not to feel the weight of a pistol against her leg. She had been wearing one for the last 6 months. The physical portion of her training had been demanding, but that was the way it was supposed to be. How else could she be prepared to do what was needed? She tried not to think about the fact that she did not have a weapon. Technically, she did not need one. She had been trained in hand-to-hand combat after all. Her father had taught her a bit, and the instructors at the resort had taught her even more. You will no longer be a person when this is over, Baron Hudlow had informed them when she and her fellow recruits had first arrived. You shall become a weapon, a blade pointed at your master's enemies, and a shield to cover their back. That was the point of the system. It is what it made you. And the system always wins. Thanks to her training, she was as much a weapon as a blaster, and just as deadly. Not that the noble that was coming to inspect her had anything to fear. Oh no. Char Valentine was incapable of harming anyone, not without an order from her mistress, or to defend herself from harm. The system had made sure of that, and the system always wins. She had spent the first 6 months of her training going through it, the enhancement program known as the system, undergoing both genetic and mental alterations to prepare her for this post. She had little memory of that training. She remembered being strapped to table, and of bright swirling lights and voices. She also remembered the feel of many needles digging into her spine, filling her up with one genetic cocktail or another. It was a type of gene therapy, she was told, designed to increase her speed, strength, and agility. Chin Valentine had made sure that his little girl was in top physical condition. She needed to be in their line of work, but as a sworn protector, she needed to be more. She needed to have the kind of skill to fight and kill one of the Reeven, the dark sorcerers that had invaded her homeworld of Bentun almost 3 centuries ago. According to her instructor, that is what the system did to those that went through it. She would be able to protect her charge from anything. That was the promise that system made to the nobles of Bentun. The protectors can protect you. You have nothing to fear. She frowned slightly, thinking about the first 6 months of her training always gave her a slight headache. She dreamed about it sometimes, dreams of pain and tears, of begging to die, to accept the death sentence that she had escaped. She also remembered waking up one morning, with no idea of whom she was or why she was there. Fortunately, one of the instructors had been there, calmed her. She reminded her of who she was and why she was there. You are Char Valentine, a protector recruit. The woman had smiled then. You should forget this trouble. It is not important to your work. Comply. Char had shuddered. The memory had faded. It came back occasionally, just as it had now, but... She shook her head. She had no reason to think about it. It had nothing to do with her work. Forget it. Ignore it. You are going to be a protector, that is what mattered. She focused on that. Who cares what had happened during the first half of her training? It was done. She got the feeling that she was not supposed to think about it. And in the end, what did it matter? She was a part of the system now. Who was she to question it? Yes, it was the system that decided her actions. She was incapable of resisting its commands, or of harming the noble that was assigned to her by their use of the code phrases that bound her to them. In short, she was their first line of defense, and she would die to protect them. That was the way it should be. A sworn protector obeyed the system. And the system always wins. Char, baby. She looked away from the mirror, drawn by the strong masculine voice emerging from the fresher. It was just loud enough to be heard over the running shower. Are my gloves out there? I can't find them. She smirked. How the man was going to get along without her, she didn't know. They're on the nightstand, right where you left them, hotshot. She shook her head. I swear, you would lose your head if it wasn't attached. There was a laugh from behind the closed door. You take such good care of me, pretty lady. Whatever am I going to do without you? Char rolled her eyes. That was a good question. How would Rab Talis ever get along without her? In fact, how had he survived before they met? It had to be one of the great galactic mysteries, to be sure. I. They had first met 6 months ago. She had only just arrived at the resort from the birthing pool, the facility that dealt with the mental side of their training. She arrived sore both from the surgeries and the genetic manipulation. She had arrived to find this ox of a young man in her quarters. In their quarters. Rab Talis was a big boy. He outweighed her by about 80 pounds, and all of it was muscle. He stood a head taller than her with a thick neck, short black hair, and gray eyes. She tried not to be intimidated. He had smiled slyly. He likely sensed her discomfort and reveled in. Jerk. You must be Valentine, he said. I'm Rab, your training partner. He held out his hand. It looks like we are going to be working together. She had not been sure what to make of that. She shook his hand, but left quickly, going to see the director. She couldn't share a room with this man. She was. She just couldn't. If she had been looking for sympathy from the director, she did not find it. The lady had made the room assignments herself. Char was stuck. Rab was her partner. It is tradition for a recruit to have a training partner, Lady Janice had informed her. She had shifted uncomfortably. She She was not entirely comfortable around strange men. "Is there nothing you can do?" she asked. "I'm not sure if I can work with him." "You have to recruit. It is part of your training. You will need to trust him, and he you. Your continued success in the program depends on each other. You will eat together, live together, and train together. You will help each other, learn each other's weaknesses, and help your partner overcome them. Only together can you make it through the training." "But director," she had said, blushing slightly, "there, is only one bed in the lodge. How are we going to, Janice had smiled at that. "You will just have to learn to sleep in shifts. Consider it practice for when you will need to watch over your noble charge at night." Char had nodded. It made sense, she supposed. She would try to do just that, and it had worked, at first. She and Rab had been as different as night and day. He had been a fourth-born son of a noble family, one who had had no prospects when it came to inheriting his family's wealth and prestige. Having few options, he had elected to join the Protectors, a story that was not uncommon in their ranks. Most Protectors were either nobles with no prospects, thrill seekers, or criminals that had been offered a second chance. Seeing no option, and wanting to excel in her training, Char had done what she had to. She had worked with Rab. That work, in the end, had paid off. They ate together, studied together, and trained together. As their training progressed, they were put through mock battles, competing with other training pairs. Men and women as equally skilled as they were, and still, they managed to prevail, quickly becoming the top team here at the resort. They had come to depend on each other. Neither of them liked to lose, and so they made sure that they didn't. Slowly, any sense of nervousness between them had faded. They were soon working like a well-oiled machine, a hand inside a glove. After about a month in their tiny two-room lodge, a month of bumping into each other most innocently, pretending they had not been stealing glances at each other, Rab had come to her. He woke her from a deep sleep with a gentle touch on the cheek. She looked up into his eyes. They were dark with need, desire. "Hey," she murmured shyly. "Hey yourself, pretty lady," he said, smiling warmly. She smiled back. "You want the bed?" she had asked, figuring that it was her turn to sit up and keep watch. "Not just the bed," he said in a husky voice. The 4 little words made her whole body warm. She had swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. The desire he felt mirrored in her eyes. She had not resisted. She threw off the covers as he took off his shirt and leggings. She slipped out of her nightgown, watching him with hungry eyes. That night, she gave up the last of her innocence. The single bed was no longer a problem. The two of them became lovers. They grew closer than even their instructors had hoped, sleeping together at night, and catching quick cat naps during the hottest parts of the day, stealing quiet moments in the hallways, and showering together after a tough day of training. It was more intimacy than Char had known in her entire life. She felt overwhelmed. She was in love. Had she been free, she might have asked Rab to marry her. They were almost husband and wife now anyway. Of course, that was not meant to be. They were Protectors, or soon would be. They both belonged to the system. And the system always wins. I. She tried not to stare when he stepped out of the shower, water glistening on his heavily muscled form. She tried not to look, but could not help it. The sight made her body warm. He came up behind her with a smile. He wrapped his arms around her. "You look good enough to eat," he purred in her ear, making her shiver with excitement. He nuzzled her neck with his lips. We don't have time for this," she reminded him. "The Baron expects us to report within the hour." "An hour, you say?" he murmured, his hand moving down the front of her uniform. "That is plenty of time." She shuddered. No, she thought, be strong. "You don't have time for this. You need to get ready, hotshot. The nobles. We will have to spend the rest of our lives serving the nobles," he reminded her. "We may not be able to speak to each other for weeks at a time." He nibbled playfully on her ear. "Come on, baby, one last time, what you say?" Char Valentine groaned. Damn him. She was so hot. He spun her around and kissed her fiercely. "Come here, pretty lady." She tore off her gloves, as he unzipped the front of her uniform. Yes, she groaned. Yes, Rab. She giggled as he kissed his way down her throat. Last time. He pulled her down into their bed. Oh, she cried out, Ohio gods. They had an hour. It took an hour, and 10. You are late. Sorry, sir, Char and Rab said in unison. The two had almost run the last few yards to the resort's receiving area. Baron Hudlow stood waiting for them, looking every bit the disapproving noble that he was. Char Valentine blushed. She hoped that she had not missed anything, that she looked presentable, considering the rush that she and Rab had been in. She pulled nervously at her collar, hoping that the noble would not notice the love bruise on her neck. Thanks, Rab. I should have never let him talk me into that, she thought morosely. Still, it had been fun. She tried very hard not to blush in front of the Baron. She doubted he would understand. Tall and elegant, Baron Hudlow was every bit the Bantoon gentleman. His short brown hair tinged with gray gave him an almost regal look. To the unenlightened, most would think that he was some matriarch's father, or perhaps a former high general. He was neither. Hudlow had first arrived on Bantoon during the reign of Queen Anera's mother. The ship that he had arrived on crashed after some mechanical failure. He could have tried to contact one of the galactic governments that ignored Bantoon, but he had instead chosen to help refine the Sworn Protector program, earning praise from both the Queen and the matriarchy. He was one of the few off-worlders that had ever managed to make his way into Bantoon high society. Most thought him a gentleman of means, perhaps even a senator from the mysterious republic that they had heard about from other off-worlders. These people were strangers that had gotten lost trying to blaze a new hyperspace route. Perhaps he was, Char Valentine thought. He certainly looked it, but there was something that did not fit the gentleman image that he projected. It's the eyes, she thought, with a shiver. Those eyes. Hudlow had the strangest of eyes. They were yellow and almost always appeared bloodshot. Char had only seen him angry a few times, usually as some recruit that performed poorly in his training. When angered, Hudlow's eyes almost seemed to glow, a bright golden color that intimidated even the senior protectors. Those eyes were now focused on Char and Rab. The Baron was not happy. The nobles are waiting for you recruits, he said. I shall inform them of your arrival. Please wait here. He turned without another look, flipping his cape dramatically behind him. Char Valentine let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. He is certainly in a cheery mood, Rab said dryly. Maybe he needs to get laid. Rab, she hissed. What? He said. The guy is seriously high-strung. She rolled her eyes. Gods protect me, she thought. She shifted nervously, not sure what to do. Her training partner smiled at her. You're sweating, relax. Take a deep breath. She did as he advised. He did know her quite well. She had learned to trust him. What if we end up in different cities? She asked. What if we don't see each other again? Don't sweat it, pretty lady, he said. You think I could ever forget about you? She winced. When she had first said yes to joining the Protectors, she had not understood what it meant to become one. She had even thought to fake her way through her training, to wait until she was serving some spoiled noble, and rob them blind when they weren't looking. That would not happen now. She could no more run from her duty than she could steal from her master or mistress. The system wouldn't allow that. Even thinking of leaving her duty now made her head throb. She belonged to the system, and the system always won. The great doors before them opened. A chime sounded, informing them that it was time to enter. Char Valentine took a deep breath. This is it, she thought, the moment of truth. She looked at Rab. He nodded at her, giving her a warm smile. She returned it. They would both be sworn protectors. They had trained hard for this. Now it was time to see that training pay off. They were good, the best here at the resort. The nobles would soon know that. They would see. Only 4 people awaited their arrival, and they were at the far end of the chamber. Char recognized Lady Janice immediately. The director was practically beaming with pride. At her side stood Baron Hudlow, his golden eyes almost blazing with anticipation. To their right, sitting on a throne was. Char's breath caught in her throat. "Your Majesty," she gasped, bowing deeply. "Your Grace," Rab said, following suit. Her Majesty, Queen Anara, fifth of her name, voice of the people, and shield of the matriarchy, nodded to the two protectors. At her side stood her husband, the High General Trent. He nodded, offering them greetings. "My queen," Lady Janice began, "may I present, for your consideration, Rab Tallis and Char Valentine, two of the finest recruits we have ever trained at this facility." "Two of the finest, you say?" the High General said, nodding. "Excellent." The queen nodded, her long blonde hair done up in a tight bun, her robes of blue and purple shimmering in the midday light. The queen's eyes fell upon Char Valentine. "Valentine," she said, as in Chin and Tara Valentine. "My parents, your Grace," Char said, standing straighter. "Incredible," the queen said. "I never imagined I'd get to meet an actual Valentine. I'm most pleased to meet you, Val." The girl tensed. "Char, if you would be so kind, your Majesty," she said. Hudlow glared at her. "Are you correcting your queen, recruit?" "She is merely being honest, Baron," the queen said, clearly taking no offense. "If this woman ends up as my protector, I will want her to feel comfortable around me." "As you say," the Baron said, bowing to his monarch. Char glanced around the room, looking for the other nobles. She did not see any. If only the queen needs a protector, why were we both summoned? She wondered. Certainly they don't mean to only promote one of us. She glanced up at the High General. Perhaps he needed a new protector as well, or perhaps the queen's heir needed one. Char knew that the Queen Anara did have a daughter. The Princess Viseria was 8 years old now. At least Char thought she was 8. Time tended to flow differently for you when you were at the resort. The system left things foggy. "I've heard many good things," the queen informed them both. "I look forward to having one of you at my side." "But one final test remains," Lady Janice says. "We must ask one thing more of you recruits, if you are ready." "We are ready," Rab and Char said at the same time, their training starting to take over. "Command us." The queen, her face looking slightly troubled, nodded to Baron Hudlow, who grinned in response. "The queen requires an act of supreme loyalty," he told them. "You must now obey her order, and do what needs to be done." Hudlow drew two wicked-looking knives from a stand next to throne. He tossed them at the two protectors' feet. He gave them both a wicked smile. "The person standing next to you is a traitor. They desire to kill your queen. You will fight, and you will kill them." Char's eyes widened. "What?" She looked down at the knife on the floor. A wicked thing, a tool originally designed to bone Goliath fish. She looked up at Rab, the color drained from her face. "Rab," she murmured. He looked as ill as she felt. "Char, I." "Do your duty, recruits," Lady Janice said. "Kill the traitor." The queen winced and said one word. "Comply." Both Char and Rab tensed. Char Valentine looked up at the man standing next to her. Her vision turned red as anger flashed through her eyes. "Traitor," she hissed. She dove for the knife. Rab kicked her in the head. Her vision exploded with shining stars, the force of the blow sending her skidding across the floor. He did not bother with the knife. He leapt on top of her, grabbing for her throat. "Die, murderer," he snarled. Char hissed, pushing her legs beneath and between them. She pushed off and sent her enemy flying back. He tumbled away, turning his fall into roll and regaining his feet. It was all the time that Char needed. She flipped to her feet and darted for the fallen knife. She made it first, as the traitor she was fighting made his move. She struck out with her blade. It caught him a glancing blow in the chest. He danced around her blade, and now, with his own. He stood and faced her, dropping into a fighting crouch. Char Valentine gritted her teeth. "Traitor," she thought. "Murderer. You will not harm my lady." She darted forward, trying to get inside his guard. He met her charge and forced her back, their blades flashing. Distantly, Char could hear voices, words that made no sense. "Barbaric," a woman's voice said. "Simply barbaric." This is the way it has always been done, my queen, another woman said. The director is right, my queen. An older voice spoke up. This final act will ensure that your protector is loyal only to you. I understand the reason, Baron, but that does not mean that I have to like it. As you say, my queen. Char ignored the exchange. It had no meaning. It was useless chatter. She had a traitor to slay. It was for the matriarchy, for the system. And the system always wins. I. She was not sure how long the test had gone, but she was aware of the pain, a cut on her left thigh, and blood flowing freely from a slash on her cheek. She did, however, know how it ended. Char Valentine awoke. She felt lost. She hurt. She looked down and gasped in horror. Rab was lying on the ground before her. He was bleeding from a vicious wound in his neck. He was going to drown in his own blood. No, Char gasped, her eyes wide with shock. What had happened? She almost lost her voice. The only sound to emerge was a shocked squeak, but she quickly pushed through it. Rab, what had? No. Help, she shouted. Somebody help. He needs a doctor. She knelt down beside her training partner, her lover. She tore off one of her gloves, used it to try and stop the bleeding. She looked up and saw the queen and her party watching. She. Why weren't they calling for help? Help him, she cried. Please help. Baron Hudlow sighed and stepped forward. Coral, he said, loyalty, ocean, incarcerate. Char's eyes widened. No, she cried out, don't. Please, stop. Hudlow did not listen. He continued to recite the code phrase. Char looked down at her lover. His eyes were wide, pleading for help he did not understand any more than she did. He. Comply. Char Valentine tensed. She stood silently, staring forward, her eyes seeing nothing. Rab Talus died in her arms, but she did not see it. Char Valentine saw nothing. She was lost in the system, and the system always wins. Baron Hudlow stood before her. He nodded as he made sure the boy was gone. Protector Valentine, he said to Char, are you ready to comply? Yes, Baron, she said in a flat monotone. Protector Valentine is ready to comply. He nodded, a pleased look on his face. As you can see, my queen, this unit is ready to serve. Queen Inara shook her head. She looked down at the carnage with distaste. Did the boy have to die? She asked. His training, his programming, all wasted. Not wasted, sacrificed, Hudlow said. We could not afford to let this boy live. The Baron is right, Your Grace, the director agreed. What if one of your enemies found out about the girl's affection for this boy? What if they kidnapped him, forced her to choose between her duty and her love? What if they asked her to hurt you, or to hurt your daughter? The queen glared at them both. Hudlow smiled. How is the little princess? Is she 6 now, 7? She is 8, the queen said, and I'm extremely grateful that I did not let her join me today. How would she have reacted to this? It is unfortunate that it needs to be this way, Your Grace, but it is necessary. He turned back to Char. She could hear what was being said, but did not understand. She was waiting. She was an empty cup waiting to be filled with new orders. Hudlow gave her that. Your training has been hard, recruit, but it is now over. You have spent the last 6 months alone, and have few friends among the protectors. They were a distraction, holding you back, and you did not need their interference. I didn't need it, Char said, her voice sounding like a recording. I trained alone. Hudlow nodded, a smile more than pleased. You are now a sworn protector. You are a sword and shield for the queen. If you are to die, let it be in her service. If you should fail, you will follow her into death. A protector that fails must fall. A protector that fails must fall, she repeated. And now your task begins, the Baron said with a shark-like look in his eye. You will accept any order or suggestion Her Majesty gives you. He turned back to Inara. You must now enter the passphrase, Your Majesty. That will make this unit yours forever. Inara rose. Don't you mean this girl, Baron? He shrugged dismissively. A protector is not a person, Your Majesty. They are a weapon, a sword and shield. The girl Char Valentine died a year ago when she chose to enter the program, when she accepted the system. My life for the matriarchy, Char murmured. The system always wins. Indeed, child, Hudlow said, stroking her cheek almost lovingly. The system always wins. Now, dry your tears and stand at attention. Your queen is about to give you your code phrase. You will be hers from now on. Are you ready to comply? Yes, the protector said. Char Valentine is ready to comply. Hudlow nodded and stepped back. He snapped his fingers, and 2 guards emerged. They dragged the body of slain protector away. Queen Inara stood before her new protector, her husband at her side. I promise you, she said, staring into the girl's vacant green eyes. I will never ask you to do such a thing again. The queen took a deep breath and repeated the code phrase and ended it with the words, comply, comply, comply. Char Valentine gasped and opened her eyes. She looked around, unsure of where she was. She smiled. Oh yes, now she remembered. My queen, she said, bowing deeply, Protector Char Valentine, at your service. The ruler of Bentoon gave her a sad smile. Greetings, Protector, she said. I look forward to having you in our house. Char beamed, high praise coming from the queen, and nice after she had been alone all these months. It would be good to leave the resort, to be around people again. She had had no time to make friends here. Her duty was what had mattered. It had served her well. Please, my queen, she said warmly, there is no reason to be so formal. She grinned at her noble, her friend. Please, call me Val. Chapter 47. The Rogue Jedi. Once again, the sun set over the snowy mountains of Alderaan. Jazdar Ben stood alone on one of House Rist's balconies, watching the sun dip below the horizon. He had only just returned, and soon he would be gone again. He sighed and looked down at the lightsaber in his hand. Unignited, but ready. He found himself thinking about many things. But one question rose above all others. A question he had never been able to answer. Who are you, Jazdar Ben? His mind drifted through his history. All the choices, all the changes, all the losses, stretching back to that day almost 15 years ago. The dying Jedi vessel. The moment he chose not to die with it. The moment he climbed aboard Mother Nuna's ship and began the life that led him here. So many paths. So many identities. Too many to count. Jedi youngling. Foundling. Mandalorian recruit. Clan brother. Nursemaid. Challenger. Chieftain. Smuggler. First mate. Second in command. Jedi agent. He had been all of these things. And more. Yet now, he didn't know what he was anymore. Or what he would become. His thoughts returned, as they always did, to Val and Vess. What had happened to them. And how his past had dragged them into this nightmare. Thinking of them pulled him back to print as well. What this life cost the people around him. What titles he should never have tried to claim. Friend. Lover. Husband. Father. He sighed. Every time he tried to reach for a normal life, something intervened. The galaxy. The Force. Or his own past. It made him want to shut down again. To go numb. To return to the cold apathy he hid behind after losing Pran. Almost. But then his thoughts fell on Targo-Se. On what the man had done. What he touched. What he threatened. How he'd run his hand over Vess. How he'd licked Val's cheek. How he'd held a blade to her throat. That was all Jazz needed to remember. All he needed to stay upright. To stay focused. There was no more going back. He couldn't return to apathy. He couldn't pretend not to care. He thought of an old saying. One his mother used to use. You can't go home again. He thought about the promise he had made Targo-Se. The hunt he was about to begin. A hunt across a vast galaxy. One filled with 1,000 hiding places. It doesn't matter, he thought. Wherever he goes, I will find him. He would get Val back. He would get Vess back. And then, his hands curled into fists. And then, I'll finish what I started 10 years ago. He had hoped the Jedi would help. He had hoped the Order would stand by him. But that hope had died hours ago. The Jedi and the Republic had their own priorities, and they were nothing like his. So now he waited for one last conversation, one last person who might understand. Before everything changed, he had hated returning to House Rist empty-handed. Lady Dorma had been kind from the moment he arrived 2 weeks ago. He had wanted, needed, to bring her better news. But he had almost nothing. A name, a history, and nothing more. Targosay knew how to cover his tracks. He had eluded Jazz for 7 years. Moving through circles Jazz and Co-op avoided for good reason. Dorma Rist had cried when he told her what happened. He had tried to apologize. He had wished, deeply, that he had killed Targo 10 years ago. It would have spared them this pain. Strangely, it was Lady Rahana who understood him most. Cold. Calculating. Bitter toward the Jedi. But she understood vengeance. She understood betrayal. So she asked quietly, "You know this man?" "I do," Jazz said. "He was a bully when I was growing up." "I see. And will you go after him?" "Yes, my lady." "So you will bring him back to face the courts?" Jazz's eyes darkened. "Not this time." He told her the truth. What Targo had done. How he had escaped justice. How he had crawled back into the galaxy stronger and crueler than before. Rahana Rist nodded slowly. "When you find him, if your Jedi sensibilities won't allow you to finish it, contact us. We would be happy to thank him properly." Jazz nodded, understanding fully. "Bring my daughter back," Dorma Rist whispered. He promised he would. Somehow. Some lines should never be crossed. Targosay had crossed them all. Then came the Jedi Council's response. And that was why he now stood alone on this balcony. Waiting. Thinking. Changing. He sensed her ship before he heard it. Felt her presence rise through the Force as she approached. About time, he thought. He'd begun to wonder if she'd gotten lost. He clipped his lightsaber back onto his belt. The sun was almost gone now. Just a sliver remained above the mountains. Footsteps echoed behind him. Boots against polished stone. She sensed him too. And when he had decided, he wondered how she would react. Mary Fallister had never been a creature of logic. She thrived in chaos. Sometimes that chaos was what he needed. Jazz. He smiled faintly. Finally. "Hello, Mary," he said. "Any luck finding Val or Vess?" Merrick's fallen star frowned deeply. Concern rolled off her through the Force. Concern for the missing women. And for him. It touched him. More than he expected. "I heard from Lady Dorma," Mary said quietly. "She told me what happened." A pause. "Are you certain it was Targosay? You're sure he's the one who took them?" "Positive," Jazz replied. "We spoke over the hypercom. He finally decided to seek the revenge he's wanted for years." He exhaled slowly. "Val and Vess are part of that." Mary cursed under her breath. As a bounty hunter, she knew Targo's reputation. And she clearly understood the kind of man he had become. "Did he make any kind of offer?" she asked. "How much did he want for their return?" "This isn't about credits, Mary." His voice hardened. "He knows I care for Val and Vess. Maybe the Sunset Collective contacted him. Or maybe the Mining Guild hired him. It doesn't matter." Jazz looked away. "He won't sell them to anyone. Not alive, anyway. He'll wait until I find them. He wants me to watch them die." Mary shuddered, truly shuddered. That surprised him. Vess had clearly won a place in her heart. Or perhaps Mary had heard stories about Targo's treatment of merchandise. Stories Jazz and Co-op had heard many times. None of them pleasant. She folded her arms, scowling. "What does the Council say about all this?" Vess was traveling under Republic protection. "Surely the Order won't let this go." "They aren't," Jazz said. But the look on his face already told her the rest. "The Council is dispatching 2 Jedi Knights to pursue Targo. They'll bring Vess home. If they can?" "And us?" she asked. What's our role? I'm not involved, he said simply. She froze mid-breath. What? What do you mean you're not involved? The council has ordered me back to Coruscant, he said. I'm supposed to surrender my lightsaber. A ship is en route to take me in. Her expression darkened into fury. They were calling you. Yes? Why? He shrugged. Because I'm the reason all this happened. I introduced Mandalorian politics. I interfered with their investigation. I prevented Sai from conducting his oh-so-important negotiations. He let out a humorless laugh. I've been busy. Miri's eyes narrowed. I think I know who framed it that way. He nodded once. Yeah. Sai wasted no time making sure he was blameless. Miri hissed. You should have let me kill him. No one's ever going to believe you now. There was never going to be justice in that, Jazz replied. And most of the Order decided my worth years ago. He exhaled. A pair of Jedi Knights are coming to escort me. I'm to hand over my saber and come quietly. The Council will reevaluate my future. Miri scoffed. Reevaluate. Please? They'll squeeze you for information, then toss you to the labor corps so they don't offend your old enemy. That, he admitted, sounds accurate. And we both know it won't work, she growled. If you don't hunt Targo, he'll go after Val and Vess again. To draw you out. That also sounds accurate. So why are you standing here? Her voice rose, sharp and angry. I thought you cared about them. I do. So you'll trust Sai. Trust the Council. Trust the Republic. The same Republic that didn't even want Vess involved. Miri. Don't marry me, she snapped. You know Sai won't look for her? He'll use this to help his Senate friends. You know he will. I hope Master Vay might convince the Council otherwise, he said. That Sai has attachments of his own. That he's compromised. She shook her head slowly, angrily. And what happened? He pressed his lips together. Silence. So that's it, she said. You've just given up. Rolled over like some obedient cat hound. I wouldn't put it that way. Really? What did you say to them then? When they told you to submit? To abandon Val and Vess? There was only one thing I could say. And what was that? His eyes met hers. Cold. Clear. Certain. I said one word. And he breathed in. Even now, it shocked him that he'd done it. That he had actually said it. I said, no. That stopped her completely. No. Yeah. You told the Council no. He nodded. I told them I wouldn't abandon this. I wouldn't return to Coruscant. And I would not surrender my lightsaber. A slow grin spread across Mary's face. Wild, gleeful, feral. So you told them to go to hell. Not in those words. But yes. She laughed. A sharp, delighted sound. So you haven't given up. No. You're going after Val and Vess yourself. Yes. They ordered me to stand down. I told them I would be gone before any Jedi could arrive to arrest me. He looked at his lightsaber again. I guess Sai gets what he wants. He gets to say he's the better Jedi. Jazz shook his head. I guess I'm a disgrace to the Darbin name. He thought of the stories. The great Jedi in his bloodline. Heroes. Defenders. Builders of the Order. I'm not that kind of Jedi, he whispered. I never have been. I've seen too much. I know too much. Mary's grin widened. Sounds like you've gone rogue. I suppose I have, he said. And strangely, it doesn't bother me. If they arrest me later, fine. But not before Val and Vess are safe. Mary beamed with pride. Good for you. He smirked. Fallen Star was proud of him. He wasn't sure if that was something to celebrate. Or to worry about. Jazz Darbin, he thought. The Rogue Jedi. He had worse titles. Mary leaned her head lightly on his shoulder. So she purred. What now? I gave my word to House Rist, he said. I'm going to track down Targo Say. Bring Vess home. Bring Val home. And then make sure Targo never hurts anyone I love again. You'll need a ship, she reminded him. One is on the way, he said. I requested one of our armed patrol vessels. It should arrive in an hour. One of the Enforcer models. He nodded. Good, she said. That should match anything Targo flies. She slipped an arm around him. So, when do we leave? He blinked. We? She shrugged. I was hired to protect Vess. Targo stole her on my watch. Can't let that stain my reputation. And she paused thoughtfully. She was kind to me. The kid deserves better. Then the manic grin returned. And if you get yourself killed, Co-op will blame me. He'll cut my retainer. I can't have that. Jazz smirked. So this is about profit. Not all, she said, but mostly. He chuckled. Fair enough, Mary. They watched the last of the sunlight vanish. I need to store the justice, she said. Then I'm free. Speak to Lord Arrow, he advised. He'll help. Good idea. She gazed at the mountains. It's beautiful here. Yeah, he murmured. I think it'll be a while before we see beautiful again. He nodded. Yeah. He thought of Vess. Sweet, brave, playful Vess. And Val. Their night together, the promise between them. He owed them both. He would not fail them. So, Mary asked softly, how do we start? We've already begun, he said, looking up at the stars. Hold on, Val, he whispered inwardly. Hang on, Vess. We are coming. Star Wars, The Old Republic, Rogue Jedi, The Hidden Agenda. It is a time of chaos. Infighting, terrorism, greed, and civil unrest are spreading through the Republic, threatening the age of peace and expansion. The Jedi Order, guardians of the peace, are left blinded by the shifting shadows of the dark side. On the distant Midrim world of Bantoon, one crisis is already unfolding. A ruthless bounty hunter has kidnapped the rightful heir to the throne, pushing the world towards civil war. A war that could spread beyond its borders, bringing pain to countless worlds. Jaz Darbin, a former Jedi acolyte, has gone in search of the missing heir. Allied with Merrick's fallen star, a former Padawan turned bounty hunter, the two search the fringes of the galaxy, trying to save the young queen and hold back the rising darkness. Yet some shadows cannot be contained. A hidden agenda is moving beneath everything, and it will bring even more chaos and even more pain to those who try to protect the people of the Republic.